1 month ago,
Hello?
32 teams stepped in, threw their hat into the ring, trying to punch their ticket to the 6 Invitational. But now we have whittled that number down to just 6, and the tension is indeed high here at the Blastar 6 South American League 6 Invitational Last Chance Qualifier. My name is CDAPS, and I'm joined by 2 beautiful casters. I've got Demo on one side, I've got Fluke on the other. Emmy, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, good. I was so excited. I almost cut you off. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a bumper or something, and then I was suddenly seeing my face to face with my own face. It's bright and early here. It's only earlier where you are, and it's going to be a heck of a day of Siege ahead of us.
Yeah, and Demo, how are you feeling today?
Well, I'm missing the football for this, so I really hope these teams are going to give me something to look forward to. So let's hope the Siege is going to be some pretty good quality, which it should be, considering that because of yesterday, there's actually 2 big teams down in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, it's already just leading into so many storylines where rosters that are expected to be up in the upper bracket, we'll see Loud, we'll see Liquid down here in the lowers. And Emmy, those were huge surprises that really nobody expected.
Oh, I mean, okay, let's put all of our cards, all of our chips, and all of our storylines on the table. Is it expected for Liquid to struggle? Yes. Is it expected for seeing these teams drop down? Yes. Is it also expected for tier 1 teams to push their way towards the top? Also, yes, right? I think it's fair to sort of say Liquid being down here, they've been playing great Siege recently, and then they'll struggle in the final throws. They were technically 2 tough games short of getting themselves to SI on their own merit, but now they've got to try and fight their way back through, and it starts with, let's be honest, of all the teams sort of still standing, technically on paper, Supernova should be the easiest one.
Yeah, Supernova feels like maybe a little bit top-heavy, Demo, where we know Hornetau, he is the leader of this roster, but they still have a tough matchup ahead of them.
Yeah, I think Liquid losing to Elevate Academy, obviously a massive surprise. I mean, it's an academy team. Like, don't forget, the main Elevate team ain't even in this region. That's over on the other side of the world. And they can't even beat the academy team. I would really worry if you are Team Liquid, because that is the game that you should be going in there and winning. They didn't even pick up a map. It was a 2-0. So again, from Liquid, which has really been the story off this side, which I believe since SI21, it's not been good enough for the standards of this team. You know, you think about this organization, you think about the history that this organization has in Siege, in esports globally. Massive, massive brand, massive organization. But sadly in Siege, it has just been a steady downhill slope for Liquid, like I said, since SI21.
Yeah, but even further, if we push back, it's since 2018, Emmy, every single year that there has been a 6 Invitational on PC, Liquid has punched their tickets. They've been there, and this is potentially the first year that we might not.
Okay, I'm going to take a little step back to the wider planes and the pictures of Siege across our wonderful landscape and talk about a massive roster change that happened to a historic roster that always made the internationals before, Virtus Pro. They just let go a couple of big players. Is this potentially going to be a similar story if Liquid don't make it all the way? Is this going to be a moment where you look at this roster that has been in all the places, that has all these expectations, that has been in these final games and been so close and so close and so close? If this is the final struggle, then maybe that won't be the only massive roster change we have before the sort of SI hits our faces.
Yeah, I mean, even just earlier, just a stage ago, I mean, we saw Demo, the Neskin Palu duo, just, you know, torn apart. I think Liquid's still potentially kind of reeling from that roster change.
Probably no, because I think that foundation was broken last year. You know, you could see physically the team wasn't happy. They weren't in a good spot, and I think for Palu, you get the opportunity to go whenever things just aren't working well. And I think probably it's one of those where Paulu needed to go, and maybe Liquid thought that, yeah, we need Paulu to go so we can bring in these new guys and kind of set off a new kind of era with the side. Obviously, Paulu has benefited the most because he's already in the Invitational. He's qualified. It's Liquid who have really kind of drawn the short straw out of that deal.
Yeah, but Also, I mean, I don't want to necessarily gloss over the roster that Liquid are facing. We focused a lot on Liquid, but for the Supernova roster, you know, when you're in the underdog status, you're going up against a big team that now you've potentially seen has some weaknesses like Liquid. Are you starting to kind of lick your chops and get excited to maybe really fulfill that underdog status?
I mean, what else can they do but hope and fight as hard as they can, right? You have to sort of be realistic of some of the chances of these teams. You have to be realistic of what has come together. Liquid have so much to prove because of the sort of chip on their shoulder. At the same time, the roster that creates Supernova, technically in getting here, they came through Qualifier 2. They haven't really beaten a tier 1 opponent. It's been a lot of sort of, you know, tier 2 teams, tier 3 sort of mishmashes, and this is a mishmash team of players that weren't quite able to make it stick on other rosters. You've got a couple of ex-Black Dragons players, ENX, MIBR. It's so many different elements coming together for this sort of play. Some of them weren't even in Stage 2 and Tier 1. If they've been able to find a secret source, fine, but I think the fact that we're in best of threes usually is a bit of a death knell for teams like this because, well, awesome, they had a 7-0 on Fortress last night, or yesterday. Is this going to be a place where they can try and maybe take some surprises against a Liquid?
Yeah, when we talk about the bigger teams, typically map pool is a strength. Liquid, we expect as a strong roster, would be stronger in this map veto phase, which we actually have a ready demo. But when you're one of the smaller rosters, like you were saying, Emmy, you know, trying to get these niche map choices would be nice, but there's also the potential that, you know, Liquid are just going to immediately slap them down.
Oh, I like fully, right? I think there's always this idea where you have this expectation, and there we go. What, Fortress immediately removed by Liquid. Again, as I said it's a 7-0. Maybe it'll be, no, it's gone because Liquid want to play safe. Look at the sort of map selection that we have. Club and Labs, I would say, are our two most, in a way, default maps right now. There's not too much crazy that can go on. If you're sort of together as a team, which is where they should, on paper, be stronger than Supernova, just because of time spent together, that should be the pushover. Bank in the mix could be a bit fun, could be a bit spicy, but really, if we go to 3, this should be Liquid's in the bag.
Yeah, you would really hope so, Demo, especially, you know, we can talk about the history of a roster like Liquid on Bank. Maybe Supernova have seen something out of there that they're feeling comfortable enough to take them onto that map.
Yeah, I'd be more worried about the Labs. Liquid already played it yesterday, and it was a 7-0. So I think Supernova leaving that up, it is a bold selection. I think it maybe shows the weakness of their own map pool whenever they have to go and ban out a map like Lair, for example. So yeah, I think Labs is really going to set the tone. And look, if Liquid go and demolish them, is what they've done previously already in this bracket, they could just bring that momentum free into Bank. So yeah, I think Labs is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, especially when you're just in the underdog status of Supernova, you do really need to hit Liquid early, Emmy. And starting off on a map that is going to be strong for Liquid means that the pressure almost gets even more difficult for Supernova.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this, but it's also worth looking at Labs from the side of Supernova. Is sure, they haven't technically beaten a tier 1 team. In their matchup against Loud that knocked them down to the lower bracket, they went all the way against Loud on it. They went up to 8-7. They lost it eventually. It was a massively defender-sided game. It was 5 defenses, both of them locked in regulation. And then they play it, against 007. It's a team that, you know, sort of less expectation, 007, as this is written. But it was a 7-2 sort of lock-in. And, you know, I think they have it as something they're confident with. As I said, it's in a way a map of default. I think if Club ever leaves the map pool, it's because of a map like Labs or Lair fitting into that new slot of being like, this is our traditionalist map. This is our breach, hard breach, get the wall open. It's a nice map for teams that are building synergy.
Yeah, especially where there is just aspects of every mini game. You know, you can draw the parallels of the rafter situation for both Clubhouse as well as Nighthaven. So there's a lot of that commonality. So hopefully, Demo, we can see the Supernova team feel comfortable enough on this Nighthaven Labs map, especially when you're going to need somebody like Hornetow to really step up and frag out to have a chance.
And also think that there is that element of pressure, I think, onto Liquid too. You know, what is kind of being teased, again, this isn't like, you know, breaking news or anything like that, or don't quote me for it, but obviously Nesk, I think, is kind of teased at something. We don't know exactly which. I'm sure we can make up in our heads just with some of the images that he's tweeted over the past few months. You know, this could be very important, I think, for Nesk to qualify for Invite, because it very well could be his last, the way that it's kind of been hinted to on social media. So I think for Liquid, getting into that Invite, it is a necessity, I think, for his legacy too.
Yeah, legacy is always going to be incredibly impactful, where when you have Nesk, he's been at the top of the world, seemingly, in Brazil for so incredibly long, Emmy, but the hammer hasn't been lifted. There hasn't been a major win in so long, and now even there's potentially not making SI at all in the cards for this roster. How do you think that might be weighing on his shoulders?
Oh, massively. I think he's someone who has always taken the weight of the game very seriously. He's someone who, like, you can see him in a way with especially with the history with Palu, who's a very emotive player, a very emotional player when things go wrong on the grand stages. He wears everything on his sort of sleeve and gives it all. Nesk was always a little bit more inward in comparison, but then you sort of look at the moments, the tears sort of shed, the blood that he's put in towards the game over the years, how long he's been fighting in the top. Is he still the same sort of player? No, not at all. There are games where he massively pops off and goes back to that, oh, there's your 2018, 2019 Nesk, there's all of this stuff. But now you have people like Maya and Diaz especially sort of stepping up in towards that, let's get the opener, let's get the guns on the board. He doesn't really have to have that same role, but it is that moment of, you know, are we trying to rebuild a Nesk in the aggregate? Are we looking at maybe he needs to step towards a different change, maybe stepping away? Who knows what his decisions are based on, as it was pointed out, his very cryptic gifs and posts on social media. Only he knows really what's going on. But at the same time, you want to see someone like that succeed because of that sort of principle, because you still see those sparks of brilliance.
Alrighty, and with that, I'm going to let you guys go. Take it away on Nighthaven. Have fun out there.
Well, thank you very much. And we are off to the races demo in with our first cast here of any of the LCQ playoffs. There's been some brilliant games, brilliant teams decided. There was some APL just before we showed up today. And we get to take it away with some SAL action. Now that CDAPS is out of the room, demo, level with me. Where's your head at?
Just quickly before, I love the way CDAP said, have fun out there, as though we've just been airdropped in via AC-130 into the back line somewhere. I don't know why, that struck a chord with me, the way he said that.
He's flying the sort of chopper, he's gone down the speaker, and we've jumped out with the parachutes on, and we've got the binocs out, seeing what's going to go happen.
Over for a government somewhere.
Oh no. Ooh. Liquid.
I'm not mentioning that, by the way, just a general, you know.
Yeah, I think better to clarify that now. Liquid starting themselves on towards attack here. And I think, okay, if there is a map that Supernova will put up a decent fight on, if Supernova are going to win this, it will be into. As weird as that is to say. I think if we get to club, it's Liquids to push over towards the end. I think Supernova have shown possibility on this map. I think Supernova have shown a decent understanding of Nighthaven Labs. As I said, it was a massively defender-sided game. So they're looking for 5, I think, on this side, because they struggled with attack. But then, you know, they had a warm-up yesterday. They had time to sharpen things, and maybe Liquid VOD reviewed. It hasn't been that long since the last games ended and since we're back in.
No, it was the same with, like, Europe and NA as well, wasn't it? Like, I think especially Europe, I think the Europeans only had, like, maybe 6 hours sleep before they go do map bans again. I think it's a little bit later here, though, compared to what we had in Europe. But still, it doesn't give you a massive amount of turnover time. Yeah, look, like I said, I think Labs, this should be Liquids, I think, wrapped up the way that they play it, the way that they played it yesterday. I mean, a 7-0, like, you know, it is perfection. You haven't dropped a single round.
Yeah.
And I think they'll keep it going. Look, on paper, obviously Liquid's going to be the favorites. You know, they are. there's maybe, a few players that we know in Supernova, but it's not as though we're looking at a whole team that we know, oh yeah, these guys are great, they've done this, they've done that. They haven't. This is a new side that we're seeing enter into the competitive scene.
So, we've got ourselves, what is a pretty sort of standard setup here in terms of the bans. You've got rid of the Grim. In your opinion, the strongest up in the game right now, right?
Yeah. No counter. Apart from Vigil, but who's taking the Vigil?
You're not getting a lot of the Vigil plays. You're not getting a lot of the Vigil runs right now. No, but then you've sort of got the Deimos that can dig in underneath, cause some pressure. You've sometimes got the Buck in this position instead. We can hear the smoke starting to pop. They're just forcing them out in towards the gunfights. This will allow them to get in towards rafters. The Glaz just wants to step in. You can see, as I said, as demonstrated, on towards rafters, but with that Aruna gate and with Nest taking control of the opposite side, they've gotten this ground tentatively, but they're not quite confident enough to go for the full swing. This is a very direct throw here, Demo.
Yeah, I like the way that Liquid are also using that demos. I mean, it's something that they've done for a very long time, is try and play that verticality from below to see if they can maneuver somebody out of a position, try and pick up a kill. A lot of smokes. Obviously, this Glaz is the main pushing force, and you can see that Maya, he's just basically clearing the whole bomb site. He can feed this information back to his team saying, just bomb site's clear, guys. We can maybe try and flood in here.
Well, with obviously Nigel gone, with no more Keybers, with all of them stacked up, is this going to be a brave move? I mean, he's being watched. As soon as he goes for the swing, he's going to get caught out, and yeah, it's just very well played here. And this is almost what I was talking about with Liquid. They have the cover. Makina does get the head of Nesk off, though. They've lost the Capital. They've lost Nesk. The Glaz is trying to get an open firefight against the DMR, but it's a shotgun round. How's he slipped through? Where was the watch, Diaz? Rotten timing leads to a rottener result as Hornet gets Daffo as well. Suddenly, all of Liquid trying to shove it in through the door. A little bit of spark from Supernova has sort of shifted all of the pressure back in. 15 seconds. They're trying to get in on a slightly awkward hot breach, but there's a player tucked in. There's at least the trade out, but one on towards Fish, one off to the right-hand side. Driving, in fact, no. They're up and down. There's one they didn't expect. I didn't expect two players on a single square foot.
Yeah. I heard you shouting at Diaz. Shall I elaborate?
No, I would love you to, because he was there, and then he wasn't there, and then he was there again.
It was lack of comms. Yeah, his main goal is to sit and watch the IT door, make sure that nobody can swing onto rafters. What happened was he got the call to come round and ace open another portion of the triple wall, therefore leaving his position on the IT breach. And as he has rotated back into position, the smoke has made the move, got the pick. Or the mute, whoever it was. Warden, whatever it was with the shotgun. The old same shotgun. And yeah, that was it. He did not tell his Glaz that he was leaving IT breach, and that's what happened. You need to calm that kind of stuff. You need to.
I mean, it was a great little slippy bit of siege, though, to get in towards that perspective. Because you could see he was fully aware that there was going to be pressure from the opening of IT Breach. You would be. And he was watched and paying the compliments to how locked in the idea of that was, of like, oh yeah, Liquid have covered their bases. Oh no, their bases. They're uncovered. And it was just very sudden of things to slip away. And a rough early start. But also, is it? Because, it's Supernova on defense. As we said, they need to get 5. And it was a lot of power and control. And really, it came down to just Liquid failing the final hurdle. If they'd have gone for a slightly different push, if they'd have had a little bit more width, could it have been a different result? I don't know. But we're probably going to find out in 2 rounds. Because I doubt they're going to make the same mistakes again. And that's the problem that Supernova need to try and keep on ahead of, right?
Yeah. So, straight away from Liquid, it's a different approach. Liquid, they went, you mentioned, pretty, front-footed. Everyone kind of flooding in from garage, nobody really interested in the kind of split takes that we're used to seeing on labs. Here, though, it looks a little bit more traditional in terms of going for the soft breach kind of option. You've got the Buck, you've got the Ram, so plenty of opportunity to move in and use the verticality in this bomb site. We know there's quite a lot of it, and Maya finds the opening pick, that roamer. Little to no impact. Good start.
Yeah, see you later, Nige. Nigel's off. I mean, very clean, very sort of dedicated breakdown there. They knew where they wanted to get rid of the player, and the Valkyrie's gone. And now look at the hold, right? You've suddenly lost this middleman. You've lost the connector. Oh, no, you've lost somebody else. There's one player on the site right now. These two roamers, what do? Do they gamble? Do they try and hold on a little bit longer? You can see the site player has got himself up cargo stairs, because if they lose cargo stairs, which is being droned out, which is being surrounded, then the players have no way of getting back. They've got a very short distance to go. They've lost all of their support structure and a little bit of their blood. And at this point, it's just been a dismantling. They've got to pick themselves up, rotate their way around towards Exo, hope they don't get caught on the vending side. But this has just been Liquid. I mean, how effortlessly did they just dispatch a good core of this hold?
Yeah, and this is the correct play, I think, from Liquid. Just go for sight. You know one guy's upstairs roaming. You could just play somebody up here to check him, which they've done so. And this should just be easy pickings, I think, for Liquid. You've got a few Goyo canisters, which may stop the inevitable, but it was always going to be an inevitable here from Liquid. There it is. Very easy round, isn't it? Not really a fight back there. You know, that's the kind of round where, you know, your boxing coach should be thrown in the towel.
It's almost like, it's like you're playing Football Manager and you set the two teams up and you simulate a game. And it plays out how the stats should. Unless it's your team, and then it's like, why are they doing this? We should be beating them. It just felt as if it should. As weird as it is to say, that was a difference of the compliments paid before.
Erling Haaland up against Colchester.
That was, yeah. That was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a 90 rated versus a 70 rated. Just in that essence of teamwork. How they shut down Supernova's hold was par for the course. It was, okay, we know they're doing this extended. Let's get our people in the middle. Great. We've won this engagement where we've just sort of, you know, got the hop in onto the mid floor on storage. Okay, and now we can take the player on the top. And, you know, it was well put together. Is it a lesson learned from their side of the first round? I don't know. Is it going to get worse and worse? We'll find out. Supernova, they're keeping the site rotation hot. They're going to, you know, stretch themselves around. They've got the a little bit of a change, but they're keeping the guns, I would say, pretty active. A lot of Legion picks. Now they've got the Fenrir in towards the play. Obviously,
yeah, a lot of traps.
Yeah, it's they almost want to lean into gun engagements and sort of slow them down, but if they're in these solo caught out positions, I think Liquid are generically going to try and take the lead on that.
Well, it's interesting to see them change it up again. I think whenever you look at this bomb site in towards storage, there's a little bit more, I think, of a system to it, the way that it plays out.
Reload.
You know, open up IT breach above, do some vertical work, jump in the window and plant. You know, that 9 times out of 10, that is how we see the round be played out, because it's very easy to control. As soon as you get just that little bit of vertical work, nobody's going to be in a position to hold storage unless one of two things happen. They have a lot of C4s that they can lob at the window, which again isn't always a guarantee, or you have a pretty steady hold on the bottom floor, which you can also use the vertical from below. I don't see anyone downstairs in the basement at the moment here for Supernova, so I think the option for them is going to be trying just to deny them the control of the top floor, which is going to be attempted. But again, I think for Liquid, do you really need to go all out in towards the top floor? Probably not. As long as you have IT open, nobody can really touch you.
At this point, it's still pretty steady on the opening, I think, here for Liquid. You know, they're getting IT open, they're being watched from the long watch, said, and there's the pressure, but you can see that they're forcing a lot of the motion and a lot of the movement and a lot of the fear here. They've got a good spread of pressure. They're opening on towards jungle and connector. They're opening on towards electric, but there is 2. Almost 3 taken away, but there's 2 quickly bit back. 3 versus 3 with at least 2 more falling into the favor. Triple dip. Makina just kept on sending it, and this is almost that confrontation, right? Everything we talked about of the operator selection at the start of the round was, let's get the traps, let's get aggressive. As long as they can be aggressive together, they can find some success. They found it.
Going for a top floor execute and not having any bits of util in towards rafters is very surprising. I mean, I wish I had games where I was playing and I could just sit on rafters as a zombie and not have any util fired at me. But no, I get everything in the kitchen sink tossed at my head. Like, come on, Liquid, you're going for the clear. You know the one player that's going to be the issue for the players pushing an IT breach is going to be Raptors. You need to put some pressure on him in some shape or form. I mean, there wasn't even a flashbang toss at the guy. I mean, this is where obviously the Grim ban. Yeah, really good, isn't it? You know, Grim is... It is pretty low skill, let's be honest. You just point and click, and all of a sudden you've got massive info for 5 seconds on a player. You know, that's pretty good. Good. Again, banning that operator out. Yeah, it's going to do a lot of service for you. I'm shocked that they haven't picked into the Blackbeard sooner. Like, Reductors went for it now, but where was he the first 3 rounds? You know, Blackbeard, I think, is insane on a maps like Labs. Whenever you're always going to be dealing with strong pocket positions like Rafters, the way that teams will try and bring the Goyers to the basement, those nades are very valuable for situations like that. You can clear away the util and then take that space whenever the util has been cleared. So the fact that they haven't implemented that shield, I think, has actually hindered them for losing those 2 rounds as well.
At this point, Supernova, that's their most solid round, and I would say their best possible response, right? For how the mid-round went, for how Liquid's round win went. Brick cereal, love it. Still my favorite texture in the whole game. You had to have a strong response. And yeah, you can talk about the shortcomings there of Liquid, not quite using these operators, not quite putting the pressure on. But I love the confidence of players like Machina to step back in and the confidence of them to try and find the first engagement and not shy away. Because if you allow a team like Liquid to set up, they will. There's a reason. They are in the same playoff bracket as you. There's a reason you're in the same playoff bracket as them. You have to always remind yourself of that. And regardless of everything else going on, you know, every siege is a game of siege that you can win and come away with this result. And those sort of little bits of movement are going to be the make or break here. But you cannot entirely build a house around a single player popping off. Although Machina does have, over the opening 3 rounds, more kills than his entire team put together. It's also the same for Diaz, right? Oh, goodbye. The C4 gets the opener, had himself very close towards it because he got hit by the air jab immediately after. It was a narrow thread of utility. If he'd have waited a second before hopping in after posting the air jab, he would have survived.
See Liquid using that verticality again as what they've done so previously. Just clears away that position, but hang on a minute, Liquid. What's going on? Have the Skinwalkers invaded? Because this doesn't look like the Liquid team we've seen a few rounds ago where they were looking pretty good and they've just been flawless.
What was that? What was that? I don't, like... Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Died in 10 seconds.
You know how I was like, that was the best possible response? That was the best possible round. Yep,
timeout.
I don't even know what happened there. And again, you know, I made the point of, hey, Machina's doing this for one team, but also Diaz is doing it for the other. It's a lot more apparent now. On the other side, right, we had a bit of a spread of kills there come through for the side of Supernova. They had them caught out. C4 traps on hop-ins on sort of top floor parts of the hole. And it's just like, yeah, basics. Really? Basics. Upgrades, people, upgrades. And got to be a timeout. 3 rounds now in a row. As we said, Supernova, the threshold is 5 defenses, but momentum could carry them in towards getting themselves pushed off to a start, because we know Liquid are a momentum-based team.
Oh. This is a little bit worrying, I think, for Liquid. Yes, it's only the first half, I get that, but what they're kind of doing is they're giving Supernova the belief that, hang on a minute, we could have them here. You know, that's what I think they're doing. I think they're giving the momentum away massively. You know, I think if you are the weaker side of a team, out of the two, which obviously Supernova, yeah, on paper, yes, you would say that they are the lesser team. And as soon as your team then start thinking, hang on a minute, these guys aren't as good as what people make out to be. And then all of a sudden you get that little bit of spirit inside you. And then you think you can actually go for this. And I think that's what's kind of happening here for Supernova, is that they're starting to get that belief that Liquid are here for the taking.
And, you know, we've already had a Cinderella run in a different region, obviously in EML, getting Project Zero through, getting through some very tough opponents. Remember how I started the day with a conversation about a certain sort of EML roster that's had some massive changes recently after disappointing results? It was the same story in the open quals in EML, how their sort of story played out. It's so possible. It's always possible, and that is the best thing about LCQs. Are you betting against the house? Are you betting against the odds? Yeah, of course. But you got to gamble to win, baby.
That's how they get you.
That's how they get you. They say the house
all
always
too well.
wins. Not in EML, apparently.
Like I said, they say it's all good, oh, don't red or black, 50-50. And then green shows, and you're like, what? Hang on a minute.
Green shows up.
I wasn't expecting this.
And somewhere, Supernova fans are like, yeah, green. 3-1.
Right.
3-1. And it's,
If this guy gets away with just sitting up here with no util, I'm going to be very angry.
Hey, there's a bit of util. He heard you.
Throw a nade at his head. Wait, hang on a minute. What are they going for here? Are they going to skip a step? They're going to skip the roamers? But they did such a good job last time at clearing them.
They did. And I think...
That's funky.
Yeah. This is, Yeah, okay. We'll see how it sort of comes together. They've obviously cut, as you said, themselves directly down. Knocking on the door of the site itself. They're inside Exosuit, but you've still got players on the top floor, and, there's at least 2 that can try and pitter-patter fall down on you. You're being slowed down by the Goyo canisters. You're not quite able to break your way all the way in. Are they just going to try and put the shield on the back? They haven't even cleared the player.
They can't. Yeah.
Above. What are they going for here? The Raridors.
Need to kill the Warden. Need to get that Warden out of storage. Look at that. He's got the perfect angle. What are they going to do? They can't flash him out.
I think this is the thing, right? This is, regardless of the play that you're doing, that's step A, unless you're going for something really sneaky. But if you were trying to get the plant on the other side, I think you would duck elsewhere. There's at least the first kill. Ness gets it. But they can't find the confidence. They're trying to draw the attention, potentially. They're saying, look, we're definitely going to be here and planting, but okay, they trade.
He's killed him.
Somehow, Nesk pulls that out of the bag. It's a 4 versus 2, but there's still this position of power. They're still here. Don't know where he's being shot from above. So they tuck themselves in, but look at the time, Demo. 20 seconds. They have to try and get that kit and get it planted. Maya's able to pick it up, drops it again, hands it over towards Daffo, but now they have to watch on the plant position. Oh, there's a bit of a movement here. The Castle's cutting his way across, but Hornet gets it from the verticality. There's the swing round, and it is a post plant, but it's cleaned up, swept up, and put to bed. Supernova. I mean, sure, they're popping off and lighting up, but you just sat there scratching your head and going, Liquid, I see the plan, but you gotta show you're working, buddy.
That's terrible. Like, sorry. Even the golds know you can't do that.
Whoa! That's wow.
Like, that's like such a Siege 101. You can't plant if someone's above you with vertical angles. Everyone knows that, yeah? So, what are they doing? Was the idea just to kill him off the verts from below? I mean, that is rolling the dice, if I've ever seen one. And it was a trade? But then look what happened. Someone else from Supernova just thought, I'll just retake that position to stop them planting. And that's exactly what they did. Come on. Guys, come on. Come on. Where's the TV crew? Come on, I'm being punked, aren't I? Is this for TV? Has to be. Is this prank demo week? What is this? Gotta be.
Yeah, sorry, Ashton Kutcher's gonna show up. You've been punked, bro. I mean, and that's after the timeout. We're sort of looking at, I don't want to say a team falling apart, but remember how I said Nest didn't really have to be that man that carried the roster or carried the gun game because you'd have Maya and Diaz. Maya's struggling to get into this. They're doing these plays that are sort of half-baked. They're trying to make it stick, but again, that was their strongest force, because it's not that the Supernova players are unknown to T1, right? That's the idea of a roster like this, is sure they've come from at least 4 different rosters, different places. Black Dragons, ENX, MIBR, and Tier 2. But they can shoot. The rule of the thumb is everybody can shoot. Shooting gets you up towards the top ranks, and then teamwork is what puts you in towards contention. And Liquid is sort of giving them the options to just shoot, because they're not putting pressure on the teamwork side. They're in default holds and not being removed from them, and it buys space and time for Supernova to act on those instincts that get them on towards teams in the first place. And now they can build that momentum. They're going to see if they can try and tuck themselves in. They've gone, obviously, for the clear of the verticality here on the top, but remember, it was a flawless... Oh no, it wasn't a flawless, but it was a very solid round. It was the flawless immediately after, but still, it was a great response. They were catching them out with these early plays. They've got the shield. They're not leaving anything to chance here. Reduct is in, but he's massively hurt on the hop over, and then even worse, there's 2 kills. At least one traded back out, and now I'm remembering how this round went, but it looks like, until Ness got that kill, things were going well. But look at the 2 players left standing here for the side of Liquid. Again, it's the 2 that have been able to get themselves in towards the gun game. You've got, 3 remaining on the opposite end, but you've still got traps to play with. You've got the coverage on the potential of those smokes from Diaz. They can't get themselves past the Warden. And they're still being revealed on towards the top floor, clearing out these default positions. Also, there's still a C4. They can't be super confident here on towards the top that Warden isn't just going to get a bit adventurous. But at this point, if Supernova just play that sort of trade game, just play together, as you can see them doing here on the back line of Cargo, it pieces things together. 30 seconds demo, and they've still got to try and get in the site.
Yeah. Just think the util game, not strong from Liquid. Didn't bring any nades. They had that issue with the smoke on E-Box door. That's left them in the 2v3. He's able to get one, but yeah, he's not going to be able to stick the revive. So just the 1v2 now that Ness needs to try and go for, but that's an easy rotate in for the window. And again, I mean, what can you say? Liquid skipping steps and Supernova punishing for it.
It's, fair play here to Supernova, right? As I said, coming into this, when they were against Loud yesterday, they got themselves a 5-1 on towards their sort of defense half. It didn't come together on the attack half, but, and I'm not 100% sure about this, I think they were on attack first last time. So I think they built back in towards the game. I could be wrong about that. They happened quite late on, and we had an early call time, so I went to bed and unfortunately couldn't watch the games. I'm so sorry. But also, it's the same element for the players, right? There must have been about 6 hours between getting to bed and getting up and being like, I've got to play more Siege.
Mm.
It reminds me of, there's the Wayne Rooney quote, to play into your sort of strengths, where he was like, it's really tough, being to play into your strengths. So it's really tough, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't think he would talk like this. It's really tough, being a professional football player.
Scouse.
It's tough being a professional football player and waking up and having to eat loads of pasta at 8 in the morning. That was better than I thought it would be as a Scouse accent, by the way. I'm so sorry.
Bad.
If any Scousers are listening, I'm really sorry, but I thought that wasn't so bad.
And maybes.
I do absolute.
Absolutes.
Anyway, yeah, and it's the element, right?
Best football player in the world.
We have 2 best of 3s ahead of us. These teams have 2 best of 3s ahead of us, with at least 2 to 3 hours in between the games that they'll have to play. After playing later in the night last night, it's a lot of Siege over a 24-hour period. And
whoever wins this, they have to wait 2 games, and then they have a game. Yeah. And the thing is, we may either lose both or one of Lad and Liquid today. One of them's going. We just don't know who, if not both.
There's a chance. Anything can happen. And then you
teams out in Brazil as well, which is like nuts if you really think about it.
The upper bracket obviously being Black Dragons. Yeah, you probably expected them to do okay. And then it's Elevate Academy. And you're like, okay, this is a team obviously that, come through on quals, come through beating other sort of expected teams, and it's exciting. we potentially could have, if Loud and Liquid struggle, Black Dragons and then 3 technical non-tier 1 teams. LFO are XENX, but I don't know whether to brand them. They're sort of like, they're still, okay, they're still technically, but anyway. That's the future. We're not quite there yet. Instead, we're sort of in the past. Grim, once again, banned, but the double electrics. Obviously just limiting any of that hardball play. We sort of briefly highlighted the importance of it before we got into the map itself, of how it sort of plays out, but I'm wondering if what we can get is a little bit more put together. It's big reconnaissance being done. You can see Hornet running over the top. They're sort of making that hard breach work. They have at least pocket tin openers on the other side, and a bit of fire comes out. They've gotten themselves control here on towards the connector with the shield itself, but you still need IT pressure. You still need pressure on electric, and that's where they need to start trying to make sparks happen.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he keeps that nade, because he will need that. Clear away either pillar or E-box door. Still, got all the util from the Capitao, which, I mean, you look at the lineup in terms of util. This is what Liquid, I think, were just missing massively. It's being able to clear away players out of these positions. Oh, what a shot, though, from Diaz. The quick peek takes down Capitao. They're 3v4 now. Diaz. I mean, that's a big pick. I think I just mentioned about the util. It's gone now.
Yep. And that's that player. That's sort of what he's been able to do for Liquid so much here. And you can see 30 seconds left. They're still being a bit active. He wants to try and lean into the next engagement, but it's low on the door. I don't know if he's fully ready for it. He expects the fight, but Dafo's the one that cleans it up. And Nesk either side. Okay. Doesn't need to fully play his life, but Hornet needs to play everything. And at this point, it's just a matter of time before that round ended. Liquid, lock it down. Don't even really let them in the building properly. Fine. You can have a little bit of ground. You can have a little bit of jungle or connector. You can have it, and then that's it. And it's going to build confidence for Liquid. How much of it obviously is we've locked in, but arguably, the same way we talked about it before, it comes down to a tertiary site, right? That one, you expect it to be a solid one for defenders. It's a good one for attackers because it's run so much, but it's going to be a confident one for defenders.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
How do you try and break that? Another shield. Currently, this time a blitz. But where will they go, Dano? What will they see?
I mean, look, obviously, whenever you assess that round, I think for Supernova, guns weren't up some of the time. You know, Liquid hit some cracking shots, as we've seen from Diaz. Still, I think for Supernova, keep calm, because they still got a massive buffer. You know, 3 rounds Liquid need here to kind of level it up. So I still think Supernova's fine. Yes, you've lost the first one. You will get another opportunity at attacking that, no doubt about it. And maybe things will go a little bit better for you. So yeah, I'll see how the basement goes for Liquid. But I mean, I would expect Liquid to have a little bit more freedom here in the defense, because again, Supernova being that relatively new team, the strategies, the way that you formulate the attacks, are obviously going to be a lot more difficult than what we have seen on the defensive half.
Oh yeah, I think it's the truest test, right? Is your attack, is of your teamwork, of all of that stuff together. You can run solid defenses of your own volition because you are marking the pictures on the paper, right? You're putting down the lines and saying, this is where we go, this is what I do, this is my post, I will not leave my post. On the attack, you have to make stuff up on the fly. You can expect defaults, you can expect positions, and you'll know where the bomb site is generally, obviously. But at the same time, teams have adaptations, you can prep and you can sort of primp, but throwing yourself in towards that, keeping the comms clear, it's the truest test of every single team. And how much of it was learnt yesterday when they were able to have a very strong showing against 0-0 Sete on Labs? Well, you know, it was 5 attacks that they were able to win. And is it just a weaker team, or is it just that they've solved a bit of that problem? You can see that they've got themselves in here, that they're just closing off, pushing Reduct back down the stairs, get themselves vending control, and it cuts off routes. It's almost what we said we were missing from Liquid last time around.
Slow approach from Supernova. Just doing the checklist again. And the breach open. However, you see the same issue that Supernova may run into, that Liquid had. Haven't looked to clear above, and we can see that there's a player upstairs inside of storage, but maybe
one storage.
Maybe a cargo take, yeah.
They've pushed themselves in. A great smoke canister there, because that was a desperate drive around the back end, and if they hadn't have slowed it down, well, it's an awkward position to rebuild on. You can see the breaches aren't quite things that they can truly pass through. They have themselves with the cross peak. Are they just going to try and tuck in here? I'm curious where they're going, because obviously the shield has the kit, and the shield is inside. Going further, buddy, you've got the kit. What are they sort of doing, I say? But if they're confident they can make it work at this point, you know, he could pull himself a little bit further back. He can go for the plant. He's hunting. And now they've lost the engagement, and now maybe they've gone for too much here. Now he's going to see if he can secure the plant. He's on the hop spot. They can't quite get rid of him at this point. It's the 3 versus 3 now, but it's a post-plant situation with a player outside of the breach. Has to be worried about the potential run out here from Animus. There's 2 of them leading themselves in. The Blitz is just going for it. Sends it, gets one, gets dropped from the player above. But Nigel, an important job here, watching and waiting for Nesk. Lets him slip by, and he's going to take the hatch, which means he can now watch this position.
Invert.
Can he just keep this final bit of a route? He might not be able to get the truest angle. 17 seconds. They've got to make it stick. Will they try and hold on? They're waiting for the pass. Where are the players? There's the catch, though, and it's Nesk! Kills his man, but kills his man in the same sprint. And only a couple of seconds in it. But those 2 players, those dang 2 players from Liquid, Nesk and Diaz, making it stick once again.
Oh, Nesk just about gets there. Wow, what a shot! I mean, if can I be critical? Can I do that?
I mean,
that little thing I do.
You let your critical heart fly.
Right. What gun does he have in that 1v2?
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
The right one?
The DMR.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't a trick question, by the way. Just, come on. Don't worry. I wouldn't trick you. You think I'd do that? Right? Oh, yeah, so it's DMR, right? DMR. Really good at opening up the verts. He can make his own vert hole on that diffuser. He didn't need to play that kind of dodgy angle, which is the whole reason why that Blitz was able to get in and go for the plant, was because that didn't necessarily cover the diffuser. I don't think he had to expose himself there. I think he could have waited until he starts hearing the ticks, and then you create your own hole with that DMR, because you can make that within 0.5 of a second. That would be my only critical thing with the way he played that 1v2. Just a little bit more patience rather than the more aggressive stance, I want to say.
I mean, when you have, 3 seconds left on the defuse time, and you have the engagement that leads into that being one where 2 people are peeking the same vert to try and get a kill on the last player, it shows the desperation as well coming through from the defenders. We know that easier. Everyone knows that when the time is close, the defenders getting the kit back. Yeah, I think we're playing the pressure on towards verticality, playing on towards the diffuser there with how little was left would give them more route, but it was so close, and you know, Supernova are aware of that. So Liquid, the fact that Diaz and Nesk are 20 kills between the pair of them, and the rest of the team is 6 in total, I think is still a bit of a worry. For my money, they are absolutely spearheading the roster back into this, but it only takes, you know, an engagement for those players to be pieced apart here. Nesk is playing up towards the top. We've talked a lot about the utility needed to force them out of these positions, to try and clear them out, and that was lucky Hornetow to survive that, but the C4 picks up the rest of him. And then there's another C4. Okay, 2 C4s, 2 openings, and well, Yex at least screams through for 1, but is it just a blitz against the world here? Well, instantly being peppered with shots, and they just pull back. Right move here from Liquid.
Yeah, just keep that man advantage as best as you can, and don't do things like that. Maya fronting up the 1v1 whenever he really didn't need to. I mean, I think at that stage, you can probably play for the post one, I think. Like, let them into the bomb site if you want to. Good pick, though, from Reduck, but straight away, trade it back in by the Blitz. But look at the HP. I mean, as good as that, really, can't really push in. He's going to take too much damage if he gets shot, but still, that Finka is alive. Now 1v2 for Diaz. Can he make it happen?
Now he's obviously had massive moments for this roster before. He sees the side of a first engagement, but 40 seconds and the blitz is going to make things very problematic, but he's the one with the kit. At this point, I think you kind of want to go, let's just go for the fight. The blitz has tucked themselves in fact, they've slipped their way closer and closer. They're just trying to read on that, but he's not taking the bait. He's so well prepared for this engagement. Diaz is playing this brilliantly, slips his way past, waits, goes for the shots, and gets the man with the kit! And now it's a dangerous ring around the rosies. Makina recollects the kit, 17 seconds, moving on to the other site, and he's going to see if he can try and get the plant in a mix of that fire extinguisher pop. It's a great little bit of a stun. Now is it a post-plant situation? He's able to get himself back up, and he pre-fires the angle. He's well aware of it, but Diaz, he gets the connection, and the Finker's not in time! Time and time and time again! How often does he come through for this Liquid roster?
Oh, he's been mega. Absolutely mega. And that is 2 rounds in the bounce. Where I just feel as though Liquid should have lost the round, but then just didn't. You know, it's down to individuals. Nesk obviously clutched up. Got that very important kill in that basement. And then there's Diaz. There's almost one up Nesk in a way.
It's just... You can see the sort of cogs turning, right? And it takes a brilliant player to find the holes and the excuse in that to get themselves some success. Diaz being able to isolate the 2 engagements, just being able to hit at the feet. I think as soon as the blitz suffered the first shots, because it wasn't an immediate kill, right? It was feet shots. It was a little bit, and he could try and hold on for the plant. No, get the shield back up. It's a 2 versus 1. That is your strength. You still had about 30 seconds left. And I don't know. It's always easier. It's so much easier for us to say this than it is to actually do it. But you cannot give players of the caliber of Diaz an excuse and an opportunity to make clips. Because they'll take them.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy, they'll build that reel. And 4-5, both timeouts used now. Supernova's lead has dwindled away to but a single round, and we're back towards the top floor, where Liquid easily the strongest they've been on their defense.
Yeah. But I will say, though, opportunity now for Supernova, because they've played through the cycle. Yes, they may have lost every round that they played, but now they have an idea of the way Liquid are setting up. So the adaptation part of Siege, this now comes into it. So for Supernova, seen the way Liquid set up above, yeah, they played pretty aggro. They did. I thought they were looking to engage into the fights. They didn't allow the util dump to ever really come in from Supernova. So I just think the Supernova, they need to be more switched on for that. Straight away, I look at Liquid. I'm seeing a clash come in. I mean, that's different than what they did last time. So it's almost an adaptation of an adaptation now as we start going into, you know, the multiverse almost.
Have they been announced for Avengers Doomsday? I'm excited for that. I think that's SAL. We're gonna look. Ace of Pyride's gonna be announced for Avengers Doomsday soon.
Yeah, who's that? Professor X, isn't it?
Just because he's bald.
Yeah, because he's bald. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I see. I get you're working. Don't worry. I've seen your working. I've seen your maths.
Yeah. XR Troika for Beast.
Yeah. Big and hairy.
Yep.
I'm sure that this has been a meme that's been done at some point of like everybody as people. Ooh. No, thank you. I prefer being able to see.
Goyo's on E-Box, by the way. See that?
Yeah.
Both Goyo stacked up. I mean, you don't see that all too often. Usually it's placed more for like the actual E-Box store rather than the window, but I think whenever, again, the aggressive nature that is Liquid, the way that they've played this, I think it makes sense. I mean, look at Diaz, look at the pause he's in. This is smoke, by the way.
I think it's, again, you know, I talked about it before, where they sort of gave them a little bit of room and then drew a line. It feels like they've just drawn the line one step further out. They're not letting them in the building. They're wasting more and more time. I think they're realizing that they try and take a bit of space and push on the back of it, and they're saying, well, let's take the space away, and let's see them have to try and do this mental maths a little bit earlier. We're thinking a minute 40 has sort of gone on the round itself, and what do they really have inside the building? Nothing. There's still a clash on the board that can be active and try and slow things down on the push in towards the connector, in towards E-Box. They're stepping themselves back just a little. The flashes come over the top, but nobody moves on the back of it. Reduct takes a lot of damage in the fire, and Nigel gets the end of Daffo. Okay. There's a buddy gone, but with 50 seconds left, they've still got to get in the building. They've got their first sort of steps in. You can see the Blackbeard is trying to challenge people, but is this the same play? Let's give the kit towards a shield and see if the shield can get in towards the site itself. There has to be something else somewhere else. And that is going to be that sort of driving factor. They're still worried about being flanked at this point. You can maybe see some pressure on towards the top of Fish. I think we saw the Deimos and the Ying making their way around on towards the back end of the site itself. There's a full barricade built on the top of Rafters. In fact, no, not on towards Fish. They've gone for the pressure on towards Nest, but 20 seconds, gang. I'm tapping my watch and looking up at the clock, and there's at least the spray through onto one. But Diaz gets Makina, gets that kill and gets that performance back in, gets himself smoked and covered, and is being as active as possible for a second. 8 seconds left. They've still got the kid in the pocket of a Blackbeard. They're trying to find their way around, but it's just 2 kills from behind you. There's at least one. Can't spray onto the second. How many times does a round have to be going wrong for Diaz to step in?
He's played a blinder. Really good use of the smoke in that final kind of 10-second mark. I actually think there was a moment where he kind of realized, oh wait, I'm smoked, by the way. I think he actually forgot he was smoked for a good portion of that round. But gets there in the end. One thing I want to note, which I really liked from Liquid. So obviously the last time that Supernova attacked that, their main push was coming in from connector, in through electrical. That was how they wanted to work it. What Liquid did was bring in the Clash to play aggro on the connector wall. And if you have that Clash in the middle of the connector wall, stopping anyone from moving from connector over into E-Box, it then allows that person inside of electrical to just hold the window. You know, the biggest issue about electrical is there could be a guy at the door and a guy jumping in at the window. You know, you have 2 things to cover. If the Clash takes away one of those options, then the guy just sits and holds the window. And they can never get into electrical. And that was what happened to Supernova. They realized that they cannot get into where they want to, in towards electrical. And that's where we seen the mad dash, where they attempted a garage take with less than 30 seconds to go.
Okay, well, this have been the round that would have pushed them on towards map point a lot earlier, yes. But I said it earlier on, Liquid are a momentum-based team. It's not fair to call it 3 rounds in a row that have been clutched out by Diaz. Definitely at least one in the middle. He was one of the final 2 before and helped sort of bite back, which I think was a 2 versus 4, or maybe even a 3 versus 3 as a post-plant. But either way, just so repetitively competitive. And we'll see if they can fuck out. There's Nesk under a lot of pressure, but does escape. Sure, massively hurt. But gets out of there, and you look across, the cost of that utility was a single frag grenade backed by a Blackbeard. Almost got the take on towards the Solus, though.
Oh. Well, that's made the game very interesting now with, 5 rounds apiece after the 5-1 half that we've seen from Supernova and Liquid. Still win this in regular time, the way they're moving.
Let's have
But
a look.
are down in towards basement now.
Style tagged.
Were those cameras always there? Have I got Stockholm Syndrome? Those weren't there before, were they?
What cameras?
See the cameras? Of the players? They weren't there before, were they? Or have I got stuck?
I'm so used to... Do you know how many hours of Siege I've watched? I don't think they were. No, they weren't there.
They were not there,
there.
yeah. We can actually see people now. It's great.
I have probably watched maybe 4,000 hours of Siege broadcasts. You could Stockholm Syndrome me into believing everything. Are we back in OGA? I don't know. Drops down in the sight, puts the pressure on towards one. Put the cam on, this is why! He wants everybody to see his face as he beats them. Reduct does get at least another one back, and obviously they've lost the Blackbeard, so they've lost what is their lead in pressure, but the kit has also gone cold. That was in the pockets of one. Nesk just tucked on the stairs behind a player. There's at least the trade back out, but has done what they needed to do. Now you've just got Nigel and Makina, but there's a big separation between where the sort of players are, where they're trying to get in. You can see the pings are coming through from the side of Liquid, so they're well aware, and they have the man advantage with 10 seconds left and no kit. Easy pick up, easy close down. 6-5. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Are we going to get in towards OT, as they found themselves last time, or will Liquid just put this one to bed?
Well, that round, Makina obviously has made a bit of a hero play. And it feels as though Supernova have tried to play off that, and it just hasn't worked. Because they didn't... I mean, Nesk sat at the bottom of Exo Stairs, gets a freebie. You know, it just proves that they were rushing as quickly as they could to help Makina, that they started missing stuff. So that's... I don't think, honestly, I don't think Supernova have played these attacks that badly. I don't.
No.
Obviously, there's rounds there that they could have won. That was probably the poorest round from them, because I didn't really see the structure other than somebody's made a play, let's try and help them.
I think I think it's the sort of way that one played out in comparison to the previous rounds. We've often talked about like a panic Monty at points. A lot of Supernovas, if not all of their approaches, are backed by let's put a kit on the shield and see if we can drive it into sight. I will say that as a sort of comment. That round they tried to shake it up a little bit. They had the kit on somebody else and it didn't work out. It didn't, and it maybe was the most spread out one of their approaches has been. Compare the last time they went through on towards the basement and they sort of just sent it, right? Down the stairs, they had a bit of the control on towards storage, but Nesk was still in a position, and they just actually screamed around the back of Exo, went down nanotech, and then the shield kept going, and it's sort of like, I think that was always their option A. Here they're going with the split on the option B. They just need to make it stick once. And as I said, if I thought Supernova were going to win this, it would have been in the 2-0. I think Club is always that tough sort of mix against a team because you've got Liquid who have played Club loads, an unending amount, and it's a game where the more you've played it, it's your basic strike. You know, it's your start of it all. Here's the push in, here's a fuse with a shield. They're just going to scream their way all the way around. There's two shields trying to charge the players out. Instead, they're going for them, 3 inside, but Makina's going to see if he can plant, and they're just trying to keep things a little bit crazy. There's not a post plant. Diaz from deep. Nesk with the spray over the top. All of the smokes force on his helmet and Nesk!
Pistol whip.
Oh my word! Knocks him down. Daffo with the spray. The wheels have come off. And I mean, from the heights they were at to a flawless ending, that is our first map gone. And I mean, you got to give credit to Liquid for backing back, but I think how much of that was Diaz?
Yeah. I mean, that kind of game, yes, they happen, but they don't happen all too often. You know, it's very rare you will see a 5-1 into the clean sweep to take the 7-5. And, well, there's one of them we've been treated today. That almost felt, that last round was like, we may lose, but we're going to lose on our own terms. We're gonna play the way we want to. That's what it was like. So, yeah, they went for the rush. Hasn't worked. 1C4. That's all it takes.
Well, they've got a quick break, as do we, before we're back with the desk and map 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we just witnessed a heroic comeback victory off of the back of Diaz Lucas to propel Team Liquid into this map advantage. My name is CDAPS. I'm joined by Demo. I'm joined by Fluke. And Emmy, I'll start with you. What do we think happens if Diaz just didn't wake up and eat his Wheaties today?
Then it's a supernova. There's no two ways about it, right? You look at the sort of positioning, you look at the rounds, in the midst, fine. The first defense was solid from Liquid, but then twice in a row, we have this, the 2 versus 1 was fantastic from the side, obviously, of Diaz and how he was able to isolate those engagements. But the round before, being part of it, keeping himself cool, I think he was on 16 kills by the end of it as well, how he was able to sort of piece them together. And it's everything that you kind of need the player to do, but at the same time, if you're a Liquid fan, you're still a little bit, nails dug into the arms of your chair.
Yeah, in Demo, something that you kept on bringing up was how much of a momentum team Liquid can be. I think it's safe to say that they might have a little bit of momentum now.
Yeah, I think you go into the first map, and yes, you start off pretty slow, and the attacks from Liquid need to be looked at, because I just think the general fundamentals of how they kind of structured those attacks was just not good enough. I don't think it's the case where, the players aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. I just think the general thought process about it just didn't make sense to me. I think they were lacking a lot of util in that game. And yes, they got off to a slow start, but like Emmy mentioned, all it takes is just a few clutch rounds to really get the momentum going again, and I think that's what's happened for them.
Yeah, especially when maybe for Liquid's sake, Emmy, they were thinking, yeah, this is a pug stack in Supernova. These are players that, sure, can shoot. They're great players in their own regard, but the attacking side is typically where you're going to see a lot of issues come out of these pug stacks, where their coordination isn't quite necessarily on the level of some team like Liquid's.
I think that's sort of the crux of it, right? You'll have these boil down, breakdown moments, and you can see the sort of cogs turning. But that's the element that should be in Liquid's favor all the time. The worry is it wasn't. The worry is on those defenses, Supernova seemed more in control of where they wanted to be. Yeah, they struggled on attack, but that can't be the only side, because we said it for Liquid's run, for them to make it towards SI and keep the sort of track record going. They have tougher and tougher opponents. Statistically, they have tougher and tougher opponents. If Supernova are pushing them to the brink this often, you know, this still might be the last day of Siege that they sort of get themselves in towards here, Liquid, regardless of how this goes.
Yeah, and Demo, I think something maybe a little bit more worrying as well is looking towards Reduct, Maya, as well as Dafo. Sure, we can say Nesk and Diaz played phenomenally, but I think for Liquid, they do need this whole team to show up.
Yeah, look, I think Diaz and Nesk, yes, 30 kills between them in a map is exceptional. You look then at the bottom half. You know, that is poor. 2 players on only 4 kills. 4-9 and 4-8 for Maya and Dafo. That needs to be looked at, especially a player of Maya's caliber. That's what's probably shocked me, because we know how good that guy really is. So he needs to try and wobble it off. And hey, I mean, it's very simple. If players like Maya start, you know, getting into the game, they shouldn't be going 7-5. They shouldn't have to go and sweep 6 rounds in a row on the defense. They should just go and do it the way we expected. A good half in attack, a good half in defense, and that equals a win.
Yeah, and that's kind of all you need. But as we transition on to Bank, Demo, I think one really interesting caveat is that you have to choose map sides before the game starts. And we saw Liquid really struggle on the attacking side. They actually chose the attacking side here on Bank.
I think Bank leans itself into more attacker-sided. Again, just my opinion. I think with the way that shields are currently, with the way that the map plays out, with the different sections you can cut off and control with said shields, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense to want to go for the attack. Think about that top floor. I mean, Windows is an absolute nightmare, especially if you do your bans correctly. Trying to play top floor and defend that without a castle or an Azami, for example, there's no point going there, really. So I think the attackers based on bans usually have a pretty clean run at things.
Yeah, and Emmy, I'll have to say, for the side of Supernova now, what do you think what do you necessarily want to see them improve on? Probably on that attacking side to maybe get an upset here.
Execute. I think that's all it has to be, right? I think Liquid started to piece together the game of, okay, we can stop them entering the building. We can do this. This is their game, blah, 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 blah. But executes is such a big part of Bank. It's such a core sort of piece of the fundamental of getting yourself in towards getting the kit down. It's some of the highest kit plants on any of the sites across any of the maps in the comp pool. And it's where we saw them, I guess, play a bit too deep or play a bit different than more experienced teams as a team might have done. You look towards that 2 versus 1, you look towards the post-plant positioning, you look towards whatever, driving too deep into the site. Those are the moments where if they can sharpen those, then it would have been a very clean first map for them.
Yeah, you can argue on a lot of those comeback victories from Diaz, he was just kind of playing with his food, and you can, sure, get the bomb down if you're the side of Supernova, but Demo, I think you have to say, protecting it is a lot more difficult, and maybe Bank is going to lend itself with the longer angles you can have for those post plants.
Yeah, obviously you think about the basement. I mean, that is one of the most difficult post plants that, you know, you have to try and retake in any map. So yeah, I think the post plants, as soon as you get that diffuser down, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win that. Even you think about the top floor, I mean, sitting on the rappel is a very easy thing also. So yeah, plant orientated, you would expect that'll be the game plan here for Liquid. I do want to see them lean more into the shields as well. I think the shields are going to be a main necessity whenever we look at a map like Bank. Monty did get banned, though, inside a lab, so that might be the same thing, where we see a shield get taken off and it kind of limits Liquid in terms of how they can maneuver around the map. But I just hope that they're going to be switched on, because if they come into bank with the same playstyle as what they had on labs, they're going to meet the same issues.
Yeah, shields will be incredibly important, and once again, yes, utility was something that was definitely lacking on the side of Supernova, especially maybe on the defensive side. It almost forced a Liquid to not have to play utility. Emmy, do you think that there's any chance that we're going to see a no utility kind of bank, even though that map definitely kind of requires some utility?
I hope not. I mean, look, I think when you have a map that's just played out where only a single attack round came together, you can sort of look at that in two ways. There's got to be more from that utility approach.
And with that, I'm going to leave you guys off to take the game. Enjoy bank.
Oh, thank you very much, CDAPS. We will, I hope. And I hope we get more attacks. We got to get more attacks. There's got to be more attacks in the bank. We got to make a withdrawal. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Bank words?
Yeah.
We gotta cash a check. And on the check it's written attacks.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you were in a bank?
Actually not too long ago.
Like holding it up
maybe
like
2
a
months ago?
heist? Oh, well, there's a fun fact. For everybody keeping track, fun fact demo was in a bank about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a Monty ban.
I mean, online banking's a thing. You know, why do you...
Online banking is a thing. Yeah, I don't need to go to my bank nowadays. Monty and Grim, are you surprised?
No. The same bands, isn't it, as last time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're limiting Liquid. They're a team that does like to drive a Monty. They're a team that can play the operator well, and it's a good map for a Monty. They'll just put Reduct on the Blackbeard instead. But then the play against Grim, again, it's such powerful op, no real counters, as you pointed out before. On the flip side, who have they got rid of this time? The Warden, a man that sort of kept on showing up. Now, I'm not going to say he was the biggest counter to a lot of the plant attempts because, well, truthfully, there weren't really any, especially from the approach from the side of Liquid. It was Supernova that sort of just locked it down on the defense side. But think about that very first round, all the way back at the beginning of Nighthaven Labs, and you had the Glaz trying to swing on towards the corners, and there was a Warden that was causing them problems back on. You're not going to have to juggle the same problems now.
Look at the lineup. I mean, this should be pretty direct. You know, I don't see them having any intention of going upstairs and using the hatches. I think they'll just try and force this in for a garage. I mean, you've got two players coming in from that side. You've... Maybe not. Maybe it's a different approach. I mean, is this maybe a main stairs take? I mean, straight away, this is like a stealth approach, yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming into main stairs? Or don't tell me with the Nook hard breach gadgets we're seeing a backdrop as well.
Oh my god. I mean,
this is where a million and one things could go wrong here for Liquid. But if that doesn't happen, they win the round.
Well, Reduct is off to the races. They're in, and they're going to put pressure on towards barbed wire. Now, there is obviously a player inside the hatch, and, well, they're just going to get rid of that, go close for the swing, and the player has already left. Hornet does get Maya, Defo does get Nigel on the trade back in, but they're being a little bit aggressive here on towards those main stairs, and as you said, they went for the main stairs, and the main stairs was locked down and locked off. They've dropped on towards the back hatch, and Defo is picked up pretty cleanly there. Nesk is locked out on the door, and yeah, this, I think, when you were sort of like, oh no, you were correct. Reduct almost died inside the vault there towards the smoke, who didn't really need to swing on towards that, but
no,
sent it anyway. But it's a 3 versus 2, a massively hurt Blackbeard, and they know exactly where they're going to be coming from here, and they've actually doubled down on the position. The Glaz is going to see if they can try and just get some coverage here of the smoke. They just need to play this smart, not throw themselves in. They've baited the Blackbeard. They've got the ping on towards the first player. They're going wider and wider for the next. With the camera gone, where are they going to pop up? It's sort of the chance at a bit of a Twitch reaction here, and the Blackbeard's gone further and further, deeper and deeper. Where are the players? Oh no, they've peeled themselves back. And at this point, they've given them a route in towards the site. Now, this is a risk, but they have the crossfire. That's potentially that important bit, right? They're
C4.
waiting for something. Oh, Hornet! I mean, he didn't take the engagement how I expected, but they get the round out anyway.
Yeah, I think that round was pretty cooked to begin with. I don't know. It's very rarely you see those kind of things work. I mean, backdrop, like I said, is so risky because you almost have to rely on the defense not being switched on.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel as though that's like a bit of almost disrespect, you know, that you think that you could get away with a strat like that.
Defuse bombs.
I think, yes, moving quickly on bank isn't unheard of, but you're entirely right in that you have to assume the defenders are going to panic when you put the first test on. Because the only way that works is, well, there's two ways that works. One is that every single person wins out their personal engagement. You've got Ness going for one in one place. You've got, you know, you've got the drop of the Nook on towards the back of the hatch. You've got all of it, and if they all win, and then you would push at the same time, or you would push very close together. They didn't. They sort of pitter-pattered it. They had the Blackbeard run on towards first, forced out the elevator position, then they had the Nook drop down, then they had Nesk push up. They were hoping to draw attention, but Supernova just did not take the bait. And they just sort of went, oh yeah, we know what's happening. And
Yep.
yeah.
Sit back. I mean, it's Liquid, we're playing with fire. And, you know, Emmy, if you play with fire...
I think you get burned.
I wouldn't know, I've never played with it.
Okay. Yeah, don't. Kids, don't play with fire. Bad. It's dangerous. Capitao, put it away. Oh no, Capitao's out. And...
Oh yeah, put it away.
Go yeah, put it away. Put your little packets away. We're up towards the top goal. And the reign of a single attack round win between these two teams continues. Obviously, it worked in Liquid's favor last time. They were able to get the one that they needed. If it happens again, I'm going to scream. But I'm just warning you. I'm warning everybody out there. There was obviously a couple of rounds earlier on in, I think, the first game where, you know, Liquid were very efficient at getting close towards the site, and then Supernova would start to act. And Supernova began to get a bit more control towards, I would say, the latter half of the opening half. Now, with themselves on the long watch, there's a bit more structural work, I think it's fair to say, being done here by Liquid. They're on towards the windows, they're putting the pressure through, checking out the gates. Are they just going to try and send it on the back? There's the Deimos tracking from underneath. We can hear the pops going. C4 went on a catch. How have they been able to lock themselves in? They're slipping their way through. They're about to find a fight with the DMR. Has it gone unknown? No. There's the Tiburao getting a reveal. There's Daffo trying to quickly offer some support here. Tiburao's about to be surrounded, but there's Hornet. Swings out. There's Hornet for a double. Locked in, loaded, and unfortunately they fired a blank. Diaz is found on that execute too. And Nesk means that it's not a flawless, but would need to add another ace to his prestigious career. Not one to be found.
Liquid need to chill. Like, just way too fast. Way too fast. I really don't get it. Like, Nesk was in the middle of the bomb site by himself. Just nobody else near him. That felt so disjointed off an attack.
Defenders, protect your bombs from...
You're looking today on the attacks. They go and find a new attack and a new attack and a half coach. I think we need it. We need to get the set pieces in.
Like an offensive
coach.
Yeah, offenses, defenses coach. Can we
run
some corners?
Oh, it's not working.
Run some
defensive coach. Yeah, give him a raise, but the attacking coach gotta go.
It's a shame, but like, you know, it's not been a solid opening too, right? You're looking at this map as one that should play well to attacking teams. You're looking at this map that, with its sort of awkward spaces, with its big stretches, I would say that this was the map I thought Supernova would get punished more on their defenses because of the little intricacies that can be played with a well-practiced approach. But the practiced approach just isn't working. They're hitting in towards Supernova, and they're trying things like just throwing themselves across the site. And again, you sort of said it in the first round. they're not paying a lot of respect, Liquid. They're trying this very spread out approach. It's sort of the same of the second, right? The confidence to throw yourself into the middle of the site and then stop and hold and wait and assume somebody isn't going to try and put pressure back onto you from somewhere else is bold. But it's also that idea of like, well, do you think they're just not paying attention at all? Like, where do you think Supernova are? They're not a million miles away. They're not tuned out. And the Deimos, Nesk, gonna see if they can try and find an opening engagement against some Keybers, and they can try and buy themselves some time here, slipping either side of a hard wall. It's a 1 versus 1, and they're happy to find the fight, but it's actually going to spray out from the door. It wasn't a 1 versus 1 at all, but he's able to get his engagement first. There's a fight inside Canada's as well. Daffo was a little bit late towards the follow-up engagement here, but they did get at least this one man. It buys a breath, and it also gets them 2 of the kills, with Makina gone as well. We talked about how important he was in the first map, especially on the defensive half. Made sure he kept on being a problem, but they've had a break. 2 shields still standing. They have a bit of the support either way. Nesk has technically done their job of an entry. Got that opening pick. But how do they formulate the approach down on towards the site? 4 smoke canisters between them. They've got at least 1 to contend with, as well as a C4 from the other side. Okay, no, the C4 is not going to be used in the final bit. Instead, they'll actually just steal some ground. The Blitz smashes their way through, locks it down, buys space for the other shield. Where do you think they're going to try and formulate the plant here, Demo?
Yeah, well, this is just where you start kind of getting the compactor ready to squeeze them out. I like the fact that they've been able to take Tellers and Archives. And really, I mean, I think what you probably want to do is get that main wall open over towards the quad wall. I think if you get that open, it just restricts them massively. And just heard the Selmas go down. However, they have lost the ace, but he still has done his job and has been able to get open. But no, the impact! Able to trick away 3 of the Selmas. There is still an opening, but you're not going to get much from it. So Liquid now, I think in quite a tricky situation, because really, where do you push with 2 shields? What can you go for? However, Maya, big pick, but oh, the Blackbeard gets caught locking on the quad wall.
I mean, just caught out there, right? Looking for, I guess, a route in. And everything's a little bit timid, a little bit tepid. They've broken their way through. They pop the fire on the door. They don't have the kit. They're trying to rebuild around towards it. They've got a Valkyrie cornered. And what is this fight? There's at least the trade out, but 2 seconds through the fire that you yourself popped, and the man is on the floor waiting and watching. Oh, it's just too little too late, but that margin on the tertiary a timeout, because what else can they do?
Oh, Liquid. I mean, losing the tertiary bomb site, that doesn't happen all too often. You know, usually attackers have the better win percentage, because you see how easy it can be, Emmy. If you get that quad wall opened up, really, what can the defenders do to fight back against it? Not a whole lot. But whenever players aren't sitting back and allowing that to happen, and are taking the swings, and are going aggressive against Liquid, like it's the same thing I said on Labs. Supernova look at Liquid and think, they ain't that good. We can take them. And they're starting to make plays that you normally wouldn't if you were against a team who you think is going to beat you 9 times out of 10 on the day. Even 10 times out of 10 on the day. This is what's happening. It's that belief again for Supernova.
It's just, you know, you look at it now and you're like, oh my God, the way they're acting in these little moments, the belief, as you said, how they're getting the lockdown in the final 20, 30 seconds. They're working against the odds at points. And then we'll get to attack and we'll get into those worries again, right? You don't want to have to go through the same thing. We don't want another 11 rounds of defense and then 1 attack to be the decider, because that's not...
Attackers need to locate and defend
it's not what you want from any team. I think the kindest way of putting it is, obviously Siege is a game of 2 halves, but you want these teams that are fighting towards a place in a position at the grandest tournament we have to have both sides of the game locked in. You want to see the panache, the belief. You want to see all of that on the attack, and we just couldn't get it. And it's great, but I hate the fact that we have to sort of say it's great for now, you know? Anyway, timeout used, timeout called. Liquid technically worse for the money than they were last time round. It was a sort of 2-1 in towards a 3-1 into a 4 into a 5 against them, but they had at least secured a round. That was close. Plucky defenders causing problems in bank. A tale as old as time.
Yeah, after hearing that singing, you stick to the day job.
The tale is old as time. Yeah, I'm no singer. Do you understand? Obviously, we're professional shouters, which is a great thing. But
I prefer the term waffler, but that's...
Yeah, professional waffler. You wouldn't understand what 7 years of professionally shouting does to somebody. Maybe I could have sung 7 years ago. Maybe 4 years ago. And even with all proper vocal warm-ups and whatever. And
we could do like a Mickey Mouse rap or something like that.
Yeah, oh my god. You're taking me back to my...
that's a memory point, yeah.
Yeah. Occasionally someone will be like, I remember you from Minecraft YouTube. Well, I'm like,
well, that's quite a good segue, because I think Liquid need to remember what team they are. Because at the moment, I don't know who this is. Come on, Liquid. Look at the kill spread too. Nobody from Liquid is stepping up at all. Nobody above 2 kills. They need this round desperately now. They can't. I don't think Liquid. I don't think they can. You know, lightning doesn't strike twice. You know, they can't think. Oh, you know, we'll sweep 6 again. No, I don't think that'll happen in bank.
I think it's almost the element, right? If we said it, if we didn't have Diaz popping off, if we didn't have Ness clutching around, then what do we have? Oh no, we currently don't have Diaz. We currently don't have Ness. We currently don't have the 2 players that I think were about 26, 27, if not more, between the pair of them. On the previous map, they might have even hit 30 kills, and as soon as you don't have that element, well, yeah, fine, okay, they're on the attack, they're trying to find the route through, it was a defender-sided game, but you still need them to have some confidence in their gunswing, because if they're not confident when you get to those clutch scenarios, then they probably don't clutch them, they maybe don't have the chance to reverse swing verticals and get kills on the back of it. They don't have the chance to just absolutely send a 1 versus 2 and play it perfectly because they've got that little bit of doubt. Now, this approach is much more formulated. This approach, much more traditional, in towards servers. Go for the plant, bait some utility. There's 30 seconds left. They've got the smash open. There's another C4 that comes out. There's at least 1 more smoke canister. Fine, they've lost the Tubarao on towards that position, but they can play at least behind 1 more of these smoke canisters. There's just the long watch of Maya. This is the important swing. There's that last smoke canister. Is it going to be enough to stop Reduct? It is. Has to pull out. The plant will come down in the final 5 seconds at this point. So it's this important engagement, and it's lost out. There's the X, there's the swing, there's the route round, and there's the drop of the man with the kit. Has to just hide. Round on the corner, a 3 versus 2, but the players above the hatches, well, you've got to go for the long watch. Where's he looking? Oh, he's looking all over the shop demo.
What is he looking at?
I don't know. Ghosts.
Casper? Who you gonna call?
It's just like, you know how very early on, very first round of this showdown, Liquid had a hold, things went wrong, and I said, what happened? And you said, well, just lack of comms. There. The man hopped up on towards the table, dropped his way back down, right? You would call that dead, the diffuser, whatever. The other person who was close to the kit has to go for the plant. There's no 2 ways. His role now is there's 2 seconds left. I'm grabbing that, looking down and holding F. But then the 2 players drop the hatches, and both of them look towards the same side of the engagement. And whether they didn't know that there was pressure that came across the table, think about the motion that, you know, was made there by, I think, was it Yachts? Yeah, it gotta be. And hopping up, gets the cover, gets himself on towards the top, swings around, escapes. And yeah, it's got to be a miscom. It has to be, because there's no other way you would both drop down watching the same angle and let that player slip through. And credit as well to when he goes for the clutch, swings onto the cover player first, doesn't entirely beeline for the planter, expects an engagement from the hatch, and takes that one as the lead engagement. 4 rounds in a row.
Oh.
Should be enough
It is just a shame. Really is just a shame. Now, 4-0, still recoverable. It is still recoverable. Call me crazy, but it is. 4-2's fine if Liquid get it. But it's a big if. The way they've played doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence. Now, last time they were here, they tried something quick. They tried to utilize operators like Yings and smoke out everything. But it just didn't work. Players were going in by themselves, not trading each other. This seems to be a much more direct take. You look at the operator lineup that they have. They're going to use the Flores to clear away areas such as Vandine in towards stock trading. You establish that control of that part of the map. You then open up the main breach. You've got the ace in there for a reason. And you've also got the sense you still have your way of utilizing smokes and attempting that plan if you can. As long as they do not give any picks away that they have no right giving away, should be fine.
I mean, here. Yax and Yuri popping off. Diaz does get this opener. McKenna's been pretty quiet in towards this half so far compared to where they were last time. The roll of the Sense gadget just gets through the burn of the first and prepares themselves for a bit later on. Though, yeah, it does just tuck itself behind the chair itself. So now they have this man advantage. Now the echo means that they can play a little bit hands off here, but it really comes down to where the attackers try and route in. Remember last time they sort of sent it. There was a bit of overconfidence. They just kind of hoped, and well, there's another great pick off. The smoke will get a bit of an audio cue. They hear the person losing out. There's the blind around the corner, and there's just a premonition. Okay, where has this Liquid been? Demo, where has this Liquid been this map so far? That was surgical, clinical. Look at that! Yeah. Woohoo! Where has it been?
MIA. Look, it's whenever Liquid just think. That's it. Whenever they think about what they need to do, they can do it. Sometimes they let the intrusive thoughts in, and you can see what kind of happens to them. Again, recoverable. All they need is this round, and it is on the third choice bomb site, which realistically they were in a good shot at winning, but then they kind of bottled it. It's not like Liquid as well, the bottle, is it?
Do you want me to answer that?
By all means.
Liquid is sometimes in a bottle.
10 seconds to
Both in
Would you say that's a job?
5 seconds.
Ooh, it is some people's job to bottle liquids. Yeah, you know.
Think of the milk industry.
I'm always thinking about that milk industry. Pour one out for cows and almonds. For if there's any
soy,
if there's any vegetarians or vegans in the audience, we've got you. It's like a cafe. It's like, yeah, we're doing a bit. We've got whole milk, but also, you know,
yep.
we want to
with
include
that milk, we've made our own clotted cream.
Oh, and a delicious cake. Okay. This has gone off the rails, sort of like how a lot of that round did there for Supernova. But Liquid, it was brilliant. It was so sharp. It was their game. It was step for step. This is what we're doing. This is where we're going. This is why we will do this. Now, Daffo lets the player sneak by. It's a Nook. Oh, they don't follow through there, and they may as well hit the beepers. Let them know you're inside. Let them know you're about to try and play a bit of fisticuffs. The shotgun's probably going to pop through, and there it is! You could see a little bit of support was coming, but he just didn't need it. He got him with the opening on towards the wall. I think he maybe, you know, that was both let's give them a second thing to try and have to put pressure on. Think about the last approach here was all the control in towards archives, and now they've read that as the first read through, and sure, the boogie drone is going to try and make some work happen, but without that opener here of Daffo, they've gone for a risk and it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I think Daffo just could have held himself there for a bit. I mean, whenever you're going above anyway, surely you wait until the floor starts getting opened up, and then you might be able to catch him as he has to rotate out of position. So I don't know about him just fronting up, just essentially just a 1v1. So Hasn't paid off for him. Hatch is soft. Does give them way into the bomb site. Player and copy window as well. I think it could be a hatch drop. You know, the only reason why you play somebody at copy is to stop somebody playing in that little bit of open area that you can see him holding. Stops anyone playing here who can cover the hatch drop. And yeah, can just sit and hold the angles and wait for his team to drop in. In terms of denial, there is one C4. But you look where that mute is, inside of archives. Not in a great position, though, to really deny a plant if those players do drop the hatch. He's top square! He's top square! Got a flank!
You know, he's top square. He's in a position, so they're going to try and send it. Reduct is... Oh, alive! No, he's not. Reduct is caught in a Pokeball and sent on packing. Maya does find Hornet in the trade-up. They're inside the site and seeing if they can get one more. And as Maya goes down, that's not what I was talking about. But Nesk does get it locked in. It's a 3 versus... Ooh, almost 1. Diaz clung on, but for only a split second. As the retake over the top just sort of brings the round to a quick conclusion. There is a 5-1 Demo. I'm pulling Demo aside for a second, chat. Give me a second. Demo.
Hello.
Are we about to see another map with only a single attack round win?
Yeah.
What do I tell?
Probably not.
What do I tell people? No. You hope not. From the side of things.
You tell them. Come back after the break.
Oh, okay. I see what you're laying down.
Cue the commercials.
Not yet though. In a little bit.
Could you imagine at esports? You know, it's 7-7 SI Grand Final round, and who's it gonna be? We'll find out after the break.
Yeah, well, like a TV show edit.
Yeah.
Do you know? I think we should edit it. Like, have you ever watched? I think it's called Physical 100 or Physical Asia or like those like. It's like a series where they just get like super athletic people and they make them duke it out. Very entertaining. But the editing is, they will have like a 3, 2, 1, go countdown. Anyone who's seen this in the chat obviously already knows what I'm talking about. And it will be like 40 seconds long, that 4-second countdown, because they just keep cutting to different reactions. We should bring that into esports. We want reactions. I want us to cut on player cams of them going like, what? Like over and over again. Huh? How did they do? Like just. Anyway, sorry. I had to vent. You haven't seen this show. I'm venting about a show you haven't seen.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Hey, Monty and Grim are banned again. Monty and Grim are banned again. Mira, a pretty permanent ban on this map. We sort of briefly talked about that, sort of play onto it. Kaid is an option. You know, you sort of limit them being able to lock down the hatches on towards the top floor, obviously, and play against that. Liquid, we've seen them do extended holds. Whether they would have entirely locked down or if it's just something Supernova struggle with, they don't want to sort of struggle against it. Instead, they will play into what is more swings. You've got the Ela to play against the shields itself, the Fenrir to make those immediate swing ins a bit tricky. And then the Solus. Well, I'm curious to see how the Solus sort of operates amongst all of this demo.
I think the way Solus is at the moment, it is more of a kind of personal preference from what I've kind of gathered. You know, because obviously you get the impacts now. You can kind of play that more aggressive roamer. Yes, the gadget is still pretty strong because there's always going to be that opportunity where somebody may be on a camera and that Solus may jump out on them. So I think in terms of like the roam game, yeah, Solus, good operator for that. Opening kill goes in favor of Supernova. Reduct gone. This is the worry that Liquid have kind of had this game, is nobody's really gunning. Like, you know, even Diaz, who we praised last game, 3 and 4 is how he sits.
I think it's, you know, there's elements here of this sort of Liquid approach where we've seen them pull things out. And I said it before, the confidence is going to be one that gets built up in the first half of being able to find kills, even with things pull away. Ooh, that's what the Solus is going to do. Goes for the second as well. Is support going to come around? Doesn't need it! Maya locks in the 1 versus 1 against Machina and then finds the fight against Yuri as well on the Blackbeard, and just piece for piece, blow for blow, suddenly has pulled this round back into Liquid's favor a bit. A 4 versus 3, they can peel themselves back, but they're not going to do it just yet. There is at least one dropped out. The retake aggressively over the top, but can Maya get one more? This off-piste position. The flash is going to come out, nowhere near where the player is. He's going to tuck a bit closer. There's a pre-fire. They know where he is. They just need to operate as a unit with 25 seconds, though. They've got to move a bit sharpish here. A 3 versus 2, but he's wasted so much time, Demo.
Smoke the hatch. He needs to smoke the hatch here, Amy, because that'll be how they're going to try and get into the bomb site. Look at where they all are. All of them in towards open area. So if he smokes the hatch, what can they do?
Well, at this point, they're going to see if they can try and make it stick just in the middle of the site itself. But there's the swing round. It's 2 seconds left. A 2 versus 1. No, he cannot do it again.
Wow.
Oh, he does! Demo! He does! Diaz! Once again, saving the day.
Oh, not again, not like this. Don't tell me it's going to happen again. Don't tell me it's going to happen again. That's what they need, though. It's the same thing that happened in the labs. The clutch comes in, and all of a sudden, Liquid become invigorated.
Attackers need to
That's
locate and
where
defuse
things
bomb.
may head towards. Look, that round, obviously the roamers, real headache for Supernova, and it wasn't the case where the roamers were getting kills, because once the roamers were dealt with, it was a 3v2 in favor of Supernova. But that wasn't what did the damage. It was the amount of time wasted. 30 seconds left, all of them in open area, they can't go for server, all they can do is drop the hatch. And you can see how easy it was for Liquid to read into that.
I mean, okay, for all the screaming that I did give there about Diaz, just because I can't believe that, but I can. Credit has to go to Maya for that round, right? I think how wasted a minute and a half, and 2 players playing on towards just the bottom of square, right? Was in that position, was in such a gettable position as well. Forced a bit of a retake, forced a bit of a shift round there from the attackers. They had to try and reclaim territory that should have been a given. And, you know, with that little amount of time left, they couldn't formulate a pull together. I cannot... If this is about to go the same way, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like... I don't know. I'm already lost for words and it hasn't even happened. It's the possibility of it's happening. Of Liquid pulling back 2-3 rounds in a row from big clutches and then pushing it over towards the end and another 6-5 from a 5-1. Cinema. Hold my hands up. Cinema. Easy break.
Minute gone. Nobody dead. Slow approach from Supernova, which I think usually that's the way that they played the rounds. You look at the way that they went about labs, it was fairly steady, but time is obviously off the essence, but they have been able to give themselves a little more time as they've been able to pick off that smoke. Down goes Nest. Not a great start for Liquid, but wasn't a great start for them last time either, but still able to pull their way back in to the game. I mean, Liquid, we're attempting a bit of a roam game upstairs, but very quickly dropped off now. I mean, Reduct in that elevator, that could be the tricky pause Supernova need to try and get through, but you've got nades, you have a blitz you can run at him, you know, there is opportunities there. I just worry, just as this timer is slowly ticking down, there are still Goyos. Don't know where they've been placed, have they got one for the hatch? I don't know, but certainly there'll be quite a few in and around that, that double door.
There's the quick bits of damage being done. The boogie drone just opening up the sight lines. Obviously, they've lost the smokes. With the pressure that can come on towards double door, it's also now the pressure on towards that hatch drop. If one slips by, yeah, you can try and catch them with the gun as they fade on it. But it's a blitz. They'll have that bit of metal in front of them. They can try and make the kit land, and then you've got to either play... Oh, look, the blitz has dropped down with a bit of metal in front of their face. A C4, you've got to try and hope for a bit of support. They're dancing, dodging, dipping, ducking, and diving, and in fact, just driving towards the player. He had nowhere to go because he used the impact on towards the fighter 5 versus nobody. Supernova finally find an attack round. We do not get the repeat of what we had last time. Great watch. Expectation on the player stuck there in towards elevator. 6-2.
Yeah.
Supernova.
You're just not going to get that same freedom on labs to sweep the defense as what you do on the attacks, especially whenever you have to go to that tertiary bomb site, which it is a weak bomb site. You know, it is. And maybe Liquid didn't showcase that to us, how weak you can make it, but Supernova's made a pretty good job of it. You know, that was fairly simple for them, just to make sure they clear away the util, drop in the strong operators, seen the blitz, isolate the 1v1. You gain control of the bomb site pretty easy from then on. So Liquid have to be good for 4 in a row. Can they do it? I'm not sure.
It's weird to say because it's like that's what they did last time, right? But that Supernova round was very convincing. And it was almost, it put all their demons to bed. Because I said the big problem with them coming into this map had been that execute, had been that final throw on towards the site. Things got a little bit scattered, a little bit loose. And there they seemed to have all of their ducks in a row. Everything was sort of metered. They knew where they wanted to go. They knew where they expected to go. They knew where they could sort of hold the flank as well. They had that player entirely cut off from the side and went, oh yeah, that's dealt with. You know, double door's safe, double door's fine, don't worry about it. And Liquid, I don't want to say they hoped that they could pull that one together. They were probably, you know, you're well aware that there's somebody on that rebel position because it's very audible, it's very noisy, it's not subtle. And they sort of sat and waited, using the impact rather than going for the rotate and thinking about a retake. They hoped to try and win the fight there against the Blitz itself, but they were alone, they were isolated. And, you know, I think that has been a little bit testament to some of Liquid's problems right now, is those little moments are being pulled away from them. Those moments where we described them as a bit of a lack of respect on their sort of early plays. Being punished now, and here, straight in, off towards the chance of the plant. Now there is a C4 in a pocket, there's a smoke that does not hit on towards the Blitz itself. The second will, but he'll be able to get this kit down. Can he find a way out the building? Yes! But he's still taking damage, and now a post-plant situation. Diaz does find the first. There's the fight back on towards the top of Spiral. They have the long watch all the way across, and the Ying isn't a million miles away. They're just peppering some shots to make sure nobody's on the kit as everybody gets into position and into a reposition. Now, tuck themselves in. All three players. What's going on? What's going on? Nothing is going on, Demo! They just fed themselves into the belly of the beast with an LMG! And, I mean, tore the boards off of that attempt at a retake. Supernova take the second map.
Yeah, good fashion. I mean, that last round, see the opportunity, you move in, you go for the plan. Nobody from Liquid really was there to stop it. And then the post-plant, I mentioned during, the pre-game, this map, the post-plants are so punishing. Basement and that top floor, trying to retake that and get the diffuser off. You don't see it happen all too often. And as soon as that kit got planted in the 5v5, which how it gets planted in the 5v5, I'll never know. But once it does, how are Liquid supposed to retake that? It's impossible. So, yeah, very well-deserved Supernova. Liquid, the attack, they have won 2 attacks now in 2 maps. That is abysmal. That is so bad.
Well, let's see if they can have a heck of a team talk before we're back after a quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Supernova, in a lot quicker of a fashion, were able to defend their home turf of Bank. My name is CDAPS. I'm joined by Emmy. I'm joined by Demo. Demo, we'll start with you. You gotta say, once again, it's the attacking woes from Liquid that have us really worried.
Yeah, of course it is. It's the same thing that happened Labs. I thought they started off the first two rounds just way too fast, way in over their heads the way they wanted to maneuver around it. The one round that they had, they actually slowed the pace down. They actually thought about what they wanted to do. And then, you know, you switch over to the defensive half for Liquid and you think, okay, they've done it once, can they do it again? But I just don't think Bank's going to allow you that. And we kind of seen that. You know, Bank, that third bomb site is a tricky one to defend. And even though Liquid weren't able to actually win an attack on that, Supernova did. And I think that was, you know, the main difference. They were able to, you know, punish them on that tertiary bomb site, and it gives them the extra round. And then we see the next one. You have the post plant scenario and how difficult it is to win off the back of that just with the layout of the map. So I just don't think Liquid, you know, Lightning isn't going to strike twice for them. I just really need them to step up their game. And whenever our third map is Clubhouse, if you can't attack Clubhouse, where are we? What are we doing?
Yeah, you're not going to be in a great position at all going towards a Clubhouse attack, even though we did say earlier on that, you know, Bank attacks, Emmy, should be that little bit easier. Supernova were able to do them, looking very clean and concise when they were picking up their rounds.
Oh, like, unbelievably so. Supernova massively impressed me with how they sort of came together on this. I know that the sort of question marks that you always put over a team that hasn't been together as long as how they're going to operate as a team, especially one that's come from so many different backgrounds 3 months ago, 4 months ago, whatever. And the way that they were making approaches, just look at this. Like, 4 players just threw themselves in towards the Gun of Maya, the Gun of Hornet even, and it's just like, why? What? How? Huh? This shouldn't be what's going on with this team. It definitely shouldn't be how a map ends. And the sort of way that things are playing out there in comparison is you would be surprised to know which of these two teams has been together longer. Like, it was a fantastic game there, especially obviously from Yex and Yuri, I would say, who stepped up a bit more from how they were playing and got themselves sort of locked in. But one of those rounds being another Diaz 1 versus 2 clutch in the dying throes of it, Liquid are clinging on. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they definitely are.
They shouldn't be, right?
No, not by any stretch of the imagination, especially because, Demo, we get the answer to the question that we had of what happens if Diaz and Ness don't combine for 30 kills.
There you go. I mean, you're looking at it. That's your answer. Nobody positive. You look at the other side, everyone but one positive in Supernova. You know, it feels weird. It feels as though have we got the logos mixed up? Are we sure this is right? Because it doesn't feel like it today.
It feels like everything is upside down.
Yeah. Stranger Things. Season 6. That's what this is. There was the secret episode. This is the secret episode. It's just, you expect more. And I'm sure I don't have to tell Liquid fans this. I'm sure I don't have to tell Liquid players this or whatever. And the series isn't done. Fine. But remember, the team that wins the series has another game on. Statistically, it's a later game in the bracket. It's statistically a harder game. And the mistakes that we're seeing from them, wide and vast.
Yeah, and once again, this is a tier 1 partnered team that is expected and has a current streak of almost 8 years of making the 6 Invitational, going up against a tier 2 roster, Demo, that has never touched international competition, and they're running circles around them.
It's easy for them. It is.
And with that, we are going to get the answer of who takes away this series. Will Liquid bounce back, or will Supernova keep their foot on the pedal? I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you very much. And I'm actually going to just double down because obviously we came into that quite suddenly. And I do want to highlight that point that was lifted there. It's a team that has been on the SI stages for however many years, right? It's players that have been on the SI stages for however many years. And as I have a very, very sort of quick swing through, just to double check my mental maths before I say it, the team that knocked them down towards the lower bracket, Elevate Academy, last night in a 7-5 and a 7-3, only one of them, or two of them, in fact, have been on an international stage, full stop. None of them have been to an SI. And here, Supernova, again, a roster that hasn't been together a long time, that's come together from at least 4 different rosters, a mix of sort of tier 2 and tier 1 across the board. I know that none of them have been to SI, and you've got, what? One of them has been to an international event, full stop. And that's, how can this be the 2 teams that could potentially be the end of Liquid's historic run in SI this year? And it's just, I don't know, it's a tough pill to swallow, because even if they win this, you still have the fact of these are the games that they've played. This is the fact of we've had 2 attack round wins over 12 attack rounds that they've played across 2 different maps today, up to this point. And it worries you. It worries you. Anyway. New map, new day? Huh?
If you say so.
I'm saying so, and I'm hoping so, and I'm putting it out into the world because you want to have a competitive series. The bans are slightly different. Liquid have gone with the double shield ban. Or Supernova they've played in towards shields before. They've used a sort of swap ramp, but the Monty is immediately sort of in the hands here of Yuri. Go for the slow, steady clear across the top. But have they been able to find a confrontation yet?
Liquid seems to be pretty focused on the old roam game, and I mean, it makes sense whenever you've got a Scopos ready to rock and roll. We know what this operator can do on a map like Clubhouse plenty of times. You can send the what do I call it? Do I call it a droid? What is it?
A droid?
Sorry,
that's a Jacker's comm, if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, but that's a Star Wars comm.
Oh yeah, a droidica.
He didn't invent it. Oh, not droidica, just droid in general. That's old.
Well, there's a trade out, 2 different engagements, and it's just all over the shop. Hello? Everybody's dead. They're in. Diaz. I mean, he's done it before. Will he do it again? It's a 2 versus 1 once again, but it was a 3 versus 1. The Deimos is sort of saying, look, I know where you are. Supernova. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. If they cannot get this engagement, they push the player back. And he's playing this smart. Diaz, he gets himself behind the bomb chassis. He's looking for just an isolated engagement. Just a chance. A breath. An opportunity to get a split on a catch. He obviously has a laser grid working in towards his favor, but they have 40 seconds. They still have time that they can cook and places that they can go. They're going for the rotate. One's on towards Moto, but he seems to have a decent idea. There's a bit of damage done. Rotates his way back round, but on the main smash, he'll obviously always know where the Deimos is. They've swapped themselves around, one on towards the pipes. They've popped the fire extinguisher. This is going to be the important fight. He's isolated at 1 versus 1, but he can't make it happen. 3 times. Nigel opens up. And not even the magic man of Diaz can save that day.
Oh, Liquid. A bit of a ropey start. I mean, obviously they went for the roam game, and it just felt as though that Supernova kind of tried to sidestep that almost. Obviously pushing direct into sight.
Defenders protect
Lapse. And it comes down to one player trying to clutch up. This feels like the same old story for Liquid. I mean, some rounds Liquid have looked good on the defense, but then others, yes, they may have won it, but it's down to, individuals playing massive. And how sustainable is that energy?
Oh, it's not at all.
Really? You know?
You can't gamble on the idea of one person saving the day every day. Like, maybe actually, Demi, you could have. Like 5 years ago, in a very different meta, and a very different game, with a much less aggressive, I would say, selection of attacker ops. And, in fairness, defender ops. Think about all the introductions that we've had over the metas that have made the game be won. There is a reason. I've just had 7 different thoughts at once. Sorry. There is a reason that people say at one point your IGLs had to learn how to shoot. Because they didn't always. The game was slower. There was this play around. And having a big clutch player was a thing that you could sort of build behind. But now everybody needs to be able to get the gun up. And it's not the rhythm of the idea of having a star player and building a roster behind it, because you have to all have that capability. And the point I said at the start of this showdown, the thing that will probably work for Supernova's favor overall is that they can all shoot. Everybody should be able to. And Liquid can't find that element today. Anyway. We have, obviously, Grim unbanned this time round, but we haven't had the full taste of just why they've been so sort of scared, and maybe this isn't the site to do it. The Monty is still continual. I'm going to call it now. In 2 rounds, we're going to see a Monty ban pop up in the middle of everybody's screens. They're making as much of a use of the operator as possible. When you've got 2 shields banned, you're sort of making the statement of what you don't want to have to play against. The grenade over the top, and the Damon's trying to find a fight behind it. Full courage, full send from Machina. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a take, and instead, it's actually one back and forth, but there's a double down. Maya is able to find Nigel as well as the Monty just drops onto Logi. There's the swing round. Reductor's caught out, but there's a player close in. Is the Monty aware? Is anybody? No! He kept himself quiet, and Diaz does the do. There's at least 1 round in the reload smash, but it's a 2 versus 1. Nesk and Diaz. And they've pulled themselves back. They know exactly how to play this. They're forcing themselves on towards a contact engagement. Slips their way, trying to chase the tail of one of the 2, but the longer he stays out in an open position, the more dangerous it becomes, and rooted himself round. On towards the chance. A different fight! Whoa! 50 seconds and a 1 versus 1! Oh, no! Oh, looked locked and peeled away, and that hesitation is going to haunt him, Demo, but Diaz, how many times?
I feel as though you could bottle him, and you'd do well. You could sell a lot of that. You could. He's just got that something today.
He does, but he if he didn't have it on the first map, and in fairness, Nesk and how he's playing on the first map as well, they wouldn't have made it. Diaz was missing that in the second. It wasn't that his performance was terrible; it was just average, and it cost the team. And now here he is, once again. Within 2 rounds, he's clutched out a round win. He got 3 kills that round. And, or maybe 2. It was 2 or 3. But his positioning, his waiting to fight the Monty, letting the Monty move on past. And how many times is he the lifeline for this roster? But again, as we were talking about at the start of that round, that's not a resource you can bank on.
Oh, right. So, one thing I've noticed is Supernova, they've immediately dropped the Monty, which they obviously tried to have a little bit of something the last time, trying to take that kind of gym bedroom side, trying to sweep across. That didn't work for them, so they've just dropped the shield altogether, which I kind of agree with. They haven't really played shields today, so I don't think they need it with just the playstyle and the way that they kind of... One thing I will say about Supernova today, I think their trade game has been really good. I think a lot of the time, whenever they are brawling up against Liquid, I think that they've actually came out the better side. You know, they're usually in the situations where it's a 5v5 and it may end up, but then they're 4-3 up, you know, in man count. That's the way I kind of view them at the moment.
I think, yeah, it's...
Oh, why?
Oh, please, just go in. Go in, go off, and get gone! Makina gets rid of Reduct. There's Hornet getting Daffo with the secondary pop shotgun as well, and they're taking over the top floor. There's more damage, more destruction, and more eyes on a sight. What's he waiting on? He's hoping somebody tries to swing their way around Logi, but I don't think anyone's coming. Instead, the plant is going down inside Demo. They've entirely realized the site is empty. Diaz watching and waiting for somebody to slip their way back on by. But my word. Absolute daylight robbery here on towards the site. Supernova, the confidence of the namesake son as they blinded their way right across the boards. There's one. Tucked, ready and waiting. The second does get the trade out. And it's a 4 versus 2, but they've got to cross such big divides here to get towards that kit. They have main stairs on towards Lock. They have another. That's a second body, a 2 versus 3, but no further. Supernova respond with action. I mean, just... it's full confidence.
That's a nice little pocket strat, isn't it? Using the Ying to obviously flash out Logi, have the sledge under all that noise, move in through main stairs window. To be fair, I wouldn't say that that caught Liquid by surprise because the player in the main stairs was actually ready for it. But he just lost his gunfight. You know, that's as simple as how I can make it. You lose that engagement, you then just open up that bomb site, and it's so easy then for Supernova just to flood in. A very early timeout here from Liquid. Only losing by 1 round, but they think, oh, you know what? We're on the defensive half here. We have to still attack, and we know how that goes.
I mean, this is the thing, right? This is, with everything that we've seen, Liquid have won 1 map, lost 1 map, right? Liquid have won 2 attacks across 2 full attack halves in that story. It's an abysmal record in anyone's books. You could put any team in towards that threshold. A new team, an old team, a SI winning team, it doesn't matter. 2 attacks over 2 full halves, you have to do better than that. And here on Club, Supernova have done better than that. They win 1 more attack. They have gotten over... they've matched everybody's attack win rate over the first 2 maps. Theirs and Liquid's. If they get 1 more attack on this map. And it sort of shows how much of a missing link that aspect, that half of the game has been. But in fairness, we didn't see a lot of their attacks on bank. And what we did see, outside of a Diaz clutch, surprise, surprise, was well put together, was close. They could have pushed that one over towards the end, right? They could have, not flawlessed it because they lost one of their defenses, but got themselves a 7-1. And, you know, here, pulling that early timeout, halfway through their defense, if Liquid lose this round, I mean, remember how it sort of played out. It was a tall hold that was read into very well. The Ying was banned. I said it might have been the Monty. It wasn't, so the Monty is back on the board instead. They're going to try and roll their way back through, and I think probably because of how excellent the previous round was, Demo.
Yeah. Liquid, I just worry. You know, I really do, and obviously the game plan is, okay, let's just roam our, brains out again. And hope it works for them. Nova, they certainly started off a lot of their attacks, that first minute or so. Just doing the basics. I think they've done the basics really well. I haven't sat here today and been overly critical of Supernova, which, you know me, considering the caliber of the team where, yes, they're not an established tier 1 side. That's really good, for my levels. Apart from I've mentioned 4 little missteps in 1v2s, 2v1s, those kind of clutch situations, which I think naturally you'll get them with longevity. But the overall general feeling of the way that Supernova have played it, yeah, it's felt great.
Now, they've slowed down the approach here of Supernova. They've obviously tried to set themselves up aggressive. Liquid, Reduct was holding aggressive inside the kitchen, just to waste time. Plays the keyboard, gets out of there. Doesn't want to sit around, but he forces them to have to check and recheck. Forces them to slow down. Think about how much time was left the last time. Even though it was a 3 versus 1 that Diaz almost pulled together, they had about 50 seconds. Now, I mean, they've almost got 50 seconds left, and nobody has been caught by Liquid. They're keeping themselves, by Supernova even. Liquid's keeping themselves further and further away. They're giving them a lot of work to do. It's a slow and steady Monty face clear, and they can just drop down oil. Nobody's been lost, nobody's been caught, and, well, also very little utility has needed to be used or wasted. They still have the 2 smoke canisters. They no longer have a Vigil, who, a little bit out of position there. Nesk caught off. But 50 seconds, a 5 versus 4, 2 smoke canisters, 3 Keybers, and a couple of impacts to try and ward things away. There's a lot of work here for Supernova to try and get landed, and what a terrible way for things to start to piece together. Expected a fight to come around the back, plays on towards the buck, and there's the drop on the player. Great catch back now. 30 seconds, the Goyo canisters start to pop on towards the door itself. They have a long watch. The Monty's just going to try and slip their way through. It's going to be a big job for Daffo here. He's been grim-beat out. Makina's under a lot of pressure inside the fire as they fight through onto blue, but there's a bit of motion inside, and Daffo's going for the rush. They got the knock on the player, couldn't get the lockdown. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 1. Now, Maya, all that's left, 7 seconds. They're going for the plant. They have the ping on the last player. The Grim is on the watch. They're going for the pistol, but Hornet gets it for Supernova. And that is after a Liquid timeout.
Oh, I was really worried for the Monty, because obviously the Monty had isolated the 1v1 in the smoke, was able to knock over the smoke, and you think, okay, that's an easy kill. But then Liquid have 2 people doubled up, able to cover to let that smoke get back in his feet. Smoke kills a guy, and I'm thinking, oh dear, they've messed this up. And somehow Monty still ends up getting the kill. You know, if that Monty does not kill that smoke, they do not win that round. That was such an important kill that he needed to make. And like I mentioned, Shields hasn't really been their forte. And I sit here and think, maybe they should have brought more Shields. Because it's looking really good for them. That actually could have helped them win labs, I think.
Well, you know, as I said it before, Monty's been a pretty consistent ban across the board.
It has been. Yeah.
So this was their first route, and, you know, they ran it a couple of times in the lead up on towards this. They didn't run it the round before, and then they played a really snappy play. And as I said, when a team bans 2 shields, right, the Blitz and the Blackbeard, they know the game that they want to stop. The movement on towards the Ying has been used brilliantly throughout the day. It's still a fair ban, but it does open up them still building around the Monty and building around the shield, and we've seen some pretty decent shield usage from both of these teams today. I fully expect us to see 1 shield runs, if not 2 if they're allowed, on Liquid's attacks. But as I said now, Supernova, the 3 attacks that they've gotten on the opening of this map, that is as many attacks as both of these teams put together over the opening 2 maps. You cannot highlight how much of a shortfall it has been for both of these rosters, and now with Liquid's timeout used, with their attacking half still ahead of them, and also doing 2 more rounds of this half, the best they're hoping for is even.
Even then, ain't a good look.
No.
As Liquid's only won 2 attacks today out of 12. So yeah, this is pretty important. Is that a fast plant attempt? I think it was. They have been smoked out. That hasn't worked for them. Yeah, this may just collapse at its feet. They've attempted a quick rush in for the main breach, utilizing the shield just to put the shield nose back and go for the planet. He's been smoked out. You notice as well, they don't really have any operators who are great at dealing with the util in towards rafters. You know, this Azami is going to be pretty tricky, especially considering that they've lost a Flores, so an operator could have been used to clear away these barriers. He's gone. So it's just going to be a Monty versus an Azami. Do bear in mind, though, Neska's trapped up here. They've went for the double reinforce. But still, this is scary.
This is it, and you can see the experience now that's going to come through from Nesk. He's playing on the audio. The Monty isn't there until the Monty makes a sound that's close enough to worry, so he's just going to watch on towards the fight, and he loses it anyway!
No.
Oh, tore the head off! Now, I will say it was a great pinch on towards the player underneath, but now they have this position. They're going to get themselves locked in, get this breach open, and what do they have? A single C4, and then the 2 smokes to try and stop it. But Hornetow is on underneath duty. They could try and apply some pressure up towards red. They have the player outside on the watch. They're in decent positions for the coverage on this. But that is going to be the test. That is going to be the tricky bit. There's the first smoke baited. 30 seconds, though. They're going to have to come up with a plan B here. I think they cannot just try and trust that they can wait out all this utility because, well, they don't have the time. They're going to have to watch on towards the back end and hope that the shield can do enough coverage. There's the second play, the second smoke canister, 15 seconds. Okay, this is the conversations that we had before. Where do we go? What do we do? What positions do we take up? It's where they had problems, and with the bulletproof, there's going to be even more problems. Here comes the C4. You assume over the top. Reduct has to let it loose, but they're actually just going to try and drive through. The 3 versus 3 does catch the kit, and Liquid get the end of the round.
He jumped outside and threw the C4 through the window.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my. I don't think, did you clock that? I don't think you clocked it.
No, I was watching the other stuff on towards the planter.
No, I was watching the C4 operator the whole time, and then I seen him on the compass. It said exterior. I'm like, oh, well, I know what he's doing.
Defused by attackers.
Wow. Wow. I mean, look, you mentioned it. The util didn't have enough time. Look, to be fair, for that top floor, we've seen plenty of times team mess up their util. Miss a C4, miss a smoke. Liquid didn't do that, and that's why Liquid won the round. You know, it's not as easy as what I think, you know, just saying, oh, make sure you hit the smoke, oh, make sure you hit the C4. You do have to go and do it. You know, I could sit here and say, oh, I could beat Usain Bolt in a 100-meter sprint. I can say it, but I have to go and do it.
Yeah.
To prove the point, you know, so...
Okay. So, they get themselves this. They're still looking at even, and that's still worrying. Like, we can't look over the fact. Supernova have stepped up massively on their attack, fine. In the first map, things definitely fell away. There was a couple of rounds that they should have won, that they couldn't. It clutched out, and Liquid stole momentum back. The second map, they didn't let that happen. And here, they've carried that on. You know, I would say already, Supernova has done enough on their attack. But Liquid, as we said before, they're a momentum-based team, right? Maybe having to have a bit of a rise up on defense, where rising up can feel a little bit better, is going to lead to them being a bit more confident on their executes. The execute we saw on Bank that they did was brilliant. It was so sharp. We said it at the time, where has this Liquid been? Because we know what they can do. And they just haven't been able to get it done. And, well, they've still got a chance here to tie things up, to give themselves at least a step closer on their defense. Monty back on the board, up against the clash of Reduct. I'm wondering how much the clash is potentially going to slow things down. This slightly wider breach. Just preparing themselves. They've got an idea, but you can see that the Grim is obviously taking up a position around on the side. It's the clash that's being read out. They're utilizing that breach there to just force them further and further back in, on towards Cash, on towards, and they're gone. They're inside construction.
Hot breaching.
This clash. How do they sidestep that? Obviously the Monty. To not go near that operator. The perfect counter to shields is, in fact, another shield. Making sure that they know that. I think right now for Supernova, it's just, again, that slow and steady approach, doing the basics right, and then you look for that kill. Your main kill is probably going to be with this this Grim. You know, completely be out the entirety of Logi. Then you drop in towards Logi, you take those fights, you win that fight. If you take gold rotate, then you can just walk in and plant by mattress usually. That's typically how that round goes, so yeah, a lot of pressure on this Logi execute now.
Well, let's see if they can shape things. 30 seconds on the clock, mark it, monitor it, and have all 10 players standing isn't always where you want your attack to be in. Now Diaz takes the first bit of damage. They're just going to send it behind a sturdy mattress, and it's not that sturdy. Swings around either side, and they've pushed themselves back up. With the clash, they have the utility to try and drive themselves in, and, well, with a trade out and a team kill, it's suddenly a 3 versus 3. There goes one. The drop onto Logi. A 2 versus 3 is very quickly put back round. Nesk got a TK. A lot to do. 3 seconds. The Monty's going to go for the plant. They drive their way back up, and Ness gets the final knife. I mean, they had to win it, Demo. There was no two ways about it.
You have to. I mean, obviously, whenever you think about that fight in towards Logi, they held their ground. And again, it comes down to that Azami. Ready for that drop. Actually had the Kiba barrier in the middle of the room. Therefore, he could play that position to hold on to the rotate, because he had the Kiba barrier behind him. Yeah, I think, obviously, timing there, which has been a bit of a recurring theme, I feel, for Supernova in this series, has been they have struggled with the time restrictions, and Liquid able to prey on that. So an even half it is, but this is it. This is the half. Liquid, they can't attack. They can't do it. This is what they need to try and break through and show us that they can.
3 apiece.
Attackers need to locate
You're
and
right.
defuse as many
They
bombs
can't
as they
attack.
can.
Or is it post tense? Is it previous tense? They haven't been able to attack. They can now. It's down to them, right? It's the only question. It's the only question we had for either team coming into this map, because of how abysmal it's been up to this point in this series. And they've got themselves the 3 versus 3. There was some rounds things went away from them. There's been big clutches. There's been these moments. It's technically been their weakest defensive showing in this showdown so far. For everything I said about how this map is going to be a good home for them, I haven't seen it. And credit towards both Supernova for stepping up above, I guess, the expectations have had, because the way they've been playing that trade game and that team game, they just keep moving. They just keep making sure that if something goes a little bit wrong, they're there to make it go a little bit right. But I said it before, we're probably going to see 2 shields. We see it instantly. The play between the Blitz and the Blackbeard, it's something that has slightly stumped Supernova at points. It hasn't been the be-all and end-all, but it's almost like, in some ways, a bit of a safety pick. There's the double hard breach ban. Again, when you sort of say it, when you ban 2 of the same type, you know what? You're trying to limit an approach, and that's going to be putting all of the work in. A quick drive of Reduct with the kit of the Blackbeard up dirt. There's at least 2 of them, as they also try and get themselves control of the kitchen hatch. Are they just going to go for something a little bit sharp here? And how aware are the defenders of that?
Seems to be a fairly traditional take. Nothing that I can see too nuts here from the attacks. Still roamers, though. You've got a Vigil all the way up in towards that top floor, and also a player inside a strip club. You have Solus there. There are little elements that Liquid need to make sure that they're switched on for, but the beauty of the Kitchen Dirt take is how minimalistic you can be. Because Kitchen is like such an isolated part where it's kind of like just off on one side and there's nothing really else there. All it has is one corridor in and out of the kitchen. So you can lock that down from an outside doorway. You can even sit in the change rappel too to have yourself an even better angle to catch somebody if they try and go for the flank. So it's a very protective scenario to be in. So yeah, as long as they can hold on to this main corridor and stop the roamers from doing what they do best, it should be fine.
Now on towards the main. Get it open. Get a fight right back out the door. There's 2. Reduct and Nesk in the retake over the top. It's bold. It's brash. And it's bloody elsewhere. They're just going to have to send themselves in towards the site and try and take some kills. There's at least 1. They have the pings on another player, using the power of the Grim to keep on driving Diaz and Maya. The top 2 statistical players for this roster, and the last 2 stood currently in the rest of this round, but they're just finding isolated fights. There's another Diaz showing up. They've been able to somehow find a diamond in the rough. Diaz keeps going and going. 10-4. Now they've got themselves a 2 versus 1, looking for the last fight. Back in against the double! It never ends, this series!
I mean, my heart goes out to Diaz there. He was here, there, and everywhere. mean, what a cluster of a round. That was a 5v2, wasn't it? Yeah. I think it was. And Liquid got done by a roamer. And I what did I literally say? It's like same old woes from Liquid, losing another attack. But something is so simple, like, I cannot exaggerate how easy a kitchen dirt is. I honestly think it is the most simple attack in the world. You take kitchen, you take dirt. You do some verts, you clear away some util. You have shields rushing out in through dirt, takes the AK position. Players drop the hatch, they plant in the blind spot. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it's tough. What else can you sort of say right there? You have to give credit for Maya and Diaz for being able to almost pull that one together. It might have been a 4 versus 2. It was definitely a 4 versus 2 because they got the kill onto the box, but it's whether that 5th kill happened just before. And almost making that one come together, and then obviously Machina getting that last little bit. It might be an explanation of the entire series by the end. Of Diaz, especially, getting Liquid so close, and then things just going away from them, and not being able to get that last bit, and 4-3, Supernova, get themselves their first defense. It was much closer than it should have been. They should know that. They should be aware of that, as will Liquid be. You know, they sort of had all the power in the world, and it almost got taken out. Nigel, gonna hold on. Well, not for very long. Easy pick up there, and great use of utility. They obviously used both the firebolts, a grenade as well, just to force the player. 2 grenades even, but now they have rafters. It's a very important position. They got a clean take. Generally, Maya took a bit of damage, but with a minute 30, getting themselves up here, pressed against the side itself, they have a lot of time here, Demo, to build the final approach.
They do. And quite similar to how Supernova approached this and how they attacked it. Being able to take control of rafters and then get this kind of, I don't want to say main breach, but, you know, the garage wall opened up. Then allow them to have a free entry into the bomb site with, you know, a decent amount of time to go. Look, smokes are being burned at a minute. Yeah, this is really good. And Redux, thinking about sticking it through the smoke. Thinks otherwise. Taking just a little bit of chip. There's another smoke, and an oil pit flank has been caught out. Machina goes down. So it is essentially a 3v5 that Supernova need to try and get, and this could be Liquid's first attack here on Clubhouse. Knock on close. Liquid just know that they have to play the timer here and just wait for that opportunity to go for the plant, and they've tried to swing and get the kills back, and it's ended out horrifically, and Hornetown now on a 1v5. Players on the rappel. Yeah, never gonna get that. A flawless from Liquid. It's just strange. Liquid can do rounds like that, Emmy, but then we know what else they can do.
It's the Liquid that we expected to see, right? It's the control, the teamwork, playing together, being confident about it, being locked in on where you want to be and what you want to take next. And, you know, it's the thing, but I'm sat here being like, I said the same thing about their 1 attack round win in Bank. Yeah, it came a lot later, but it still arrived, right? And then things went away, and here it's come earlier, but we need to see more of that sort of confidence. Supernova couldn't get a look in there. They tried things like the oil pit flank. They tried things like over the top, and we're just beaten. And that was almost a run of defaults. That was, they could do this. Oh, they've done this. We've got that covered. They could do this. We've got that covered. And, you know, Liquid keep themselves tied up. And they've got themselves their attack. Can they do what they've been unable to do? And get 2 attacks on a map today.
If you want, I can let you use my formula. It might help you get over what happened.
Flash comes in. See if this could be a thorn in the side of Liquid here. And they also have their shield. They've reducked on that Blackbeard, so he has to be careful of that operator. And Liquid. Last time, you've seen this play out. They held it pretty well in the defense, so bit of a general idea of what they need to do. I think with the defense that certainly Supernova have went for, it's actually fairly similar to the way Liquid set up too. You know, they bring in the Clash, you've got the Izami as well for extra bit of fortification. You know, very heavy in towards that top floor extending, and then you try and play that fallback. It's nothing too crazy. I think that both teams are kind of checking each other out at the moment. Maverick. That is a... Whoa, what? That is a Mexican wave if I've ever seen one.
It's modern art.
That is... Where's the apple to go with the worm?
Defo, I'm sorry, buddy. We're locked in now to whatever this is. He's trying to bait some utility out. He's expecting a C4 or something to come his way. But nothing is. And if anything, it's just leaving him with a lot of work to be done. But he gets it done in the end. And he doesn't get caught out by it quick enough. Now, some of the compliments I've played towards Supernova's defenses has been they've not let Liquid set up. They didn't really do it on the first map. Definitely didn't do it on towards Bank either. They sort of kept themselves stepping back in confidently. And you worry that on Club, where it's kind of external, your setups, if that's going to cost them a little bit. You can see they're prepped up on the windows, ready for the fight, but as Diaz enters on the far side, the ping's coming out, the drone right in the middle of the room. They're well aware of that player's position, and they're seeing if they can just try and apply some pressure. There, again, great drone game here. They know seemingly everything about the position of the defenders. There's fine a Clash to try and slow things down, but it's locked in, it's engagements. That's what Supernova's trying to bait them in towards. The Clash is putting pressure outside Jacuzzi. 45 seconds. All 10 players still standing. Where is this first push going to come from? Wants the Izami. Wants this engagement without being caught out. So wants to try and blind close around on the side, but two catches to Wamidis, and the plant is being attempted in the middle. Is there anybody to try and stop this? Sprays through, but it's too little too late. The Blackbeard locks it in, and there's the lockout either side. 3 versus 3 versus 2. Now they're able to get at least another body in towards their favor, but with a ticking timer, they need to try and circle themselves on towards that kit, on towards that plant, and the two players that have planted themselves in the middle of Gym, they're working out, they're feeling fresh and feeling kind of fiery. There's at least a trade out, but this last player, Nesk, outside the window. The problem, though, Demo, is that Clash. If she can get herself set up just behind the kit itself, as she's doing, forces the hop in, forces the cover, and there it is. A perfect little bit of utility combo there, Demo.
Yeah, good instincts there from Nesk, also to realize that, oh, right, well, if he's there, he's going to be in that corner holding the jump in, but you can't do anything against that unless he hits like the first bullet headshot, which is very unlikely. But yeah, really good timing there from Supernova. They've planted. Okay, yes, they may have got an implant. Let's not freak out. We can still retake this. We still have a Clash on board. They're able to pick up their kills. They isolate the 1v2. They bring in that shield. As long as they've got 7 seconds, that's all they'll need. So yeah, love it from Supernova. Great retake. Liquid being able to storm their way in through Gym, plant on the reinforced wall. And that's the only downside of having that wall reinforced, which I'm not a massive fan of. Yes, I know you reinforce it so it gives a player who could be inside of bedroom a bit of cover from the window, but then that can also be used against you. So if that's fully open, that doesn't really happen there. But again, it's that kind of if buts and maybes solution that you have. Still, Supernova able to get the retake. 5-4, Liquid. Come on now. Not again, not like this. You've had your one attack. Is that the recurring theme? Only one attack allowed per map?
It can't be. It's got to be traded rounds. And then you've got to remember they've got to double it down. And that was a good opportunity to. Getting the plant down, what was it, 5 versus 5, and then being able to get it down to a 2 versus 2, technically, yeah, you're in a bit of a sticky position because of the great reactions of Supernova, but still, if you didn't have a Clash, there's a good chance that that is Nesk's round. If you can take a singular moment, as you said, if buts and maybes it until the cows come home, it doesn't change the result at the top of the middle of the screen. So, at this point, Supernova. And they won this site before. It was almost a clutch back from the side of Liquid. They know what they need to sort of try and work on. It's this early game. The amount of bodies that they lost from just positions being aggressively swung onto and taken. It was a lot of retake. It was movement around the top of Kitchen, and you're wondering if they just missed these players on the roam, or how sort of bold and brash it was, or if they just, again, the comments that we made in Bank, were they paying enough respect towards the positions of Supernova, towards the expectations of what the team will do. Getting the clear here, on towards the top. There's 2 players on the CC side for now. And they're just going to try and apply some of this pressure, force them back towards the side a bit, and hope that they get caught by the flank watchers in the same breath.
I've got control of that top floor and are working their way in towards the mid floor. So Liquid not opting for that kitchen dirt. They are going to try and sweep all of the building if they can. Interesting that they've kind of got themselves in towards Logi and in towards bedroom, and that's it. They have no intention of pushing into those players over towards Cash. So it's a little bit risky to leave roamers again, because it did hurt them the last time, but I suppose this is a much more of an aggressive stance from the roamers rather than giving them just the one corridor. You know, you're trying to control a lot more of the map and restrict even more of their movement, but I don't think that's going to be the main issue. It's the timing for me. I mean, Liquid's got a minute left, and really, what have they got to show for it? It looks as though it's going to be a church drop, so into moto they go. Trying to open up this wall with the Blackbeard, and that's exactly what they've done. Might have been able to get a pick, but oh no! Oh, the pipe! The pipe has killed Reduct! The shield has been bashed away from his face!
The destructible ingredient moves in. Nesk is able to get one on the swing round, but with it leveled up by a C4, they're just going to have to try and send it on the side of Moto. Gets themselves the route in. Daffo gets one more bit of cover. They have the cross angle, but they're a little bit too late to the party. Hornet gets the drop on the kit, but there's Diaz. Once again, leaves Hornet a 2 versus 1. Diaz has the kit again. They've rotated themselves. The position has moved. Oh, misses the first fight. It's over the top, and there's Daffo. Liquid get the response. It's close. It's close and close, but it is still traded rounds.
Liquid's got 2 attacks. They've doubled their score from earlier 2 maps. They've equaled it, sorry. They could double if they win at 7-5, but
they could.
That is, you know, much to behold. Is this the first time out from Supernova today?
No, they took one in the first.
Oh, did they take one on Labs? Yeah, they didn't take one on Bank though.
Need to. Really? They had their game. They were locked in on it. I think this is that sort of moment about it though, because the conversation is probably, where do we go? Think about the 2 sites that Liquid have just attacked on. They're 2 key ones in a site's rotation and a team's rotation. Do you double it down? Do you pull back onto the same site and hope that you can sort of change things, or do you swap round elsewhere? Where is your route A? And they're going to keep the rotation. And CC, I mean, you know, there was, I would say, a pretty solid take here from Liquid. Maybe one of the most solid that we've seen from them all day. And it was the round where you go, this is when they're at their best. And what is going to be the change here?
ADS deployed and ready to go. ADS deployed and ready to go.
Look at the lineup. I mean, the Echo is obviously pretty spicy. An operator that we don't see all too often on a map like Clubhouse. I think the reason for that is I feel as though Clubhouse isn't really a map where you have these kind of rooms that kind of go untouched, and you could just place an Echo in there and he's safe. Nobody's really going to push him. It feels as though every real room, maybe bar strip club, is going to see some form of action. So I think getting the value out of it, you know, whenever you're kind of in the trenches in a very tense location, yeah, it's going to be tough. We'll see. I mean, it could be used as well, though, to actually help out some of the roamers and to try and counter the Blackbeard. Don't forget, that could be an option for them, too.
Oh,
Look where the yokai is in garage. So naturally, shield going up garage. That'd be pretty good against that.
Where are they going to try and root this Blackbeard? Are they just going to try and storm up red here? They're getting all of the prep open. They're making sure nobody is directly underneath. Getting the breaches, and no. By the looks of it, they've moved away with that idea. There was a second there where I was like, could they? No. They're instead going to, you know, if it wasn't broke, don't change it. Oh, well, that was... where even was that? Mackina caught out from Maya. The Capitao, who we did last see popping open the double door below. So potentially in that sort of position, but now they've lost a clutch player, and they've lost them without any effort, really. No utility spent in getting that kill. So now, obviously, they can sort of full send here on towards the top. They're ready and waiting. The Echo Drone is that bit of support, but the Echo Drone can't stop 30 grenades and 20 Capitao bolts and however much else it feels like you're hit with. The Blackbeard slips their way on through. Sort of expecting a peek, and there's actually going to one come from the other side of the door, and you know they're baiting either side. It's a bit of high risk here. Runs through the fire.
It's all of his flames as well.
Oh! Woo! Oh! Spiciness gone, removed from that pre-aim. Nigel gets the header one. The grenade and the second grenade isn't actually going to land up. Oh no!
The Echo.
The Echo is hitting that shield, making things problematic. They're just going to try and hold the angles, but for everything that went right in that first take demo, it's fallen away a bit here on the second.
Yeah, this is now quite an issue for Liquid because they simply don't have the util to deal with this guy. Can't use the nade because there's still an ADS there. Just have to try and front up and kill him, and I think they may get an opportunity here as he goes to the reload, but no, still fighting! Oh, there we go. Finally gets taken out, but look at the time, Emmy. 30 seconds, and there's still a smoke.
30 seconds, still a smoke. They've still got the position. They can apply the first one. The Blackbeard is potentially going to have to try and drive himself a little bit deep over the window hop, and instead goes for the watch and the wait. They're going to move their way up underneath. The Capitao expected that. Hornet caught out, and that might be the most costly moment before a 4 versus 2. And a shotgun that wants to hunt. And as I said, they might try and throw themselves up close. There's a bit of a play. That's the last one caught out. The shotgun is going to get the lock on towards 2, but not enough. And I don't know. I mean, Liquid swarming their way up from red. I think that kill could have been the one that decided and dictated how that round went. Liquid sit now on series point. Can Supernova keep fighting?
Yeah, and I just don't think Supernova played bad today. You know, I think moments like that, maybe in the 3v4, you then have to double up and think about, right, they've got 30 seconds, they're going to be panicking, they're either going to come in through the garage window or in for the breach. One guy, you know, just smoke it out, you can cover that, and then where's the other option? Oh, probably red stairs. You know, that would be your other solution. You could maybe double up players towards that, but yeah, just too much to deal with. Again, that shield, I think, working really well for Liquid to gain that space on them. You know, I'm actually surprised that Supernova didn't opt the Blackbeard ban, because it feels that has been brought here religiously by Reduct today.
Oh, 1000%. You know, we talked about how they're a great shield team or whatever, and they've had good shield plays, but Blackbeard has been traditional. Blackbeard has been, let's keep it going. And as he rightly said, it could be a good ban, but remember, whoever wins this still has a game to play. Still has a series to play later on today, and it's an easy lesson to learn of, oh, well, let's just remove a Blackbeard. Like, let's pull that part out. Liquid could end what was a woeful attacking series for both teams with a massive bit of growth, which desperately needed, let's be honest, for the confidence of going into a following series. But also, Supernova here just takes one more round to push them into OT. Not entirely sure who's going to start on what side, but they might be doubling down on their defense. And at this point, actually, technically for Club, just in isolation, it's been very even, with a good spread of sites being the sort of ones won and lost as well. Here, attention on towards CC. They've got themselves a sort of quick route in. They're trying to close down anyone that might otherwise have slipped themselves round. It's, you know, sort of the fabric of the last time they were here was an attempt in, all players still standing, go for the plant. They're not going for the same thing, right? They're trying to get the kills,
Sweet.
trying to, yeah, they're not leaving things to chance, because when they did, it didn't work. And that's the growth that you kind of need to see.
A lot of ground just handed over to Liquid. Supernova not fighting at all over towards Cash, which I'm surprised about. Usually there is a bit of a fight back, but not the case. They've got the Goyos that you can try and rely on. You can see one of them is still on that doorway. You get naded off very swiftly here, and let it just go. I don't know. I don't know if that was it. I heard something pop. Definitely got rid of a Goyo, just don't know which one. No, it was the one beside the gym window, so there is still that one in the main door. In towards bedroom, so a little bit of a worry.
Oh, Diaz goes down elsewhere. That was outside the window. Oh my god, it's an Oryx!
Oh.
Out exploring! Doesn't get the kills, but does waste a lot of time, and the threat now is that, well, if we go for the pickup, he can get us. They are getting one. One's back up. They'll get Maya up as well, but it's taken time out. Now you're thinking about, okay, a single C4 could get a massive prize here. There's Nigel getting Diaz out the window. Gone. They're just keeping the pressure hot here. They've stacked themselves in. There's a bit of a slow bit of motion, but Hornet gets Daffo on the swing round. They do get rid of one, and it's all falling away from them. Caught in the fire in the door. We are going to overtime on this third and final map in this series. Not done yet, Demo.
That run out is, wow. You wouldn't think something like that would kill it, but it did. The perfect timing that he's been able to get one guy downed, then runs out of strip club as the Oryx, downs another guy. And, you know, if you're Liquid, that just slows down everything. Because whenever that happened, you probably, you know, the IGL's probably mid-conversation telling everyone what, you know, what we're going to do. And then all of a sudden, two guys have been downed. You're like, oh, quick, get them up. And then you completely lose your train of thought of where you were. And it just wastes more time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Oh,
attackers.
that is a rough one. But Supernova, they knew they needed to make a play. Makina picked an Oryx. And he made the play and he made it work.
They get to stay on their defense, and as I said just before this, it's not going to be the biggest tell of who's on top because of how even this map has been between the two teams. But then you look towards the sort of star players showing up right now, and it's actually a bit more balanced on the side of Liquid. For a team where we said Diaz has been that shining light, you've got Maya stepping in. Everybody's not a million miles off the even KD mark, whereas on the opposite split, Hornet has just been phenomenal, has been so all over them. Keeps on getting themselves in. 17 to 8 on this map. Has been a bit quiet in the first two. But when they needed him most, he arrived, and, you know, it only takes a couple more of those moments like that, and suddenly this team is going to be sort of throwing themselves in a much sturdier position now. Early play against Utility. Just forcing anybody out of Adam and Secret, and nobody's taken the bite as of yet, and they can, I was going to say safely remove it. Ooh. Okay, they're really worried about somebody being in that position. A lot of second guessing.
Almost, and oh, the backstab. I mean, always got to be an option.
Yeah. It's got to be. And, you know, they're about to find a Scopus robot up the top. They've otherwise been able to pull away, but they've gotten the kill. And they've used a lot of utility. But think about the site that we're sort of at and what still needs to be done, obviously. I'm curious where the final execute will go. Are they just going to go for something on towards blue and oil? You can see, obviously, the Habana on the far side of town is making some work of, you assume, kitchen hatch and the pressure there. They've got to pick up a bit of motion, and they're ready to let loose a grenade as soon as that hatch opens around the back of Jen. And get control of blue. A good spread, a good bit of pace. They're still clearing the top floor as well. A minute 10 and just full stacking. They're expecting this blue take as well. Make sure as soon as any pressure could come on towards those elements, they have it locked in. You can see that, yep, dirt's still clear, so they can feel a bit safe over there as well. Akina keeps himself safe from the swing round and the drop on towards Moto. Feel like this is all going to explode in but a moment's demo.
Good. Just know what's coming to execute. Della's primed and ready. Is everyone else in position? He has us slightly fired off at the moment, but push down blue's gonna be really good. But look at this from Makina. Takes the aggressive approach, pushes up to try and fight the player on the hatch. The deagle's out, but no, not gonna happen. Liquid should convincingly win this round unless a disaster strikes, but I don't see that happening.
No, 4 versus 1. I mean, you can see entirely what Makina tried to do there, but oh, this is a brutal end. Liquid get themselves back on towards serious point, and yeah, if he had been able to get that Ying, who knows what happens at that point. It was a good premonition as well to know that, okay, I've been here too long, somebody's going to swing. The Ying has pulled back. The fact that the Ying has pulled back is probably an explanation of support is coming, and he was ready for it, but he'd run out of bullets in his main gun. He's trying to hit a Deeg in that sort of engagement. It's not easy. 7-6. Supernova have a task at once upon a time, I would say, was deemed impossible. Win an attack. To keep themselves going, to keep themselves fighting. The Monty back on towards the board, and we are back down to Church and Arsenal.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
And Liquid back in the defense, which is their happy place. Has to be said. This is. Well, they think they can do anything, Amy.
It's. I mean, you can say that they can think that, but think how close it's been multiple times on both their attack and their defense towards things either going their way or going entirely against them. It's just at points unfortunate. Is that a fair way of sort of putting it? They've had great routes from Supernova punish them. They've had the ability to retake, and playing the Ella gadgets on towards the hop by the Scopos shell. I'm wondering if that's an attempt to sort of lead through a bit of an early warning system. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how things piece together, but time has sometimes been a bit of a stretch here on towards the site from the side of Supernova's approach, because they've got a lot of work to do, right? We've got to get this top floor cleared. We've seen them do face checks. We've seen them do Monty checks. It's generally been a bit slow and steady, and Liquid have been good at baiting the time here. Usually they approach from the other side. This time they want to cut themselves a little bit in half, and well, will they be able to find a kill, or can Liquid escape en masse? You can see the Monty is trying to push their way across. They have people on the back end of Jacuzzi potentially. There's someone in Logi as well. 3 players here for this top floor fight. Have they even come with enough arms is maybe the question I would ask here, Demo.
For Liquid, obviously playing that roam game and then can very quickly fall off if needed. It's just wasting that time. Whenever you do have the Goyo, it does make a lot of sense. You want to waste as much as you can, that Monty. Just be careful up against the Ella. Again, Canon shield him. Speed act. A little bit aggro too, but not a lot is happening here for Supernova, and I do worry.
Yep.
There's still 3 players. Well, I suppose Maya can just TP back, which I believe he's done so.
Just done, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It's still 2 guys up here that you need to deal with.
That's it, right? They've got a full send. They've got the first. Yuri just hops in, goes for the fight, and there's the close one. So soon there's going to be a spray from behind him. There it is. Okay. 3 versus 5. They got themselves secured. They got rid of that other shell, but now they've still got to put the pressure on towards the site itself. And you can see the destruction done on towards the hatch means that things are a little bit awkward here. But 50 seconds, they'll try and root themselves in. Now they've got the extension on towards blue. They're trying to peek aggressively towards the hatch. Maya is doing this. It's a risk for reward right now. If they can get one person out of the approach and turn it into a 4 versus 3, that's a very, very different situation to try and play here on the defense, especially when you still have, Goyo canisters on towards the approach here of dirt. You've got them slowly pushing on towards main. It's just going to be a kitchen hatch drop at this point and hope that the Monty shield can hold on. As the flashes come out, the position will be slightly aware. Diaz does get the first. That's that Monty gone. Hornet gets Daffo on the swing round, but Diaz gets Hornet and Machina gets the trade. Maya holding on for the chance at this round in a 1 versus 2. Gets the first. Looks towards the second itself, either side of the bomb chassis. They've recollected the kit. They're going to go for the plant with 6 seconds left. Just has to hold. Has to make sure that they can't cross that divide. A post plant. 2 versus 1. Sets the fire a second too late, but picks up the pieces. Nigel, all that's left for Supernova's hope at getting to SI, doing the impossible, and he's gone up. He's gone vertical. He knows where he needs to be, and it's on the second story to watch down. He's waiting for this approach, and you can see Maya has read that position as well. Wants a flat, fair firefight. Pre-fires the angle. How far has he pulled back? There's the... all the way. Demo, he's back and further back still. Tucked around the corner at this point. He has to go, as you said, back towards the kit, back towards the hold on the defuse. And now Nigel just has to go and do this. Isn't even going to play towards it. We're going all the way.
Oh, wise move from Nigel. Just take yourself out of the equation. You know he can't do anything in the 1v1. Yeah, 7-7. Oh, Liquid. Thought they're in a really good position. And then the roamers die almost as soon as I say, oh, the roamers here, they're going to be an issue. And no, they're not. What do I know?
Yeah, I mean, lockdown, like, to be fair, they were an issue for a long time. When there was 3 players up there, there's almost that element where if they kept the Scopos up there, would they have won the engagement? I don't know. The first one was lost by somebody who threw themselves in the bedroom window and won the fight. That was it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than that, but that was the core motion. It was a 1 versus 1 in bedroom. They isolated, and they won it out with the utility, with whatever. And now, 30 seconds, back down to the basement. Liquid. Their hopes of continuing on towards SI, their hopes of getting to yet another SI to compete, their hopes to cap off the end of a mixed bag of Siege with something a bit sweet, could be ended here by one tier 2 team knocking them down to the lower bracket and another finishing them off. Supernova. Obviously, you know, they've had a run, they've had a lot of back and forth. This map has been even for the attackers and the defenders, but over the past 7-8 rounds, it's all been traded pretty much continually. It's a lot of back and forth with only a little bit of back, and the team that did that was Liquid. This first engagement could be that tell-all book on how the rest of this series goes.
Changing mags.
Charge in position.
Here we go.
Changing mags.
7-7. Match point, series point. Whoever wins this moves on.
Death mark on the way.
I mean, for Liquid, this is the pressure, isn't it? You know, we mentioned before how just Liquid, they can't afford to lose. They need to be at Invite, and you know, this is what round are we in? The lower bracket?
Oh, it's a swing out.
Finals? You know,
What is
like
this?
This is aggro. This is Siege.
I mean,
Well, he's trapped.
He's trapped, but they had 3 players sent to try and kill him. So they had to watch. You can see the rotates coming round. He's wasting time. He's being tracked as well. Like, they're going for the execute, but now that's 4 players, I think, maybe, sending in. He's waiting for the shield to come around behind him because he knows that's going to be what gets him, but it's actually Nesk over the top. Machina gone. And it was a suicide position in the hope that it wasted time and utility. It wasted 2 grenades and some tracks and potentially a lot of positioning time. Will it have been enough, Demo?
I don't know. I think Liquid have been very good against the clock today. Still got all that util. Look at that. You got the Candelas and the Capitao as well. Just are the Goyos going to be enough to try and hold out? Oh no. This is going to be a tense one. You're looking for a C4 lineup on the main stairs. I think he is Hornetau. 18 kills, by the way. Liquid just slightly stalling. Bringing in the Habana, opening up that main wall. Are the Goyos enough?
I mean, this is it. The C4 gets one! Oh, Nesk! Watch that drift on by and just could not get the connection in time. There goes your Deimos, but there goes one right back. Maya catches one out, but it's traded. Yet gets revenge. And now waits, but blinded at the worst possible second. Defo and Diaz drive through. It's all down to Nigel in a 1 versus 3. They can't quite make it happen, and Liquid do. Supernova shines so bright in this series, but Liquid were just enough to snuff out that flame, and they move themselves on along this lower bracket run and survive for at least one more series demo.
Honestly, Supernova, I think they've played good Siege today. Liquid, yeah, I think need to definitely work on their attacks. The Clubhouse, though, was pretty good. Still really close at the ending there, but Liquid, I think a sigh of relief and a little, sweat off the brow moment there for them, because they just about got that.
It couldn't have been closer. With how they've played, with how the game's played out, Supernova made them work for it, but, well, they've got to prepare for before, and we've got to prepare for a quick break before we're back to talk about it and our next game of the day.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Liquid survived to fight another series later on. And unfortunately, Emmy, Supernova just came up that close.
I mean, okay, as the far as the distance went, Supernova really earned themselves a decent showing. Whether the underdogs? Yes, there's no two ways about it. It's a roster that wasn't formed much long before all this started and came together. But that they got it to that point, that they were able to push it towards the close levels that it was. We look at the first map, we look at a couple of very big clutches from the side of Liquid, and it could have been a 2-0 series for Supernova. Like, they were massive, and Liquid had enough in the tank to push themselves over the edge, had enough in Clubhouse to push themselves, and remembered how to attack, which is something that neither team was good at before this point. And I think that's the sort of read-through, right, is they need to walk away from this Liquid with a sigh of relief, and we need to, like, lock in. Supernova should walk away with this going, yeah, we just almost pushed a tier 1 team to the brink that was expected to do massively well in these LCQs. The ground is up for us in the year of 2026.
Yeah, and Demo, you have to say as well, Liquid with their attacks was just a gigantic weakness that Supernova wore, just exploiting the entirety of the series. But did you like a little bit more of what we were seeing, kind of the more classic Liquid on Clubhouse?
Well, it is Clubhouse. Like, don't forget that. You know, if you can't attack Clubhouse, really, what are you doing? You know, I do still worry for Liquid going forward into their next game, which, again, it's going to be difficult because you're going up against either Loud or it's going to be LFO, also X, E, and X, who we know, again, both teams with great experience inside of Tier 1. So I think no matter what, Liquid, they're going to have to sharpen things up from here until then. So thankfully, I believe they are the final game of today. So they have quite a long break before they have to go at it. But still, I think the point stands. They need to sharpen things up.
Yeah, and at least we've seen some sort of progress, Emmy, where it's not complete stagnation from the side of Liquid, but it's still one of those awkward positions where you have a Supernova team who, you know, we've said are the underdogs. And it's arguing here that Liquid did make them look good.
Yeah, I think it's sort of like, you know, it takes a great team to punish great teams. It takes a good team to punish good teams, and there's that sort of trade-off of things. But Supernova were able to punish mistakes. We have to also look at the fact that some of the mistakes were opened up. Some of them were highlighted by what Supernova was doing. There were mistakes on the side of Liquid where it's like, oh, Supernova just ran in and got a plant, and they're doing this, and they've done this, which they shouldn't be able to do against a team like Liquid. So although you could say that Liquid made Supernova look good, I think in ways Supernova have made Liquid look a bit bad in some aspects that they, as I said, need to fine-tune before they have a showdown later on. They've found holes in the ship's hull.
Yeah, besides the statistical numbers right there, I think Liquid actually did look good. Demo, something we talked about before this game was that we needed to see multiple people on the side of Liquid step up and sort of earn their check.
Yeah, and I think that they've done that. Obviously, Maya, who we kind of had question marks around in that first map. Yeah, that's more like it, 15 and 12. But really, Diaz, he's been the guy today. You know, he's been the MVP of the series. He's been here, there, and everywhere. Clutch potential, just doing everything. You could not ask for a more complete performance from a player than what Diaz did today in this series. And look, Hornatow, he tried his best in Clubhouse, but really, it's just a general, overall, better performing side of Liquid. You know, there's the series summary, and you can see Diaz 38 and 22 is where he finishes. Hornatow, again, said came really close, 38 and 25, but I just think Diaz today, with the big moments that he had, I just think had the better showing.
Yeah, and that's not even impacting in his clutches, Emmy, where there were so many rounds that Team Liquid had that should not have gone their way simply because of Diaz.
Oh, I think if we were looking, right, and as weird as it is to say, obviously we're missing one map that Liquid won. If we are missing Clubhouse from this and Diaz didn't pull the clutches off they did in map 2, in map 1 even, the stats of the team of Liquid would be hideous. Like the general way that the team was operating on map 1 and map 2 was nowhere near their sort of level. Diaz was brilliant throughout the whole series, but then on map 3 on Club, they woke up. As a team, they were great. There was really, really good team play. They were playing off of each other. They had decent communication and coordination, which were the problems that they were sort of having on bank and on towards Nighthaven Labs. And, 6-1 on entry as well just sort of shows that it wasn't the tail end of the clutch game, but it was also just the opening as well. Getting himself in, being aggressive, and, you hope as a Liquid fan that the team rallies behind a clubhouse that was to their level and where they can go from it.
Yeah, and for this next series, whenever Liquid does play whoever they do play, we really hope that Diaz Lucas is going to be bouncing and popping off once again. But as we move on to our next series, it's another lower bracket elimination game. It's Loud against XENX. And Demo, I think that we're going to have to think Loud's kind of in the driver's seat here.
Same as Liquid, isn't it? It should be this side, the partner side, who I think over the year definitely have not lived up to the expectations I think that they've had. However, I will say in stage 1 and stage 2, Emmy, we witnessed it firsthand, so close, but just could never get it at the final hurdle.
Oh, yeah, you couldn't have been closer. We get a fortress! Woo! Okay, we'll get to that in a second. You couldn't have been closer both times, right? Hitting yourself on 7th. I think on both times as well, they dropped out of the top 6 on the final play day. Both times. You couldn't have been physically closer either single time. And, it's disappointing, fine. But both times as well, they finished over ENX.
And with that, we actually have the fortress you were talking about ready. Take it away, y'all.
Demo. We get to go to Fortress.
Yeah, we do.
I expected a little bit of excitement there, buddy. Can we take that again? We'll take it again. Demo. We get to go to Fortress.
Yes!
Yeah! Come on! Back in the net! I'm excited. I love casting maps when they come into the rotation. Obviously, this is the first time that you and I have cast it. It has been played. Mm-hmm. It has been cast.
Yeah.
But it's exciting. Nothing is more exciting than seeing new teams hit new maps, right? I'll always say that. I think as soon as you get something new as an element that people have to work out as puzzles and piece stuff together, no matter who it is, you get new things. And that's what makes this game great on my little soapbox there. And I'm excited to see it. Hey, look at a little Twitch. A little animated Twitch card. That's the Paragon skin. And Thermite wants to eat Dockerby's hat.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Fortress! Do I ask for your full thoughts on it now, and then we boil into it later, Demo?
Reinforcing walls.
All right. What are your full thoughts on it now? We'll boil into it later, Demo.
So, I like the map.
That's good.
I like it. I think the flow is good. I think obviously you lean towards defenders like initially, don't you, for a new map? I think we're still just going to wait a little bit before the attackers really start to get a better grip on it. We've seen a few kind of glimpses of what we expect to see. The first room that I want to point out to everyone is Horse, right? Horse is the place to be. It is the room that controls the entirety of how this map kind of plays out, okay? Horse is like the joining point. You think, how is my body connected to my leg? Horse. That's how. Think of Horse like that. It's like the knee. Horse is like the knee. Wow. Without the knee, you can't do it. Well, you can do stuff, but you can't run. You can't run without the knee.
That's true. You can't. It's really hard to. Yeah. It is a very heavy position. It's something that's very heavily defended. One of the changes that you'll find if you're sort of an older player that's going back and being like, what's the big changes? Because it does feel very similar. It's a good rework to that regard. Here's another position that we'll talk about, and the danger zone, but they're not going there yet, so we can save it, is you have more dead ends. It used to be a map where everything felt connected to everything and everywhere could lead to everywhere. Here, you actually have sort of locked in corners. You have places you can stick your back into, and here is that position of Horse. You can see that they've got themselves locked in, but remember how you could just walk in and put pressure onto this. And there was also 2 routes out the end of that. A T-junction, gone. Now it is a corner. It makes that position of force more powerful. It gives you a back line that is solid and map that you can sort of say, yeah, I'm actually a little bit safe here. I can go out for a walk and stretch my leg and go for a run and whatever joint this has become. They're going for a clear across the top. Sexy Cake. Obviously a bit of a talisman player for this roster and a big shield player over the years, is able to lead Florio on towards that first engagement. Takes the head off of Perez and what is a pretty steady clear here. Across the top, gets themselves locked in on towards games and, does not get any further. The meeting was called demo and they decided Sexy Cake needed to die.
Yeah, just slightly overextended his body there with the shield. He was looking towards the opening in towards bathroom, and look at this from SDK. Goes aggro in towards meeting, but does get traded out, but still, I think Ladder in a good position. Look at the operator still on board. You've got the smoke. You've also got the Goyos, which I'm sure are still in place somewhere, unless the Twitch was able to get in there earlier. Flash 3. Somehow alive, but he can't stay the same for Paseo. He's been taken out. 2v3 now.
2v3, and they held themselves quite aggressively there, and obviously this, the sort of other route through on towards the site itself. The smoke is going for a bit of a wander, and he's about to find a close fight, but the call's coming out, so they know exactly what he was trying there, and instead, I was going to say gets past the open door, but doesn't. Florio gets the catch and leaves just Flash Street alone. 3 versus 1. ENX, a pretty steady lockdown here of the site, and there's the last to pick it up, and for the attackers to take the opening round. It is quite early, I think it's very fair to say, in terms of Fortress's expression in towards the map pool. I like how it's been picked up, but from your keen eye and your vibes, let's vibe check this one. Do you think, what's an attacker or a defender leaning?
Rephrase that for me.
So, 3-3? You thinking a 4-2 on your defense?
I would lean towards defenders. Well, maybe I could go even split, because I think the 2 top floor bomb sites are pretty defendable.
Yep.
So the main 2, so your games and your bunks.
What about the ground
also
floor?
your office and your bathroom. The tertiary bomb sites, both of them. It's you ever seen that? You ever seen that kind of that meme where The Rock describes something? This is the biggest piece of. That's kind of what it's like.
Yeah. Okay. So not good. Not good is what you're telling me. No. Yeah.
Not yet. I will preface that with the yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I think.
However, Hammam may be one of the worst I've seen in the game.
Hammam is
like Hammam is
an atrocious bomb site to have to defend. Yeah, do not really expect to see it in rotation. I mean, there has to be a tertiary site that works, right? You have to be able to try and piece it together, because you have to expect to win every single site. And, there is some extensions. You can try and look at how they developed the 3rd site on Bank, where there was some expectations in the rework of how it went and, well, how it ended up going, but we'll see if they can try and piece things together. Sexy Cake, once again, back on a shield. No surprise. As ENX, a team that has also had its fair share of struggles. Obviously, we got into this game pretty quick, but the point I was making just before is that although Loud have ended 7th both times, ENX have been 8th and 9th. They've been further adrift in the spread of things. Neither team has had too great of a year. They're trying to use these long corridors in towards their approach on towards Horse, just to sort of say, look, as soon as you try and put your head in, I'm going to shoot you down.
So a slow and steady clear from ENX again. It's one thing that now we've noticed on both of their attacks is they haven't went direct. They've wanted to clear the map as best as they can, and Loud, sure, certainly not going to make it easy for them. They're trying to put a bit of a fight. We've seen that extension also in towards Horse. Seen some Goyos be placed around just to slow it down even more, but really the nitty-gritty of, I think, here from ENX is going to be, how do we get players into the right positions to have that kind of split-type pressure? Because I think if you're going direct, you still need some form of backstab. You know, you need somebody pushing in from Old Tower. You need something else than just going a full frontal assault. I think that's quite defendable from a defender's perspective.
Yeah, I think it's one of those sort of lock-ins here where you can get yourself around on the back, and as they try and eye actually their way across meeting, we saw a lot of death in this room before. There's the big, long potential swing round of a Tachanka that's actually just bouncing fire for now. They're not quite let in. We had the Blackbeard be that first bit of force. There's all the destruction and danger and fire around, and he's blinded as well, but nobody's confident enough to try and put any more pressure on the back. But look at the timer demo here. That grenade will do some damage, and Angels does even more. SDK. First body lost here is a defender, but with 20 seconds left, the attackers still have a lot of pressure to try and cover this final divide in towards the bunks from the side of Office itself. It's Games that starts to pop out. Basetto gets on towards Florio. They've got themselves locked in. There's even a knife kill on the door of the shield as well. The Tachanka is hot fire, but it's sprayed and put back down with Perez. Getting the final. Angels almost the saving grace, but not quite enough.
Yeah, just pushing in the one way, it's just not going to work. It's very easy for Loud just to up all their util. I mean, did you see how much was lobbed at that Blackbeard? We had smoked with the Tachanka, everything. They actually didn't even, like, end up scratching the Blackbeard at all. Like, I think even Sexy Kate's surprised thinking, how have I not taken a lick of damage here in the balls that I'm in? And then he dies to a knife, by the way, which, you can't make up sometimes, but... yeah, I don't get why they didn't try and add in another take coming in from Old Tower. I think that would have been perfect for them. You know, you have maybe 2 or 3 guys stay around meeting. Obviously, you've got that main wall open up. It restricts the movement. You then have people flooding in from the other side. Yeah, it's just a little bit confusing for me. But hey, I suppose this is where the new element comes into it. Now, we surprisingly move into the third bomb site choice. This is going to be our kitchen downstairs. Now, the issue that we have kind of seen from this bomb site is there ain't really any safe positions to sit in the bomb site. So you kind of have to go out on a roam. And that is usually how the round ends. We don't really see any planet-orientated siege for this bomb site. It is just kill the roamers, kill the roamers, kill the roamers. And Sexy Kate, you look at the operator he's brought in, it's the Blitz who's great at that job.
I think, yeah, I guess it's always, again, the curiosity of how they're going to play it. As you said, kill the roamers, get yourself the watch from above. There's always the idea of punishing those sort of holds as well. And if you can try and find a cheeky sort of direct route in. Here's Hammam, if you're unaware, the other ground floor site. That is...
how dare you mention its name? How dare you?
Listen, I can mention it as an approach. You just... if we see it, it's a bingo card. It's a freshers bingo slot, right?
He who shall not be named.
What? Is he now... is he blacklisted? Yeah.
No, because always whenever we mention the bingo, we say, "Oh, we'll put this on," and then it never happens.
Never happens.
It always happens. Yeah. So he always curses. He can't mention bingo and fresh. Can't do it.
If it makes the bingo, maybe I've cursed it. Maybe it's...
he hasn't won a bingo in a while. Like whenever he does it, like it's been a while since the full thing's been filled out. So I think we're jinxing a lot.
STK got filled out, taken down by Boxera. And you're sort of talking about Hunt the Romans game alongside, well, the Dockerby loves that game. One of her favorite games. And is able to take care of SDK. You assume the Grismont mines are out and about, so the shields will struggle, but as Angels gets Perez, now a 5 versus 3, and they're just picking them apart. Swinging around either corner, and again, when we talk about how there was a lot of corridors, they're inside the site with the shield, pushing their way across. I mean, they just sort of led themselves in.
He's dead.
I mean...
okay.
Sexy Cake is a very cautious shield player right now. They've obviously been a very aggressive shield player in history, but it seems like the game plan is you go in slowly and we'll go over your shoulders. There's 2 more kills. There's a flawless round. Yeah, I mean, it's a role to play, and it's similar to a role that he's played throughout his whole career. But it works there. That was like playing SWAT.
Yeah, this is why we tend to stay away from the third bomb site choices if we can. I mean, like, again, did you even see an attempt at a plant? No. It all just comes down to kills. You kill the roamers, and then you just pick off the guys in the bomb site. It's easy. Really not difficult.
I mean, obviously, you can sort of talk about as Ying and Goyo get banned out. We'll talk about that actually first. Yeah, it makes sense. The Goyos holding up those corner positions. We've seen attempts at fighting. What you're looking at is control of open space. So you're looking at, limiting them being able to swing down corridors, swing on towards these approaching positions. There's big distances to go. And when your choice is between Goyo, who can also be stacked up on doorways, where we've seen them limited on their shield play, or when they're trying to swing their way on towards, horse from across the top, then you want that over, say, Fenrir. In the meantime, Ying, similar sort of theory. Think about the amount of fights we've already seen on Meeting trying to cross the Great Divide. Who is great at doing that? Well, Ying is. We've seen her demonstrated by that. If they didn't have the Ying before, then they might have not been able to get their way steadily clearing across the top floor from games in towards Meeting, in towards what used to be the old weird position. Now it's an external sort of step around. Still taking some use to that. How much of Old Fortress did you play?
Changing magazine.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, plenty of times.
Yeah, you loved Old Courtyard.
No.
Oh.
I'll be honest, I actually forget what that map looks like now.
Courtyard was entirely surrounded.
Because I've played this so much. This is now just replaced in my memory.
It's a really good rework, I think. From the design idea of it still feels like Fortress. You look at any vibe of this and you're like, yeah, it's Fortress. Are we going to see much in the way of that courtyard position? Probably not. It's external. Yeah, there's a window that can put pressure.
I always think of Fortress and I always just think massive rooftop. It's like always.
Yeah.
Like, because the rooftop is huge.
Ooh, there's the first kill. And again, the defenders suffer here. They did last time. They're trying to be quite aggressive on holding this side, and it hasn't worked. Sexy Cake remembers that the shield has a gun, uses it very well, removes out the hold. And this was the approach that they did last time. So if we're talking about the sort of rework position, that side used to have the hatch above it. Now it doesn't. There's a bit of a window entrance, but you can stack yourself more aggressively. You can be a bit more confident as a defender, but also a bit more confident as an attacker, because you can make a safer approach from the other side, from that sort of con area, and lean your way in as they've done. But waiting for the catch and misses out on STK. It's a Blackbeard. They're happy to sort of say, no, I'll just sit here and play with this player, can throw the grenades and get themselves a bit of pressure actually as they move out. It was a flank that they were expecting. Yeah?
This is good. I mean, it's a 2v5, just take it on site.
Well, they turn it into what is now a 2 versus 4, but as you said, one of them wasn't on site, and there's just the pressure and pressure and pressure. STK has been able to get themselves back round towards the site itself. Where the camera's hacked, not too sure, but you know that the plant is being confirmed, and, well, they've seen the player, so I assume it was the Glass in a position. Just pick up and catch the attempt at a flank. Pretty solid so far. Obviously, it's a lock-in. And I'll go back to a point as they go into their timeout I wanted to make a bit before. Yes, it is two teams that have otherwise been in the bottom of the board of Tier 1. It's, X, E, and X. Obviously, they've still got it in their names, but they are LFO. However, one of them has won one of their showdowns this year. One of them has won the other. In terms of Tier 1 League, it was a Chalet 8-6 towards Loud, and it was a Consulate 7-5 towards, at the time, they were ENX. And there's a lot of potential brawl in this series. And then they've got to go up against Liquid as the follow-through, and Liquid is, who knows? Sometimes they're the best team in the world, and sometimes they're not. It's tough. This could be one that turns into a bit of a back and forth.
Attackers
We
need to
continue.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
What would you talk about in that timeout?
Well, I think you're just giving picks away in the room, like, really early on, and you're just giving, straight map control. And also one thing I've noticed is that ENX, I mean, they're bringing a lot of cheese. You know, Blackbeard's always there. Shields in abundance, yeah. Dokkaebi has been, I think, a massive operator to really help ENX on a map off this size, because there's a fairly, you know, medium to large size map. It's not exactly, you know, looking at a border or a consulate here where you can fit it all in like the one observer view. It is fairly big. I think that's helped a lot. We've also seen Glaz and obviously Ying. Ying's been banned out, but Glaz is still on board. And I think Glaz, by the way, is in a really good spot in the meta. I think Glaz is quite the power operator. I don't know why. He just is. He's just really good. Who would have thought that an operator who can see, you know, through something you can't would be pretty good?
Yeah. It's, you know, sometimes they cook. And sometimes being able to see through things you can't see through, that cooks. I want to see this position come in, because I talked about it very briefly, of how that's a bit of a dead man's entrance there. And obviously, you know, used your big brain, took me by the hand and showed me a whole new world. As soon as you approach towards that, you've obviously got the pressure of somebody swinging out. There's the soda window. You can look it in as a lock-in because you have the soda machine on the other side of the hop. But approaching that window position has a double hard wall. Often it'll keep half it safe. If you are familiar with Villa, imagine it as opening and entering on towards the washroom, where you know that as soon as you enter that door, if you go for the door of the room itself, oh, there's a foothold. I cannot enter. This is dangerous. And that's what that position kind of is. It just keeps that extension, that almost existential threat of they could get us outside. Let's just make it a little bit more open, a little bit more back and forth, and leave it for now. There's bullet hole fights about to tear their way through. SDK holding onto the horse position as best as they can. They'll give the game away, but as Perez comes in to offer some support, hey, look, they're doing that thing that they've been doing every single round. It's the shield approach here, and maybe a lesson to be learnt as Sexy Cake just sort of slowly moves on through. Keeps the attention. There's some spray through and a little bit more. For a second, he thought he would go and double down, but instead, as the Deimos track comes together here, Demo, they're all fleeing, leaving, and getting a reinforcement up. There's a bit of cover either side, but at this point, Perez, has he been able to slip away? 2 minutes wasted here, Demo.
Yeah, this is good from Loud. The Roamers haven't given away any picks. They've wasted, I mean, look at the time. 2 minutes off the roam is very impressive. And now this leaves ENX in a pretty tricky scenario because you've got the smoke still. You still have the Chanka that they have to go through. Perez is still fighting tooth and nail. This little jump over spot. You see some absolutely blinding fights over here, but there's the Blackbeard to put an end to Perez, and the Ella was almost trying to come over and assist, but has since then had to fall back, and he's stuck now. They know exactly where he is. 2 players are in the corridor. The Sexy Cake can feed this information over. This could be big, but he doesn't know which door to look at. Oh, this is a mess.
Well, they do actually lock out the kills. Angel's able to get one more, and now I think it's 2 players inside meeting. They get one on the drop on the cross. They have the attention, but it's a swing round from behind either side, and SDK somehow wins it out and gets himself a triple. Florio's going for the plant. He's trying to hunt the player. He just can't get there in time. Florio's gone up, and SDK is down. Almost pulled that out. I mean, it was great from Sexy Cake to have the watch, as you said, fed that information brilliantly. For LFO to keep going, go for the plant, make sure it counted. Didn't matter how much SDK could try and get done. It was not enough because of that watch, because of what else had gone on.
That was very close.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
I honestly thought they botched it. I thought the Yellow was going to go and kill the planter.
It was close.
But just like, what, second? Give or take a second? That was it. Wow. LFO just had to scramble, didn't they? But the information, I must add, on point there. Sexy Cake feeding that information through saying, guys, I've got like 3 people on me. Push the other side of the map.
Yep.
And they did that, and they flooded in. They get in a position where you can go for the plan. The fact that Sexy Cake, I think, stayed alive, which that may seem a little bit... What do you mean stay alive? You know, what you think he's just going to die? It's... Whenever there's 3 people around you, getting charged down of the shield is horrific. So the fact that he has distanced himself and he hasn't allowed that to happen, he hasn't got ahead of himself to be put in that position, you have to give him credit because all he needed to do was stay alive
Swapping mags.
for that pressure to stop those roamers getting back to the bomb site.
100%. And oh, goodbye, Nook. Tried to be sneaky, but STK is tired of those games. The outside
one
peek.
he knows. the one he knows. That's it.
Well, he's shown it. And, well, they've used it to get a punishment here on their last defense as well. So may as well. Unless we obviously get all the way in towards OT. But now they operate with one less player. I'm going to assume in a similar fashion. That's that soda window that I was talking about before. Just hop in ready on towards the cover of the vending machine. Just allows you again to maybe try and put some pressure back out the building. Lean in towards leaning out of the map itself and make sure that LFO aren't able to get comfortable, aren't able to get cozy. And they tried to sort of do that in the previous round, I think. Maybe that was the timeout conversation, right? Of, yeah, we're playing this roam game, but let's stretch it and stress it a bit more, very openly, very aggressive, and then peel our way back and pull back. And it's forced them to have to rethink. If you've got the Nook in the lineup, they're probably not the biggest draw in terms of drive on plan A. They're usually, I'm going to go here and try and draw some tension. You can still operate without them, and this is, we've already seen it, I've already said it, plan A. Sexy Kate goes forward as a Blackbeard and has a gun or two behind him, and they'll just take territory. Okay, now you can watch this flank, and we'll keep pushing further forward. The breach is coming together here. Now, this is a very important wall. It'll give them the cross-section, but you still need the back end and the attention paid on towards force itself. They're going to play with the smoke, see if they can try and get a body on the other side. Florio is actually just going to send it for the plant, but Basetto,
no.
Very easy pick up there.
I think they've just tried to rush that. They could have very easily have just waited and baited out all of the smokes using that Blackbeard, but no, they've tried to go for the plant and it hasn't worked, and it looks to be that Loud are going to clean this up. So surprisingly, the kind of direct take, which LFO have shied away from the entire game so far, the one time they go for it, it hasn't worked for them. Which, I mean, it's the irony, isn't it?
Yep. I guess it's one of the things where you sort of look at that position and yeah, you could try and make that work, but the fact that they had this open fight, the fact that they were trying to challenge down the corridor, the breach was Loud, there was no secrecy about it. I think Loud had the full idea of what was about to happen, right? They sort of tried to root their way in, and Loud get a flawless defense. If anything, as you said, the direct route, as I said, they tried the spawn peaks that round, it worked. LFO tried the direct route that round, it didn't work. It's the last round. Try things, put yourself out there. First time this map sort of in the rotation. Bring a game that we otherwise haven't seen. Anyway, 4-2 on towards their attack. Is this going to be something that can be mirrored either side? Can Loud try and find some secret plays here?
So, this is a pretty big half now for Loud, and see if they can do a bit better here in the attack than what they have in the defense. And I mean, for what I've kind of seen of Loud throughout the the kind of year, I think they've been better as a defensive side than maybe on the attacks. So I do kind of slightly worry in that regard.
I think there is always that sort of element about a team like Loud, obviously, seeing how they sort of play, throwing in, it's like, it becomes Steiner math of it's a 33.33% chance, and now you're on Fortress, which means that the chances get doubled. And there's a lot of elements that you can throw in to cook the numbers. There's also the fact, obviously, LFO played this map yesterday against 2-game esports in, what was it, 2-0, but they were generically better on their defense. They got themselves a 3-3 on their attack half. They've done slightly better this time round, but it's a very different opponent that they're up against. And 2G were able to still take a couple of attacks. Was it just the tertiary site? We're going to find out. That's that sort of question. How quickly does that problem site become the one that defenders not write off, but go, we can take a 4-2. We're fine with that. I mean, they could take a 4-2. They're fine with that right now, right? They've done the work on their attack for exactly that sort of play and lock-in, and have to see how it comes together. Now the bands, the Ying alongside the Grim, they want to try and blunt the tip of Loud's knife.
Looking at the approach is going to be with the shield, so I think the Monty is going to be added in for that extra bit of control, and because of that, I assume we're going to be having the kind of sweep across. Steve Bassetto in position in towards the old tower at the moment, and this is maybe not as sweeping as what I maybe thought it would be. This looks to be actually quite a direct take. Now, this is the other kind of attack that we didn't see from LFO. Obviously, they went with the sweep coming in through bathroom. Old tower, yes, it is doable. However, you have to fight your way through this. The opening engagements that you have to go through, especially with that shield. And don't forget, because of the kind of point that you mentioned with the vending machine single window that you can see just there, that Florio looked at, you can't get to that as an attacker because of the DMZ, because of that zone you cannot enter through, because you have that wall opened up. So it just makes that fight really, really difficult. Like, you look at Flashtree. He's not going to be in a position to ever peek onto that window because of that wall.
Well, they are able to find the first, and it's Sexy Cake that is gone. They'll be watching on the cams and giving all the intel that they otherwise can. Going to see if they can try and put the pressure on the back of it. A minute left, and as I said, this position, getting a hold of it is better. It's easier as an attacker, but at the same time, it's tougher to get support from, right? As you said, you've got to try and put the back on towards that sort of vending machine position. You've got to try and apply this extra pressure on and force them out. There's not that door that you can swing on. There's also the risk of the wall itself being a swing point of pressure, and they're trying to run the numbers here loud, and unfortunately, they're being a little bit stumped. They've got themselves a bit of the divide covered and live. Just goes for the swing at the perfect time. And now, with the Monty pressed up, Bassetto's the man with the kit itself. They're technically inside the site, but there's still so many angles that need to be covered, so he cannot, in good conscience, just try and put his head down and go for the plant itself. Angels wins out on the swing engagement too. That's STK gone. That's Flashtree getting Angels right back, and now the plant is being attempted, with Flashtree getting one more. He doesn't even have time to finish the plant. Loud. They knew what they wanted. It was a very small bit of control on the site. Tuck in, get the plant. Job's done.
Yeah, that's the direct take whenever you do it well. And I think the Monty has to be highlighted. If you don't have that operator, I don't think they can do what they've just been able to do. You know, Monty is great for just walking into open crossfires that you normally can't really control. And you look at that position that he also planted in. That is the position. That is the place that you want to be planting your diffuser in, as it's a blind spot. You can't hook a C4 around it. You can't place a smoke on it. It's once somebody gets in that position, all you can do is try and hope for the retake. And again, that's difficult whenever you know one of them's a Monty. I'd be very surprised if Monty remains for the entirety of this half. I think he's got to get banned out at some point. Yeah, because I think it could be a recurring theme. I think the direct take looks pretty slow and controlled. From Loud, they didn't go for anything flashy. They just worked with the shield as best as they could.
There is something about the direct take behind a Monty that, as a defender, when you know that that's the thing that's happening, you almost feel like, no, because we can beat it. Because we know exactly what they're going to do. We could try C4s, we could try smokes, we could try whatever. And it's one of those things where on paper, the counter feels really easy, so you don't go for the ban. But it depends, right? It depends how much they think that is in some ways a crutch. Because also, we talk about safety Monties. We talk about confidence Monties. We talk about that on elements where maps have been in the pool for years. This on a new map of we need the Monty to make our approach. Well, suddenly you don't just remove the plant aspect out, you remove the, as you said, the steady control aspect out for the simple ban. You limit wider margins of a game with a single stroke of a ban. Anyway, they're going to keep themselves rotating on towards the other top floor sites. But we might see this one quickly leveled out here, Demo.
Volcan is ready. Use it if you have to. Laser gate in position. Volcan is up.
Loud have definitely changed their lineup, have they? in the last round? I don't think it. That looks pretty carbon cut copy, no?
Yeah, I think, it was going to be the Fuse. The Deimos swapping out to a Twitch is new. I think that's the only change.
That'll be the Goyos, probably.
Yeah.
That'll just be that slight adaptation for it. Probably gonna go, I guess, maybe the clear again, because this is the side that worked well for the Monty coming in from Old Tower. But in terms of hunting kind of roamers, I don't think they have, a great lineup for it, because again, they dropped that damage for that Twitch.
Swapping mags!
I like the gridlock though. I think that flank protection is pretty helpful. I mean, there is free sets of staircases as well, don't forget, so there is plenty of opportunities to kind of get caught with your pants down.
Ammo swap.
The Monty wants to try and get their way in. The Twitch is going to get rid of some of the first bit of utility and just lead them in. As he said, on towards the old tower, get yourself locked in and get yourself steadying across. It's a spread take. There's some angles that they can put pressure back on, and the Monty is just going to be the counter towards that. Allows them some safe passage. But Besetto is, well, generically alone. Perez is in a million miles away, actually, now that I see the outlines. I'm waiting for that bit of cover. Our LFO. Gonna see if they can stick. I assume they'll pull their way back towards meeting and then just sort of make the line there, as we've seen happen before, as Besetto tries to creep and crouch closer and closer. It's actually Boxera. Gets the first kill on towards SDK. A bit of a loss. The Thatcher gone here, as this is that line, right? This is that point, no man's land. It's tough to sort of get yourself in there because of the awkward shape. They have the Goyo canister on the other door that they can pop as soon as they think the pressure's entirely coming through, which they do. Wasting time allows them to reinforce that wall as well, buy themselves a bit more time, buy themselves a bit more support. And at this point, they've gotten some of the control here of what is the other side of the top floor. But, there's been no pressure on towards Horse, there's been no pressure on towards the main stairs, there's been no pressure on towards the other side of the site itself. It's currently still a bit flat, and they're still putting pressure on. Besetto, Monty checking things, and it's almost like what we saw from the round before, but a bit slower, and it's not quite working as well. Angels gets on the back of Perez after Perez finds one, and leaves a Monty temporarily alone. So hurt, 40 seconds, and now a crossfire to go and build into.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Loud, that Monty. I mean, can still give the information, but just a little bit of a scratch and he's gone. And don't forget, there's still a C4 from the Warden, which could have his name on it. Ace able to open up in towards Bathroom now, but I know Loud need to try and pick up the kills, and it's only going to be Flash Train Live who can really go for that. A plant being attempted in towards Bathroom. Is the cover good enough? Besetto is there. There's the C4. No. Down goes the Monty. Someone's going to have to try and replant. The smoke, actually going to cover the line of sight, able to pick it up, but no, not going to have enough time to get that diffuser. ENX, hold on. And it all comes off the back of a C4.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really well played on the defense, right? They made them work for every 10 feet. They peeled themselves back. I think they read, as I said before, like, if you see a Monty as the main drive, you could ban it, but you could also play into it. You know that they're going to be slow in some aspects. You know they're going to be using it for their coverage. It's not a full crutch, but it is definitely helping them walk. And
Defenders, protect your bombs.
that's what they did. They made sure every room was a battle. They had ways of wasting time. They had what was 15 seconds left by the time they hit the site and were boots in, and they had to go for the plant attempt immediately. Almost got it together. It was almost a plant, but not quite. And as he said, they were using the smokes and stuff to cover. Okay, fine. We still had a back line of a man that can see through that, right? They still had plans in place for the actual execute. And LFO were comfortable, I will say. They're back here, though, back onto the site where things didn't quite work. And to be fair, when we were here, Loud took even less. They took the stairs, they took the vending machine-ish, so they could put the pressure on towards the player, and then they just tucked in with the crossfire and had the cover.
Now let's see if Loud can try and repeat the great attack he had going on over towards the games. all comes off the back of that Monty, who, again, I'm going to make the statement, I think this will be the last round that Monty gets played here on Fortress, because I don't see Basato being allowed to play this operator. Just the amount of round that I think that Loud have been able to take because of this operator has been second to none, and the smoke just went really aggro there with the gas, but Basato, thankfully enough, there's a hatch right beside him. He just drops down, avoids all the damage. So he's been able to get 2 smokes out of that and didn't take a single bit of damage. Great value here at Fortress. Get it while stocks last.
I mean, right, just peeled himself out, tried to do something hyper aggressive, and foiled. Maybe they didn't know that there was a full escape route. Maybe they thought it was almost like, oh, it's just like the bottom of bank. We can just put him in the elevator and get him out. And no. Ooh. You know, we see a lot of Deimos underneath. It's not always we see it that clean. But that was a wipe and a half. Either side had the awareness and the ability to lock on. STK
The drone is ready to go.
isn't actually the player in the bottom middle. It's live. But now, what can they do with 2 less bodies? This was the site, obviously, that Loud were able to pull together before. But think about it.
Basato's in.
Yeah, Basato's in. He's going for, well, he'll probably go for the plant sooner rather than later. There it is. If they can get this one locked in, then at this point, as they try and cover the angles, the same sort of approach, they took what they needed, and there's the cover. There's 2 more kills. They've now lost this site twice. Where, Demo, do they go?
Oh, that is a good question. I don't think you can afford to go back up here again. But then, at the same time, I'm thinking you can't go towards the other 2 because they're also, bad. To be fair, surely if you just ban the Monty, that game becomes a lot more defendable. Has to.
Oh my god, you were right.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
I mean, I knew that since the first round. You know straight away. Whenever you're bringing that Monty straight up and you win the round off the back of it, yeah, it's going to get banned eventually. It will. See, look, they're having probably the same conversation as what we're having. Do we go for the really bad bomb sites, or do we think, without the Monty, this is what we do? Straight away, look what Basato's chosen. Oh, if I don't have the Monty, I guess I'll take the Blackbeard. Oh, why not?
Gotta be done.
He's still going to have the shields. Blaster on the fuse.
I think as well, a lot of the counters hasn't been... It's ones that you could avoid just as easily as a Blackbeard, as you are on the Monty. They're not isolating the player so much. They're not sort of trying to bully back outside of a very aggressive smoke play that didn't really work. LFO have their conversation, and we're going down to the cafe. What would you do? What's your... This is my first gut instinct hold for this site?
Naturally, I think you have to prep for them coming in towards Old Tower. Yeah, I think that has to be the go-to play. I'm surprised that they haven't stuck the Warden in, because Warden behind the shield over towards vending is really good. So I think they may struggle with that, especially whenever there is a glass. But then again, Warden ain't really a counter to a glass anyway.
I'm reloading.
That's actually the biggest myth, by the way, as that is by far the biggest myth in Siege.
Really?
Warden counters glass. Yeah, biggest myth.
I mean, I think at various different points of buffing and nerfing it's been true. There was an era where
whenever... The reason why, just in case anyone isn't aware, the reason why Warden doesn't counter the glass is if a smoke gets placed and then you put your goggles on, by the time your goggles activates, because obviously it's Warden now with the changes which you've just mentioned, with the way they've chopped and changed it. It used to be just you put the goggles on, you see through the smoke.
You see through.
You have to stand still and you get that charge up, yeah? After like a second, then you can see through it. Glaz's charge up is like 0.milliseconds. That's how quickly it comes on. Yes, you still have to stand still as the glass, But if you've played the two operators, you know that Glaz's gadget comes on a lot quicker than the Warden's. And that's why Warden can't counter the Glaz, because Glaz is always going to have the quicker trigger on him. That's why.
Well, Tachanka is now the one in that position. They've got somebody trying to push their way up from the top and bottom of Old Stairs this time, and obviously without the Monty, they're playing on the Blackbeard. Sexy Cake, I'm assuming, was the one on the wrong side of that spray through the double wall. And here is that shield making its way round. Well, it's the third time's the charm, and we'll see if it's the change from the side of the defenders that can actually change the fate of what's happening. There's the drop, the cover on the window, and it's a nice little bit of 1-2. Lets it open, gets it shut out, and the fire comes round. Out they go.
This is good. This is good. Just use the denial early. Stop them from even setting up any resemblance of an attack. You know, force that guy out of the old tower. Don't give him a chance to breathe. I like this a lot more. In goes the nade. In goes the Deimos. Misses his kill. Unlucky. Tachanka still going for it. Well, I thought maybe he could have seen an angle there, but no, Florio not gonna happen for him. Look at the time, 2 minutes.
Yep.
God, it's like, oh.
Now they're playing the smokes as well. I mean, think of the comparison of how early all the smokes had gone. The play that they went for last time didn't work.
Can't get in.
Third time's the charm. And as I sort of asked you, how do you step up the defense? They do this. They've done this. They've focused on the hold here. If anything, it's sort of the problems on Loud, because you've shown your hand twice, and now you've tried to make it work for the third time. They've stacked Malusi gadgets, the Tachanka, the smoke, everything they could. Oh my god, he's playing tennis to try and bounce his way further forward, and he gets himself all the way up. In fairness, Basetto has just done a massive bit of work, but as Mitrix gets one on the cover, might all be for nothing. There's the swing out of Florio, and there is everybody else falling. 9 seconds left, and a flawless round.
Love it. Brilliant defense. Great adaptation. You know, finally the penny hit. You know, it dropped, didn't it? It's they figured out, okay, they always send the shield in for Old Tower. Let's just stop him from playing the game. And they did that. You know, all LFO did was sit there, use the util aloud, just twiddling their thumbs. Then they realized, hang on, we actually can't sit here and do this. We don't have the time to do this. But I love it. Yeah. Great. Great work.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
That's a
many
demo
bombs as
approval.
they can.
Demo approval.
Thumbs up.
Slap it on.
Get a
LFO.
stamp.
LFO. They get themselves now one step closer towards confirming this. Fortress is the first map, as you know, obviously again, it's been, we sort of talked about it before, a long couple days of siege. It's a very packed weekend for these teams. They've had long showdowns yesterday, about 8 hours sleep, if that, and then back in immediately. The follow through here is LFO have been able to get this one done. Can they do it in regulation? I don't know, but the pressure on Loud now is, can they do an attack that isn't just driven by the shield? Think about the last time they did this one. It was the Monty that stepped forward and closed down, and Basetto trying to lead that in. It does sort of massively limit the attention that you can put down in terms of, I think, countering the direct play ahead of you, right? They know that their A game is we're going to have a shield and we're going to move behind it. And, well, as Mitrix takes a lot of damage, the step back in from the side of LFO has been play the Ela, play a bit of the space, we've got the Banshees, we can buy ourselves some time and swing back in if we want to.
So, on his third shield off today. If the blitz is going to give him just a little bit more tempo to it. Going to go for a fast, aggressive clear. His angle's checking his corners. There's a player tucked in to the left-hand side of the door. It's inside a bunk, so and all it takes is one drone, and there we go. He's been spotted out, so now they know that the mute is on the other side of that. And is there any way that Angels can maybe try and drop off? I don't know. He's going to need to try to. He'll also be a dead man walking, essentially. And he has been able to get out there in towards the meeting as his teammates tried to come in to try and assist that, but he's actually been punished because of that. Angels, though, is out of there, so his teammate has died for the mute.
Oh, teammates are dying all over the shop. A 3 versus 3, and they'll get themselves a little bit back towards the site itself. They're waiting for the divide to cross, but that won't activate just yet. Now it can. Buys themselves a bit more safety, but otherwise, with this wall being open, with that direct route pressure on towards the bathroom, they're going to try and see if they can maybe repel them, rebuff them on towards the meeting desk itself. A minute. Time to tick and work with, but no pressure shield to do it with, which has been the driving force of, I would say, both teams' approaches at this point. Got ourselves an old-fashioned gun game here from the drive-through. The Dockerby calls both used a bit more hard breach and some flashes to swing corners, fine. But on the back of that, what are you up against? Some pretty decent defender guns that are more than happy to meet your metal with a slap of their own. Steadily, the walls will fall all around, trying to find just a pocket of safety, and they've moved back in. Was the bathroom swing. Expecting an approach here. And towards what is now only the single sort of swing, and you can see he's anticipating it. Just going to be a game of reactions, but against the DMR, it's a tough one to win, but he wins it either way. 3 versus 2, and now we've got go, go, go. In towards the building, in towards the site. SDK finds one, and Flastry gets the last Loud with a bit of time to plan. Pull off the perfect heist.
Wow, that was quick thinking from Loud. Completely changed their approach from where they were in the early game. They've then went towards the white stairs area, in towards construction, open up those walls, force your way through in the other side. That little bit, well, not really a backstab, but just that different approach coming in from the courtyard. And I love the way you mentioned as well, oh, he's got the DMR that's going to be tricky. And I don't think you realize there's DMRs everywhere, and the attackers have plenty of them too. Honestly, the DMRs, on like Nuke, why does Nuke need a DMR? Why? Stuff like that. We see it all the time. Habana with a DMR. Thatcher has the DMR. Capitao has the DMR. Everyone has a DMR these days. If you don't have a DMR, are you really a siege operator?
Yeah, no, you're right. Now.
Blackbeard has a DMR.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't need it. We should nerf Blackbeard more. I miss those days where
take it off Blitz or take it off Blackbeard, give it the Blitz. Let's do that.
Oh my god.
Do that change.
Oh my god. Don't listen. Ubisoft. John Ubisoft, don't listen. Loud.
That'd be a menace.
Oh my god. Loud. Remember 4-speed Blitz? From the test server?
Jammer ready.
I don't really play test server.
Okay. There was a test server error. Error E-R-A and error E-R-R-O-R, because they didn't mean it to happen, where Blitz was it was like a 4-speed, and it was...
You don't remember what a developer said what they originally wanted Blitz to be? An operator who spawns in at the same time as the prep phase. Can you imagine setting up the site and Blitz just came in out of nowhere up 30 seconds into the prep phase?
That would be like...
Thank goodness they didn't go for that.
The worst person in
Horrendous.
everybody's ranked stack would only play Blitz. Ooh, goodbye, Mitrix Perez. Sat waiting. Great print, tension. You do think about, obviously, the site choice here, where we've decided to go. They've gone with the risk, LFO. On towards the tertiary, on towards the ground floor site, see if they can make it happen. And the first body going away from them, their person watching the verticalities.
Changing mags!
That early might be a sign of their overtime times.
This bomb site, it's always going to be the short straw that you have to draw. TENX. I mean, again, where do you really sit that's safe in this bomb site? This is the issue with it. There is also a fair amount of verticality that you can obviously apply that you're witnessing right now. They know exactly where he is. I'm going to play the hatch to try and see if they can maybe go for the drop, but no, we'll be smoked off at the moment. It's just a matter of time. That's all it is. You can see that the jaws are kind of closing around them, aren't they? The way that they're setting up. Gonna wait until that Blackbeard gets in the position. That's where the party really starts. But I think the win con here for the attackers is just use the util well. Maybe try and attempt to plant if you can, but I don't think it's needed. You'll probably kill them before you get to that stage.
Wow, there's another one falls to live, and they look for a bit of a swing. Oh, no, nobody is home outside. Waiting and hoping somebody tries to drift in, a bit closer and closer, but they're inside the site, inside the pressure, and inside the next engagement. STK doubles down, drives through. There's one, there's two Angels. 180s and decimates, but it's a 3 versus 1 with time for them to go for the kit. And Angel's actually just going to cover his back and try and rebuild on the opposite end. And this time, they've got themselves the plant. They could potentially get upstairs and watch this from above, depending on where they put it down, but there's more than enough angles and openings for them to have an easy lockdown. Perez, even in the chat. About time we had that kickoff.
Yeah, I don't think that the third bomb site has shown itself too well today on Fortress, sadly. I mean, but I think we knew this was going to happen. This third bomb site just, it needs a lot of work. I do think, though, that the two top floors, you know, we've seen sweeps, we've seen directs, we've seen a good mix of everything today on this map. You know, going all 12 rounds here into OT now. Pretty good showing. You know, I still think that certainly Loud on some of those attacks, you know, it puts into question, without some of those shields, especially the Monty, you know, how would some of those rounds have played out? You know, do I always want to say that Loud have looked good because they've crutched them massively in shields? But I don't blame them, because shields are the meta, and they're playing to the meta, they're playing to the strengths.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? I think it's the meta, fine, but it's also, I would say, the meta on new maps. With very rare exception, shields are your safety feature. Shields are your, we don't know where the peaks can come from, but with this, we can limit them from a direction. And you can't argue with that, especially when you're putting it on a player who is good at calling shots and good at calling positions, as it is with Sexy Cake, as it is with Paceto. They know how to sort of get the team behind them, they know how to rally the positions, and they know how to, I guess, just feed and filter that information in a decent way. And I think it's fair to say both shield players and respective shield players for the two different teams have done that very obviously, right? You can see them making motion happen. They're not being timid with their positions. They're not being cautious. They're making sure that, oh, the job I need to do is get in there and get in the way. Great. I will love to do that. And it's operating well, but it does mean, in terms of how this map goes, is this going to be what it's like when it hits SI? Probably for a little bit, especially in groups, where it's regions hitting each other. But by the end, especially if it starts to show up in the sort of big stages, best of threes, I think we're going to get some very exciting little pocket runs here. Attention across, and they're going to see if they can try and cut the distance on towards dining. Not dining, meeting either, but you can eat in a meeting.
Okay.
I was waiting for your response there.
I know. Sometimes I always think, right, how can I top what you say? Which is, I think that's just the competitive nature sometimes in me.
You're a gamer. Can't fault that.
Yeah.
You say something smart, because I've never said anything smart.
Sometimes you just can't be beaten, though. That's the issue.
Wow. I've never said a single word smart in my life. I'm back on the Duolingo now, though. That's my year's resolution, if anyone's interested. So maybe I'll say a smart word.
Speak English, why not learn a new language? Yeah, I guess so.
Exactly. Broaden my weird jokes. And the joke might be who's about to be checked in for notes here. Almost 2 minutes gone. And this divide, I called it a bit of a no man's land before, but it's just such an aggressive corner to have to try and open in. You need a shield to try and break the divide or something. And they just keep swinging wider and wider. They're not confident enough to just open it up. Paceto tried to go for the little poke round. They get the shield out, and they get the smoke over. But as Live takes a lot of damage, Sexy Cake has the lockdown. There's at least one more, and I mean, an absolute murder has occurred. And SDK tried to sneak their way around the back. Got called out by the first player, and finished inside horse. 30 seconds, and a 5 versus 2, just spraying through the smoke. Hoping. Unfortunately, the hope was misplaced.
This will be good if he pulls this off. How much you want to bet?
Not at all.
Oh, yeah. But funny, you know, you've answered that pretty slowly there. I was going to try to get some money at you.
Not at all. I mean, they opened all chat in the previous round. It was always going to go that way. There is obviously...
that was...
You go.
Okay, thank you. That was just the case of hitting your head against a brick wall.
Yeah.
They just could not get in towards meeting. They couldn't do it.
No, not at all. And as I said, it's a very important position, right? It's a very powerful position. It's a direct route through on towards the site itself. It means you don't have to go up against horse, and that position you talked about being a very powerful position. But the way they were doing it was, let's make this work. Let's make this work. Let's make this work. There has to be a point where if what you're trying to do, and you could see kind of what they wanted to do, which was get the smoke to cover the swing, and then probably just cut across the room. If not, just use it to get a bit of potential hard breach on. But it just couldn't work. It couldn't come together. So, alas, a Monty would have been great for covering that divide. Oh well. There is the other element about Loud, obviously, because this roster's story, I would say, began pretty much exactly a year ago, when they were the LFO team in a setup, and they were Raza Academy. And then they got through quals, got into SI, and got on towards the stage. Got in towards the top 6. You know, it's a roster that has done unbelievable runs. And currently, now they're the one with the org. The LFO team might be the one that at least takes...
That's a big org as well.
Yep.
Big org in Brazil. So, hey, that's what it's all about. At the moment, just the one kind of... Tier 2 side, because aren't these guys technically relegated? Yeah, aren't they? Yeah, pretty sure they are.
Yep.
So this could be an opportunity for LFO if they make the run. Also be another tier 2 team in the SI. Currently it's only Project Zero. That was, I mean, we'll see how that happens. We'll see how that goes at SI, throwing the tier 2 team in. But hey, it's not the first time. You know, we've seen it, I think, obviously, like you just mentioned, Raza Academy, we've had Makers before as well. M&M was also a big one whenever they qualified. Parabellum, I think that's the 4.
There was... 4 of them, yeah. Makers, what year was Makers?
21. And that was alongside also Parabellum. M&M was 22. Raza Company was 25. And then I don't think there's ever been another situation where we've had your 2 sides.
Oh yeah, because IDK was just Paris Major.
Yeah, well they were tier 1 anyway, I think.
They were, but then they were orgless when they played through. I don't know. Memories.
You got picked up for Secret after DreamHack Valencia, and that was 2018 July.
I just remember them playing a major under IDK. Anyway. 7-6, 5-4, 3-2-1. We're about to see go not happen. The pressure starts to mount on the opposite end. Oh, almost catching, and they do. Mitrix gets the head of Perez, drifted a bit boldly over the top of that hatch there, and shows the power of that rifle, swings its way in, takes that engagement, and, you know, not Loud no more. Levels things up. They've been able to at least take out the Flores, which can be a big blow, especially when you look at the sort of hole that they can get themselves stuck in with a lot of barbs, but as more engagements trade back and forth, it's still the shield still standing. And that has been the sort of thorough line of everything. On Fortress Angels gets lucky in a gift as Pichetto caught and drifted across now. They have this vertical control. They have a fight. It's an awkward position. They're actually going to try and play against the feet, but they don't really want to fully invest in the stocks right now. Flastry's just done some of the damage to Sexy Cake, but credit to Sexy Cake, didn't give their life away. Box does, and there's Angel swinging around the corner. LFO, it's a 2 versus 1 with only a bit of time left. They're going to see if they can try and make things stick, and they do. Angels! Let the wings fly. And there's the response inside all chat.
Oh, if he had crouched, by the way, I think he would have lived. I think he would have lived. I think he would have won that if he just crouched. There's a half wall in front of him as he comes around that corner. And he's...
It's as close as it can be. It's as close as it can be. towards obviously max OT and towards the pressure that can go on. But otherwise, it's the fortress that we get to see. And, well, now we'll go to a little bit of more normalcy after a quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as XENX was able to defend their home turf, new turf of Fortress, and now Loud are slightly behind, pushing towards Bank. Demo, I think one thing is that we don't necessarily want to gloss over the fact that we still should consider LFO, this XENX team, a tier 1 roster.
That's always an interesting argument. Yes, I think by all means you can. Same way that, I look at Europe and I would put, Wild and Wolves, yeah, certainly tier 1 teams, but if we get into the technicalities, they're relegated, and if you're not, if you're relegated from T1, you have to be T2, but for the main purpose of this, and what I think, yes, they're all T1 teams, it was just, I was looking at it from technicality point, but certainly still, no matter what, if these guys were T1, I think Emmy mentioned it, they were finishing 8th and 9th, yeah? This Loud team, partner team, all this, they should be coming in and doing a lot better. And I think Loud have just really struggled this year. And I don't know if this game is going to be a very similar story where they're so close and they just can't do it. They can't close it out. They're almost taking Liquid's mantle away from them.
Yeah, Liquid, definitely not the archetype that you want to follow. But Emmy, as we're looking with Loud, sure, there were some moments here and there, but it really did just feel like they didn't quite have the full spark that LFO had.
As soon as they opened all chat, they lost both rounds, and the game went away from them. I think, yeah, I'm not going to say that they got overconfident by the end of it, because you're right, they were struggling with the engagements, they were struggling with the sort of gun game, and if anything, they were struggling when they hit a problem they hadn't been able to solve. Think about the attack rounds they won. A lot of it was, this is our take on towards this site. Yeah, it's worked. This is the same take. Yeah, it's worked. This is the same take. Yeah, it's worked. This is the take, and now they've got all this utility. Uh-oh. And that was the sort of problem, right? That was the sort of finale of it. And from that point onwards, LFO just, whether it was the benefit of the side they finally got to or not, they were able to push it over in towards the end in OT. And it was as close as you sort of like, but that was unknown territory to a degree, and known territory I think is going to play just a bit differently.
Yeah, as we move on to Bank, naturally, Demo, it's going to be a more known quantity. Fortress, a very new map, but at the end of the day, the sort of underlying issue with Loud was the sort of adjustments. Where was the attacking leadership from the IGL? That's not an issue we would necessarily expect to see coming out of an established roster.
Well, I think whenever it's a roster which has had its fair share of struggles, I'm not really surprised. This year just keeps continuing on for Loud, where they haven't met the expectations that we all thought they were going to have. So yeah, it's just been a rough year for them. Now, look, it is only 1-0 in the series, and look, LFO, credit to them. I think they played Fortress very, very well. They able to snag it there in OT, but other than that, it was an even game for the most part, going back and forth. I think we should a good showcase of the kind of style that both the teams are wanting to play. Fortress, I think for LFO, it was very quick. They were using operators like the Dokkaebi. They were trying to take ground as quickly as they could, whereas Loud, it was slower. You had the shields being their main focal point of how they wanted to approach a lot of those bomb sites, and I think we'll probably see similar going into our next map.
Yeah, and Emmy, on Bank, sometimes when you have those wide extended roams that I imagine LFO are going to be bringing to the table, for Loud, going slow and methodical, they might have a little bit of that time crunch and struggle on the overall execute towards the end.
Oh yeah, they need to be more sort of attentive towards the bomb site itself. I think they will be, because of just familiarity with the site. The problem will be in some ways the mobility of the defense. We saw them a bit active. We saw them a bit sort of flirty with engagements. They knew how to control the space well, but it's very claustrophobic, Fortress. It's very sort of locked in. There's a lot of dead ends. There's a lot of these corners. Bank plays itself wider. There's more space. There's more routes. There's more places that they can cause trouble in. So this is where they might be able to, I guess, be aware of those little roams, those little plays from the defenders.
Yeah, and Demo here, our map choice for the side of Loud is Bank, and for LFO, they actually chose the attacking side. Now, if you're in the mentality of Loud, you're getting to start on the defensive side, sure, might be a little bit more difficult for the defensive side, but how many rounds do you think they need to get to just really kind of put some momentum towards the rest of the game?
I just think even halves are fine. I think whenever it comes to Loud and Bank, yeah, they favor this map. They've already played it twice in the previous 2 series yesterday, and they were able to win both of them twice. One of them was also against Black Dragons, don't forget, and that's the team that did beat them, but they were still able to beat them on Bank nonetheless. So yeah, I think Bank should be a lot better of a map coming into it for Loud, and I expect them to, have a pretty good showing here. So pressure is over towards LFO now.
Yeah, and LFO, I mean, we've talked about it. They are still a good team. Do you think somebody like Angels is going to step up once again and just be the catalyst for all the aggression on this roster?
I mean, they're fired up now, right? He's been able to get himself sort of locked in. We saw him with the laughing in the end of it, and we saw him get, I think it was a triple kill towards the end of the Deimos. That's the stuff that's going to run really, really well on Bank. The confidence of a player to take an operator like that and go, okay, I can clear the back. I can do this. I can go down garage. I can go around into this space. You need players like that, and it's survive and thrive, or it all falls apart. And I think, based on the previous performance, if he can keep it up, it's going to be a pretty smooth duo.
Yeah, and Demo, another thing that you talked about at great lengths through almost the entirety of the game is, why is the Monty not getting banned until later and later and later? The shield play for LFO was really, really important. Do you think that sort of issue for the side of Loud is going to get magnified on this map of Bank?
Well, I think whenever it comes to Monty on Bank, this is his best map in the pool by far. The things this operator can do on all 3 of the bomb sites with the kind of direct takes is incredible, and I think it's certainly an option for LFO. I think whenever a team looked already really good with the Monty over in Fortress, I think it's a no-brainer, really. But then again, you remove that ban and then you open things up. Like, your Grim comes into play. You've got them up. There's kind of operators that open things up and make it really difficult to defend a lot of the bomb sites. So, look, I think the bans will play a big part, and we'll see kind of what the journey's going to be like once we get to it.
Alrighty, and Emmy, if you're in the shoes of Loud, what do you think is the biggest thing they need to focus on to try to claw back their own map choice?
I think the same way that we sort of talked about how slow a Monty can be on an approach is doing the same. They know Sexy Cake is going to play a Monty or a Blackbeard if they're available. They know that they're going to try and have that development. They know that they're going to try and have a gun over the shoulder of them. I think that if they can sort of step in towards that expectation without just it being a gun game, which it sort of felt like it was quite a lot, well, they were losing a lot of those engagements. They were losing a lot of those plays, and focusing, I guess, on shaking that tree, on exploring the map a bit, on maybe setting up some of the operators to counter at least that direct style could be a bit of a route through. It's tough to ban against because of the shields and the fact that they were bringing a Glaz in as well, but who knows?
Yeah, it's all up in the air, but at the end of the day, this series now, if you're a Loud fan, does need to go all the way. It needs to go to Cafe. And for LFO, they've got to arguably, Demo, would you say that they need to win this in 2? Do they have a chance if it goes the full distance?
I think they still have a chance. I think whenever it comes to a team like Loud with a history, whenever they're presented with the opportunity of doing well and, qualifying for wherever it is that they're playing in, they have that opportunity where things can just get so much better for them, and they just kind of sidestep and say, no thank you, we'll pass on that. So I just think the history of Loud and kind of the struggles that they've had over the year, it's a never say never for Loud.
As I would say, especially when we know that this Loud team has been here before, they've qualified, and they're looking to stay alive here. Take it away on Bank, y'all.
Well, we open with all chat and a player leaving. 2 players leaving. I'm not sure what's happening. Demo help. No, there was obviously a problem there, and it'll get sorted out. But hey, what a way for it to go. This is how things have shaken out across. Obviously, games later on today. we have, I believe, the one immediately after this is Elevate Academy and Black Dragons. And then we have Liquid versus whoever wins this showdown, which means that Liquid have had a very long time between their first series and the series that they will potentially be playing later on. I believe it's that way around. I'm going to double check before I entirely say that, but I'm quietly confident. Now I'm loudly confident. Yes, it is that way around. Demo.
Hello.
Okay. You just sit there quietly. I just
I just want to see. I want to see
just
how long
feel
it
you
would go
watching
until you
me,
said
man.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't leave you. As soon as like 2 seconds have passed, I can't be left with just the ringing in my ears from years of playing drums and
Hold
the
on,
silence.
I'm gonna do it again. Hold on.
I hate you. I despise you. Hey, look at our qualified teams. This is our qualified teams for SI Paris in about 2 weeks or so. We got some huge teams, huge names here across the board. And though they're not all entirely on SAL rosters, a very big South American bit of representation based on obviously the export rosters that are out and about there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But Project Zero.
Project Zero, that's the only tier 2 team that we have at the moment. Obviously, you're missing some teams there we're used to seeing. Very well could be Liquid we could be missing. Arc Zero is another one that we are missing.
Virtus Pro.
CAG VP. Yeah. You're missing some big hitters.
It's a different year, and you know how much of it is down to changes in the roster, changes in the water, how much of it is down to the strength of export rosters coming into regions and coming into places. It's sort of obviously that swing round, right? There's always a lot of this potential pressure and always sort of a lot of this, but Elevate and D+. It's we joked about that. Actually, it was the EML region that started that because we sent a team. We sent a team abroad and they tried to have an easy run and didn't really. I mean, they did, but they didn't. And now they got revenge on APAC. Hey, we're back in.
We are. Let me just quickly look at Loud splits. Loud. Loud usually even splits in their first halves.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, I mean, this map, both of these teams played this map yesterday. I think Loud actually played it twice yesterday as well. It was the one map they won in their showdown against Black Dragons, but then they lost the other two. And then they won it, obviously, in the series before because they 2-0'd Supernova. LFO.
They beat
won
Bank or they beat Liquid and Bank.
Yeah, beat
yesterday.
Liquid 7-5, and then got 7-0 on Nighthaven Labs. So both these teams, you know, in the 2 series that sent them to the lower bracket, still won Bank. They like this map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh, we love to hear that noise.
It's one. I think it's one of my favorite noises in Siege.
Is it time for the Tachanka discussion again?
Tachanka's great. There's no discussion. Surely it's been put to bed by this point.
Well,
surely.
I mean,
Bomb located
Tim's
by
not
attackers.
here. Can't hurt you.
Look, little Brum boy could still do it. Boy from Brum and Baldy.
10 seconds to insertion.
Wow. Boy from Brum and Baldy. And then you've got the hooligan, spelt like Hull, which is fresh. Or is
Yeah.
it Ian Chambers? Ian Chambers, my favorite description of Ian Chambers was when I described him as the $1 million man, which sounds better than the £1,000 lad.
With $20 shoes. Yeah.
But does he wear them shoes? Okay. We immediately have Sexy Cake on a Blackbeard, and we immediately have a Monty band alongside a Grim. It's that pair of bands. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the most common opening pair of bands across the entirety of SI. Just, you know, removing the tip of the spear, removing that solid close in a lockdown, the control of a Monty, it just makes sense. On the other side, to be fair, the Azami and the Mirror, they're both going to be 100% in the top 5 band defenders. You know, the only reason, like, you wouldn't be sort of leaning on towards it is that you've got to play against the keepers, or you sort of want to give people a bit of confidence to play out of position, but especially, or on a map-specific one where you don't really need to ban a Mirror. But all 4 of these operators are going to be in the top bands. As we get ourselves top pins straight in towards open, get themselves through some barbed wire. There's a bit of an awareness of a player, but as the ping comes out, you assume he saw the drone and he drops out of there anyway. That is open control, tentatively in their grasp. And, well, as they clear the rest of the map, there's that pace I sort of talked about. They need to try and find a way. Hey, look at that. How did they open? Sexy Cake entered with a shield, and they had a gun on the shoulder of it. Let's see if they can try and put a stop to those shenanigans.
Pretty standard round at the moment from both sides. A little bit of a hold in towards open area. Attackers take open area, get the hatches open, work their way in towards blue now. That is a lot of HP dealt to the Tachanka. That's an operator that you kind of want to remain alive. And, oh, almost a pick, I believe. Is that onto the smoke? Yeah, it is. So the smoke and the Tachanka almost getting taken out, but they're still alive. I mean, that's all that matters. As long as they've got 1 HP, they can still do the job. Never mind, the Tachanka. How is this Blackbeard just on the door, swinging into the bomb site and getting picks?
I mean, it shouldn't be allowed, and the smoke finally makes a connection, but there's a Tachanka that's not going to get the usage that you'd like to see. Instead, the smash round on towards the back of the site, give themselves an option. They have the little tuck plant position, and they have 2 smoke canisters in 20 seconds to try and contend and fight with. There's one more smoke, forces them out. That'll cover both the default plants. There's Angels getting Perez once again, still getting the crossfire, but they still need to make that kit land, and that needs some support on the back. SDK caught out from deep, from range. And one more smoke canister thrown out. Was it pop? 9 seconds. Are they just going to try and send it? It's deep cover that needs to come together. A player slips around the back, and that is the backstab to end it all out. No, in fact, the last kill. Oh, yeah, it did come. We just didn't get to see it.
I mean, that is just as standard of a round as you could get, no? Like, that is Bank Basement in a nutshell. Another little thing that I want to mention too is obviously Thatcher, right? And what Thatcher brings to the table now since his rework.
Defenders protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
As you noticed, whenever the guy was going in for the plant, Thatcher is stood there, not with a gun in his hand, but with his EMP device. And that is because you can essentially use the gadget now. Like, imagine Zombies Thunder Gun. Okay, that's what it's like. You have a thunder gun in your hand, and you're just going bang. And that's what you catch. The C4s, the smokes, the traps, everything. That's the way Thatcher's now being used in the meta. He is used to actively deny C4s and smokes from ever hitting their mark. Like play pigeon shooting, that's what it's like. In goes a C4, bang, disable it.
Attackers are moving to
I mean, you know it's going to happen. You know there's always going to be people throwing utility. You know there's going to be a game of attrition. And now, as you said, you have a gadget that can stop that. You have a gadget that can put it together. We used to always call it as like the best possible play. Was someone threw an EMP at the same second, C4s and stuff went out and whatever. And now you just have, in an effect, an easier way of managing that time and managing that consistency. And you're entirely right. It just gives you a bit more of that solid, but also just a push in. It was great play. They were able to pull off the picks. They shouldn't have been able to get the one from swinging, as you said, the shield on the doorway, but they did. Anyway, up towards the top floor. And LFO get themselves that opening attack. And if anyone feels fired up right now, it is them. As the question was sort of raised by CDAPS on the desk, is Angel's going to be able to get himself in, get some kills on the Nomad? Well, yeah, he's not quite taking the Deimos role, Mitrix is. But you can still find yourself on those loose engagements. You're hunting roamers on a map that really likes to play. We can see somebody deep on the back end of main stairs. They can get a quick rotate if they want, but if the skylight falls, well, then you're under pressure. Or you can maybe go and try and punch your way up square, punch your way up towards anyone that might be entering on that side. There, the pings come out. They know roughly where that player is, tucked in close, and Angels desperately wants to go for the fight. It's just going to hop and take it, sprays through and makes the final connection against Live. And I mean, that's that confidence we talked about. Sexy Cake gets on towards Perez as well. Eyes inside the site, either side of the breach. It's hot pressure, and Basetto, STK and Loud need to get some reaction. They're in a duel underneath, and Mitrix wins that one out. I mean, Sexy Cake has gone down on the door of the site itself, but with the other players surrounding, there's Basetto finding the head of Angels. Wants to try and spray through. The Deimos track is at least revealing some of the position, but he's behind hard wall. You know, he's pretty safe, pretty confident. And Flashter is there to offer some support. Sexy Cake is going to get picked up. It's bought them some time, but they have 40 seconds. They have a little bit of utility. That's kind of the cost right now. No more smokes. A couple of flame bolts. What can they do with it? Well, that's one thing. They throw it to the side and they just kill the man, leaving Basetto alone. The DMR on the back line with the long sight as the plant is being secured just inside the site itself. The pre-fine, they know exactly where he is, and there's one over the top, but Mitrix just kept on shooting. Knew it was going to happen at some point, and, well, eventually it did.
Another good round from LFO, and that is just opportunity spotting and hitting them as fast as they can. Great little pick onto the Ella, a little bit of a whiffage. I would love to have seen it from the Ella's POV because I think they missed a lot more bullets than what we've seen from the Deimos. I'll tell you that for free. and then obviously the Glass, you know, coming in, pushing through, creating the space, making the ground. And Sexy Cake got downed inside of Janitors. He was able to crawl all the way out from Janitors into the top square and then get revived. You know, they didn't capitalize on that kill that could have gave them a 2v3, which would have been, again, a lot better than a 2v4. We know that, but yeah, just being able to pick up those kills early and trading your kill. Well, they didn't even need to trade their kills. They just stayed alive, and yeah, I'm impressed from LFO. Good showing from them today so far.
I think this is
Where was this throughout the whole year? Where was this whenever they were finishing 8th and 9th?
It's that weird sort of element when you talk about a player of, or you talk about a team even, they habitually struggle to get this stuff over the line. They weren't, to be fair, a million miles away from relegation.
I think they were fairly close, yeah.
It was a single point, I think. It was a single point between them and Lus and Black Dragons. In fact, the split. As I scroll back over the notes, you know, you had NIP were clear away on the top. It was 20 points, 19 points. ENX fell shy of over the whole year. It's so marginal, that distance. And this sort of performance, one more win, that if they had won the game against Loud, the one that went into max OT, they would have been fine. That's the difference, right? And it's tough to sort of look at from this perspective, but with this level of performance, I mean, they're fighting for something. They're sort of showing that they can end the year on that level of a high. Again, a great read in, but Perez does find the opener here for the first time. A bit of joy coming to the side of Loud. Basetto doubles down on towards Mitrix. It is an offsite, but with 3 early bodies, this approach has not worked. I think it's fair to describe it. There's the last 2.
Okay.
That was like a round that didn't happen.
I always find it funny whenever teams can win the 2 primary bomb sites and then lose the tertiary. I always think that's very weird because it's not the norm. Anywho, like you said, that round didn't happen. We go next. The thing is, though, for Loud, they now have to go back to a bomb site, which they've previously lost. So LFO should, again, be feeling pretty confident. We will have a ban phase. Yeah, I like the Thatcher ban. Whenever towards that basement, they could see what the idea was with a Thatcher. It was going to be used to disable the smokes and C4s whenever it gets tossed in. So I like that they've went for that. And then the Warden ban too. Yeah, whenever you're bringing in plenty of flashes. Get rid of that operator as well. Takes the C4 off the board. I mean, you look at the lineup. There, other than the Tachanka, the Smoke, and the Goy, which does seem like a lot, there isn't, I think, too much, other than the kind of denial that you have in the basement, there isn't too much roam setup that they've brought in. You know, compared to last time, where we kind of seen, I think, didn't they bring in Ella in the first round? You know, they kind of helped them with that open area hold. So I just worry if they're playing, you know, one of those operators upstairs who might have denial, like even the kid with the C4, you know, you don't want to be losing him if you're roaming. So I think this roam game, it needs to be just dropped straight away. And I worry because I see Passetto upstairs, so I don't know what he's doing. I hope he goes back to site. Because if the smoke gets picked off roaming,
that was like
gonna have worries.
That was like a citizen play on Chalet. It's just a roaming smoke.
He's going blue stairs, thank goodness.
Okay, peels himself back. Gets the job done. Now, will they be able to lock themselves in, waste some time? As you said, the attention will be paid. They've got rid of the Thatcher, so they can play on towards that wall, but there's also no shield now. And it's one of the things, actually, I said it after the first round. I was like, oh, this is the shield play, you know they're going to do it. And then they stopped doing it. And I really appreciate that, because it's almost that other test, right? Of, I want to see this team all guns up. I want to see them doing these takes. And fair play, the past couple rounds, they've done them... Well, okay, the last round, not so much. But the round before that, it was sharp. It was very precise. And, you know, you have to have that depth. Otherwise, if you become that predictable, predictability does not always pay off. Going for a slightly different method of control of open here. Force the players out on towards the back line rather than just that shield going in.
Need to get a move on.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. Get yourself in. Like,
no.
Nobody's in there. Where's the drone work being done? Like, they don't realize what they have to go through still? Ah. Hey, it's on their heads, not mine.
Well, they've got themselves...
I was but a humble doomsayer.
You were. I mean, they just went in a different way. All the way around the building. Now they're in. Now they're trying to get some pace on the Maverick.
Okay, and this takes even, yeah. Oh, I don't see them getting through this. How do they get through this defense? With, what, a minute by the time he opens that?
With mistake, I think. There would need to be a couple of things...
Yeah, hatch flood.
Yeah, a couple of things that go their way. A cheeky flood comm. But now they have the hatch itself. They're going to get the breach onto the wall. Just pop the one fire canister they can see. And then go from there. But at this point, quick dash, quick bit of motion. And Perez taking a bit of damage. As I said, the watch and the danger could be the fact that they've obviously still got a lot to get through. Now they at least have a crouch route that they can make happen. I mean, but what's the drive here, right? The smoke starts to come together. They can't see through them. You can't move through them. That's worse at this point, because they're just going to try and sit and watch and wait. They hit the shield, and Brock is actually able to get rid of live. Flashtree gets Sexy Cake on the trade out, and, well, they got to peel themselves further back. 17 seconds. Still one more smoke canister. Flashtree gets one more for his trouble. There's a C4 in the pocket as well. There's the last smoke canister rip. Borreo's going to hold onto the plant, but the C4 is Flashtree's third for the round. As you said, too little, too late. Oh, there's one. And then 2 versus 2. Foxera's going to hold onto the kit. Just an easy wrap up by Flashtree.
Yeah, really nice play with the glass there. Setting up that hole over towards the longer angle, over towards server. Open up the hole, smoke it out, pop the shield with the Gone 6. Glass gets a freebie onto the Chanka, but still cutting it way too close. You know, whenever I'm seeing Goyo canisters be popped at, what, the minute mark, you're asking for trouble. And then the smoke start rattling in. Yeah. Just timing. You know, timing there from LFO. And the thing is, They could have moved into open area so much sooner. And I suppose that's the benefit of us being able, you know, to see everything. The all-seeing eyes, but... Hey, not my problem. Just, they should get what I have. I can see everything.
Yeah, true. Oh, wait, I think that's called cheating. Players, don't get what we have. Don't get the perspective on every single player.
I don't know. We've never been banned, so...
What? Have any talent ever been banned, even by accident?
Probably Nut back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably been some stat bans. I think, Ubisoft, if you're listening, for a laugh, ban Dez.
The stats may tell you otherwise, but we can assure you he is.
We can assure you he's up to no good. 2 apiece. And, I mean, it's the perfect sort of response here. Obviously getting themselves locked a bit more solidly in on their defense. Was that a bit of a slow approach from the side of ENX? XENX, even. Sorry, I just look at the end of the name and see it, LFO. Yes. But it's a site that's known for it, right? It's a site where if you're not there within sort of a minute 30 left and you haven't got rid of any of that utility, yeah, you're going to struggle. And now on towards the top floor where you can get a bit more wiggle room and safety, they're going to go with a similar route of what they did before. The drone is up and away. They have rough positions on the players. How are they going to try and operate on the back? Just through the soft. Nobody is home.
Drone is ready to go.
Unsteady at the moment. A whole lot is happening. It's half the round and no kills as of yet. I mean, majority of the attackers are still outside. Slowly making their way now in towards square. Sexy Cake, think he's gonna see if he can get in and open up that wall, which she's actually already done. Missed that. He's just lying away. Again, I think they're just looking for anyone to kind of peek and give a kill away and then play off that. But the patience from Loud here, Emmy, it's working well for them. They know they still have smoke. They still have some form of util. As long as they can hold on to that, they'll be fine. And their Slashery gets the first pick.
They're going for the plant itself. Are they going to get this secured in the meantime? They've put the pressure on. It's a post-plant situation. Technically, they had the defenders out. Whether the smoke tried to go very loose at the end there, tucked just in on the breach. And this is one of the toughest retakes that there is, especially when they've still got the controller square. The C4 isn't going to quite net the kill. They know there's a player up there, but you've got to try and push up a set of stairs. Florio is able to find one. There's the spray round and the lock of Perez. But still, this 1 versus 1 could be the decider. There's a bit of support that comes around the corner and gets caught out. Somehow, Sexy Cake 1 on the flank. A 1 versus 2. Can't get to the kit in time. LFO took what they needed and a bit of daylight robbery in the bank.
Yeah, like I said, they were very patient, Loud. They didn't want to give any picks away, but maybe, Emmy, were they playing too safe? And that's what happens. Like, for LFO, obviously, the operators that they had, yes, they're just going to full send it. That's the nature of a yin and a glass. But to not see any response of a C4, considering there was 2 C4s, I find very surprising. So players, again, just probably too safe. The call was probably, guys, don't give any picks away. Just sit in your hands, don't do anything. But then, that leads into that happening. Where you need actually somebody to play pretty reactive there and take a risk. They get in a position where they could utilize that C4 to stop that plant.
2 to 3. And I think this is almost, as you know, with the comparison of the first series that we had of the day, this is consistently competitive. I feel like the teams are answering each other, which is always the element that you want in Siege. You don't want it to be a one-sided affair. You don't want it to be like, this is our good side, this is when we lock in, this is whatever. You know, think about the bank and think about the lack of attack wins that we really had in that series. And here, it's just great rebuttals. to each other's holds. It's great responses to each other's expectations. Now, we'll see if it can be another one sort of put together. Denari on the board, they've got the Goyo, they can try and bay and waste a bit more time as well. They're on towards open, which has been a bit of a sort of conscientious point. And back on the board is a Blackbeard. Get the shield back in, get themselves some of that solid game plan that got them locked in towards open quite early before. It gives you the route of getting, you know, smashed in on the walk-in, smashed in on towards the double door. First game is going to be try and hunt down, well, a Valkyrie. 2 cameras close together. I mean, it's one way of knowing your intel, but this one is only going to be good for as soon as they hit that swing and you can see, or we can see an outline. Every change, every position, he thinks he's safe. The audience in this castle, who's about to swing the stairs, knows he isn't.
E4 rip. Nope, doesn't net anything. Fishing for someone at ATMs, but nobody's home. So that is really the only form of kind of hard denial outside the smoke gone. The first pick, too, goes in favor of LFO.
God, Castle.
Loud. I need to try and get a pick here back somewhere because they're not really doing much. And the attackers, Emmy, I feel are just taking so much to the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole time. You know those pings are coming from the Valkyrie on the camera. The castle was focused on it. In the meantime, the attackers, as you said, have taken the rest of the map. They've had 2 players watching a single Deimos in an ATM, drawing attention, and oh no, everywhere else has fallen away.
Foul.
They're watching, they're catching. Flashtree
He killed him.
somehow gets the kill on towards 1, and that's ludicrous display, and gets away with it. 4 versus 4.
That is one heck of a shot. And again, I still don't think LFO are in a bad position by all means. They still got the Salmas, so they could try and open up that quad wall, but looking at where Florier's rotating to, even he's not entirely sure. Is he maybe thinking about the hatch? What has the call been? I mean, 20 seconds. There's still smokes on the board. There might still be a Goyo. Did he get a move on?
Setting up a sequential breach.
At this point here, you know, you said they were able to take the rest of the map, but now they've got to try and get themselves in on the site. As Goyos, as you said, Florio is able to get the cover. They're just going to have to go for a bit of a dip, dash, and dive in towards it.
Breach.
Hops in, tucks in close, is just going to tuck the corner. No, goes for the fight. The cover is harsh and sort of partially there. There's the watch. Dropped the kit, swapped it over. Trying to lock in, has the wherewithal, but it's the swing round of Flashtree. A difference of seconds once again between these 2 teams, and I mean, it's just the narrowest margins, Demo.
Yeah, it's timing again, isn't it, there from LFO? Just taking too long and getting things going. The Goyo obviously forced them into a position where they couldn't go for the default plant position. They had to jump in through the quad wall, which not every day do you see plants going down in that corner. And a really difficult scenario there for the Blackbeard. 2 players, both on 180 swivels. So no matter who he killed, he was always going to get killed by the other guy. So yeah, it's a tough one, but it just comes down to the timing and not having enough time to make those rounds a success. Even half. Now, I think this is pretty par for the course to be on for an overtime here.
Yeah. Oh, perfectly so. As I said, what's great about this game is it doesn't feel like people are stepping down or just punishing the same things. People are stepping up. Teams are stepping up. They're making sure that they have all these very immediate responses towards each other. And granted, there's little moments of magic, like Castle pulling off what he did down the elevator hatch and getting the drop on Deimos. But you're then looking at, you know, the bigger picture of, well, they expected this bit of control. They knew that there was going to be this play. They knew, and it's very, very well put together. Here, down in towards the basement, we've got the ban on a Capitao alongside a Ying. Capitao, I mean, Mr. Utility, right? You often need him. He solves a lot of problems for you. Great gun. Better utility. It's just, but usually not always the one that causes the biggest problems, as weird as it is to say, right?
10 seconds left before insertion.
Wow. Loud.
5 seconds left before
The
insertion.
lineup that they have, I mean, kind of expected from them. Like, this is kind of what we thought they would go with. I would say a very slow and steady approach, looking at their operator lineup. I think they're also maybe going to try and go for the sweep and get the hatches as well, because really that's why you're bringing Habana, isn't it? Is to go for the hatches, or else you just bring in some more tin openers, and then you could free yourself up for, like, a Grim, for example, which I'm actually surprised they haven't went for that. Grim being up on Bank and Loud not playing into that is, yeah, a bit of a strange one.
Eyes on towards open. You talked about, hey, where's the droning and open? Oh, it's much quicker here. From the side of Loud, they've got roots in, but STK, 0-5 for the team. You've suddenly sort of noted 11-5 from the side of Flastry and gone, oh yeah, has it been because of the defense? Has it been big clutch rounds, or has it been this? I don't know. It's weird to sort of say, because yeah, he's had some massive rounds and moments, but you know, I think 4 of that was when he was the back line and what was just a hold with utility. The basement, it's a good drop round here through. Basetto is trying to lead the team in, and they've got open at least some awareness of somebody inside this. This is just going to be a face check, force him down, and get him rotated back towards the site, which he has done. It was threat rather than attempt to kill.
Little twitch throw. Got rid of his Denaris. You're not going to like that. At 20. Still need to deal with that guy inside the server. That's going to be the tricky part here for Loud. Also a guy in blue stairs, so not just the guy in behind the rack, but the smoke, more than anything, is going to be, yeah, pretty difficult. Another smoke goes in, so, I mean, this is just the method, Emmy, of using the smokes. Just, it doesn't always have to be to deny a plant. You're still wasting the 30 seconds that you normally would if you were trying to stop a plant up here. Because the plant ain't going to go down until these stairs are taken anyway, so it makes no difference.
At this point, eyes on, 40 seconds. They've still got themselves the shotgun at the bottom of blue. They're still causing problems. And now they're happy to try and swing up, because at this point, yeah, he can sort of play his life. He's looking for the fight on the other side of the Monty, but he doesn't want to get entirely surrounded. What is going on? Gets one out! Should not have been able to piece that one together, especially with the Monty breathing down the back of his neck. 4 versus 4, yeah, fine, Mitrix is dead, but he's played his life and his gadgetry and all the time in the world. Now they've got to see if they can try and stick the kit down in the site itself. There's still a C4 that can be the op-all and the end-all, and that doesn't quite actually get the kill. Perez, though, is able to find one as the blinds come out, spraying on. It's a crossfight across the top. They're going for the plant. They can't get the angle. Loud! Just loud enough.
Wow. Wow. I honestly thought that the, 20 seconds with the Chanka with all of the Molotovs still in the pocket, you think, oh, well, surely this is going to be easy for LFO, but somehow Loud makes it happen. The players dropping the hatches pick up their kills. Wow. I mean, what can you say?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Bomb located by attackers.
4-3. Round still in this sort of just back and forth. At this point, doing it all with as little as they had left. SDK still unable to get a kill throughout this showdown as of yet, but it's a team game, LFO at this point, as close as that was, the difference of 2 seconds, right? The difference of getting 2 kills when he run up the stairs with the smoke, or maybe even pulling back towards the site and wasting a bit more time and being another backline gun, who knows? Maybe if it was just a different person he removed from the lineup when he went for the run up blue stairs, and as close as it could possibly be here. LFO. How are they going to try and slow things down on the top outside of the Tuberau? With the Tuberau alongside the Solace, alongside the Echo, alongside the Smoke, you get the idea of a little bit of a hands-off hold here, right? Let them get the wall open, let them get top square, let them get on towards the windows, and then let them try and get in. Well, Flashtree got in, got the head of a Tuberau. There's not going to be anything from box this round. Not entirely sure what position he was in, whether he just wanted to hold on to Kanto, you assume, based on the position of Flastry and the fact that it was Tubarao. But either way, that corridor should get popped open. Well, I say pretty easily, actually. I then look and they've not got any ranged hard breach, so...
Out. You be careful here on the square, as plenty of times that defenders, whenever they are down that man advantage, will get a little bit aggro, and oh, that's what I see exactly from Angels, getting very aggro. He's on the other side. Oh, just sees a sliver of life. Can he get back in, though? That's the question. There's the guy in the window. Here's the keeper. Yes, get back in. Oh, what a snatch and grab. Oh, what's this? Oh,
where's he going? He gets a call out. The call is popping out. That might get revealed. There is another player down underneath alongside him. He's in a bit of a showdown here instead, but he's choosing strange routes to find routes around. But if he wins this... Oh, he doesn't know. Does he know? Well, they know. Perez gets one more. They're going for the plant itself. They've played the bait. There's the motion. Perez is able to get himself another for his trouble. He just leaves Florio alone. Not for very long, because Perez sweeps up the rest.
Even though Loud have won that round, I just can't help but feel I want to talk about Angels.
Talk about him. Let loose.
I mean, it's the movement. Hang on, are these... I didn't even notice these... Is that correct? 14-4 and then somebody's 0-6.
Yeah. I was talking about it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's just getting wider and wider. That's like someone can screenshot that and be like me and my best friend when we queue.
It's more the fact that he's still middle of the scoreboard.
I know, it shows the importance of support role. Yeah. Me and my duo. But the thing is, the team is obviously still winning, right? The team is obviously still getting themselves locked in. You can also talk about the three of the players, SDK, Paceto, and Live. Across all three of them, it's not fantastic. But then you look at Paceto, it's, only 2 kills. Oh, only 4 deaths across all the rounds. They're playing a really good team game. They're making sure that there is support structures. They're making sure that their lead engagers are the lead engagement. And that's everything that you kind of want in your approach, right? That's all of the setup.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
At this point, though, I mean, Flastry, how much further can they go with the team? Loud itself, as we said before, once upon a time, under a different name, had a meteoric run as an August team, and then changed a bit throughout the year. Flastry was obviously the player that was, I don't want to say dropped is the right word, went to a different team. I don't know how it fully worked out, and then came back in towards this roster because the separation didn't quite work. And I guess in fairness, because they didn't have a great second stage, coming together didn't quite work either. But you can't fault the performance when they're able to put it in like this, 14-4. We talk about difference players, we talk about difference factors. Maybe that is the similarity from the series we had earlier on, Demo.
LFO need this round. Need to get themselves back into the game, stop momentum from Loud. This is the big one. Who's in that basement? You look at the lineup on the attackers. Nothing that really screams we're gonna try and go direct. And you've got no shields. Don't really have any util operators. I mean, this is like a very strange lineup, isn't it? Like, for a basement attack? You don't really see this all too often. I mean, there's not even any real hard breach outside the Habana, I don't think. Yeah, no hard breach gadgets, just the Habana. So, I mean, she can only open up so much. So, I worry.
At this point, they're just going to see if they can try and get aggressive inside garage as well. It's, in a way, a solo press, but with Flastry being the one that can sort of put that press on, put the pressure in towards it. Well, nobody's taken the bite as of yet, and it leaves them a little bit out in the reeds, right? fine. They've been able to get themselves up towards this aggressive position. They're not being subtle about it. The longer it goes untested, they're just kind of a bit useless. They can't offer any support really directly elsewhere, apart from the fact that Perez has now got in towards servers. Basetto's still trying to clear the top floor. You're kind of wondering how spread out this approach is and where is going to be that coming together. Where is going to be that team building, team bonding moment. Haven't forced the elevator player back down the hatch. Haven't forced the player out the bottom of blue, but they have taken all of the smoke canisters and, well, there's the fight and there's the pressure. Sexy Cake wins it out, though. Basetto gone. Sexy Cake looks for a second and finds it. There goes Live. And there goes back towards the site. Perez, in the meantime, finds Mitrix. And they're waiting to see if they can get one more engagement. Perez is in the site, though, with the kit. Doesn't feel confident going for the plant. There's probably an echo drone watching. I feel like we're going to hear that sound in a moment. In fact, no, we don't. What is going on? They've found their way back round. There's another couple of kills. It goes out in towards their favor. There's a dropout. Perez is able to get himself 1.5, but there's a player rotating around the back of him. It's being called out. This engagement, he somehow gets a team kill, but he gets the final one. Oh, okay. I don't know what was happening there, Demo.
You just shot anything that moved, to be honest. I don't blame him. And if somebody's crawled around the ground, you're just going to shoot it, aren't you? So, yeah. LFO, I don't think had to really do much. Mostly because I think that attack from Loud was... It's up there. It's up there. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Oh, yeah?
That's not how you attack that basement. That felt like 5 players just chose what ops they wanted to play and hoped it worked.
Spoiler alert, I didn't. Okay. I mean, at this point, right, we obviously had a little bit of coming back in. It's still, in a weird way, with the weird operator selection, got close, right?
Yes. But it was a 1v4 whenever the diffuser got planted.
Yeah.
I will say that much. I wouldn't say, yeah, you got 2 exits, but it wasn't like... Come on.
Listen. I gotta sell a story. I gotta sell these papers somehow.
You need to stop giving people hope.
I gotta sell these newspapers somehow, mister.
Honestly, hope is overrated. Like smiling. Smiling's overrated.
Wow. Okay, Grinch. Nah, the season's gone. It's not Christmas anymore. Scratch that. Scratch that reference off the record. What's the non-Christmas equivalent of a Grinch? I was about to age myself massively, and I stopped myself.
No, go for it.
Grumpy cat.
Not worth it.
I'm pulling a face right now.
You have to remember, there's 20 years between me and you as well.
Okay. I'm crying. I'm crying in the club right now. No. Grumpy cat aside, great cat. 5-4. I just love intent cats. 5-4. We now have almost 007. The fact that STK almost has as many assists as they do deaths, that's at least something. Oh my god.
That's something to hold on to.
I know what numbers they are, Demo. And I don't think I'm strong enough. I'm not strong enough to say them out loud.
No. That's
not aging myself that much.
No, that's actually dead now. That's actually stopped being funny. I don't think it was ever funny.
Listen.
That's gone now.
Ooh, there's a shield. Basetto does take a little bit of damage from the fadeaway from Mitrix, who was just trying to get out of there more than anything. Now they can track the motions of the shield above them. They know exactly where he is, and going to pass all the intel that they can. There's a bit of a read. All the temptation to go back out over that position, but it's being fervently watched. That hatch, they're almost sort of saying, look, yeah, we know that you know that we're here. You have a pulse, you have all of this watch, you're trying to do this hold from above, fair enough. But Loud, still going for the vertical take on this. I mean, guess you kind of have to, right?
Yeah, Well, I think whenever they've kind of restricted themselves with the hard breach, because they've only brought in the ace. They haven't went for tin openers to get the hatches open. So already the ace has had to use 2 Selmas on a hatch, where he would have loved to have used them potentially for the quad wall and make it, a massive opening. Now he maybe gets just one of the walls. So yeah, slight issue there, I think, again, just based on operator selection, but can still try and make things happen. And that's a good pick from Perez. A very good trade, though, from Sexy Cake. That's what it's all about. And making sure if you do lose a teammate, you can get that kill back in your favor. Now, he's going to be under a bit of pressure here as that buck is above, making a bit of noise above him. He's just going to stand firm in an area where they can't get him. And, I mean, time is against Loud here, 25 seconds. Look where Sexy Cake is. I like this rotation into an area that they simply don't have time to check.
Now, at this point, Box is holding on as best he can on towards Elevator, but as that fire extinguisher gets popped, he's more worried about the chance of being swung on himself rather than supporting the structure. But with 9 seconds left, buddy, they're going to be heading in and on towards the site itself. There's the catch. Went for the rotate around the top, didn't quite work, so instead a shotgun right around the middle, but couldn't quite get the pop on the player he wanted. Oh! The Solace had a mission, and they tried to find themselves that route through, but oh, you saw the idea, right? You saw the cogs working.
Oh dear. LFO, I think, have kind of botched that a little bit. The Ella inside of Elevator was so worried that somebody was still going to be in lobby, but that wasn't the case. They smoked. I mean, in my mind, in my head, if somebody pops a fire extinguisher in that corridor, it usually means they're using that as a makeshift smoke grenade. I.e., they're going to walk through your corridor that you're holding.
Yeah.
And he just didn't catch. He was so frightened about somebody just waiting for him, but nobody was there. So a lack of info.
It's almost, I guess, when there's that little amount of time left, right? You're looking at the... Oh, STK got a kill.
10 seconds left before...
You're looking at... Sorry, I had to double check. You're looking at...
5 seconds left.
You need to try and do something to stop them getting their way in. They went for the retake, right? They popped that, didn't really move immediately, were worried they were going to get swung on, worried that there was a flank watch for exactly their position, because that's what they demonstrated earlier on, or had been demonstrated earlier on. There wasn't. So instead peeled their way around. But now, Loud, sit on the precipice of pushing us once again in towards a map 3 for our day. You can't say that these teams aren't leaving anything on the possibility, because for one of these two teams, that will be the end of the run. For LFO, could be the end of the team full stop. Obviously, they've down in towards tier 2, but it doesn't mean that there's not the possibility of some of these players being, picked up for other rosters, and how the rest of this route goes could be that third and that thoroughfare. They get themselves quad wall opened. I said before that, there'd been sort of hands-off holds, right? Solaces, pulses, smokes, echoes, things that you don't need to be directly on towards the touch of the site. Here, they're going to lead on the Valkyrie. They've got the castle for some structure, but look at the C4 count. They're just going to see if they can try and be a bit more explosive, a bit more violent with the wrap around the site.
Now we wait. Let me see if Loud can do a very simple execute. A good lineup. So the Grim is there. So that the Grim going for a very long rotate. Basetto, primed and ready. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't be a massive fan of Basetto going for the plant. I think Blitz is much better in a capacity of being able just to charge into Janitor and take control of that room, but I suppose if you can put the shield in your back and try and go for a safer plant, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, you look at the lineup and there's hefty amount of C4, so I just hope Perez is going to be ready with his EMPs to make sure he can disable them.
.50 seconds left here, and the defenders are in some regards unchallenged, but it's just a lot of setup. A lot of setup for what could be a bit of a quick explosion. We hear the first smoke canister and the second pop in, and that is all of the usage of it. At this point, they've just got to try and make this stick. Paceto wants to back his way in, but the smoke canister has played against it perfectly, and plan A is falling apart here, lads. We've got to start trying to cook up a response instead. Either side of it, Paceto's trying to get the shield inside, but now there's going to be nothing to disturb the sight lines. There's more smoke. There's an easy pickup from behind. And at this point, you know, this is probably going to be a 6-5. Well, there's more bodies to pile up and add to that theory. They hoped a pocket play would work, their demo, and it didn't.
I'm laughing a lot more. Have you realised what happened there?
Did he miss Did he miss where the breach was? So
obviously they smoked it, and he's put the shield on, and he's trying to walk in backwards to walk through the rotate hole, but he's bumped up against the wall, and he just didn't walk in. He just started sliding around top square, doing him and walking.
Oh no!
And then by the time he realised the smoke was gone, he couldn't do anything.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Oh, that is you don't see that often. Just a guy just walking into a wall. He's not even playing the game.
Okay, I said it before that the side of Loud was a little bit, you know, top heavy in terms of.
I don't know if you've seen it as well. He came out of the smoke and he was like, "Wait, hang on, where am I?"
Yeah. He was doing his best, bless him.
Oh, that's made me. I haven't laughed like that in a while, and that's a good one. That's really got me. That that's really got me.
The where am I?
Oh. I'm losing it. Oh dear.
So we've had a very quick disconnect after the timeout. And I was going to say, we now have two players that have sort of gone massive on the side of Loud. Flastry and Perez, I think it was. Between the pair of them, sitting up to about 30 kills, I think. Quick mental
Really
math.
good. I mean, it was like Nesk and Diaz earlier for Liquid.
Yeah. But it again raises that sort of question of what happens, you know, if one of those starts to fall short. We might get to a third map now. We're still Loud in the driver's seat. But then you're looking at Cafe. And Cafe, very intricate. And Cafe, Loud is starting on the attack, which isn't easy. I think, a very basic way of explaining it. Some would say it's pretty hard.
Hmm. I think with just the kind of style that Loud have approached, it is just that very slow and steady. And I think some of their attacks are like blatantly obvious what they're going to go for. And I think some of the rounds that LFO just haven't caught on to it, which is surprising. I think LFO, they made a few blunders here and there, especially in their defensive half. But still, it's been a good day, and really two competitive matches. On Fortress, and then obviously leading into Bank. And like I did say, this should be an even game. And if LFO were able to get this defense, and they do get the basement available to themselves, could be another OT.
Hopefully. Locked in and back in soon. How does Fenrir's hair do that?
Wind.
Is he just in a really windy place? That's why he's got the mask on.
Walks around with a wind machine.
Accidentally in a wind tunnel. He's the only one that's suffering wind. I just had a quick scan of everybody else's hair. That's the point that I've got to right now. On the ratings of how windy a day it is.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This is what happens when you start casting quite early in the morning. CDAPS was up at like 5:30 his time. We had it a little bit easier, but we've also had like a month off or so. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. You can't leave me in the silence again. You can't. This is cruel. I know you're out there. I know you're out there somewhere.
Did it for badness.
5 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Though Loud, maybe a top.
I don't think it's been that bad.
No, I just like to tech timeouts. I think if we talk about how
you hate them. Yeah.
It's not that I hate them. It's that I
Well, I
have
think
lived...
it kills your flow.
It kills my flow. I have cast the longest tech timeouts we've ever had, I think, where the broadcasters kept going.
We had some long days this year, didn't we, as well?
We've had some
we had
long
a very
days.
long day. I don't know what day it was, but it was very long.
It was a very long day.
Like every game was like max OT. It was like,
So I think there's just an aspect of my brain that as soon as a tech timeout happens now, it's like, we're going to be here for 3 hours. It's buckle in, buddy. The first kill. Oh, and it's
That's
the
a good pick.
Glaz.
Yeah.
Glaz caught out. Now what's the play? I mean, frag grenade seems to be the play here to remove utility.
Yeah, 6th.
They've got more than enough to try and get the coverage, but look at the aggressive retake. Now, we've seen, obviously, the smoke of Mitrix play this position multiple times. Now they've got a bit of support. Now they've got a friend instead. Are they going to see if they can get a kill on the hatch? Too little, too late. They were very aggressive there. Boxera, I think, was a split second from being caught out by the swing on the stairs, and, well, no result. And that's going to be a bit of a blow here for the approach of the attackers.
I just think the defenders now just sit in their hands. The only person that they really have in an aggressive spot is going to be the smoke. But look, we've seen this last time. The smoke is more than happy to use the canisters early to waste time on that blue stairs clear. And one thing I will say, with Loud bringing in a hefty amount of nades, how do you flash the guy out of blue stairs? It's all right nading him, but he's legs and he can maybe push in towards your pushback away from the grenade. So it's not as, I think, detrimental here for the smoke as what you would expect with being up against 6 nades. I think flashbangs would be a lot trickier for him.
Trying to fight their way here up towards the top of the blue and only finding a shield as a friend, but Perez does find Angels. Finds that cover, and that's the risk now. Instead of it being a Monty, that was just stack them up and knock them down. At this point, they've been able to wrest that control of the bodies back in their favor, but you're up against still the Tachanka, who can be a little bit mobile and a bit problematic, and you wonder, what's Sexy Cake going to do with that final remaining Grismot? Throw it over and hope for the best, potentially. Fox, in the meantime, I mean, here's the pin pulled, and doesn't even care. You assume there was a ping on the player there for Flashtree to make that decision, but here is the attempt on the lock-in. They've got the attention of Tachanka. They cannot go for the flame canister on the far side, so it's a post-plant situation here. Loud might be locking themselves in this map. A very tough and tricky retake. They're going to see if they can isolate the single player that they know first, but no way up green or the main stairs. There's a bit of a revenge from Sexy Cake, but caught out in the long distance. Loud get themselves map 2. We, for the second time, are going to have a 3-map series.
Yeah, Loud. I think they dealt with that smoke really well, using the shield to push his way in, and then you go for a 3-2-1, shield on shields, guy swings in, should be a dead smoke, and it was. Angels got picked off there, and I think, how are other players getting picked off in the bomb site if the only person who's in real danger is that smoke? So that's the case of, they do really well to get that kill, the opening kill, onto the glass, and then they just toss it away again.
I mean, it sort of builds into all how these teams have, I guess, responded to each other. They had ideas, they had initiative, they didn't quite have the right marking, and now, well, we get Cafe, where all those intricacies will be punished in beautiful Technicolor. But that's for after our break, before we're back with at least one more map in this series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Loud have pressed the issue, and now we are indeed going the distance, just like the series before. My name is CDAPS. I'm joined once again by Demo. I'm joined by Emmy Fluke, and Emmy, we'll start with you. You gotta say, Loud kept it. You know, it wasn't a dominant win on their own map choice, but they were definitely doing well enough.
They did what they needed to do, I think. And yeah, it was a bit of a lead-in on the sort of top-end players. They were consistent enough to make it happen and make it sort of stick. They did enough on their defense. They were comfortable and confident on their attack. It was all the regulation that we needed. Fine, we almost had ourselves a second OT of the series, but all that does, I think, is make things exciting for the third map, right? Yeah, it's Cafe, which will see a bit of a drive on probably 2-4-2 splits if we do end up in OT. But again, I just really like how these teams are sort of crashing against each other.
Yeah, it's been really incredibly close on both maps, Demo, and at the end of the day, it really does set the stage for Cafe to be potentially a barn burner.
I'd like to think so. I think whenever you look at the way both the teams have kind of played, yes, Loud have been more patient of the two. LFO have obviously went in pretty hard, I think, with the aggressive nature. I mean, you look at these plays that you're seeing from Angel as well. I mean, this kind of sums it up, the way that team's been playing. Obviously, mistakes on both sides, but I think overall, it has been a really good series so far, and I just hope that Map 3 is going to do it justice.
Yeah, it's just every round, it feels like a coin flip on if certain strats are going to work. It's back and forth, it's here and there, and in stark contrast to our last series, Emmy, I think overall, it's just been a lot better siege across the board from both of these teams.
Yeah, it has. And I think that's the sort of thing that you want, right? Again, you know, there's another series later on to play it. And if I was Team Liquid, who I assume will be obviously watching all of this and preparing, you'd be a bit worried because either of these two are very strong right now. They're getting themselves in on their attack. They're pulling great punches on their defense. They're being adaptive. They're being everything that you kind of want Siege to be. And that's that sort of threat when you're separated by a couple of games of a chance at getting towards SI. You've still obviously got the upper bracket teams that have pushed themselves through. Black Dragons, who are probably very strong contenders and probably people's expected in the top end. Elevate Academy have done bits and pushed one of these teams down before. It's just anyone's to play for, and you get worried when you look at the teams chasing up behind you based on how these two teams have come together.
Yeah, and for me, as we're looking at the stats, Demo, the one thing that does worry me if you're a Loud fan is that this game was incredibly close back and forth, and that was with Flashtree and Perez probably putting up the best matches that they possibly could have.
Yeah, I think whenever players step up, it really helps. And you can see big old carry at the top, not so much at the bottom. But now it's the case of, can they replicate that? Can they do it again? Can they find the consistency? And that's the difficult thing. It's all well and good dropping these big numbers, but can you do it again? You know, we see plenty of times. Player comes along, sets the world on fire, has an amazing game, and then goes missing for 4 games in a row. You know, that's sometimes the issue with some players around is, you know, yes, they'll have these big games, but then they drop off. Consistency is key. Players who I would much rather have a player in my team who can constantly do an 8 out of 10 every single game he goes into, rather than someone who can have a 10 out of 10 game, and then he won't do that again until 15 games later. You know, that always consistency is what I'm after in a game of Siege, and that's why my favorite players around the world are the ones who are, guess what, the most consistent.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That's why I've been a big DS Lucas fan for as long as I've covered him through NA Challenger League. Now he's here in Brazil. It's been incredibly impressive. And once again, that consistency is so key, especially as you're going across a series, Emmy. Now we're going all the way to Cafe. It's the decider. And for this side of Loud, you have to maybe give them the edge because they've been here before. They felt this pressure. They have clawed their way through an LCQ before.
Yeah, it's not a first time, right? It's known territory to them, and then they're able to get there and sort of do massive bits. Is it going to be enough? It's hard to tell. This is the record of two teams that struggled throughout the calendar year, that have found, I guess, the greatest statement of how good SAL is, that these are the two teams that could not break in towards the top 6 repeatedly. These are the two teams that kept on just falling short. These are two teams that would probably end up in the top 4 of most other regions, if not higher. And, this is a great game that both of them are putting together, and who deserves it more? Could it be the Cinderella run? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, and looking towards Cafe Demo, we have to say that it's probably the most intricate map that's been out of this pool so far, out of these 3 maps. Now, we were already talking about how Loud is a little bit more slow and methodical. They're a little bit more utility-based. Do you think that that's going to lend a little bit more on Cafe as opposed to the kind of hot and spicy style that we've seen come out of X and GX?
I think whenever you're kind of going from Bank, which is obviously big, and it's kind of that slow step-by-step process, into a bit more of a chaotic scenario, it is going to be a bit of a quick turnaround for teams to kind of get into that process. I don't think the slow and steady playstyle is going to work out as well for Loud, so I think pacing is going to be a big thing that we have to look at and see if they can improve. I think LF will be fine. I think the way that they play, it'll suit them, but yeah, I think Loud's a team who have to adapt coming into this.
Yeah, and hopefully those adaptations, Emmy, really do come out, because Loud, across the board, you have those standout players like we saw with Flashtree and Perez just last map. Do you think potentially they've got the lightning strikes twice mentality, or is it going to be somebody different that steps up?
I think they'll be happy to have the lightning strikes twice. I think based on how Bank played out for them, where, as I said, yeah, you had these big killers, but you had a good support structure behind it. In a way, you need that on Cafe, right? If you don't have a support structure, you don't have anything. Your entry needs to be able to have a bit extra. You can't just be all swinging loose. You can't just be all of this stuff. They will have that support. He, on Flash 3, will probably be able to get himself off to a decent opening half. I think they're opening on attack. So it's just sort of more of the same. I think will be helped by the structure. The only problem I will see is that maybe a bit slower.
Yeah, slow and steady sometimes wins the race, but at the end of the day, Demo, you were talking about, Cafe is incredibly complex, or can be chaotic as a map, and sometimes you need that little bit of a spark, need a little bit of an X factor, and last map, LFO didn't really have it. It was just across the board, a bunch of 9 and 8s, a bunch of 8 and 9s, barely above or below positive. Who would you like to see step up on this side to maybe tip the scales into their favor?
I don't really think there's anyone in particular. I think LFO, they've been pretty solid. I mean, we've seen them on the spread. Like, they're all pretty consistent in the last game.
Well, and with that, Cafe is ready, so I'll let you guys finally find out the winner of this series.
Well, one more into the breach demo. Whatever happens, this will be our last map for the day, and one of these 2 last map for this calendar year of Siege, as SI is that crown, is that jewel in the crown. Not the crown and the jewel. That doesn't make sense. Miramonte. Hey, look at that. 2 operators I said are going to be banned all the time. Will we get a Grim? Will we get an Azami?
Should be.
I thought they would lock it in a bit quicker. I was waiting to be right. I sipped my coffee and said, "Oh my gosh! Hey! What do I win? What do I win? What do I win?"
You've learned, young Padawan.
I'm actually so I play off a lot of my predictions as a joke because I think it's funny, and I will die for the bit. I have been multiple times the best predictor.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Multiple
as
times.
many bombs as they can.
I know my Siege. That's a very yellow roof.
Deploying ADS.
Never noticed that before.
Deploying ADS.
Did you ever play in Project Prisma? I forget. Okay, we'll take that as a no. There was a Siege Fantasy League that a lot of people played in.
No, they don't invite me.
Oh. Well, I mean, they invited a lot of people. It was very fun. I won one year. Got a t-shirt. I think Tim also won one year.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
No t-shirt's ever going to live up to the t-shirt him and Ollie have.
Oh yeah, star players. They don't even exist anymore.
What's the
It's
point?
impossible to. You can never be another Ubisoft star player. I thought you were a Ubisoft staff player, but for Just Dance. Was I wrong about that?
Maybe.
Well, maybe you can dance another day. For we are instead going to see if a different James Bond shows up. They're getting themselves a quick watch here, and as we said before, this is a tough map for attackers. You've got a lot of busybody work that you need to get busied and bodied away. Eyes on towards a bit of a lockdown here. The shield backed with the castle behind him. They're just trying to draw out utility. It's not that they don't think that will fall. You've got the Habana. You can pop those pellets, and yeah, it might be slow, but if you need to go a bit quicker, well, against the ADSs, burn them out with some flashes and then throw a frag grenade. Should be able to deal with any of that. But it's the movement behind the back of it. This is just to get yourself safely on the drop. This is just to get yourself safely a little bit further inside. They're still running the numbers, running the math, and seeing what is out and about. No C4s, but they do have a Solace to potentially try and stop some things from underneath, so it's another just bit of awareness they've got to have here as they almost die up the very first engagement. An aggressive peek up towards the hatch, but nobody is home. Instead, it's a Solace out on a run out, is caught. In fact, no, isn't caught. It's all over the shop. Sexy Cake finally does get got. They double dip to get STK. A 4 versus 2 demo.
2v3 now. This is still gonna be difficult. Hackers really separate it as well. I mean, there's no real opportunity here for the trade game, and Gloria just prone inside cigar shop. Not gonna make a sound. Probably hoping that his teammate can bait for him just a little bit and bait him into walking in through the door. This is the tense kill right here. If he's able to pick him off, then a 1v3 should be pretty doable. But no, live! Oh no! Has had a bit of an insight, thinking, you know what, he might be there. Takes a shot, finds the kill, but there's the DMR for Buxera. 1v2. Would have heard Flashery drop down red as also, so this should just be an easy crossfire 1v2. We'll see Flashery winning this. As long as ENX just play it well.
Throwing the flash in. Doesn't know if they're on the sort of close drop or the second. There will be a pop-up. There's the reveal, but as you said, it's a cross angle they just need. They just need to play this as a 1 versus 2, and they do. Perfectly. Had the back line, had the long bar as the watch. They couldn't shoot both those angles. Brilliantly sort of played. I mean, it was built on the back of a Solace. Just as after I was like, oh, a Solace underneath, that could cause some problems. And they were like, yeah, I can. I'm going to run at the building. Get a kill and a half, finish off the half, get myself 2. Yeah, I've been caught out, but I've pulled them off the windows. I've pulled them all out of position, and I've taken half of their team. I'm pretty happy with that result. LFO. They made sure Loud could not get comfortable, and Perez was so uncomfortable, he's left the game. Oh no. It's getting all of them.
They're all gone.
Do you have
Oh.
a favorite card background?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Are you gonna say it's like the basic one? Because I will never talk to you again.
Give me a minute.
Damn it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. What's your favorite card?
Rick and Morty.
Hey, yeah, I can see that. I like the cats because it looks like they're peering over your shoulder as like an angel devil.
To be
situation.
fair, you know what I mostly do though? It's whatever skins I have on operators. Typically, whenever I buy a set, you get a matching card with it, don't you? The
You
skin.
do.
So I usually put that on the match.
I try and have a different card background for every operator. Well, I have a different card background for every operator. The only reason I wouldn't is because I get hit by that occasional thing that resets my cosmetics, which is maybe the most painful feeling in the world.
Lucky.
Like, did you just say unlucky? Has it not happened to you?
I think once, and that's it.
Wow. How long did it take you to reset all your Rick and Morty skins?
Not long.
Well, yeah, and then your job's done. We'll hopefully have our 10th player back in but a moment. We now have the entertainment of watching an animated skin.
Yeah, those are now in the mix.
The thing is,
That previously.
the way Ella's hand is, it does make it look like it's like 100 years of Siege. Has it been that long? Was Siege released in 1916?
Could be.
A little bit of a change of operators. What is that Kaid skin?
Policeman.
What kind of police you got over there in Northern Ireland?
We've got different police over here.
Right, all right. Cyborg police, Star Trek looking police. I love that castle skin, but I wear
That's
armor.
what I use. That's why
I wear armor and fight people, so of course I will love that skin.
Have that Fuse skin as well.
That Habana skin, I've got the headgear on.
Yeah. Have the gridlock headgear.
Yeah, I don't think I've got it equipped though. I can't remember what I have on my grid. Oh no, I have the heist gridlock, I think. Sorry, we're
Rooney
just talking
looks so
skins
sad.
as we
Why
wait.
does Rooney look so sad?
Because she's looking at us, blaming us for the tactile.
How are we losing people who are already in the game?
I know, this is the opposite direction. We want more players, but what do we have to do? Who do we call? You know, one of these teams has to get to Paris. They got to make history. I've loved those trailers, by the way. If you haven't seen the new trailers, some very cool trailers for Paris, for SI. For Brazil fans, there's one wearing a FaZe Clan jersey, holding the hammer. Pretty cool, gang. I guess unless you're not a FaZe Clan fan, then you're like FaZe down. What's your favorite moment in the history of SI? Do you have one?
In what capacity?
In the capacity that the viewers will understand. Like, don't be like, oh, I was at one and I had a really nice meal. No one cares about that. What's if you were to be like, this is what SI is, as we lose a whole team. Who are you? What's the moment?
I think probably the best moment was Penta.
It was very good.
I think. I think that's because I remember watching it, and that was, yeah. I think that was it for me, because that was really the first big, I almost want to say, moment.
Yeah.
You know, like, nobody really remembers year one. Nobody really cared about year two, season one, year two, season two, whenever they done the double.
Yeah.
You know, did we care about ints? Maybe, I don't know. But I feel as though that was like the big moment for Siege was that final, and I think that really kicked us on. I think
it's very fair. There was a lot of stories going into it as well. Obviously, you had a lot of sort of elements at play. The back-to-back and was the follow-through, obviously, the Penta into the G2 era, where you got the big Empire game and great final. I'm with you. I think that was a great moment. I mean, Brazil, I think, as a final, SI Brazil, in Brazil, those two teams, how that series played out, unbelievable. Witnessing that live is maybe, I don't know if that's an experience of Siege I could ever, or I will ever relive. But it was that good. But also just like all of the storylines, the brothers, the comeback, the choke. There's now been a redemption, so there's at least that going for some of those players. But at the same time, great Siege memories. There's also Paris that you and I worked. The first Paris, all the way back then. Do you remember the setup for that was we were stood in the middle of the teams, and because there wasn't an audience, everyone could just hear.
Yep. Yeah.
And we had to do analyzing desks like 10 feet away from the teams trying to huddle.
Yep.
And be like, they screwed this up.
I wasn't as critical back then.
Yeah, well, it was our first SI. I think
Times
we were
have
just
changed.
on best behavior.
Times have definitely changed that.
But when the players can just
Almost
give
bad,
you
I'll
like,
tell you bad. Yeah.
no, they were all lovely, and it wasn't that close, but we're exaggerating. Anyway, we'll be back in just a moment. Obviously, we're waiting for a team to reconnect, rebuilding the lobby. Fortunately, a little bit of a tech problem. But at this point, we're 2 maps deep into a best-of-3 series. We found ourselves on Cafe with the first round going into the favor of the defense, but built on a run-out. Run-out bottom white, gets 2 players on the rappel. It's a basic mistake to happen in some ways. Like, you're going to expect run-outs, right? I think they also had a Nomad on the board as well, I believe. Just not locked in enough, I suppose. Are we locked in? No. Oh, we saw the Brazilians for just a second.
Seen people.
I saw Igwe. I never know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Uguay? Master Uguay?
It's written IQUE, and I can't pronounce it right because my Portuguese is rubbish. Igwe.
Like the
Igwe.
operator.
No. I love him. I mean, their whole talent team's amazing. Shout out the Brazilian and the Portuguese-speaking talent team.
Can they give us shout-outs?
Yeah, I think because they've always had a very strong history as well, obviously, with the game. We've worked alongside each other. We've been in the same rooms around the world. We got to share a dressing room with them at SI Brazil, and it was the best energy it's ever been. Like, you've been in a lot of dressing rooms around the world. You know, it could be kind of chill. I don't think you would have enjoyed it, actually, as much. Because there was a lot of music, a lot of singing. I loved it. And they're amazing. They're so fun. And obviously insanely talented. We're almost back in. Here is how the split goes. After this game, we'll have Elevate Academy versus Black Dragons in towards the top to get our first finalist secured, which will obviously be played tomorrow, the final. And then after that, we then have whoever wins this series against Team Liquid. So remember, Team Liquid, they have already played a best of 3, a full best of 3, a best of 3 that went the distance, right? The middle map was a little bit quick and to the punch, but map 1 and map 3 were full fat games. And then they've got to try and get their heads back on it. They've got to try and get themselves back in for another engagement. And at this point, it's almost the same. These delays, yeah, it's going to slow down the sort of route that Louder LFO is going to have to take. Fine. But you could have had a full, lovely nap in between series if you're Team Liquid.
Wonder how that top game's going to go.
It's an interesting one. I think
Academy
it's fair.
team up against Black Dragons. I mean,
Yeah.
see that coming.
It's fair to sort of point out, obviously, whenever you have an academy team, whenever you have a team in that sort of position that's, you know, built itself in towards this series, yeah, okay, it's not entirely unknown names to a level. It really depends how sort of aware of the region you are. But as I have a very quick scan through it, it's a lot of 9Z. It's that previous sort of roster. You've got I don't think, yeah, so you have had some of them do a little bit on the actual Elevate team, but not the full through. You know, 9Z, I think, got one win over the whole year in Tier 1. It's tough, I think, is the politest way of putting their year. And then,
Attackers need to locate
to get into this situation with a lot of Tier 2 players, as a Tier 2 org and as a Tier 2 team, I mean, imagine if they get in the final and they're alongside LFO, who are technically done with Tier 1. They couldn't quite get themselves. They're relegated. They don't have an org. What a story that would be. We're back in. Yay! I need you to perk up your excitement. You need to drink more coffee.
I actually haven't had any caffeine today.
I can tell. You're not cheering at all.
Cheer for... sorry, does that say G2?
Okay, you can enjoy more than one team, Demo.
I've said this series has been good. I said last series was good.
Yeah, we're back into it.
I've been pretty upbeat today.
I think your level. This is like,
I mean, cheer as though I'm sitting here with a Loud jersey on, mate.
This is Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde. Okay, that's the dynamic. You could be happier. Yay, Siege! We're back in Siege. We're getting some of the pressure on towards the top floor. How will this engagement go? The Nomad's back on. She didn't do a great job last time, though. A run out, got 2 kills. Sexy Cake probably not going to do the same. Not the Solace.
Into reading. I wonder what the approach is going to be here from Loud, and the fact that there's so many players over towards Pillar Door leads me to believe we're going to have a quick rush into reading, and I think that's exactly what has happened. They're in the bomb site. They're planting. Is there any verts? Is there anyone home? Oh dear. They've left the lights on, but they forgot to plan the bomb site.
I mean, what a way for that to slip their way through. Loud, they said, we've had enough of this slow break. Let's just smash our way in. Saw an opportunity, took it, and Passetto gets one as they back their way out the door. Still got a shield. Yeah, you've got some of the eyes on verticality, but with no holes and no watch and no idea and no more bodies left to throw at the problem. I mean, welcome back in towards Cafe, LFO. Loud. In fairness, did absolutely everything they needed to do there. People were a little bit lulled, a little bit quiet. And there's your excitement. There's the thing. To connect you back in, we are tied up.
That is like the quickest round we have seen Loud play all day. It was classic. I mean, so basic of a rush.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody from LFO was switched on there, which is very surprising. I mean, did they not place any Goyos in a position that could have helped them?
They didn't seem to place anything. They were lost in the reeds. They were looking for something that could try and offer some support. As you said, there was no Goyos, but I don't even think, even if they had the Goyos, no one was in a position to pop them. We could see them desperately trying to open angles above when they realized what was happening. But when they realized what was happening, there was about a second left on the plant itself, right? You had a very textbook rush in. It's probably rare to find as many sites that have a one door, I'm inside the site in what is the default plant spot. You can have rush positions, but that's the default. That's 10 steps from the outside the building on towards it, and you're there. And on a map like this, where there's often a lot of juggling, a lot of maths, a lot of I need to do this, and I need to go there, and I need to almost play a strategy game to get myself locked in. Bish bash bosh. Great, good job. One apiece. One apiece, just like the maps at the top of the screen. And we'll see if LFO can try and get a bit of a response towards that, because they had a great bit of momentum coming in. It was a 2 versus 1, but I think that the confidence they showed to get it there was that main effect.
To be ENX. Similar kind of setup to what they had on the reading as well. Going to hold in towards that top floor as best as they can, but I mean, we've seen how easy it was for Loud to sidestep one mid-floor bomb site. That doesn't look as though they're going to do the same thing again, though. They are going to go for the hunt and try and control Piano as best as they can. On the windows at the moment, which is, I mean, 95% of what this map is somebody on a window, but
Yeah.
see if they can net anything from it. There's Dugby calling straight in.
I mean, the pace needs to be applied here, right? Remember how long they were outside before and how things went wrong? It seems like that's been their MO. Get in the building, don't give them the option. Sprayed on the narrow angle, pressure on towards the back windows, and SDK drifts around one. Perez gets the second. Angels does find Perez, level things up a bit, but look at the position he's in. He's being surrounded. They're going to go for the pressure. They swing round, get the kill. There's one more for the trouble. It's a 3 versus 1. Florio left, holding a C4 in his hand and hoping doesn't get anything on the back of it, and now has to defend a lot for a long time alone. His rotate this way might be being watched. No, but there is at least somebody on the other side of Pillar. There's the fight. There's the call. Oh my gosh, they're just circling here. This is a wild pack. The plant is going on behind him. They've got themselves locked round. They're keeping him at bay. Does find one on the door, but it's a post-plant situation. You assume it's right by the window on train, so they can just hop their way out, watch from the side of the machinery, and be done with it. Maybe there's even an air jab in that sort of situation as well. Has to cross a great divide here. Yep, there's the plant. Could be watched from above. Could be absolutely anywhere. Well, there they are. Paceto locks it out and Loud. I love the pace that they've hit these 2 rounds with.
Yep. Really good. Really, really good. I think that was the kind of... That was the kind of thing that I wasn't 100% convinced on with Loud, was how are they going to be able to come in on a map like Cafe, where they haven't shown us at all today that they can play that fast siege. I mean, Fortress and Bank, it was this slow and steady approach. And bang, on the Cafe, it's as though that they've removed one half of their brain and put in like a new one. It's like they've changed the game cartridge. That's what it's like, and they're ready to go for Cafe. And yeah, I'm liking the intensity that they're bringing. I mean, Cafe, it's a map where your trade game is very important.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not seeing that at the moment.
Yeah, entirely right? It's, as we sort of said, the balance is your teamwork. The balance is making sure that you have those quick responses for each other, and it's awkward to have an approach, usually because of the framework of those trades. And Loud... I love how aggressively they're like, this is the bodies we're taking, cool. This is the objective we're taking, cool. And they've done it in 2 different ways, but the explanation of not allowing them trades is almost the one that rings the truest. It's solving the mystery of why haven't they been able to get there? Well, Loud haven't let them. They're so quick in towards the building. They're making sure that if there is ground that they can be caught on, they're leaving it. They're vacating it. They're out of there. They've got other places to be, namely your site or killing your friends. Now here, with a couple of options at getting some of the read on the intel and slowing them down, it still sets itself up for the idea of, well, a lot of C4s. They want the team to go above them. They've got 2 soft breaches to contend with. But backed on the idea of Valkyrie cams and a pulse, and maybe even the Tuberal canisters if they want to use them on the roof instead of, you assume, on the back walls to just slow down the breach. Can a C4 net a kill?
Well, that's what they're banking on. But the good thing is, though, for Loud is, technically, Emmy, he could do the verticality without actually having to go into the building because they have the RAM. Toss the drones in and let them do the work. Still, I think for Loud, though, let's get that first pick, and oh, look what they found. It's the Pulse. That is quite the snag to get. And surely not at this stage, with, again, lacking the info to try and play off those C4s. You'd expect, lad, just to start just surrounding these players in towards the bomb site. They've actually found another. They found the Valkyrie. Upstairs. Over towards...
What is happening?
Heaven Repel. I mean, just getting picked off one by one. This is the bottom floor, by the way.
Yep. You got, I mean, went for the swing there with the shotgun. The grenade will roll down and just force the player further back. But as you said, it's the bottom floor. They know where he is. Florio is the next to take a chunk of damage. They were trying to bait the Deimos to swing wide there and be like, well, they're both off site. But now everyone goes, they're both off site. They could just try and rotate the kid in. They've got the blinds on towards the A position. Paceto's going to try and make his way in, maybe from the bakery door. Perez! I think he was as surprised as anybody to be in that position, and Box is able to get one, but there's the cross angle. They have themselves deep, but Paceto has one. There's two! Whoa! Furious attack on towards Cafe, and yeah, my word. What a reset mentally, and the timeout is requested, and fair enough. I think I should have requested one at this point.
It's really good. Really good at the moment from Loud. The way that they're being able to bring the correct operators for the correct bomb sites, doing the right thing, making sure that the drone work is done exceptionally well. Like, for them to spot out those picks, it all comes off the back of drones. So, whenever you're not just doing the basics right, you're doing them incredibly well at the same time. You know, and you're not making mistakes. That's the one thing about them. They haven't been making mistakes. Since we've came back in 3 rounds, there's been 5 kills on LFO.
I mean, you wonder what's happened from their side. And I also kind of wonder if my memory of the first round wasn't as sort of locked in as it was, because it felt so far away. But I think the lesson was learnt on the side of Loud of, no, we need to not give them a chance to set up. We need to be as quick as possible. We're going up towards the top floor. We're going to be locked in here instead. And, you know, they didn't really have that option here. And, in fact, no, we're not going to the top floor. It's swapped off there. But yeah, it's just been strong round after strong round after strong round here.
Like I said, I'm impressed. I am. Keep it moving. 3-1 up. Over towards the mid floor. Again, this is going to be their raiding. Now, last time, Loud just walked in, and nobody was there to really stop them. So, I would expect ENX to be a lot more switched on. Not going to let them get away with the same thing. And I doubt that Loud would try the same thing also. I think they'll change up their strategy. And look at the lineup, yeah. That's going to be the case. Nomad, Gridlock, all about taking upstairs and then just blocking off the flanks. Who's going to step up here from ENX? That's the question.
That's it, right? There was the question that was sort of raised before we got in of what happens if you know, will Fleshry be the same impact? Will they have whatever? And I said, well, they've got the support structure, but to be fair, all of them are killing, including, obviously, Paceto, who's often doing this backline role for the team. That they've been able to get themselves in, and he's been able to cause the damage. Sort of shows just how this team is driving in right now. All of the players of LFO sort of sitting on a single kill since the break, since the rebuild over the 3 rounds. Now, what can they do as a first spread? It's another bit of slow entrance on towards the building, but Perez, we've gone for the slightly alternate take. I mean, it was the Russian last time, right? It was the tuck ourselves in, go for the plant, we're done. Here, they're playing into the utility, they're getting themselves in and across. They're going to see if they can try and force some of this pressure. It's actually forcing a lot of the utility pop. Buy some time, waste some of it too. Where is this first engagement going to come together?
A little bit aggressive here from Bronx there with that DMR, and oh, I'm surprised that he hasn't got the kill on the STK, but STK, that HP, strong breeze could kill him. Slowly his way back to the safety of that reinforced wall. A minute left, and nobody is died yet from either team, and the defenders still have control of top floor, so I don't know what Loud are cooking up here, but that'll be something pretty fancy if they want to try and bypass this top floor hold.
40 seconds left now, and every single player still standing. Yeah, there's been big damage done to, well, especially STK, but Perez and Boxera have also found little bits of pain on their own side. But at this point, I mean, they're still opening up their angles towards the site. There's the first, though. Flashtree finally finds an opening kill. Can it be the floodgates that start to crack their way forward? They're focusing on maybe the A site, maybe the B. They're playing and flirting with the danger of both, but Florio finds Perez in the meantime and levels things up. 10 seconds now, or in towards the red numbers. We're going to see if they can start to come up for the favor of the attackers, but they're struggling. They don't have the cross. They just get caught as they dive their way in. Bacedo does have the split, spraying and hoping. But unfortunately, like me in ranked, no connection.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No need for that. Very flat from Loud. Yeah. They've almost went back to how they were playing Bank and Fortress, where they've just tried to slow and steadily approach the bomb site, but in the end, run out of time, not really achieve much. Where's that same bit of aggression, that fast-paced action that we were used to? You know, they didn't want to challenge the players in towards top floor. I'm sitting there thinking, why? What do you have to be scared of? You've been winning nearly every gunfight you've went into. That's the only mistake that Loud have went for. They've decided to change how they've been playing. Go back to what you had, guys. Don't be going for that.
At this point, 3-2, and as you said, you don't want them to go back in towards that situation. Bacedo technically keeps his perfect record alive since the rehost. He would have died in the first round, so it's not entirely without cost, but we can pretend he's got 007 soon if he gets one kill this round. Let's see what their approach can be. They were very good at taking the top floor, as we said, and saw very aggressive, very sharp. I'm not going to entirely say that LFO offered them the engagement. They tried to rebuff them, but there was just a sort of surrounding pressure that made things get a little bit too hot in the kitchen. And at that point, forced further and further back. Now, it is also worth sort of noting that there were still 2 players alive in the previous round, and going too slow, as you said, you don't want them to go back towards that environment. All it gets you is another round loss. The shield is in, as itself the crossfire, found a second. What was that attempt, really? There's at least the kill that was picked back up the other way, but do they even really know where their shield was dropped from?
Don't think he's ever going to get picked up in the position that he is, so eventually a 3v4. Dokubi flashbang out, but doesn't catch anything. They have been able to finish off the blitz, but a kill still goes the way of Loud, and it squares it up. 3 players apiece. Still one more flashbang here for the Dokubi, and he knows that player's over towards white. Has got the phone call now as well, so he could utilize that and see if he can play off, and he will go for the phone call, but is he aware that 60K has went for that massive rotate in through pillar? No, he's not. He's been picked off. Oh dear. That's a nice little play though from ENX to double up in that Dokubi. Now Live and Perez have to salvage this somehow with a minute left in the 2v3.
I think that was sort of the problem, right? We could see that there was almost 3 1-versus-1 engagements happening at the same time, and just finding that little pocket of space to slip your way out and double up on a single player, and now you've entirely pipped the balance of the round. They have a minute, Perez and Live, but in terms of gadgetry, they have a single firebolt canister and 2 of these to get themselves a route on towards the site. Now this is going to be the attempt at the cover. Are they just going to see if they can stick a plant? They're worried about the swing either side, obviously. They've got a bit more time. There's the go for the plant. There's going to be a bit of the motion. They're hoping and waiting. Pre-fire the angle. There it is over the top, though, and actually around the side. Angels swings around on pillar and just didn't have enough bodies. to cover all of the angles they needed to. That was quick. You see that snap?
I did.
Oh.
Even half? Wow. In my head, I'm thinking LFO. Because they have the attack now.
Okay. Is that the only reason?
Yeah. Because it's loud. Right. And we know the history of this team whenever it comes to the nitty-gritty. I think yeah, that has to play into it. Has to. Same way that we're all worried about Falcons come SI. Same thing.
Yeah. That's
whenever you have a history and it has repeated itself constantly, who's not going to back the stats for it?
It's pretty true. I think it's whenever you constantly have done things, right? You then, whenever someone tries to go against that, you then become a punter's bet. Yeah? Yeah.
You then are playing against the odds. And I think just allowed the history that they've had throughout the year, where they've been so close and just can never get it over the line, this could be a similar feeling. And you would be going against the odds if you said loud, I think.
Yeah. But you would have been the same saying about the roster when they got there last year. Right? There's always an edge case. Maybe it's
aged a full year from where they were as the happy-go-lucky little team who didn't have an org behind them.
Yeah. And now they have a massive organ. Yeah. I get you. But at the same time, LFO, you can say the same. And I think I would say the heartbreak, especially if players like Sexy Cake, lasts longer based on obviously the stint in NA that didn't quite net results as well. They're
weird. That was a weird timeline, that.
Yep. So you're looking at two teams, I think, that are in their own ways up against it and up against the split of things. But let's see if they can try and get this one back in. As you said, you know, your money is here based on the history, based on the stats, based on how things can try and piece themselves together. It could be these early engagements. A bit of a hands-off hold here. You've got a couple of C4s, all the intel that they can read from that combo of the Solace, of the Pulse. You can waste some time as well. There's some damage done. Not entirely sure what the Kaid is going to hold on to, but, well, Live is going to hold on to Angels and get them knocked off. The person who locked the last round over, Live on Pillar, almost does find themselves no longer alive. But the Buck gone. They still have the Ram. They still have the Boogie Drone. They still have a lot. Oh no, now they don't have the Habana either.
Great start. Still trying some form of vertical work. I would worry though just about the flanks, however, because that is straight away a big possibility based on the lineup where they don't have any dedicated flank protection. So somebody really needs to be sat on a drone on whites there to make sure nobody comes upstairs whenever these players are working on the verts. And there is a lot of verts being done right now. I mean, everything is being opened up, and see if the defenders are going to get punished from it. I mean, he just seen that guy, and he's like, oh, he's gone. He's back in his rat hole, and oh, picks up STK for some reason. Makes a hole over towards 90, and yeah, just give himself up for free. I don't know why he's done that.
That C4.
Oh.
I mean, it was almost caught, but they were safe from it either way. Not safe from that, though. Popped up, put down. Perez shoved it out of the round. Wanted to see if somebody would pop round from Wash, but as Flash Street gets Sexy Cake, and this is that worry. Pre-firing the angles. Does actually run out of bullets just when he finally sees the man. It's like a dream where you're running on the spot. And now another C4. Not finding its mark, but Mitrix being aggressively surrounded here. Has a flash in pocket and 2 frags, but is instead Gonna try and do the distance. Yee-hard! Out of the round.
I mean, that was big from the Cade. He should have died, but he ran out of ammo. Definitely should have been killed, but didn't happen. It's a good first round for Loud. I mean, LFO, they made a good attempt there to try and get themselves back into the round, but damage was done from a 3v5 on Cafe. Whenever we've already mentioned the trade game is very important. And yeah, they couldn't get a hang of it, so we reset Loud, take the first defense. That is going to be one of their mid floors eliminated. Now they go to the other, in towards raiding. Now, for the first round that we've seen the defense from LFO on raiding, it was a very quick pillar rush. I wonder if we'll see something similar. There is a shield coming in from Sexy Cake, and also a Twitch to possibly remove any Goyos. And there's going to be a few of them up and about. IQ as well. Sledge now. Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of switching.
I mean, you wonder if
switch.
Yeah, you wonder if
Big
they were
switch.
maybe full plan B. You wonder if they were maybe
What have they
expecting the
seen?
top.
Yeah, but I think top floor is kind of frowned upon. Nobody really wants to go there.
I love the idea of it being frowned upon. Not that it's like not great, but like if you do it, it's like, no, they've done that. Oh.
I'm only speaking through the mouth of Ace of Fight, right?
Yeah, it's frowned upon.
He hates this bomb site, so he hates the top floor. I just think frowned upon's just. I think it's just a nice little phrase, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice little
Frowned upon.
Frowned
Means you
upon.
can't do it, but you know people think less of you.
Yeah.
Not nice.
Now they opened the door for box error there. Nobody was on the other side to swing on. The Nook sneakily making their way up white is a classic of this map. Nook is often put to very good usage on Cafe. There's a lot of doors that can suddenly appear with you in a problematic place. I think they were expecting maybe a fight, or they're just sort of baiting and hoping right now with that shotgun locked in, sort of saying, we don't need a Claymore, we have a whole operator. But how long do you sit there until you go up with a little bit of motion elsewhere? E1Ds pop in. They've got, I was going to say eyes on pillar, but no, because they blind themselves. There's the motion. Is it too sharp for this Kai? Doesn't matter. Everybody's already dead. A great smash in here. From the side of LFO, they've been able to rip apart the defenders. The C4 on towards 90 isn't quite going to catch anybody. The spray round on the blind, as Flash does find Florio, but that doesn't last very long. Sexy Cake confirming the plant. They drop the flank, but at this point, 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3. Post plant. Probably a little bit too much over the pale. They've got somebody right there.
Shotgun close. Worked out for them. Yep, good util dump. Coming in from ENX. Loud, just not really reacting as well as what they could have to it. 4-4. And, I mean, this is now, where do you go if you're Loud? Do you go back up? Do you reattempt it? Do you now change in towards the kitchen, which is what they've locked in? I mean, this is one thing that teams have talked about. They'll always stick to the rotation. Even if they lose the first two defenses, they will then still go for their tertiary bomb site. You know, they'll stick to it. Some teams do it, some teams don't. I mean, I always remember, I mean, this is going to be an old name. I remember secretly speaking to him one time.
Wow.
And he said, sometimes whenever you play a bomb site, one thing that you can't control can happen, and that's how you lose a round.
Yep.
I.e., you could just be, you know, shot through 2 walls. Just randomly. Randomly wallbanged, and that's it. You know, stuff like that. So then it's not really a fair assumption on how that strat would have looked if everything went to plan.
Yeah.
That's why you repeat it. If you feel that you've generally just been done, then you will change the bomb site. But if something like that happens that you feel isn't in control, why not repick it and go again?
It's the elements of, like, do we think this is something that we can solve this as we're sailing, or do we need to go back into the dock? You know, is this a bigger problem? And sometimes it's even if they just do one play, you're like, okay, well, we can tweak one little thing. We don't need to change. We can make this happen. We know that that's going to happen. it's been still back and forth between these two teams. You had your eyes on the LFO prize, and they found, a good, decent round previously. They just kind of pushed their way in. The fact that the Nook was the last of the party, but still found the punctuation on all of it, sort of shows how confident they were in the rest of the gunfight. I said, how long can they sit there as what is a living claymore? Quite a while, apparently was the answer. Now you can see the Clash is trying to be a bit active. The thing about the Clash on this site, we've seen great success stories, but you can't really leave it too much, right? You have to try and peel yourself back, and there's not a lot of places to set up safely inside the site as well, because you know that pretty much all this verticality is going to get open. The Buck will get some of the work done here on towards the freezer side. The Ram, we assume, is getting the work done on the opposite end and in towards the main area of the kitchen. For now, though, just these areas being steadily cracked open, eyes on, and nobody trying to find a fight as of yet.
I'm gonna sit and wait and see what the weak point is for this defense. Gonna prep their senses beforehand. Gonna roll and cover off not only the head holes, but that double door as well. Wonder if they're gonna go for the sink plant or just default. I mean, that is also another thing to take note of. Potential for them.
I mean, with 40 seconds left and everybody's still standing, they're
move on.
making them work for it. Now as the first goes down, it's, in a weird way to say, it's at least a Brava, but at the same time, you got to do more. And as I said, this is what makes it awkward about deploying the Clash, is there's so many places where you just can't sit and can't stay. Flastry, mad dash past a lot of the open roof, finds himself in a position to put pressure. This could be huge if he's able to pull off a kill before he gets caught out, but he's gone with very high risk, and it's gone maybe unknown. As you said, are they going to be propped up on Sink? Will they be on Coffee? They're on both, buddy, and they're hoping they make friends. They do. There's one, there's two! Fish in a barrel! And that leaves just Angel alone here. And can't get the kill out on the long corridor. It's allowed, once again, peel ahead.
Not bad. Not bad at all there from Loud. They're able to weather the storm. That attack was shaping up pretty good until it simply didn't. And, yeah, LFO, I think they just lacked that bit of a punch there, didn't they, to really get things going. And, again, time obviously plays into a bit of an issue with it as well, but just back and forth. No team really getting a firm control of this game, I feel.
No.
Back and forth. And now where did Loud go? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, okay, thank goodness. See, I seen a free F and I was thinking, oh dear. Don't want that.
Attackers need to locate bomb.
No. Blastry.
Into reading.
Massive player.
We are all set. Banshee deployed.
And he might be into reading. Sorry, I cut you off there, but it sounded like I was like, Flashtree, and you're like, he's into reading.
Could be.
He likes books.
Very well could be.
Very well could be. Are you?
Never say never. I've read 2 books.
This year?
Yeah.
Wait, actually?
We've been over this. Game of Thrones and the Clash of Kings. We've been over this.
Yeah, I said this year.
Yeah, it has been this year.
Okay.
Well, last year. Yeah, no, wait, hold on, we're in 20...
We're in 2026.
In the past 365 days, there you go.
Okay. Like I've set it on the stats tracker. How many books has Demo read? 2 books.
Yeah.
Nice. Great books. Anyway, we are into reading. Did you have fun points to say about that? Or did I throw you off?
No, it's... I mean, look, you're going back to the only bomb site that LFO have been able to win on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is that element of what are they going to change to make sure that doesn't happen again. Probably for ENX, they're going to go and run with the kind of same format and same strategy. Obviously, the Blitz is the operator that we have to keep an eye on and see how they're going to utilize that operator. I think Blitz is good and bad at Cafe because there are certain situations where he's really good with clearing out power positions where it is pretty close quarters, but there is also a lot of big, long, open areas that Blitz isn't really a fan of, so it's a double-edged sword in a way for the Blitz, so we'll see just how careful he's going to be maneuvering around this building at the moment, but he hasn't made an entry in still. He's still outside, just waiting for his opportunity. A lot of drone work, though, being done. I mean, look at this. I mean, nobody's really interested in getting into the building. They're just all about the drones.
Yeah. I mean, it's the sort of way that we complimented what Loud's approach were. They got in, they got themselves sharp. There was a good lockdown in the other side of it. I mean, they took a bit more time to cook, but there's the first kill. SDK entirely out in the reeds. The Crocodile has snapped him up and kept on swimming. Waits for a second, but look at the stack up. You can see, yeah, I was going to say 3 bodies out there. There's one that's close to the default plant spot, though. In fact, it's alive and not too far away from the engagement. They have the verticality. They tried to get the blitz on the smash in. There's an impact. There's an attempt to follow them through. There's a chase and a blind, and Perez does get one. There's Flastry with the cover. Too hungry for the feast ahead of them, Perez.
Oh, dear.
Make sure that the run around doesn't quite net anything. A 3 versus 2, and yeah, they just... I'm not going to say they fell for the bait, more that it was great support ready from the side of Loud.
Everyone switched on. Flashtree again. Got that all-important kill using the vertical angles. It's going to be a plant attempt, and that's a great shot. And 2. That went to the 1v1. 20 seconds. Flashtree with the DMR. We just mentioned how he is the man of the minute. And, he gets the down. He gets the kill onto the second. I mean, Sophia just appeared out of nowhere, it felt like.
Okay, I really like what happened there at the end. So I get why they didn't go for the pickup. They used the player as a drone. They were like, you peek first, and he'll shoot you and I'll do it at the same time. But he just predicted it. He knew it was going to happen. There was that little split second for him to adjust. He didn't want to go upstairs, because if they got him back up, then yeah, he could try and prevent the plant, but he knows what they're going to watch. They're probably going to run to the other side. It's tough. Too many variables come into that situation. The idea to be like, he's going to try and swing, let's try and make him swing and lose it as a 2 versus 1, even though you're on the ground, I get it. But Flastry, this past 2 maps has been just brilliant.
Oh. 6-4. And we go to the dreaded top floor.
I mean, look down upon.
Oh.
What a social faux pas.
That, don't you?
What a social faux pas. It gives...
Well, one thing I will say,
yeah,
is that they have a mirror for this top floor, which does make it a lot easier to hold.
Yeah.
Typically, mirror is banned out to make this bomb site basically impossible to hold.
Yeah.
But they have it, so you may as well have a punt.
So, back to old reliable of the first map of Fortress, which feels a long, long time ago now. Getting a shield, getting the cover, and getting the lockdown here. On towards Cafe, on towards... Reload. 2 rounds, separating LFO from maybe this roster's last game in technical tier 1 for a long, long time. Maybe full stop, because as we said, they got relegated. The players very likely could be potentially poached for other rosters. They might try and stay together, build themselves back in. It's always possible. Here, Loud. They want to try and replicate some of the success story they had a year ago when they were Raza Company, and after the sort of downfall of their year itself, the smoke canister just to cook and force Sexy Cake further back. You could see they juggled with the gun to use. That was... oh, what is going on? But he somehow survives it. The mirror is the one that almost dies elsewhere. I think the mirror offered a distraction, and it was one that they survived on, but LFO get the ground that they want. Now, on towards Cigar. The castle buys them some safety from the swing round chance. But with all of these crossfires, that's the safety of the pixel position, right?
Yeah, I think with obviously that castle, it just halts the progress that you naturally have. You go to cigar shop, you then start looking to take control of piano. First pick, though, has came in favor of ENX. Flash streak gone, and we know that's an important kill to get. On to the top player right now for Loud. A minute left. I mean, ENX, I think, are actually just going to forfeit piano entirely. They're actually going to use that castle barricade to stop any potential flanks coming in from piano and just go direct in through the shop door. But all it takes is one C4, and there's two of them on the side of Loud.
Now, the big player here could be Mitrix on the far side. He's got himself just above the pillar door on towards the window. Probably going to try and swing in and draw some attention. There's another body gone down again, shooting over the shoulder of Sexy Cake, a tried and tested and true method. And, well, they just flooded the end of that. That is that top floor with a strong arm. And that is us not quite done yet. There's still one more round within regulation here on this third map of the showdown.
I can only imagine if Tim was watching this, he'd be screaming, "Get in there! My point's been proven. Top floor, no go."
It's frowned upon. Right, if I'm like, I'll text them and be like, give me 2 words to describe bar cocktail on cafe.
Okay.
I'm going to text him. I don't know if he'll respond in time, but it's a loud timeout, so there might be a bit of time. What do you talk about? What do you talk about here as Loud? Because you know you're giving them the option to talk about this as well.
Well, it's probably what bomb site you're going to go first of all. That's, it's got to be the main thing I think you opt for. I think kitchen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Now,
bomb.
obviously, whenever it comes to the kitchen bomb site, it is about how good you can react. The kind of traditional freezer take, yeah? And that usually revolves around player inside a restaurant, potential flanks going for the retakes above. Last time we seen it from LFO, they played it pretty generically. They went above, they used the verticality, they brought in the sense to try and have some form of smokes. That didn't really work out for them. Look at the lineup from Loud. They've got the denial, so straight away you know that the timer is going to be on for LFO, and it has been something they've struggled with. Getting through the Goyos, getting through the smokes, that has been a criticism. And looking at where Live is, all the way over towards the top floor, and so is Perez. I mean, are we going to be seeing a roam game here from Loud? Is that the idea?
I mean, maybe. It's like they've got a lot to try and slow them down, right? They're playing with the Goyos to lock it down alongside the back end. Sorry, I just got the response from Tim, and he used 2 very long words. You've got the chance at playing on towards those open spaces, but roam potential, it's a bit of quick motion. SDK waited for the audio. Shot through, and his Christmas wish by that tree was he wished to get the angel off the top, and he has done. There goes your sense.
That is, yeah, that could be the final nail, unless this blitzing glass pops off right now.
Oh, so close! And there's the crossfire! No way! SDK cuts them off, and Sexy Cake does find one. The Fenrir just stood still. I didn't know a Blitz's eyesight was like a T-Rex and based on movement. A 4 versus 3. Now with a minute 20, but they've lost the sense. They've lost the Blitz. They have 2 smoke canisters and a frag grenade to try and lead themselves in here with that glass. But think about what they don't have. The verticality. They don't have the coverage. The hard breach. Just, if as Tim puts it, the top floor is inexplicably favored by the defenders. the basement right now, this ground floor even, in this position, you gotta have some of those chips on the side of Loud. Now the smoke canister's gonna go in. Barely any movement from the other side, and oh, hit with a smoke of their own. You could almost see the panic in where they wanted to go, but there's at least one of the kills over the verticality. Box error finds STK, but 30 seconds, cross the divide. And Live is able to get themselves in. They have an awareness of where the pressure's going to come, and Live's going to go for the flank. It's a bit of a risk. In fact, no, he's not going to go all the way. The pings come out, but Perez goes down. If he's going to make a risk, he's got to play it off soon. Boxera's just killing people on the top floor. Now it's just the two inside the site, but with 10 seconds, they need to try and get it to stick. And as I said, they don't have the coverage. Moves in towards the flash grenade itself. There's Basetto getting one. There's the second follow through. But with 4 seconds, no kit, they've got to send it all the way. There's one, lies down, they get him in time, Yamo! It couldn't have been closer! I can't believe it. Disbelief.
I think I seen a 0.09 appear on the screen.
What other option did they have? Boxera just went killing. Top 2 floors, found 2 people. Fine. I can't believe that. I mean, it was like hide and seek in the end there. I don't fault the position of the defenders, really. How they were able to isolate the engagements, fine. The attackers were great. Obviously, we know where the kit is. They might not. My word.
Where do we go from here?
I don't know.
It's uncharted territory.
This is like one of those... This is the point you made earlier. Is that a defense where sometimes you just get shot through 2 walls?
Yeah.
They should have had that one in the bag. And they didn't. And there's that element. I know, obviously, I credited Boxera for being able to isolate those engagements. If he loses just one of those, it's done. 2 different 1 versus 1 engagements elsewhere whilst the pressure is going on. This is the series summary so far. Obviously, really include the last map. Our second OT of this series, almost all 3. They're both putting everything on the line. Lynx, who will be obviously taking over our mantle alongside Oli XR Troika, is going to be casting the next 2 series. Approximately 0.17 seconds left. Wow, wow, wow. Probably disconnected because he screamed so loud, punched his desk in celebration, and knocked a cable out. Because I would.
Yeah. And this comes back to my point about Loud. There's just something about it.
I mean...
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Here we are. 6 apiece. Loud. On towards their defense. Still continuing this trend.
Reloading.
LFO. I mean, fair play to them. They're still very even as a team. They've been able to get themselves sort of balanced across the board. They've been able to get themselves locked in. In the meantime, on the other side, Loud is a little bit behind the path of the course, but with Flashtree stepping so far ahead. Huge, huge series for him. Still, where will this go? Well, back towards the middle floor is our first.
Dining and dining. It's certainly a bomb site, which, just because top floor is pretty bad, we've seen a massive increase in gameplay over there.
Oh.
Loud. Able to get the first pick. There goes Live. Maybe making up ground as best he can on the scoreboard. He is 5 and 7. Currently the player in his team with the least amount of kills. If he can improve that scoreline, but that's a hefty top floor hold. Using the castle, obviously, as that kind of the onion or the Shrek, as some people may call it, because it is layers.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about stopping that kind of window game from ever excelling. Fortify as best you can and make them use all that util, make them use the soft destruction. And there ain't really a massive amount of that. I think they have to use Habana pellets, to be honest, on the castle barricades if they want to remove them.
Now, the Twitch being the one that they caught out on the swing, with the operators that they've got it set up, it's not the biggest loss. That's not supposed to go there. But in terms of the gun, in terms of just being able to set up a trade game, well, that's bad. And Angel's almost being caught as the follow-through. That's almost even worse. They're blinded out. Flastry finds one. Bassetto gets another, a 5 versus 2. And here, inside the site, Florio is able to find one, but he's the only one left standing with the kit, all surrounded. And they're just going to push that one over the edge. Loud, once again. Sitting here on towards map and series point. And again, if you are Liquid, if you are watching this going, there's going to be another game on a bit later, you're worried. You're just worried.
Oh, this, I mean, I think the fact, yes, you do have to play another one. These long series is just going to keep draining you. And I think we're Loud. You know, I think it's more the mentality where they probably should have won that. And they're like, oh, well, now I have to go again. They have to win this and they have to go again later on. It's just, it never ends, it feels like, for Loud. This could be Groundhog Day. Just the day that just will not stop.
I mean, unlimited OT? No. It's got to stop. It load it up. I mean, the fact that we've obviously, you know, we've done 2 series today, and they've both gone in towards 3 maps. Obviously, in the first series, we had 1 OT. We had one that was max regulation, then we had one that was, in a way, quick, 7-2. Who knows how things are going to go? You've got Elevate Academy that was able to 2-0 Team Liquid last night, which I think surprised everybody, especially when they had a really long series, at least the opener of it, to get to there, and then absolutely dispatched on Nighthaven Labs. And at the same time, then you've got one of these 2 teams to go up against the Team Liquid that's already had a long series today. How much energy can you bring in after having to play what has been almost full regulation across everything, right? And at this point, one of their dreams to continue in this fight, one of their possibilities, will keep itself going. Now, control over the top of red. We're not on towards the top floor, but there is a top floor that they need to be a bit towards. A big hold, and the first player actually slips their way out. There's a Guerrero canister, there's an eyes, and they're being very quick here. But remember last time that Loud hung around too long, both literally and the metaphorical sense, while they were swung on, swung out on, and dispatched. They are uncomfortable outside the building, so they need to try and get themselves boots inside.
And they go. STK will join Bassetto inside of Piano. They're slowly peeling their way through this setup above. Smoke. What's he gonna be? I don't know what that was. Was that to cover off the window to allow them to rotate off? I'm guessing it was. Now, top floor has been fully forfeited, so it does allow Loud to now maneuver in and prepare themselves for the dismantling of that flooring. Again, they have the sledge. Now, was that intentional? I don't know. It looked as though he did not. He was not aware that hatch was open. So now you've got the DMR all the way basement, but I can rotate upstairs if needed. But Loud are probably looking at us thinking, guys, this is looking pretty free. I mean, nothing can really stop us walking in and planting reading. And to be honest with you, I mean, I'm looking at it the same and thinking, yeah, they're right. They could just walk in and plant. What is there in the pockets here of VNX to stop that? A C4? How are you going to C4 that? Smoke?
Yep.
How are you going to smoke that?
It makes you wonder, though, obviously, as the attackers as well. Now they're going to try and watch the flank. They're going to make sure that nobody is able to, cover that bit of a distance. The grenade will maybe force the player out. And underneath, and actually survives. Doesn't get caught by the follow-through, but they're worried how close they are. There's a smoke canister on the position. 20 seconds now, and they've got to make something happen. The Shorty is going to see if it can try and pop and lock quite close. There's the plant being attempted. There's a bit of motion and a couple of kills that are traded out here. Loud. They're in a post-plant situation, but it's a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. Sexy Cake. All that's left inside the site finds one, can't get two. And Loud are the team that will progress with the volume that they have earned on what has been a hell of a series.
Oh, yeah, the reading was on. They droned it out. They'd done their basics well. They sledged above. They made sure nobody could stop that plant going down. And once that plant does get successfully planted, really, how are they going to lose that? They're not. So, yeah, good job, Loud. They just about got there, but that 6-5 round is probably still going to be in the back of their heads.
I mean, there's been a lot of rounds today that have been the ones in the back of the heads, right? There's been so many rounds and moments where you're just seeing these huge clutches and huge plays. And as we pull ourselves back towards our wonderful host, CDAPS, I mean, how are you feeling after that?
I'm still mentally trying to recover from that 6-5 round you guys were just talking about. I mean, 0.16 seconds, my jaw almost hit my desk. I was just sitting there, just understanding that, hey, I thought he played that so incredibly well. He gets the down, he's just trying to survive, and I'm like, oh, he won. That's a heartbreaker for LFO. But at the end of the day, sure, Loud, they had a bit of a scare demo, but the better team still won.
Well, I think I wouldn't say better by miles. I think this was a very close series. Like, you think about the scores of this series, like, we've had, 2 OTs and then a 7-5. That is pretty close in the grand scheme of things, so I think on another day, yeah, maybe LFO could have won that, but hey, it was Loud today. But don't forget, we've kept mentioning this, Loud still have another series later on. That's the scary thing about this. They have to go again.
And they have to go against a Team Liquid that, also has just as much, probably a lot more experience than this Loud roster with their back against the wall. Maybe just for, if you're a Team Liquid fan, I think, Emmy, a lot of the mental focus should be, hey, they had their bad game. It can only go up from here.
It's a great way of looking at it, fine. That's a real blue skies theory. But we can't forget that over the first 2 maps in the best of 3 series, they just could not get an attack landed against what was a tier 2 team, right? And they were sent down to the lower bracket by a tier 2 team. Yeah, they've got to improve, but we knew that going into that series. And will it be enough time? This is a team that's just been absolutely put through the ringer. There's always that argument of, do you want to have a tough series? Do you want to go back-to-back in? Do you want to try and get yourself sharpened? Because imagine how forward in their seats they're thinking after that, and yet they made it stick. They've got to go back into the fire. They've got to go against some great players. But it's almost like a threat. It's a warning. And, I mean, as I said, they've done this distance before, Loud. They did it under an August name. Will they make it happen again?
There's a very real possibility, but also at the end of the day, both LFO as well as Loud, I think, displayed so much on both sides of the ball. On the attacking side, a lot more clean and concise rounds. We actually saw some great attacking fundamentals, but at the end of the day, Demo, like we were saying, in a game that was just an utter coin flip, it just could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think the attacks from Loud, I think especially the kind of first 3 that they won, really, really good. They changed their pacing. They adapted well to the map. The rounds that they were losing on their attacks was because they started kind of going back into their slow and methodical playstyle, which just doesn't really work on Cafe. I also think that the trade game was really good from them on Cafe. Never really giving LFO, a chance to win the round, other than the kind of blip that we kind of seen on the 6-5. But other than that, really loud. The rounds that they won were dominant. You know, they were winning by a good margin as well, based on how many people were alive. So, yeah, overall, I think Loud have done the job today, but again, the big fight's still to come.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily always want to just look completely forward because you don't want to gloss over, once again, LFO. They are unfortunately out of this, but I think there's a lot of players on this team that just put on a very good performance as a sort of audition, Emmy, that's thinking like, hey, you know, we can still hang. You've got your Mitrix. Angels, I think, has a good up-and-coming fragger. Maybe if this XENX team is not able to punch their ticket back into Tier 1, they instantly become top free agents.
Oh, that's it, right? And I think you're always, you know, when you're playing in this position, you're playing as the underdogs, you're trying to make a dream happen, but it's the same for any team that enters in towards this. If anything, you are advertising yourself. You are looking at the possibilities. Every org or every team that isn't in the top 2 of a SI is looking for what they can change. It's just the rule of the thumb. Whether it's statistics, whether it's players in the game, or whether it's players behind the scenes, people will be looking to change things. And, you know, this is how you get your name out there for a big degree.
Yeah, and demos, we look at these stats, once again, it's just Flashtree on top for this Loud roster, where Lightning definitely seems to strike twice. We've seen him almost drop 22 maps in a row, and it's been absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, he's got to be MVP of that Loud team. He has to be. Obviously, whenever you have a player stepping up to the mark, it's exceptional. I mean, he's miles above anyone else in that lobby here today. Like, what's that? That's 14 kill gap between him and the next guy, and that's Perez. Like, it's way, way and above from where he needs to be. Really, you would expect, you know, from a side which maybe hasn't played the greatest of Siege all year to have a player like that who now all of a sudden shows up massively, which I suppose whenever it comes to qualifying for SI, this is probably what you wanted them saving it for.
Yeah, if you have to choose one time, I mean, lower bracket back against the wall, dreams of punching your ticket to Paris in the balance. For Flashtree to just all of a sudden power up, I think everybody on Loud is feeling pretty dang good about that. Even as you see towards the bottom side, SDK Live as well as Baseto, they didn't necessarily have the best games, but, you know, it wasn't really necessary because you have Flashtree as well as even Perez just leading the charge and doing exactly what this team needed to do, Emmy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's sort of it, right? You make sure you do what you need to do when you do it. And Flashtree, here it is, obviously put in full screen, was the MVP of the day, wasn't a million miles away from the ultimate kill record for a best of 3 series. If they'd have got themselves in towards Fortress, then it would have been, you know, potentially a record-breaking performance. Remember, they were the player that didn't get picked up with the rest of them, that ended up on a different roster at Stage 1. Stage 2, they couldn't quite get themselves back into the groove, and as you said, if there's a chance to do it, this is that chance. This is a player that on their day is brilliant and very, very well put together.
Yeah, insanely well put together, but that is the end of the series here. We still have 2 more left, but it's also the end of you, Demo, as well as Emmy. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will be going to a quick break while we're going to go up to the upper bracket in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the South American League SI Last Chance Qualifier. We've gone down into the lower bracket. That was our appetizer, but now we're back in the top side with our main course coming through. My name is CDAPS. I'm joined by a couple of new casters. I've got Exatroika on one side. I've got Lynx on the other. Lynx, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest. I mean, obviously we have Elevate Academy and Black Dragons coming up. Not the, technically speaking, best Tier 2 team in Brazil, but second place is close enough, in my opinion, for these purposes. And against Black Dragons, who have one former Elevate Academy teammate on their roster that played in that Tier 2 final. Our first matchup, obviously, of course, being the upper bracket final, but beside just for that reason, Connor, it's got a little bit more meat than sometimes these matches normally have.
Yeah, especially, Ollie, when we look at both of these teams, who they sent down to the lower bracket, it almost puts a target on their back where they're maybe potentially being the favorites here to win the whole thing.
Well, it really does, doesn't it? One of these teams is going to be inside of the grand final, fighting for a chance to be traveling to Paris in February. So you've got to give them credit for getting themselves into that position, both Elevate Academy and Black Dragons, respectively. Obviously, the story for Black Dragons throughout this whole LCQ process is one that is worth noting as well, given that they only got here because we had to play an extra tiebreak match. Tiebreaks usually there's plenty of other round differentials, all sorts of things that can come in before actually having to get 5 players from each side into another game and play it to decide who's going to be there. So Black Dragons really pulling out like a bit of a 1 in 1,000 move to even be here right now. And I mean, I don't see why they can't go the whole way. Why not, right? We haven't seen the quality that we've expected from the teams that you would usually look at in this bracket and look, oh, okay, we've got Liquid, we've got Loud, we're expecting a little bit of quality out of them. That hasn't happened. They're in the lower.
Yeah, it's been... You almost have to feel with Black Dragons, they're taking the most of their opportunity. We actually do have the map ban ready already. These teams are really just rearing to go. And overall, Lynx, I think that the map bans are going to be incredibly important. You already touched on it, that Elevate Academy is a Tier 2 roster. And sometimes map depth pool is a little bit of a woe.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's one of the big issues that doesn't just separate Tier 2 and Tier 1, but one of the things that separates even some of the better Tier 1 teams from the ones lower down on the pack. Border being the first pick makes that an interesting choice because this is one of those maps that kind of flattens the playing field among all of them. Sure, Clubhouse is played a lot. Sure, you have some of those older maps, but Border is a map that comes down to gun skill. It's a very tight map. It's a very scrappy map, and on paper that favors Elevate Academy. But of course, Black Dragons picking it seem to be betting on their players just being a better caliber than Elevate Academies and that they can win out those gunfights. And then Bang following up kind of makes it another interesting pick. This is a map that requires more coordination. It's a larger one. Sure, it might be attacker-sided, but there's just a lot more ground you have to get control of, and it's the Tier 2 team that picked that. The one that, on paper, of course, should, in theory, struggle a bit more with that. Now, of course, we can all trust that these teams are confident and good on these maps, but already kind of flipping things on their head from standard conventions based on who picked these two.
I think there's potentially something that Black Dragons have seen in the Border game that Elevate played against Liquid yesterday. That was one of the last games of last night, and I think there's potentially something that they've seen in that have gone, yeah, we're going to let that through because we're fairly happy to play this team on that map. They've got very recent VOD review footage on it as well. So Black Dragons maybe not going in so blind to that Border map. And then obviously the flip side, coming in with that bank pick. I think it's a bold pick, I'll be honest. And especially with the way that we've seen pretty much every team today struggling with that attacking side. It's typically something that you will see Tier 2 teams struggling with, but it's crept in to the Tier 1 sides as well today. And I think that bank is a map that will punish that a little bit. Cafe as a decider if we need it. I'm a little bit surprised. I was expecting that we would maybe see a Clubhouse, a Chalet, or a Consulate come in. Obviously, they're being pretty good maps over for Black Dragons, but you can see that Elevate Academy have definitely done their homework in this veto.
Yeah, and on the side of that Chalet ban, I think, Lynx, you were talking about it, we're equaling the playing field, allowing a Tier 2 roster of gunners to have a very simplified map. Would make sense for Black Dragons to want to go a little bit more complex. Cafe, you have the ability to stop the tempo, slow it down, play a very, almost force a methodical side on this for the attacking side of Elevate Academy. And as we know, organization, especially on the attacking front, is probably one of the biggest issues that we see overall with these Tier 2 teams, Lynx.
Yeah, Honestly, if depending on how border goes, I think it could get even more chaotic for that exact reason.
Yeah, it's been overall a great chance so far to start off, and I'll let you guys take it away on border.
Well, thank you very much, Connor. And Ollie, like I said, the biggest question right now is figuring out why exactly these teams picked this map. Not exactly, completely just not caring about it and thinking it's wrong, but you would think based on the conventions that it would be the Black Dragons who picked Bank and Elevate Academy that picked Border, but instead, just based on what so far, these teams have decided to flip it, and I'm very excited to see what they have to show for us in these two respective maps.
Absolutely. They've given themselves a chance at the upper bracket. They've won best of 3 away from getting into that grand final. Anything can happen, especially inside of a best of 3 when you get into the last chance qualifier. Don't forget, there's a lot more pressure on a team like Loud, or even Liquid for that matter, at getting to a 6 invitational. Whereas Elevate Academy and Black Dragons, they can just play for vibes. They can just play because it feels good at this point. We saw very similar things happening over inside of Europe in their last chance qualifiers, with a tier 2 team making it through and putting to bed storied teams like Virtus Pro. So much so that they are now LF players. They're looking for new teammates over there. That's how badly they got beaten. Hopefully that doesn't happen here in South America League, but we shall see. To kick things off then, Elevate going to be starting off on the defense, Black Dragons on that attack, and we're going to be headed toward that top floor. Border, of course, being one of the smaller maps inside of our pool. We are going to be looking for good opportunities here for Black Dragons, and I'm expecting to see them punish this Elevate side. Because, as I've mentioned, there's very recent VOD review of a 7-3 win for Elevate Academy on this very map only yesterday against Team Liquid. So Black Dragons must have done their homework here.
Prep work, they've been able to take some important notes as to what is going on. But we'll see if it actually pans out on Border, a map that often the homework can kind of get substituted for a pop quiz. Also, I believe I'm having trouble with my VMix right now, Ollie, so I actually have no idea what's going on. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's round 1. We can work through these technical difficulties.
It's also, it's Border, like we know it's going to happen.
It's the start of a long night. You better get that sorted because we're going to be here for a while. But fortunately, I am on hand. Not too much has happened. To see a minute of action and not as much of a lick of damage onto any of these players, I think it says more about Elevate Academy and the positions that they're able to hold right now. They're picking up the first kill there. A really nice aggressive swing, but instantly traded. Ask downed in the melee. It's Nux. He's the man of the moment yesterday in a huge ace clutch against Liquid. One that really broke the momentum of that team. If he's able to do and repeat similar performances here today, it's going to be difficult for Black Dragons going into this final 90 seconds. One man down, Ask, super low HP, only a handful of X-Kairos pellets. Not a lot of other utility really to run down onto. Yeah, they can recover the diffuser and they can start to move through, but we've not even really seen any meaningful map control gained as of yet. Now it's Border. There's a lot that you can do from the periphery. You are going to have to get in and start to control some of those key rooms. Office, CCTV. Finally, we've got Miracle in at the top of these east stairs, but it's very one-dimensional right now. Long angle being held there from Gabe. He's all the way back inside of CCTV. Just got a nice peek onto the top of that east stair and the little wraparound that goes onto catwalk. Nux can pick his moment to swing here. Will still with a C4 in pocket. Util further getting destroyed. Swag going to find one and level it up, but it isn't going to be for long. Zhao still tucked into Fountain. Eventually dealt with. Look at the time. 12 seconds. Starting to see this wall open. Remember, only 6 pellets. It's not going to be a hop through. It's mainly going to be a murder hole for Nux to work with. Will still clutching onto that C4 if required, but the time's going to do the job. Nux grabs a nice little kill there onto Ask just to further pad the stats. But the work had already been done. Very one-dimensional take from Black Dragons, focusing so much around those east stairs. Elevate Academy just happy to sort of stand firm, not really give themselves too many difficulties.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm really glad. I mean, I didn't want to give it the beans. It's round one, you know? It's round one. If this starts to become a frequent thing, I'm gonna be pooped by the end of the night. But I thought I'd leave a little bit in the tank, you know? I think they just need it as a bit of a beachhead, don't they? They just need something to be able to play behind, because if they are going to try and front up to these areas of the map that are so well defended and Elevate, I mean, let's be honest, the patience that we saw from them was fantastic. Often we'll see teams get itchy feet and try and move and do a little bit too much. They were really happy to hold those longer angles, and that's what worked quite well for them. Now, something like a Blackbeard, that's going to allow you to sort of front up to those angles a little bit. We haven't mentioned the bans just yet. Deimos and a Glass. So a full complement of shields, not just the Blackbeard, available for Black Dragons right now. I think as the rounds tick on, more and more likely that we will see some of those tools used. Lion Scan just to cover Ask as he moves in and takes control of the bottom of those metal stairs. Nice little flank position right now. Got a couple of nades in his pocket as well, so maybe start to work through a little bit more horizontally. You might look at that sledge and wish for that hammer upstairs, though. Only time will tell. It depends on how much prep work has been done here by Elevate, or if it is, in fact, going to be a little bit of a pivot into something a bit more vertical, because top floor pressure is typically the key. I do apologise. I think that we may be still having some troubles with Lynx's audio there. Just been informed that the voice wasn't actually getting broadcast to stream there for that final few seconds. So I wasn't being ignorant, I promise you. My co-caster was talking, but we are experiencing some tech difficulties right now. So do apologise for that. But good news if you are a Black Dragons fan, as they were successful there with a little bit more of an unorthodox take, but they played to the whistle and did something that we know this team to be very capable of on those attacks, and that is to get the plant down. Not looking to try and leave anything to chance. Instead, taking the control of the time and of that clock, more importantly, and forcing it back onto those defenders. Decent take there from Black Dragons, and good to get around on that board nice and early on. I'm not going to leave Elevate guessing too much. They're not expecting to go flawless here on Border. They will be changing the bomb site a little bit. Still going to be downstairs, but just going to be the alternate downstairs site. Workshop and ventilation, as opposed to bathroom and tellers. Plays out in a very similar way. You are going to be looking for that vertical control, and you are going to be looking for a little bit of a horizontal push as well. couple of tools that I'm looking at that Elevate Academy are bringing, though, here for round number 3 are sparking my interest. We have a Solace. That speaks to the fact that Elevate Academy know that Black Dragons would like to get the plant down and would love to use that Helios scanner. Solace's ability to see the plant as it's going down. And they're going to look to try and deny that as it goes through. We've also got the Denari being brought along with the Ella. So plenty of little tools there that are going to cause a little bit of a problem. Trap operators, stumbling operators around and slowing people down can be especially effective if you are expecting a lot of shield play. Unfortunately for Elevate Academy, there isn't any shields in play right now for Black Dragons, but those things will still have their uses. They will just be a little bit fewer. You can see Romeo now displaying that Helios scanner for us perfectly, just getting a good idea of where people are. If there's anyone early on a drone, it can give a bit of an indication
Are there
as to
any
where
on?
a lot of this push is coming from.
Are there any drones?
There's one left. But can we trust the top right? I'm not sure if we can trust the top right.
I've been burned one too many times is the issue. But you know what I can trust? Elevate Academy have the opening pick. Still control the mirror windows as well. 5v4 established. Black Dragon starting to run into some issues on this attacking side. Even in last round, sure, things end up going their way, but still facing a lot of difficulty acquiring this map control. Now doing so at a 4v5 is going to be much, much, much harder. So, Elevate Academy remain in their positions, holding main stairs, holding 90 hall, actually basically holding everything from CCTV to armory as well. Black Dragons have fully retreated and are looking with the back half of the round to go, looking to reassess their plan and attempt something different.
And they've got time to do that. Great pick there. Ask. Just getting caught out. Really kind of felt like there's a bit of a wander upstairs. Another kill coming in for Nux. Black Dragons, they had a minute and 20 seconds. They had only one man down. Now they're staring down the barrel of a 2 versus 5. These are just rounds that, as defenders, you should not lose, and it doesn't look like Elevate are going to. Could be a flawless, especially with the damage that Rare's taking right now. C4, oh, it just gets clipped on the hatch. He'll find himself a down. Maybe not even able to finish it. Let's have the kit. There's a chance. Don't forget, saw an ace on this map only 24 hours ago, but it isn't going to repeat. As Elevate cement a flawless round here in round number 3.
Well, showing right now that might be the safe territory the Black Dragons thought it was, or might have hoped it would be. But of course, we're only 3 rounds in, still a lot of game to go. And I'm interested what Black Dragons might look for this third ban, because Elevate Academy have proven to be quite adept at holding these power positions on border. And with the zombie already taken off the board, are you going to go for maybe the Mira next? No, instead, a trap operator taking down Ella. This will make shield play a lot more effective. And with Black Dragons, or excuse me, Elevate Academy not banning any shield whatsoever, curious if we might end up seeing Black Dragons, obviously, of course, continue with the Blackbeard, but even maybe add on a couple extra shields to the process. It's the execute utility that Black Dragons will be lacking going forward. But frankly, I think having the shields might be best. They've struggled to break through these defensive lineups in the early to mid round, and they have some of the best tools to accomplish that still on the board.
Well, I do hope that everything has been ironed out now. Everybody watching and listening at home can hear your wonderful voice.
I hope so.
I think people are getting concerned. I've had messages about this. People going, yo, Lynx is muted. I'm like, he's not muted. It's not their fault.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Let's just get it all out of the way. Round 1, rounds 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, map 1, low stakes. We're still setting the stage. We're still laying the table for tonight.
Low stakes. Pretty slow passive setups from Elevate Academy, which there's nothing wrong with, of course. Slow passive setups, not a whole lot of really action to talk about. Now even Amaru in this round. If I still have tech issues when there's an Amaru on the board, I'm going to be angry. You will, assuming you can hear my voice, you will be able to sense the rage. I'm intrigued to see where it goes, but of course, I say that. Armory Archives defense. Amaru's going to go likely one of 2 places, either through the sandwich window or up the hatch. Really no other, well, I suppose you could just go to the roof, but if you want to go for a rush inside of the site, there's the only 2 real options by which you can catch them off guard with that attacking pick. And that, I mean, indicative of the strategy is Black Dragons, who have struggled to deal with these setups. Elevate Academy running those setups back with some presence in Fountain behind some mirror windows. And instead just be trying to move directly through the setup, bypass the clear entirely, and take control of the site by force.
Deploying drone.
Definitely speaks of a little bit of a pocket play, doesn't it? The Ask starting to move through. Got the shotgun. We hear the Lion Scan come out. Also got sends. There's good information on the player up there. Just shoot him. Just shoot him. The game is up now. You can't go up that hatch.
Still waiting. Unfortunately, asking that initial entry, shoved back down, will go for the reattempt. Dabu just completely puts a lid on it. No work done by Black Dragons to even make the reattempt successful. All the gunfights for Elevate Academy go their way. It seemed like Black Dragons taking a bit of a pause to get some extra control, don't end up finding any of it. The player behind half wall, if he was pressured, it certainly wasn't sufficient to keep him low down and enable the entry from Ask. Everywhere else, the Fountain position, the office position, all still alive, intact, and able to resist the oncoming attacking forces. It's very likely now that Swag will just wait out the rest of these 50 seconds, because whatever ideas Black Dragons have put forth so far, it's clear they're intelligible. Elevate Academy are not being played for fools.
Another round where you see Black Dragons come in with a very precise and well thought through plan and then execute it quite poorly. No reason why that can't work. You just need to have the right things moving and playing around at the right time. And the timing on going through the hatch from Workshop just felt a little bit off for me. Black Dragon's timeout, not really too much of a surprise coming in at the start of round number 5 here. Don't forget, 6 rounds, then we swap sides. We've already crossed over the halfway point of Elevate's defensive phase here and Black Dragon's attacking phase. Black Dragons want to ensure at this point that they come out at least evens. Attacking rounds on board, it shouldn't be this difficult to come by. I think we're yet to see a spark from players like Miracle, like Ask. Okay, we maybe don't look toward him for the most amount of kills, but this has kind of been my problem with this roster for the longest time, has been it feels like a roster full of supports. I don't know who to look to that's going to get all of the kills. Now, Mr. Outlaw and Swag obviously have come in to sort of fill those gaps a little bit, but it kind of feels a little bit back heavy still in that you've not got that strength in depth in the roster. And if you've got players that at round 5 in the round 5 in the map, Swag, Miracle, and Ask, they've got 2 kills between them. Siege is a shooter. You need to be hitting your shots.
Well, and to your point, like Ask is one of the only players on this roster who I at least like have very like ready, like recallable moments. I'm like, okay, I remember him like being aggressive or going crazy and playing it in a way that doesn't seem indicative of a support on this team, and on both attack and defense. Mainly defense, I will say, but, you know, I have moments of him trying to flank up staircases as Nook, trying to go for lurk. So I know he can do it, and on previous iterations, it's been him. But you're right. So far, and generally this roster, it's a roster full of supports, and so far in this one, everyone's been playing the backline. The one time Ask really tried to get aggressive, or at least, like, make an explosive play, was that Amaru, and I don't know if it was likely the setup overall that was resulting in that missed timing. And so while I like the initiative, Black Dragons as a structure right now don't seem like they're in a good spot to support it in this particular matchup. Now we've had the timeout. Ironic, despite my statement earlier that Black Dragons will be hurting with the lack of execute utility, Ying is still on the board, and surprisingly, it's been played a couple times, but despite being unbanned, Elevate Academy not bringing the Warden this go around. So that means those Candelas could have some very, very lethal impact depending on where Black Dragons are able to get it done. And going back to Tellers and Bathroom, this was a site that Elevate Academy kept hold of that second floor for a good portion of the round, up until they really only lost it by making some careless swings. The utility and the structure was still sound. Candelas might be the exact thing Black Dragons need to blow it up.
Mr. Outlaw prowling here at the top of East Stairs. Smoke's being used quite early on here, around the halfway point, and nowhere near the site. But this is okay on border. Happy to swap those smokes for a little bit more map control for a touch longer. It hasn't worked too well. Mr. Outlaw has flooded through. More importantly, a kill onto the Wamai from Elevate. One of the rare occasions where we see Black Dragons going one player up here at the start of the round.
Even rare occasion where it's a 5v3 and only just now they end up losing someone. Swag on East Stairs unfortunately falls, so it's quickly traded by Black Dragons. Completely different from the previous attack on Tellers and Bathroom with those 3 Candelas. Fountain is cleared out. Black Dragons move in, take control, and coming out of the attack, find their first.
Okay, so Black Dragons do know how to play. And all they needed was a little bit of a telling off inside of the tactical timeout to kick them into gear. Because what's to complain about right there? They did a fantastic job, and it didn't seem on the face of it as though Elevate Academy did anything drastically different. They haven't changed their playstyle necessarily in that 5th round. Black Dragons have just been a lot more aware of it. They've been slow to the party. It's taken them a while to pick up the pace of the game.
Attackers need to
If they can continue in that way here for round 6, tie it up to a 3-3 half, I'll be very pleased with that. Right, downstairs we go now. Workshop and ventilation. What could be the final stand. We do have the Denari in play again. The Ella did get banned out by Black Dragons, which is a very choice ban. I think something like an Ella with the Grismots, and you can think of a lot of different ways to deal with those things. It seems a lot to dedicate one of your 3 bans to that. Although, I guess, which other direction do you go in? Do you go a mirror? Do you go a smoke? Something of that nature. But it was a decision for Black Dragons, and it has forced a little bit of a change up here for Elevate Academy. Previously, when we saw them play this site in round number 3, it was the old Denari and Ella combination. This time, a Fenrir will have to do instead. But a lot that was there in round 3 remains here now. Taking a chance on any stray Ying play. The Warden will be equipped this time. I think it's Black Dragon's lineup for me, Links, that maybe warrants a little bit more excitement with what they have brought.
We've got, of course, the Ying making a reappearance from the success the success she had in round 5, and of course the Aurora coming in as well. Not on customs like we normally see, you know, placed on either the outside barricade or placed on the outside barricade and using the thermite to bypass the reinforcement. Instead, it's ventilation, which I'm sure I've seen Aurora played here before, but I can't really recall it. Seems what will likely happen is Miracle will throw the Candelas up top, distract the vertical players, and then they might Aurora on the bottom and go for an execution that way. But of course, to your point earlier about the Ella being a very particular ban, I mean, Warden's up now. The big reason that plan succeeded in round 5, you've got the main counter to the Ying at the moment. So something Black Dragons will have to consider. And of course, just this broader vertical setup that has caused them trouble oh so many times.
Yeah, and a little bit cagey, isn't it? Halfway point, really seen too much of a gunfight. You can see that players are starting to get just a little bit itchy, dipping out of the door upstairs in CCTV. Lion scan is always a good indication, especially for this Black Dragons roster. They like to be active off the back of that. There is going to be a player tucked in behind half wall, and he should be taken out. Oh no, Rez just going to get done in by Nux as he picks up his second. Oh, there was an attempt just to walk into sight, but they didn't realise there's a Tasmanian devil in there right now.
And unfortunately gone feral underneath inside of Workshop. Potentially another flawless for Elevate Academy. Certainly around where Black Dragons were shut out in their entirety. 1 kill will go their way. Careful you don't repeat mistakes. We've seen Elevate Academy commit up until this point. That round on that first attempt on Teller's Bathroom where 2 players in Fountain and Office ended up swinging Mr. Outlaw, giving him a double and giving Black Dragons a way in. And we have to be a much worse manifestation of that problem. A full 5 people swinging instead of just 2. There's 25 seconds. And things can always get a lot sillier if you're not careful. Elevate Academy appear to be that for the moment, and indeed, they will hold their positions, wait for Black Dragons or the remaining player to peek in, and close the half 4-2. big running theme, Ollie, just seems to be if Black Dragons do not get early momentum, early control, or an early advantage, they struggle.
Yeah. And I think it says a lot about Elevate Academy because it's a great attribute to have to play well with that momentum and to play well when you've got that opening pick. Oh, so many times do we see teams, not only inside of tier 2, but tier 1 as well, throwing away rounds despite the fact that they get that early advantage. And for Elevate Academy to be able to recognize that, alter the way that they play off the back of receiving that opening pick, they get the opening pick and like, right, we can play a little bit safer now. And every time it's just, we can play a little bit safer, we can play a little bit safer. I think it was round 2 where they just consolidated beautifully upstairs inside a fountain and office. And yeah, they were spread out for the majority of the round. But as soon as the net started to tighten, as the time started to tick by, they were just slowly coming back to site and making that consolidation. I think it's a brilliant attribute for Elevate Academy to have. They should be proud that they've been able to go 4-2 here on the split. The hard work isn't done. They now have to jump onto that attacking side. Black Dragons, they've used their timeout, but they do trail by 2 right now. So not in the best position, but again, not in the worst. This isn't the go-to map for Black Dragons by any stretch, and it isn't really a map that they hate either. It sits very middle of the road. A lot of games have been played off stream recently, so stats are a little bit harder to come by. So we are going off a little bit more historic data right now, but it's always still a good indication.
We're looking at the aggregate. We're looking at potentially last competition one of these teams will play in the year. We're looking at everything we've seen up until this point. So stage 1, that was at this point almost 3/4 of a year ago.
I mean, we're looking at big picture, but we're not looking at like humongous, ginormous picture.
Yeah, like I'm not talking about Miracle Fury right now. I'm talking strictly 2025, latter 2025 Miracle. Anyway, so the bans have gone through. Some similarities. Black Dragons banning both Deimos and Grim, which were the first and the third bans for Elevate Academy. But then the Smoke and the Warden taken out by Elevate with no corresponding Ying ban by Black Dragons for the moment. And, well, Elevate Academy will take advantage of that immediately. Got the Glass and the Blackbeard and the Capitao in play. And you can tell, even if it's not a rush, this will be one of those executes that when it starts, whether win or lose, it is going to end quickly. Armory and Archives being the side as well. Could go from either side, really. I think imagine the first half of this round will be spent just seeing which one's the weakest, what opportunities are presenting itself on either side, and the call will likely be made in the back half of the round. Unless they see something early. Or... Yeah. Oh! C4 sent straight out the window, hits Nux in the face when it's detonated. And unfortunately, there was no waiting on the call. They go in one by one, and Elevate Academy come out the worst for it. Black Dragons now, with minute 45 to go, have a 5v2 advantage. Not diffuser control exactly, but firm control of the round.
Now it's a patience game, isn't it?
Or not.
Well, whereas Swag might not have much patience, what he lacks in that department kind of makes up for it in aggression. They find one. He will be punished eventually, though. Ask put extremely low, but still in the fight, more importantly. Not going to be a flawless, but it is still going to be a round to Black Dragons. They claw back 3 rounds to 4 right now.
And just as a baseline for this map, where we've seen Elevate Academy outpacing Black Dragons, it's good to see them just deal with some of the basics. And by basics, I mean, can you repel a very quick attack? In this case, can you read the position, see what's going on, and just be generally aware? Black Dragons passes with flying colors in that one. Once they hear the repel go up, I believe one of those Candelas even went out before that C4. They send it in response. Just excellent reads on every single position, mainly the windows, taking down both the Glass and or at least minimizing the Glass and dealing with the Ying. Really good start for Black Dragons. Basically nothing to complain about, and a good showing to repel that initial rush. Most importantly, perhaps, as something to consider for the next couple rounds, completely neutralizing the Ying, something that Elevate Academy got a massive win on in the ban phase by banning the Warden, yet the Ying staying alive. If Black Dragons can continue keeping those Candelas as a null factor, Elevate Academy's advantage will be effectively non-existent and might not even be worthy of a ban after the next couple rounds.
Quite a lot of setup going on, especially in removing those ingredients in that east stairs area. You can see Swag was making sure that fire had already gone and plenty of time to dissipate. It will be replaced with Goyo canisters, but they're far more controllable for the defense. You can let them off when you want, as opposed to the attackers being able to shove you out of somewhere that you might want to sit in for a while. And especially when you're playing that as army, it's all about giving yourself little mini fortresses to hide behind. It doesn't look like that's where the bulk of this push is going to be coming from, at least for the time being. We've got Sledge knocking on that main door, just putting a couple of pot shots through it. It is going to be soft, it seems, into detention, so a chance just to swing the hammer and get himself in there underneath and start to cause a little bit of mischief. Air jabs getting sent out as well is going to make things a little bit more tricky for Black Dragons. We've already seen that they are happy to stretch their legs and venture outside of the safe confines of the building. Speaking of, you can just see the red text flash up. Enemy detected outside. As I was saying, that no stranger to showing their presence here and just trying to give Elevate Academy something to worry about.
It's funny, it's a very similar setup to what Elevate Academy were running, but the absence of the mirror is making things a bit different. Mr. Outlaw's got a bob and weave into 90 and back into CCTV rather than maybe just playing a bit more static behind the mirror window. But after that initial run out, Black Dragons are content to hold their positions. Strangely enough, it's not the Azami holding CCTV, it's just the Legion playing there, but clearly nothing wrong, as Elevate Academy have not pressured this defense all that much. Rare feeling emboldened to go for a swing. Gotta be careful as the attack 2 playing passive. Waiting for somebody on the defense to overstep, to make a mistake that they can capitalize on. Feeling that moment and feeling that pressure, everyone except Mr. Outlaw starts retreating back again. Rare no longer going for the aggressive swing, sitting inside a fountain. Mr. Outlaw, now the only remaining player on this round. Ooh. Actually, speaking of, Nux is going in for the defuse. 2 kills flying Elevate Academy's way. Clearly some bit of setup going on that we were not privy to. 5v2 established for the attack as they creep into Teller's bathroom. And with the defense so focused on holding the top floor, looking towards CCTV, they were none the wiser. Elevate Academy playing beyond their station at the moment with an excellent call that has stunned Black Dragons.
Very difficult when the plank goes down and there's that many bodies left to try and cover it. Miracle. He'll have to live up to his name and he isn't going to be given the chance. Gabu there just going to send him to the Shadow Realm. Coming through the bottom of those east stairs. Nice little pre-fire. The smoke. Again, just throwing everything at that single player, making it as difficult as possible. Elevate Academy sneaking a plant down there, and Black Dragons, I don't think they're giving him the credit right now.
Agreed.
And this is surprising because, don't forget, we've ended up on a map that Elevate Academy played extremely well on yesterday. Now, did Liquid play poorly? Yes. But that doesn't mean that Elevate Academy didn't play well. It was a great game from them. Yes, there was a clutch ace in there. Yes, it was, you know, there were moments where you were thinking, is there a way that, you know, Liquid can come back into this? And there were opportunities. It was a 7-3. It wasn't like it was a 7-1 or 7-0. It was chance for Liquid. And it was on the defenses where Elevate Academy did drop the rounds a little bit. Liquid were able to pick up 2 of those attacks. Moving on to this side, I honestly thought that Black Dragons were just going to lock the game down from here. Right, we've had a bit of a rough attack. We now need to lock it down on the defense. And that just so far for me hasn't happened.
I think it's also Elevate Academy are just playing in a very solid way right now, and you got to commend them for spotting that kind of gap. It is very easy as quote-unquote a more inexperienced team to pick a plan, stick with it, and then end up just banging your head against the wall, failing to make it work. They took their time and really examined the defense, saw what Black Dragons were focusing on, even potentially getting some tunnel vision on, and then making a play, spotting the gap and moving in this go around, taking some of those lessons learned and applying it to the early round, playing passive again, waiting for somebody to overswing. This is what gets Joe that first kill onto Mr. Outlaw. Playing that CCTV position again, he goes down. Fortunately, the Dope losing a lot of HP to this Goo Mine as she doesn't quite feel safe taking it out of her foot, and that gives Swag the opportunity to creep up the courtyard with nobody watching. Shoot the Dokkaebi in the back, and unfortunately, despite Joe's good shot, losing those calls might end up paying and might end up faring a lot worse for the attack.
Ooh, good kill there coming in from Swag onto Will. The kind of play that Black Dragons need, but immediately Romeo's there to equalize. And that glass, he can command really long pixel angles. Make it very difficult for these defenders to cross on. Looking at the util on the table, you would give the edge right now to Black Dragons. They've got an Azami with a Keeper barrier. They've got some Zoto canisters on the two brow. Okay, there's maybe not so much breaching to be done, but it's at least going to slow things down. Elevate Academy, not really with too much. You want smokes? They've got them. You want nades? Sure. We don't always see smokes and nades winning grounds on their own. It's usually in conjunction with other pieces of kit. As long as Romeo's out here on vents, he's kind of leaving his two teammates to go through and make something happen themselves. Ooh. Fortunately, one of them is Nux, who can just sneak in and pick up a kill onto Ask, who has been struggling this series. 0-7 right now. The James Bond fans in the chat. 45 seconds though, the job isn't done. They might have an advantage. They've still got to move this through into a plant or just into getting all the kills links.
Gotta find some way through. Ooh. Shots fired and the wall ripped open just above the Tubarao. Rare sat in the corner, will play it patient, play it calm. Another damage taken, but he finds both of them. Tubarao remaining as calm as he can, and now it's Romeo in the 1v2. If you use it to pick up in 18 seconds to go, less than 58% HP on Rare. He goes for the wide swing, yet Romeo slips his grasp. Able to put this plant down, maybe bait the Tubarao in. Likely one chance at a gunfight before Romeo's got to commit. Ends up getting the plant down successfully. Turns around, looks at the right angle. A clutch for Elevate Academy as they move up 6-3. Rare's efforts, all for naught.
Elevate Academy there, that's the kind of play that we want to see from them, isn't it? Map point, 6-3. Could be history repeating itself, could be a similar scoreline, if not the very same as what we saw yesterday. Big position for Black Dragons to find themselves in as well. They should be able to pivot and reset in those equal 3 versus 3s. But as I mentioned, they didn't have much util to lean on. It was all about gunfights. It was all about just face-checking stuff. Drone economy hasn't been fantastic either. That's always something that you can loop back to. There's a good fundamental cause as to why attacking teams and where attacking teams struggle a lot, but overall, that feels like a missed opportunity. Elevate Academy, map point. Tactical timeout in hand as well. 3 opportunities now to close border out. Importantly, Black Dragon's map pick.
True. It is worth pointing out and bringing up at this point. I always want to give the team the benefit of the doubt, but up 6-3 and Elevate Academy looking consistently in a better position than Black Dragons, of course, not only in the score, but just in terms of the quality of play. Really looking like this series could end 2-0, which would not be out of the norm for Elevate Academy. Their closest series was against 2G, which is the former Stella Gaming roster, who Elevate Academy lost to in the regional finals about a month ago. But then they were able to 2-0 Team Liquid, 7-5, 7-3, and of course only one map here, but with their pick a bank coming up, could very well be in a position where they could 2-0 another SAL Pro League team. Got another map before we get there, and one more round before we can even say border is done. Black Dragons very well could claw back 3, bringing in the Mira. They end up banning the Ying, and kind of like I said earlier, given the way this half is trended, Elevate Academy have proven that while the Ying was nice, it is not at all necessary for their success on this attacking side. And now they can bring the Monty in play. Nux, not exactly the best shield player when he was on Black Dragons almost a year or so ago. Montaigne plays very differently than the Blitz and the Blackbeard. If they're able to play slow, play around the Monty, this could be a great way to finish at 7-3.
I think it's all about Elevate Academy keeping their nerve now. Yeah, they've done it to Liquid. They've won enough games to get themselves to this upper bracket final. But as the prospect of SI becomes more and more real as these rounds tick on by, maybe where we start to see them crumble under the pressure. I hope they don't. I hope they live up to it. We've not really been given too much of an indication that they will just yet. Miracle. There's a good couple of points of damage onto Ash. Not enough for the finishing blow. Rare with an opening pick onto Will. Gonna lose out your Capital. That's your fire and smoke utility down and out. Some good info. They know that they're trying to walk into the top of these east stairs right now. Feels like Miracle's panicking. Chasing shadows right now as he's trying to watch this and that. Gabu gonna find one back, but with Joe being downed, could be time for Black Dragons just to reset themselves. There's a minute left here, and they've got plenty of utility to lean back on. This mirror window here is a nightmare to try and deal with.
Well, Elevate Academy have the two flash charges, or the two Ash charges, excuse me. You still got that Aruni gate, you still got the mirror window, like you said. Dealing with it at this time is going to be difficult. With all the angles and the advantage that Black Dragons still have in man count, Elevate Academy will instead start rotating over, try and deal with the mirror window by direct pressure. Monty getting information to give Joe a boost. Able to cut down Gabu on the next. Good refrag as Elevate Academy in the deficit, but just barely so until the finish line, where the Fountain and CCTV crossfire trips Elevate Academy. They fall head first.
We do have to remember that this is Black Dragons we're talking about here. The only team in history that had to go through 9 tiebreak situations and then still play an extra map to decide who was going to be in this LCQ. So you could say that they've maybe got a little bit of plot armor in this, Lynx.
I will say that they have plot armor if they win.
Defenders
Oh,
protect your
for sure.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
But you've got to... Well, I think what we've got to do is we've got to remind ourselves of these moments throughout the night to build a bit of a case, you know, so that we're not going in blind on the day.
Yeah,
the day being tomorrow.
or even today. Like, if it ends up happening later and they end up, like, surviving some, like, bizarre, miraculous odds. You want to lay the foundation right now, right? Like, you know, Chekhov's gun, the whole thing is, like, you show the gun early. You can't just show the gun late and not address it whatsoever. It just feels cheesy at that point. You got to set up the idea that Black Dragons are the SAL SSG and that the odds simply don't matter. They never do.
Our favorite team, by the way.
Like, depending on the day, yes. Because, like,
they're probably their own favorite team depending on the day.
True. I mean, also, most teams are my favorite team depending on the day. I can be a bit mercurial, but at least for now, still have to have a bit more evidence if Black Dragon's armor can remain unpierced on border. Their map pick. Now the Academy currently with a 2-round lead. Initial entry by Gabu. Oh, and a lengthy pre-fire. Doesn't land a single lick of damage on the Solist. Are they working with too little information, or maybe just shaking a little bit? Ask will get away with it. Go for the retreat, and Elevate Academy basically get nothing for the loss of that sledge.
I respect that from Ask, you know. He's 2-8 right now, and he's gone, you know what? You know what we need? I'm going to roam Solus. Not only is he roamed Solus, but he's picked up the opening kill. Not taking any damage, not been traded. It's a sign of a gunner right there. Maybe he will redeem himself with some big moments. It's not going to do much for his stat line. I think that's chalked regardless, but it isn't always about the amount of kills. Sometimes it is just about the sheer value of 1 or 2. Elevate. Down a man here. Nux throws a drone in, sees if he can find anything. Knows that there's going to be a player inside a bathroom. Isn't too much of a surprise, really. I think what he does with that info now is going to be the main telling factor. He gives the game away. Lets everyone know that he is, in fact, at the window. Maybe just going for a bit of a bait. We spoke about Ask and how he's given himself a license to be confident here on this Solus. He's grabbed his 2nd kill in the round. Those 2 alone links could just cement this round for Black Dragons.
I could very well. Still some time to reset. That's a hell of a start, both on and off the site for Ask. Elevate Academy moving in through office could find themselves boxed in, dodging that C4. I don't think the defenders want some of those gunfights, but right as I say that, Romeo gets an angle on Rare. I think that might have been through the floor, maybe on top of the staircase. Now Mr. Outlaw going for a flank, creeping up behind the striker. Nice refrag by Will, but the Black Dragon still throwing obstacles in Elevate Academy's way. So what do they have remaining? Not a whole lot of secondary utility to deny this plant, but if there are any Vulcan packs, that'll be good. But perhaps the most worrisome thing, with 20 seconds to go, depending on where and how Elevate Academy commit, Ask could retake the top floor, use that Specchio scanner, or make use of any of these vertical angles. That still requires Elevate Academy to move down to this bottom floor and get this diffuser planted in a timely manner. Will rotating the main door ends up walking through the smoke into the barbed wire and the TCSG, and so the defenders play passive and wait for Elevate Academy to come. 6-5, one more round to go for Black Dragons. Take us to OT.
What a round Ask has had there. It's only fair that we highlight him, because I highlighted him at the start of the game where he wasn't doing too hot. And there we've seen him pick up, what, 3 kills, 4 kills? Very impactful as well. Elevate Academy taking their tactical timeout. Let's hope for them that it can be as effective as Black Dragons was for them. Black Dragons took their timeout at the start of round 5. And they came out with an incredibly well-coordinated 3 minutes of siege. Elevate are going to be looking for that same secret sauce right now after theirs, because this is going to be their last opportunity at closing this map out in regulation. I feel like they just let it get away from them a little bit. Black Dragons, early 2-man advantage. Elevate Academy, great job to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. But they just spent a lot of time in doing so. And again, I maybe feel like they didn't have the right tools for the job. There's not a lot of vert work being done so far tonight by either team. Now, Border isn't a map where loads of vert is required, don't get me wrong, but little skeleton key action, that's where I'd be looking. And it looks as though that could be what Elevate are going to be going for here. Gabu has typically been playing quite a lot of sledge so far tonight. The skeleton key might just unlock a couple more angles, a little bit more. Not having to be in the room to swing that sledgehammer, instead being able to do it from somewhere in the room, leaving yourself less susceptible to those C4s. Black Dragons equally, they've got their own ideas about how this round is going to play out. And Ask has drawn for a favourite. Gone for the clash. This is, I always feel like that's the op that people bring when they just want to guarantee the round links.
Well, there's a few different combinations or a few different operators, and Clash is definitely one of them. If it's not been brought up to that point, is to try to throw something in at the last second, especially as final defensive ban has gone through and it's a zombie that Elevate Academy chose to take down. There's no harm in bringing her. If it doesn't get countered, let's say Black Dragons push it to OT, it doesn't get countered, you can keep using something that works. If it does get countered, great. You forced Elevate Academy to change their style of play, and you can keep making them uncomfortable. It's the exact time to bring out operators like that. Let's see where Black Dragons decide to plant that shield, or where they decide to move around with it in hand. While Ask did have some success he got a 3K. While Ask had success last round, only one of those kills really came early on playing off-site, and that was the opening frag that, let's be honest, maybe was a little narrower than we might have otherwise thought, given Ask getting a little caught off guard by that pre-fire, and that pre-fire completely going wide by the attacker. It was still generally, overall, just the defense playing off of each other. The Black Dragons were able to succeed. That's a good sign. It's going to be more consistent. It's going to be better. We'll see how they support some of these players positioned on the extremities. Mr. Outlaw taking this exact spot in CCTV again. The rest of Elevate Academy trying to find that same engagement Joe found earlier on this half, and this time Mr. Outlaw's not biting. Alive to the halfway point of the round, and that's a great sign for Black Dragons.
Ooh. Big kill there for Mr. Outlaw. It's down Zhao. Gabu caught out inside the Legion mine as well. Mr. Outlaw just maybe trying to do a little bit too much, but Ask and Rare, they fight back. Leaves us again, Elevate in that deficit. 2 versus 4. Can they this time drag it back to that 2v2 and then go on to win? Again, doesn't feel extremely likely. You got Glass with no smokes. And a Nomad with 2 air jabs in pocket, by the way. That's going to die with them both still there. Another round where Ask steps up big for his team. Cements the OT. This guy's come alive since getting on the defense links.
He really has. When in the past couple rounds specifically, going into rounds, I think 11 and 12, Ask had, or going to round 11, Ask had 1 kill, and I think since then he's moved up to at least 6 to 8. When we were in the defensive half, when he was, I think, 0 and 7 after the first round on defense. Really great about face, and it could not come at a better time for Black Dragons. But we can put praise on his shoulders to be sure, but he is not the condition that has allowed Black Dragons to succeed, though he's certainly part of the picture. A lot of the success just has to be credited to the team. You can see a lot of the same setups, but the timings and the individual player decision making seems a lot tighter. Whereas before, Mr. Outlaw was kind of swinging and rotating very early on. This time he's seen how quickly Elevate Academy take that long angle, and he's playing further back, not giving himself up as early, and he's forcing the attack to dump utility and take aggressive positions to take him out. And what that means is if you have somebody pushing in to take down Mr. Outlaw, somebody on CC window, somebody moving in, you could then have the player armory wall, swing out in turn, and go for the trade. You can have somebody playing metal or around 90, go for the trade on the player inside a break. Black Dragons are forcing movement out of Elevate Academy, and then they are reacting very well as a team around it. It is a good trend to see, and it's putting them in a really nice position on overtime since they start on the defense.
And that's going to be the key here, isn't it? It's the defense start for Black Dragons on this OT. Again, if they can get a little bit of that early success. We've spoken already about how Elevate did exceptionally well on their own defenses when they were able to get an early pick, get a cheeky kill to start things off. But on the attacking rounds, it just feels like it's been going entirely the other way. I don't know what they can do to try and change their fortunes right now. Looks as though we're going to be seeing a lot of the same in terms of setup, in terms of operator selection. Still playing a lot around this Lion. Do have the IQ. It's not going to be great for a lot of the stuff that's kicking around. Save maybe the pulse. Oh, nice kill there from Zhao. That's a big opener. Talking about the pulse there for a moment. IQ, now one less thing to worry about. Are they able to work with this momentum the same way that we've seen them work when they were on the defensive side? They know they've got the advantage now, and they've got plenty of time to try and work it. Oh, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Swag! Caught in the current, wandering toward the window you've just seen and heard shot out. Another brilliant shot there. Elevate, they needed these shots a couple of rounds ago, but they'll have to take him here.
A good retake by Mr. Outlaw, catching Will on the CC doorway, the break doorway. The Elevate Academy just trying to channel the successes they had in that first half, playing patient, maybe gambling a little bit, hoping that Black Dragons run in front of them, but it is paying off. Once they get that 5v4 and then translate it to a 4v3, they start moving in, playing these trades, and Black Dragons don't stand a chance. 1v3 for Ask, who's just got to the 8-8 scoreline after an 0-7 start to that defensive half. It's been an important piece of this Black Dragons recovery. The moment right here where he could be the player, the factor that keeps Black Dragons in the fight. Line creeping up. More shots go out. IQ down through the wall. Only one more to go with pistol in hand. Ask paying dividends for Black Dragons. Not playing the short game with that first half, but thinking long.
I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger glow up in a single map of Siege in my entire life. And I've watched plenty. He starts off 0-7. We then get, what, it feels like back-to-back rounds where it's double kill or better in the final rounds of Border here. And now he's going to be, what, like 11-8? He's going to be starting to brush shoulders with Swag. I just don't get it about this Black Dragons team. This is what they do. It doesn't matter who's in the side. As an organization, they always have been that pig awkward team that just don't move. They just don't give up. Literally second highest frag on the team.
Connectors in place. Link established.
The mind boggles. I cannot comprehend the glow up that this player has had in this single map. Elevate Academy are going to feel robbed. Now, again, that's where inexperience does start to show. They had over a minute and they had a 3 versus 1. And they weren't able to find the answer. Part of that is because they didn't have any information. You look down at the bottom left of your screen or the bottom right, depending on who's attacking, who's defending, and you look to see who those dead players of the team are watching. Are they watching a player or are they watching a camera? Everyone's watching a player. That tells me there's no cameras, so you've not got a clue as to where he is. Yeah, you've got the lion, but you've probably used all your lion scans. You've just got to take it one of 2 ways. 1 plants and 2 cover, or all 3 push for the kill. And just play the numbers game. And they kind of did neither. They gave Ask space, which is the most important thing to gain when you're in a 1 versus 3. And then you work from there. And Ask was given space and given engagements 1 by 1 by 1. Elevate Academy will be kicking themselves if they do not win this round.
Especially with a setup that was basically the defining feature of their defensive success, playing behind these mirror windows, playing off each other. What has come of Ask? A double kill to start on a side, by the way, that when we had the first 6 rounds of attack, he got, and this is true, 0 kills. No impact on the attacking side. He breaks through CCTV, shotgun in hand, a double kill to start, and Swag, a former Elevate Academy player himself, makes it a 5v2. Oh, and the luck just gets worse! What timing is that? Watching the east side, looks away at the wrong second, and a metaphor for the game overall. One Elevate Academy seemed to have in hand, and just lost 1 round at a time.
An unbelievable game of Siege there. I genuinely, you can't ever pick who's going to win going into it. You can go off what we've seen previously. You can go off what happened yesterday, more importantly, especially in an LCQ situation like this where you've got days of back-to-back games and you can get a bit of an idea. Coming in off the first half, you look at it and you think, I kind of fancy Elevate Academy here. They're looking pretty strong. And Ask just said not today. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with CDAPs to break down map 1 and to set us up for map 2 in the series. Oh, hello, everybody. We are back. I didn't realize we were going back so soon. My bad. It looks like we got CDAPS back in the room as well. A little bit unexpected there, but what a first game, CDAPS.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where I mentally started preparing when it was like 6-4. That I'm like, oh, it's time to come back. Then all of a sudden, there was a certain magic man on the side of Black Dragons Lynx that had something different to say about it.
Yeah, and I would love to ask you who that could be, because I unfortunately, I was so used to 0-7 Ask that by the time he came back and I think 13 kills by the end of that game, monster performance in the second half. And even earlier, not only kind of failing a little individually, but even like that Amara play, not getting fully set up super well by the team. It was all doom and gloom for Ask, but while Black Dragons, the attacking side might not have been great, it was the second half of that game where the defense, second half of that second half specifically, where Black Dragons started putting the pieces together.
Yeah, there was elements of performance from Black Dragons today in the same way that we saw from Elevate yesterday on this very map. We had Nux going nuclear on this map yesterday, and it kind of felt like Ask had just decided enough was enough. He wasn't going to stand for it any longer. He'd been passed around on the attack. He'd been killed just about every which way. And as soon as he got onto that defensive side, it took him a little bit of time to warm up. You can see we're in round 9 here on the highlights, and he's still 0-0. But the important thing isn't how you start, it's how you finish. And without a doubt, if Ask had not performed the way that he did, we would be sat here congratulating Elevate on map 1 of the series. But Black Dragons have held on in there. They've won their own map choice, which, let's be honest, for a long time, it looked like they weren't going to do. Now, the pressure does start to mount for Elevate. Have they made the right choice in that second map of the series? Is Bank where they really want to be going? Better hope that they have, because that's what's going to be coming up.
Yeah, and for the side of Elevate Academy, you have to think that, maybe the scouting of Black Dragons was just good enough to go towards the border that we knew Elevate Academy was good at. But even if it's close, you do know that all you have to do in a series, Lynx, is win your own map choice. They can look towards the decider. And now as we move on towards Bank, which Black Dragons are still pretty dang good on, they do have the opportunity to shut this down completely.
They do, and it'll be if they do so, it'd have to be by a very different methodology than Border. Bank is a much larger map where map control and structure is a lot, structure in the attack specifically is a bit more important. Not to say it's unimportant on Border, but things can get a bit chaotic. And yet, I have to say, overall, I was kind of surprised by how passive, and I would, dare I say, normal of a Border that was. Normal just for Siege generally. Teams playing off each other, really playing behind their setups and relying on it. And I think it's a big reason why, where sure, Mr. Outlaw and Ask are kind of breaking away with 16 and 13 kills respectively. But the kills for both of these teams are pretty similar all across the board. Like, your bottom rated players have 4 and 5. We got 7 and a little more in the double digits. While the individual performances for Black Dragons might have been a bit better, it really was, I think, a team versus team kind of game, which is not at all how Border usually feels like it goes. Well, team versus team game up until Ask decided to lock in.
I would agree. I don't feel like Elevate underperformed in any which way. There was some things that made it a little bit more obvious that, yes, they are the tier 2 team in this matchup. And if you were watching this team without logos, without names, without any of that sort of stuff, you'd maybe be able to tell at that point, or at least give a reasonable guess as to, which team was tier 2, which team was tier 1. But, they still made some very good plays. The defenses were very solid, and that's what impressed me. Get your defenses dialed down. The attacks, they come with time. But unfortunately, in an LCQ, you don't always have the fortune of a lot of time. And the fact that we did see a little bit of a struggle on the attack from Elevate on Border, it doesn't fill me with the most hope for Bank. But then again, it isn't a sort of really well-liked map from Black Dragons. And since Stage 2, Black Dragons have undergone quite extensive change. So again, you're not necessarily dealing with the same team and those same sort of ideologies and values. It is going to be a little bit different. So I think the Elevate Academy just need to focus in, recognize, yep, they got close, but think about it next time. There's plenty of time to dwell and go over Border in the future. But Bank is really where they want to be sort of putting all of their focus right now. Because Black Dragons, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they're a nightmare team. They are that team that will just never give up.
Well, Ollie, I'm going to flip this back on you because we are on the upper side of the bracket. Both these teams flawless through the LCQ so far. For Elevate Academy, they still have that, backup plan. They have the lower bracket. So I think a lot of the pressure overall is removed. And when you have one of these pug stacks, once again, when they're playing loose, when they're playing how they want to, they're a lot more dangerous. So overall, as we move on to Bank, what do you want to see out of this team to really kind of encapsulate that craziness?
I mean, I think the defenses were great, and the defenses so far this weekend have been very good. What I would look toward is really starting to capitalize on when they've got the man advantage. There was the 3K from Ask, the 3K clutch. That's something that stands out like a sore thumb as to, they're the rounds that you can't afford to be losing. They win that round, they win the map, and we're sat here, and we're probably already 3 rounds into Bank at that point. They're the rounds that they need to focus in on, because they will be given opportunities like that by a team like Black Dragons. They don't play perfect siege. Not a lot of teams do. And Black Dragons will often leave that door just a little bit open. And you've got to grab it and swing that thing wide open and take it with both hands, because opportunities like that aren't always afforded to you. And when they are, you better be taking advantage of them.
And yeah, similar note, of course, playing a bit more, I'd say clean in the late round and minimizing, or at least not letting advantages slip away, like you talked about, is very important. But I think it's kind of nice that for Elevate Academy's position, that's the thing they've got to focus on, because their underlying structure and foundation is so solid. Their defenses, like you said, I'm not really worried about them for Bank or certainly on Border. For their attacks, it's the kind of problems that honestly, like a lower level tier 1 team should be working on. And for Elevate Academy's position, that is an excellent problem to have. It indicates you are playing above your stature and dealing with some of those advanced issues that teams like Black Dragons sometimes have to worry about. And so with one map out of the way, I think this is actually a great opportunity for Elevate Academy to improve on that and really kind of stun us on Bank, because they've already shown that they're playing, I think, a bit higher than, like you said earlier, Ollie, than maybe their name or their rank might indicate. And on Bank, sure, maybe it's going to be a bit larger, a bit more complicated. I think there's a structure underneath Elevate Academy propping them up that is really, really strong, and potentially they could go a lot higher in map 2 or 3.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, Lynx, because surely if Ask doesn't completely blow up on the defensive side and go absolutely nuclear, have some insane clutches, our entire conversation that we just had, Ollie, is completely different. We have no questions about the attacking side of Elevate Academy, because they would have closed this out maybe 7-3.
Yeah, and Ask isn't always that player. Yes, he has been in the past, but I don't look to him and think that's a guaranteed 15 kills. That's a guaranteed 10 kills. That's not the kind of player that we've got right now. I think what I would say is that regardless of which way this game goes, I think there's a very good chance that we see it repeated tomorrow in the grand final, because I have got very low expectation out of Liquid and Loud right now based off the siege that we've seen recently. And by recently, I mean in literally the last 48 hours. So I don't think that they should be holding themselves, to too high a standard, because there's a very good chance that they'll be still in with a shot based on that lower bracket and the fact that both of these teams do have a little bit of breathing room. But it's always nice to get it done in the shortest route possible, isn't it? For Black Dragons, obviously that could be here and now. Bank, obviously for Elevate Academy, we would require all 3. But then I guess that'd fit the theme of the night, CDAPS, wouldn't it? You've been here since the start, so maybe you need to be here until the bitter end as well.
I think I definitely will be, but I will be departing from you guys because the map is ready. Take it away on Bank.
Well, thank you very much, Connor, and I think we will take it away on Bank. We'll just have to see if Black Dragons takes it on that exact same map, up 1-0 currently in the series, with Elevate Academy behind. But Ollie, I think if there's any highlight we can give from our conversation on the desk, not that far behind. They are not outclassed by Black Dragons. This is still very much a series, very much a ball game, with opportunities for Elevate Academy to make a comeback.
Yeah, I'm not sat here, worried at the prospect of Elevate Academy bombing out of this series just yet. I think we need to see a little bit of Bank before we get ourselves into that position. Don't forget, they held match point on Border for a long time. But again, a trait of lesser experienced teams, or teams that aren't used to playing under the same level of pressure. You can have the same hours as someone else, but if you haven't played under the same conditions, it can be very difficult and very different. And we do sometimes see teams struggle to close out games that are a little bit more inexperienced, especially when the stakes are so high. And the stakes don't get much higher right now inside of competitive Siege. SI is the only thing that's going on, and it's the only thing that's going to be going on in February. So if you want to be involved in it, you need to be winning your games, and you need to be getting there through this LCQ. And Elevate know that as well as anybody else right now. Black Dragons, of course, the pressure a little bit more on them. There's a slight bit more expectation for them to attend international events, given the fact that they are a tier 1 team. Yep. Okay, they're not the best team inside of Brazil, but that doesn't matter. Let's see what Bank has to show for us then. Elevate Academy are going to be starting off on the defense. That could be a nice little swing for them, given that attacks were where they struggled somewhat on border. It keeps them on that sort of, on their favoured side. But I always think that Bank is a map where, because it's so large, there are so many opportunities for attackers, and defense has to be really careful. Something that we did see Elevate Academy do well on border, though, was that extension and then consolidation. So holding the edges of the map, holding areas like East Stairs, Office, CCTV, and then bringing it all back to something a little bit more concrete. Very similar to the way that we would see like a skyscraper play. That can be a really good map for that sort of play style. Bank, where you've not got necessarily the same architecture, but you've certainly got some of those similar possibilities, just given its sheer size.
Well, that's not a great start, unfortunately. Ask walking up solo into square. Maybe I'm gonna assume there was like a cutoff drone square. Maybe he just didn't see Gabu's position. He also just kind of walked in there recently. I'll give Black Dragons the benefit of the doubt, but definitely a bit of a silly looking and quite unfortunate start. Not only losing to Deimos, but also losing the player who had such a nice recovery in the back half of border. Mr. Outlaw goes down as well. That's literally the 2 highest performers for Black Dragons. The first out of the lobby to start round 1. And now the attack in a difficult position, because not only have you had those losses, but there's no control gained from it. They're going for a square take right now, which on CEO can be quite difficult, though they've at least opened one of the walls with I'm going to say that's the new exothermic that he used, as a Thermite now has 3. Still got 2 in pocket. Don't know what he's going to use them for, because I think the gunfights are going to be what Rare, Swag, and Miracle will be concerned with. Nice. Able to find one. Gabu's still getting aggressive down below, but a lot more work for Black Dragons to do.
It's a decent recovery from Rare, isn't it? He's got the wall open and he's rotated downstairs to pick up the kill. But that's the job of the Deimos. That's where you want Ask to be getting in underneath, using that Deathmark tracker, rooting those players out from above, destroying the mirror window, more importantly, because there's nothing to deal with that. Yeah, you've got the Excaris pellets, but you need to get an angle on it to do so. And Black Dragons know that. That's why they can't push in. They've also lost Mr. Outlaw, which is your Nomad, which should be your window player. So you haven't got that pressure coming in from the window either. Elevate Academy have still got a lot of toys to play with inside of the site right now. Bulletproof cameras to sit on and watch. Gabu, he's going to be on that right now. He can call as soon as someone hops in the window. Smoke, that should be enough cover for Rare to make his play. But there's only 20 seconds left. Black Dragons, they've not really got a solid avenue right now.
No, and that means all Elevate Academy have to do is just hold their angles and play passive, which has been the best part of Elevate Academy's defenses on border and seemingly here as well on Bank. Swag repelling in with only 3 seconds to go is as good an indicator as any that this round has not gone the way Black Dragons wanted, and the loss at the end of it only compounds that fact. Good start for Elevate Academy, reaching the same heights they did on their border defenses.
They've got really good fundamentals, haven't they, Lynx? It's so great to watch because you know, how many times do we see teams, even inside of T1, get a couple of kills and then everyone just thinks it's troll time because they're 5 versus 3? And it isn't troll time, not yet. This isn't the time for the FloodCon. We're not here to assert dominance just yet. We want to get a few rounds on the board. Yeah, we can break the mental, but let's break that later. Let's break that after we've got a bit of a lead to fall back onto. And Elevate Academy, they're just like, yep, 2 kills, right? We're now bored. We're just going to play boring Siege, and we are not going to peak because that is how you win. Brilliant stuff. And it really puts Black Dragons in a bit of a tiz, especially when a common strategy is just to wait and see what you're given. See if anybody shows themselves. Right, we've lost 2 people. Let's hold a few angles for 20 seconds. See if anyone gives anything up. And then nothing happens. And all the players in Elevate Academy literally have their left hand off the keyboard because they're like, nope, I'm not moving. I'm tucked. I'm staying where I am. Can make things incredibly difficult and infuriating. Black Dragons, they are going to be feeling that right now. Downstairs we go then. brilliant lineup shown here from Elevate. You only have 3 bans and you only have 2 at the start, and you cannot do anything about the trifecta that is the Smoke, Tachanka, Goyo, at least in the first 4 rounds of the game. You're always going to be going up against at least one of them, and in this round, they're going up against all 3. It was Nazami in a clash, chosen to be removed by Black Dragons here. With the addition of the Tubarão, those Zoto canisters, I'd go as far as to say, Lynx, it doesn't really matter what happens to Gabu out here on the roam. He could get 5 kills, he could get none. It isn't really going to affect the power that this lineup has late round.
Yeah, building on your exact point, literally your win condition is just shoot a few drones and ideally don't die. That's basically it. You can fall back probably about a minute, maybe a minute 15 in if you like really want to push it, but with so much utility on the site, assuming of course that Tachanka is able to drop down the hatch safely, there is so much for that Black Dragons have to do. They've got the tools to do it, to be fair. They've got those shock drones, they've got 2 sets of nades, and hey, even for some of these electronics, which aren't the Smoke, the Goyo, the Tachanka, but some of those F-Knots, they've got the new Thatcher EMP launcher, shoulder-mounted EMP launcher, potentially disable some of these gadgets, but of course not a lot of them actually for Elevate Academy, just the BPs and the F-Knots and little more than that. So Black Dragons have the utility, even a bit of a surplus in some ways. It is just the sheer amount that Elevate Academy have. Kind of lineup that honestly makes Ollie and I swoon on this bank defense. Oh no, Gabu will go down unfortunately. Maybe a little too aggressive. A little risking a little too much.
Early kill. Gabu taken down. This is where we get to see, was I correct? Is whatever happens to him kind of no consequence to the round because of how powerful everything is? You could argue he's wasted 2 minutes, burnt a lot of drones, forced people to search out for F-Nats maybe. Might have Thatcher's fancy new launcher, but that isn't going to do too much against the Tachanka and those Shumikas. Still 20 left. 40 seconds on the clock. A little bit of time to drone through and scope out maybe where some Vulcan packs are that you may have missed a little bit earlier on. The heavy stack up here with Rare making a rotation. It's potentially got no way to get through that server wall right now, and instead going to be forced into hatches. Not a bad option if that's what you're going for, but with 20 seconds left to go, this doesn't feel like the plan.
No, this feels like a late adaptation, but with a 4v3, it could work out if you're able to get these kills as you enter the site. Might not be the best setup, but you might still be able to sneak a win over the line, especially 3-1 right now. The Oracles just managed to creep in on the opposite side. Hell of a shot by Nux, but the diffuser goes down successful. No! Oh! A 1v3 for Elevate, matching asks on border. I'm gonna be honest, I did not think he was gonna win that.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? I was getting ready to go in on Black Dragons about how it was too late of a rotate, too late of a, right, we're not going to go server, we're going to go somewhere else. I feel like Swag coming in through Garage, he was 5 seconds too late. He still gets the kill, but he isn't able to lock down Nux from coming out of gold. Just a touch too late on that push. And let's be honest, if you've got 3 players in front of you, one is 90 degrees to your left, one is 90 degrees to your right, and one is straight ahead of you, you should not be getting, you shouldn't be getting 2. Never mind 3. You probably shouldn't even be getting 1. And Nux hits all 3 with precision. 5-0 right now. Yet to die here on Bank. Just as Black Dragons are yet to get around on the attack. We spoke about how you can't be squandering your 3 versus 1s when you are the attacking side. It was Elevate's turn on border. They squandered one. Black Dragons, they have thrown one down the drain as well in only round 2 of Bank. Still, plenty of time to reset, but that cannot become a consistent theme here.
And if it does, you'll be glad you have a tactical timeout still in your pocket. Of course, I don't think anybody wants to use it this early on an issue like that. Given how close border was, you need all the rounds you can come by, and Black Dragons will be kicking themselves for missing that one. Unlocker CCTV as well. Getting a win on that, that would be very nice. Gabu, 5v4 as Rare. Playing Nook, an operator that normally in my mind I associate with Ask. But the Nook nonetheless taken down early, likely going for the lurk, and will regret having made that decision. Nice drone inside the site for Black Dragons, but especially because of that 4v5, I think a long ways away from being very useful. Though its power, its potential is quite high. Next 30 seconds will likely be droning from Black Dragons as the defense, realizing the position they're in, are starting to creep back across the top floor, dropping back down to the site. It seems Black Dragons will be a bit long on options to claw that man count back.
Just around half of the round gone at this point. Nothing really doing for Black Dragons. As you mentioned, losing out on that Nook. Again, no overreaction from Elevate. Don't need to go chasing things. Very proficient at getting that opening pick on this defensive side. Threatening of a little bit of work coming out here. But for the most part, these players in the site are going to be relatively safe. I'd argue that there's also maybe a bit of a lack of hard breach here. Look toward that quad wall. Typically, that's something that is going to get opened in some way, shape, or form. Mr. Outlaw removes a DMR from the equation. Those laser gates, though, will remain. Miracle, bit of a rotate down these main stairs now. Looking to potentially switch things up, whereas we see usually a lot of focus in and around quad. Might just be trying to make something happen through CEO and small office. The tag shots through the wall and Swag to finish the job. 35 seconds. Elevate do need to be careful that they don't get caught wandering here. This is one of the rare occasions where we see Black Dragons able to claw a couple back and an advantage at that. They still have to execute this.
They've done plenty of work up until this point, slowly ticking that man count down. And now with that nade in an important position dealt with, just tucked inside the corner opposite from Beepers, that's the entry point Black Dragons needed. Miracle on in with 2 players to cover, Ask pushing through the smoke, Swag from the opposite side, a hell of a distraction. And despite the low time and being in a deficit for most of that round, a really well-coordinated attack from Black Dragons.
Let's just say, coming in 4 versus 5, I think the nade kill from Mr. Outlaw below was inspired. Feel a bit sorry for Gaby because it was one of those where he just couldn't get away from it. It's, you know, you hop over the little divider between the desk and the nade symbol just doesn't get any less red. It just seems to follow you around. So nowhere really for him to go. And of course he's getting held as well at that point. So credit to Black Dragons. Perfect pinch. You've got crossfires being held, util being sent through. Players can't move because they're going to get shot, and they can't move because, well, and they've got to move, sorry, because they're going to get blown up by a nade. You've literally got to pick your poison at that moment in time. It feels like it feels like Bank's been going on for a while, and we're only at round 4, but that is Black Dragon's first round here. It does feel like it's been a while in the making.
Defenders, protect your
Put it into, to put a little brighter spin on it, maybe, for any Elevate Academy fans out there. It's a third choice bomb site. Now, is it third choice in general? I mean, I don't know. I think it's very defensible, but it's not obviously as defensible as downstairs. Is it as defensible as upstairs? Potentially. Depends on the attacking team that you're going up against. But at least for Elevate Academy, it was their third pick. So, a tertiary bomb site loss, not too much to sweat about. Where I'm fairly surprised in the bans that we've seen is Black Dragons now choosing to remove the castle.
10 seconds
Castle,
remaining.
it's great on this map, but it can also be very easily dealt with. A far bigger problem for me is going to be that mirror window placed inside of Janitor.
Attackers
That's
objective.
more than likely where Will is going to be throwing one of those black mirrors down. See, Nugs and Romeo have just reinforced those walls for him there. Doesn't need to place it too early, can place it pretty much any point during the round, but that was the big thing that stopped Black Dragons from progressing in. That and the fact that they lost a couple of opening deaths. For me, that's where this round lives or dies. So the vert player, whoever it is that's going to be going in below to try and deal with that, needs support and needs to be effective.
Which I'm curious if there even is going to be a vert player to go below and deal with it, because before that was Ask on the Deimos, who ran into square, I think unfortunately got misdrone, and ended up being the opening pick in round 1. But here, he's moved on to the Flores, and we don't have any clear vert operator. I mean, we've got some DMRs, but beyond that, it might be more of a lateral attempt, you know, with the nades and the Rotero drones. You could do it, but it seems that Black Dragons might be foregoing that vertical dimension entirely and maybe just using those drones to make sure nobody rotates below and tries to go for some sort of C4 or go for a flank later in the round, which is perfectly fine, so long as you are successful using that utility on the top floor. A lot of the normal positions being taken by Black Dragons, one in main lobby, and it seems, while it will mainly be on the top floor, it's from the opposite side this time. A Monty up spiral take. I mean, the elevator positions got to get dealt with. But beyond that, with nobody in checkers, this actually might be free real estate for Black Dragons. As the utility goes up, you just have to take that 1v1. Ooh, what a shot by Gabu. Hops out of checkers after rotating into that position. C4 puts Rare to 1 HP. And quickly, this attack is starting to meet heavy resistance. Lead established by Elevate Academy, though maintained only for a short period of time. That elevator player still persists despite everything, and with a late rotation down below and nobody watching the drones, it's Joe, who of course solidifies the advantage at the 3v2, but might have just ended things for Black Dragons, as the Monty with low HP is alone on Spiral. Swag has the entire defense separating him and his one remaining teammate, but on the backside, he's crept in, and Will, not expecting it, falls. Excellent play by Swag, who last round on Cafeteria was the backstab player that helped the team, even though he died in the process. So as Rare gets in, he's cutting off this long angle, but not able to get a kill. Rare instead. Also the Yokai, still alive. It can go for another opportunity. That's given the Elevate players time to move in, get a little deeper, and yet not enough to stop the diffuser. Rare likely staying inside of the building will full extend his shield and die in the process. That just leaves Joe and Romeo below 50 HP apiece, but one body up on a player stuck on rappel. This MP5 from the Echo will be trained on one of these windows. Oh, but a quick peek gets him in the process, and Swag with another. A lot of 1vx's in this series, and 2 on Bank so far, but this one goes Black Dragon's way.
I think that's again just an example of some of the inexperience on this Elevate roster, isn't it? You've got to time that a little bit better. As soon as the Monty dies, it should be round 1. Yes, there's going to be somebody out there on the rappel, but you know that that's going to be the case. Start getting someone on that diffuser, start tap firing it down, and then get somebody out of the window at the same time. You can't look both places at once. Either the diffuser's going to get disabled, or he's going to die on the rappel, and hopefully your player's got enough time to run back inside. Or you jump out together. You can't kill you both. Then you're rolling the dice with the Claymore, but still, it's an option. What you can't afford to do is have somebody jump on the diffuser and then 5 seconds later somebody jump out of a window. That kind of desync is going to cost you the round. And it's a shame, because Elevate played it very well. Recognizing the win condition, recognizing that the Yokai drone was going to buy them at least enough time to deny the plant once. Unfortunately, the Yokai drone got shot and therefore wasn't able to be used again. But as I mentioned over on Border, bottom left of your screen, look at what the dead players are watching. They were watching the Yokai drone inside of CEO, and they knew that that was going to be the win condition right from the off. Hence why a tucked play inside of the elevator was the order of the day. 2-2, an even game now as Black Dragons claw their way back into this. And Swag not really wanting to be overshadowed by Ask again, I think is fair to say. 9-3 right now. Triple positive at the start of round number 5. He's not having it, Lynx. He doesn't want to be trailing behind Ask, and he needs to put in a shift early, because we know that the afterburners for Ask go burr.
Yeah, Ask is if Border is anything to base his performance off of, he is a back half player. And Swag's got something to perform for in this series. Of course, former teammate of Elevate Academy, all but just a little over a month ago, playing in that final against LA Gaming, now 2G. Decides to go to Black Dragons, and so far this map putting in a good performance. I like his positioning. Going for the backstab no matter what, either as impact or even as a distraction, indicates a lack of ego that is quite nice for a new player on a roster like this. Just have to see what he does this go around. So the basement defense You'll need players who know how to hang back because there's going to be a lot of utility to clear. You don't want to give up any picks, especially ones where you don't have the necessary control. Miracle basically embodying that philosophy perfectly, just creeping around square, find someone moving around the bottom floor, and they find the next one playing the exact same strategy. Really like this pinch from Black Dragons. Players moving in from lobby, Miracle cutting it off from square. Takes a little over half the round, but can't deny the results.
Doesn't really matter how long it takes, does it? As long as you bought yourself that time for later on. Different setup entirely to defend this basement. Got a blue player this time, Nux. Maybe thinking about rotating himself back to site here, but with him dipping back into blue, it looks like he's trying to play his life. He's definitely trying to play his utility at the bare minimum. Knows there's going to be a player coming in. Brilliant swing there. He's able to get a 1-for-1 trade, but he's not long for this world. The hatches are no longer a safe haven. They've been taken. And Will, somehow, the Goyo has found himself on main stairs. It's an off position though, so he's got a chance, Links.
Does. And with 28 seconds to go, even just one kill at the right time might be enough to cause some uncertainty in the mind of Black Dragons to give him a further opening. Worried about marble stairs, understandably. Will he be able to creep by? Going into beepers as Swag runs right into him. But so much time spent, Black Dragons get the diffuser down and can react accordingly. Taking the lead away from Elevate Academy, who seem comfortable on their defenses, but Black Dragons have slowly found their way into it with play that is not chaotic whatsoever, despite what we usually say about this team.
Kind of feels like Will was, what, a second, maybe a second and a half off stopping that plant from going down?
Just a
That's the
little
kill
bit.
onto
He was
Mr.
close.
Outlaw. The last guy was in elevator. Like, it was quite winnable, really. Timing not really working out for him in that particular instance, but with everything that was going on, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility that they clutched that one back. Now here we go at another attempt at open area. So Elevate Academy are sticking to their rotation, and this is where things started to go wrong for them previously. Round 3, they lost this site, and since then have been unsuccessful both upstairs and down. I'll admit, shocked to see them reattempt this bomb site. They're coming in with a slightly different mindset.
10 seconds to go.
You have the Valkyrie trying to give themselves a little bit more information here.
5 seconds.
Unfortunately, they have a Warden, because if the Blitz is anything to go by, this could be a little bit explosive. See a Blitz, you think, oh, okay, maybe they're going to play something, you know, fairly pushy with the Blitz. Then you see the Thinker, and then you realize that that makes the Blitz ADS even quicker and become even more of a nightmare. Then you see the Monty, and you think, hang on a minute, all we need now is wait, we've got a Blackbeard as well? Right, they're bringing every single shield here, and Black Dragons are desperate to come out of this at a 4-2 split.
You would never know that this team was actually up in round count based on how much they're throwing at the wall to end their attacking side. On the off-site too, by the way, doing the most for the tertiary one. I gotta respect it. Love a team who doesn't want to leave anything on the table. Think a boost goes out. Blitz to clear out the square position with one player prone. See, Will was worried about this exact possibility. Prone within crawling distance of the hatch. Immediately falls back down, and nobody from Black Dragons able to get a kill in the first minute, which is fine. They've got the immediate control. On the opposite side, as you can see, we've got a Monty and a Finka creeping around main lobby. Now just a Monty creeping around that position. Ooh, and the wheels start falling off the wagon for Black Dragons. Monty 1v1, Blitz 1v1, Finka goes down first. You could see the rush and see the vision. But I think Black Dragons start getting a little too antsy and potentially thrown off by the very pace they set.
It's frustrating. Black Dragons have played really good Siege up until this point, and it has been nothing about shield play. It's been nothing about doing things quickly. It has all been about very good calculated risk. And here we see them go for a triple shield play, which just isn't going to work for them. Miracle gets an exit frag, but Elevator just like, actually, we're more comfortable with this. If you could keep playing like this, that'd be great, because this is what we're used to dealing with. Methodical, slow, calculated, well played, you know, good teamwork. That stuff's hard. If you could just run at us with 3 shields, we're actually quite good at defending against that.
it's one of those things where like I like it in theory and I admire it and I appreciate it. Then I always see it happen. It's like, oh, it's like I think you said either anticlimactic, but it just kills all the momentum. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll move on. 3-3 is decent on bank, but with the improvements Black Dragons were making, you do have to wonder maybe you were just better kind of improving on what you had before, not necessarily throwing everything in the wall like that. But that half is done. Elevated Academy's defense is maybe not as sure-footed as the ones on Border, as it was a 4-2 half and potentially could have been a 5-1 in there somewhere on the previous map. It's a much closer game. We'll see how Black Dragons can fare at the side swap with what was their better side on Border, though it took a little bit to get in the game. Hopefully we can see that energy brought further. We'll see it manifest earlier in round 7, as we will likely go to lockers in CCTV as the first site. Though that being said, Elevated Academy started on CEO, and indeed, we'll be back down in lockers with, what do you know? Same thing they had, Goyo, Smoke, and Tachanka. There will be no roaming beyond the first minute.
No, you wouldn't expect it, would you? A little bit of hatch play, maybe. I don't even know if you play with hatches open here. I think you just maybe close them and just go, we're just going to play behind the Zoto. We'll make that work for us quite nicely. I mean, I'm still a little bit stunned from the previous round. I think one of my frustrations is that if what you've done up until this point has given you good results and you're ahead in the game, I just don't know why you go for something so polar opposite. Because that kind of mixes up in momentum, and certainly losing around just before the side swap, it can often throw a team. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's going to be the downfall of Black Dragons, and they're going to go on to lose this and the next map. They've got a lot of options in this series for closing out earlier than that. It does just add a little bit of frustration, especially when you think of the context that we're sending one of these 4 teams, should I say, that we're going to be watching over the course of the evening to SI and, of course, over the course of tomorrow. So, Elevate now going to prove themselves on this attack and maybe live up to why they've picked this as a map, because a 3-3 split, whilst it's good, isn't necessarily like this is our best map. I want to see what they're like on the attacks as well. As we mentioned, they were only good for 2 on Border, and it did hamper progress somewhat.
No progress hampered early on for the entry by Elevate Academy, but that's merely a consequence of the defensive strategy brought by Black Dragons. Nobody up there to contest. Nobody up there to deny the attack the control. And so going forward, the question will be how they can open these hatches with the Cade ban. Shouldn't be too bad. How they can convert beyond that. Ying and a Grim could make things a little problematic. Just some nice pieces, but certainly not mandatory. The 2 Brow will be a bit of an immediate obstacle. The X-Kairos frozen, and that hatch will remain closed for maybe a bit too long. With another one being used, that'll bring us down to about the minute 50 or 50-second mark before those X-Kairos fully detonate, or those harder breach charges fully detonate. And then you got to start moving down, start using that utility. Could be tight. It might just be enough, depending on what work Elevate Academy have been able to do up until this point. Very, very slow goings in round 7.
That's what we're kind of going to expect here from Elevate Academy. I don't think they're going to be rushing into too much. In fact, they've got the sends. Shows me they've got a nice little pocket play to go behind, but I don't know that they've done the work in removing those Vulcan packs. And certainly, they haven't baited out a C4 or any of the Toxic Babe canisters. With 30 seconds, that's work that needs to have already been done. Vulcan canister is going to cut off any progress being made on these main stairs. And well, the Shoemakers are maybe going to do the rest.
Seems like it might. The Sen's walking down. Barbed wire indicator gives Rare the perfect opportunity to swing around. Not a clear man advantage, but the time certainly favors the defense. Continues to do so. Maybe a bit narrower than Black Dragons would like, but still got a win in their hands. And it's all up to Will with 1. Make that 0 seconds to go. Black Dragons play the Goyo Smoke Tachanka lineup exactly how you would hope, and basically don't take a gunfight until they are forced to.
Welcome to defense on bank in the modern day. That is what it has become. It's not a bad thing. It's just the way that the game's played right now, and that is one of the most effective strategies, and it becomes even more effective when you're dealing with a team that doesn't have that same number of attacking reps working together. Didn't make particularly bad progress in the early portion of the round. It was the late round that they suffered. The lack of a burn, the lack of baiting out utility. If you know that they've got the Tachanka, you can't just hope that the Tachanka messes up. You have to make a play onto it. Drop someone in gold. Just bull rush through to him. Take a shield. Try and gain some space. Just make it so the Tachanka can't sit there in B site and just dunk Shumikas over the wall all day long. You have to change that avenue, change that perspective. Elevate Academy not able to do that. Of course, it isn't just the Tachanka that makes it very difficult. The Goyos also weren't really well dealt with. You're going to need something, Twitch, nades, good angles from the hatches to try and get that done. At least drone information to know where they are so you can send in some frag grenades. Regardless, though, that's going to be a problem for a different round, or maybe a round in a couple time, because they're not going to be moving through. With Black Dragons winning, basement is locked out, and instead they will be upstairs inside a CEO to try their luck here. Of course, window pressure becomes the order of the day, and how effective you are at playing vertically. Now, the mirror's been banned, so there isn't as much need to go down below for a utility perspective, but it can still be a nice place for a Deimos to play. If you can get any Deathmark trackers going and use the pistol, rip open that floor and start making it a little bit awkward to be sat and tucked inside of sight, and hopefully flush defenders into the waiting arms of your attacking teammates on the repels.
It could be a good strategy, not necessarily on the repels, but Black Dragons made something similar work just inside the building on their attacking side. It's viable, and the utility goes in. We'll push people out of stock. Gabu in the building too. Taking up an important cut on marble stairs. Not necessarily for the stock players. This might be for the player on elevator. The hatch is open. Trying to cut off his rotation. Get a 5v4. There are a lot of pathways for Elevate Academy at the moment. We just need to see one of them actually walk down. Dokkaebi call goes out. Gabu. Oh no! Just swings marble stairs un-ADS'd. A bit too lax about that bit of map control. Will be minimized a little bit by Elevate Academy, but a massive blunder that gives Black Dragons an opening that is compounded by swag. Falling off a little bit on this defensive side, at least in the one round we've seen. Clean double in round 8. Now Elevate Academy scrambling to get into the building and recover lost ground. We'll find one on the marble side. With diffuser all the way over in square, the attack can consolidate, but kills are the only way by which they can win at the moment. Miracle's the one pushed farthest up, but Romeo instead will look to the back line, inside of stock, where he'll spot one head, but not land the shots before Ask pulls the trigger. And that just leaves Will. Miracle still in that position over by Elevator. The other defenders all next to him on the stock side of second floor. MR a good gun for these long angles, but so long as Black Dragons don't overpeak, he shouldn't be able to find the opportunities. Ask, just playing with his food, bobbing and weaving behind that chair, able to get another defense, and Black Dragons looking like a 2-0 could be a strong possibility.
It seems to be becoming more and more of a possibility, doesn't it? I think especially given the way that these first couple of attacking rounds have gone for Elevate Academy, they've not really shown us that same level of bite. At least, you know, we saw glimpses of it on Border. But here on Bank, it just hasn't really been there.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Banshee deployed.
Bomb located by attackers.
Shame.
Is the tertiary site where it turns around, Links? That was where it turned around for Black Dragons, don't forget.
I mean, maybe you can. It's a tertiary site for a reason, and of course, if you want to just look at the layout of this site, there's a lot of vertical, not directly over the site, but over not CCTV, archives and tellers, which makes some very important kind of overflow points for the site a lot more difficult to play.
5 seconds left.
Then, of course, you got control of square. That's an exit you got to worry about. It can be very difficult to maneuver on this bomb site as the defense if just a couple steps by the attack are taken. Like, I don't know, bringing a ram and throwing in the boogie drones into CEO windows. Now, of course, Black Dragons will be expecting that, and that's why you see the Azami, the Solus, and generally just some presence on the top floor. So that's a bit of a longer explanation, but could be the place where it gets tripped up. But at least so far, Black Dragons have a good idea for how to normally play tellers and archive. Open area.
I'd agree. I think the Elevate have got some really nice tools here at their disposal. Something that's worrying me from an Elevate point of view is the fact that Swag seems to be finding his form a little bit more here than he did on Border. And we're not sat here questioning why players haven't got kills because of an underperformance on Black Dragons. Everything is just sort of going business as usual right now. You've got Swag, top of the pops, Mr. Outlaw and Rare, not too far behind. Speaking of the man of the moment, taken out first there for Black Dragons. Joe taken out a little bit before that as well. The Thatcher, not really of too much consequence. Obviously, it would be nice. Realistically, it's not going to stop things like the boogie drone moving through and ripping open the floor. Isn't really going to assist the Blitz too much in trying to push through. His sort of death sentence has already been passed. 1 HP jumping in when the floor's open. It's only ever going to end one way. I doubt he'll be recovered in this round. I've not heard the boogie drones really ripping open the floor, and you can still see some red silhouettes up there as well, so how much value that will have, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it's going to be the game-changing play that maybe Elevate were hoping for. As another kill comes in onto Nux. Might be a Dokkaebi call, but Black Dragons don't care.
They do not, but Romeo still has a little bit of fight left in him. The Blitz still down, by the way. May not even be necessary for this comeback from Elevate Academy. Dokkaebi call gone out gives Romeo a clean double kill. And the Blitz back up in turn. Miracle reading this opportunity. Tries to get ahead of it, creeping up marble stairs, but the drone hits him in the face. They're expecting him to back up, and indeed he does. But at the last possible second, when he shows face against the attacker sitting right outside of stock. It might be a distraction. Give Ash the time to reposition. Takes all of his ammo in that clip, but he lands the shots necessary. Elevate Academy might be scrambling. The remaining players all on low HP. Despite Romeo's best efforts, it could be cleanup duty for Black Dragons. Looking to take match and series point. All they need to do is land one shot on a Blitz sprinting at them. 80 Ask. No. Ask does miss that first bite at the apple, but Miracle with the second feels quite satisfied. 6-3 for Black Dragons. An important round count, but as we just saw on Border, not an obstacle that you cannot overcome.
Black Dragons 6-3 right now. They had to fight tooth and nail for Border, and it feels like Bank is coming a lot more easily to them at this point in time. I'm still looking for a reason as to why this was chosen as an Elevate map, because their attacks, they haven't had that same level of coordination. Final bans, Goyo and Hibana. Black Dragon's really trying to hit Elevate everywhere and not just sort of target one area. They're not trying to just target the shields or just target the hard breach. They're just cherry picking. They're just going, I think this is going to hurt you the most. I think this one's going to take you out a little bit. And so far, it has worked. Elevate Academy going to use that slightly extended time in between rounds whilst operators are getting banned to then roll that into a tactical timeout. To see if they can really squeeze every second out of the downtime in between rounds and come up with a little bit of a plan. Not really seen the same level of performance from the players across the board, but again, it's been very even. Yes, Nux is going to get a couple of crazy clips and a few kills, but I don't think that that's really where the problems have been fundamentally for Elevate Academy and Bank.
I agree. It's not been some individual failing or even some individual success on Black Dragons. I think a lot of what we saw, for example, on the defensive side, right, was still there for Elevate Academy. That same structure, those same fundamentals, not overpeaking, that were really quite nice. But one thing you mentioned was that a bit of the late round was sloppy from Elevate Academy on board, as is often the case with teams of this level. You're not converting advantages, letting players get a bit too much with very little. Kinds of common problems we'd expect, you know, for Elevate Academy to lose a map. Honestly, if you're having those problems, that's pretty good, all things considered, for where you are. But this one is a bit different. We're starting to see a really problematic issue at this point, which is a failure to launch. Blitz hopping in with clearly not enough of information or angles checked. That's a big issue if you're bringing an operator like that. Struggling even to get the opening kill in some of these rounds. Those are problems we did not see from Elevate Academy's attacks nearly as much, it felt like. And for that to happen at this point, when, sure, they lost map 1, but it looked really competitive going in, it'd be a shame. I would like to see, even if they don't win, I'd like to see more of a fight here. I think Elevate Academy have that in them. They have a higher ceiling than this, and I think it's still possible.
Absolutely possible. Just depends on what is going on in their heads right now. Seeing Nux on the Monty, and I'd much rather he had a gun in his hand with the way that he's been playing. I kind of hope it doesn't go for something quick, but that's already what's happening. Straight on into open area, forcing players to drop. Hatches open. So an easy route back down to site for Black Dragons. Some very quick ground gained. But it's all about what Elevate Academy do now with this newfound time. Previously, when we saw this site in round number 7, it was a problem of not baiting out utility quickly enough. This time that can't be an excuse. There is far too much time. You could really poke and prod at this defense and force Black Dragons to expend things like those Toxic Babe canisters a little bit earlier on. With the Goyo being banned as well, that was a big operator for Black Dragons in round 7. They no longer have that. Instead, the area denial solely relies on the smoke and on the Tachanka. Another Dokkaebi call here coming live. And it was a great first bit of control. It was a great bit of early pressure, but not much has happened with it. Just watching the main stairs. Waiting for things to start happening elsewhere. Baiting out the Maestro Evil Eye camera. It's not going to be able to turn around, and as such, the wall will open. So, ticking a box, really, for Elevate Academy. Still with a minute.
Still with a minute, and generally all of their utility. Sure, some of the ROU projectors have been depleted, but 2 Dokkaebi calls, another Deimos Deathmark tracker in pocket, full Capital utility. You got plenty. Oh, but that's a big kill from Swag. Not just to get the 5v4, but also opens up the possibility for a marble rotate once the attack commits to this plant. Diffuser going down with utility land. It seems like it might have missed the mark, or maybe Nux has gone for an off spot. No, it seems like the Tachanka Shumika's just went a little wide. And that advantage acquired by Black Dragons by Swag is short-lived. Now to claw it back, they must commit to the retake. 2 people march up marble stairs. Swag going all the way to the top floor instead. Seen this maneuver work out a couple times. Looking down that janitor hatch, trying to get a better angle. But at least for the moment, nothing giving for Black Dragons. 10 seconds before that diffuser is beyond the pale. And unfortunately for Swag, he's now the only one left. 1 round for Elevate Academy, still 2 to go before overtime. But a very slow, methodical play for the plant ends up playing off.
Hey, look, if it works, you cannot knock it. Able to take really quick control of open area. Kind of a bit of a mess up from the Black Dragon side of things. The Shumika going wide, that shouldn't really be happening. Especially with how many of them you get. If you're unsure if you've hit your mark, just send another. You've got plenty to be going at. You always see Tachankas, even if the round goes all the way to the end, they've usually got 5 or 6 kicking around. The Black Dragons have got more opportunities than just that to convert here. Only 1 round away from a game in our grand finals tomorrow. They are going to be sticking to a rotation up to the top floor, and still with that trademark clash pick in what they deem to be a must-win round. Could be something quite nice to front up against a Monty, they may be thinking, if Elevate bring that again as they did in the previous round. for the time being, there's no indication that that will be the case. Nomad and Flores on the 6 pick, and no shield in sight. Double hard breach though, which when you're attacking this top floor, do we really need double hard breach? I'm not sure.
And that's one of those things that might end up being an overcommitment for Elevate Academy. Of course, what their plan is, maybe it's good, but to your point, typically when you're bringing hard breach, you know, you're gonna get the Kanto side open, but maybe you then use it to open up the square side, and that's what the thermite would be for. So I can see where both these hard breachers go, but it's very rare you see, I think, both attempted to this degree. Like maybe you use a Selma on the Kanto wall, then use one for the opposite side. It's no fault of Nux, but even the third exothermic kind of makes this I think reinforces the point. I just don't know if you need that many exothermics attacking CEO. Of course, can't bring one less and exchange it for something else, but it is something that could be a problem for Elevate Academy depending on how this round turns out, especially if they aren't able to open up the angles that they want with the hard breaching available. Droning down below for the moment, so I think the hard breaching is still a little ways off. Clearly concerned about somebody using the basement for a flank. That fear is well-founded. You have a Valkyrie playing around marble stairs at the moment who is the exact kind of player in the hands of Swag who would go for that kind of play. Hopefully they don't get too fixated upon it, but Elevate Academy are at least dealing with the right considerations in the first half of the round.
There's a worry here that they are moving a little bit slowly. It's the halfway point. They've got the square wall open now. They can start to work with that. They've nothing to deal vertical destruction, though. I would love to see a book be brought. Even a Deimos. Anything that can work vertically that's got a shotgun, that maybe has a little bit of information as well. Another exothermic sitting ready and waiting, and that will open the other side of square. Now the mirror, that's been banned, so you're not really too worried about a mirror playing inside of janitors. Gabriel has got a heck of a lot to watch here, and his sense ROU needs to land true. Smoke canister goes out. Nux can start to get that plant down, and a kill onto Ask in the process. Make it 2 as Swag falls as well. Spider-Man position now being got off, and that plant being confirmed. This is very difficult on this retake.
Even more so when Ask is not able to gain, or Miracle, excuse me, not able to gain any initiative whatsoever. With that clean plant from Elevate Academy, we're not an OT yet, but the comeback is real. Funny enough, given our points at the beginning, they did have too much hard breach, as that round was won by only using one of Ace's 3 Selmas and one of Thermite's 3 exothermics.
So, I agree. They definitely brought too much. But I also kind of like it because what they did worked. And if one of those, for whatever reason, gets shot off or gets exploded or whatever, they had backup, they had redundancy.
Just to be clear, I do agree with you. I'm not saying they brought too much. Just for the record.
No.
I think it's just a funny numbers thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's probably going to be a few occasions where we're sort of looking at teams that you're bringing too much hard breach now because obviously Thermite's got the extra exothermic. I don't know what they would bring in instead because it just worked, didn't it? You know, you've got the sense on the windows, you've got smoke canisters, you've got the breach open, and Black Dragons reacted just quite poorly, to be honest, for what is a fairly default square take. And I think that was maybe going to be some of the topic of that conversation there. Let's just not give these guys as much space. Like, this was a 6-3 game, and we've let them get back into it within one round of an OT. Now they take the tactical timeout. Is now the time to not give as much space? Look at the state of this lineup. We've gone from seeing Goyo to Chanka smokes downstairs to just about every roamer that you could possibly conceive of. We've got an Oryx, Ella, Denari, Fenrir, and an Azami. Like, none of this says, don't worry guys, I'll play the site. This is like, all these people could just die in the first 30 seconds.
Well, and I think it's a fair read and a fair call for Black Dragons. I mean, we've seen 2 rounds now of Elevate Academy pushing into, by all what should be considered a very strong site setup based off the operator selection for Black Dragons, certainly on the lockers round, and yet they're still able to overcome it nonetheless. They did it on lockers, they did it on CEO, which should arguably be harder. So Black Dragons recognizing that, I think it's totally fair to maybe careen the opposite direction. It's kind of the inversion of what we saw at the end of their attacks, where they started throwing everything against the wall when they were up 3-2 and attacking a tertiary site. This time, you've got to have some kind of correction. You've got to try and catch them off guard, keep them on their toes, and when you've just lost 2 rounds in a row and a comeback's a very real possibility, this is the exact time to do it. To start, Elevate Academy haven't made, at least for the early round, what's important. No changes whatsoever. We got the boogie drones. Those will still go down, open up the requisite holes to deal with the bottom floor. That's where things start getting rough for the attacking team. Miracle channeling that aggression, sprints out of garage, takes down the Capitao, and then runs back in basically unscathed.
That's the kind of round that this is going to be, in my opinion. Nux is going for a similar clear on the Monty. This time he's just doing it 1 floor up. So maybe they've got the read that there's a little bit more of an extension going on here. But catching these roamers is going to be extremely difficult, just in how slippy they can be. No could be call. Should give the intel that there's going to be one inside of open. Ideally, you want to wait for Nux before making that play, but Gabu just going to send himself down those main stairs, trying to get a bit of a cut-off, and pays the price. Don't forget, Miracle, he could hop up right now and make a huge...
And while it's the rest of the team that is making all of the plays, getting all of those kills, it's just 2 impactless frags for Joe as Black Dragons, with almost a flawless round, beat Elevate Academy back down to the lower bracket 2-0, where they will play the winners of Loud and Liquid in just a little bit, Ollie. But I have to say, Elevate Academy, by the end of that game, I'm left disappointed.
I'm left with a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth, and I don't know if we got on the Elevate Academy hype train too soon on board. But, you know, at least we get to see him tomorrow. At least we get to see him in the lower bracket. For now, we're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back, because don't forget, not only have we got this game to break down, but we have also got our lower bracket game to play. Loud versus Liquid. Yes, you heard me right. Lower bracket, Loud and Liquid. There's a whole lot of L's, and one of those teams is going to be taking a big L here tonight. We're going to hit a break, and we'll be back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Black Dragons were able to punch their ticket to the upper bracket in overall grand finals. My name is C-Dabs. I'm joined with Lynx. I'm joined with Ollie. Lynx, I'll start with you. Yeah, we just have to say with absolute confidence that Black Dragons are probably the team to beat here.
Well, I mean, they're the first team in the grand final. I think they've earned their right just based off their placement alone to have that name. But the competition on map 1 was, I would say, pretty close between Elevate Academy and Black Dragons. Of course, that's shown by the 8-6 scoreline. The quality play, two teams were not that far away from each other in terms of play. But the gap started widening as we got to the back half of Bank. And I think now that we're at the point where Liquid are in the lower bracket, Black Dragons, of course, beat Loud and sent them to the lower bracket. And of course, we're seeing Liquid and Loud after we talked about the previous match. I think, obviously, the team to beat for those reasons, but in terms of the play, in terms of the consistency, Black Dragons, I'd say, have a little bit more of everything. They can play a bit more aggressive, they can play a bit slower, whereas for Loud and Liquid, who, of course, alongside Elite Academy are still in, we're still yet to see them really show some prowess on that attacking side, where Black Dragons at least have a bit more to offer.
Yeah, especially with how Black Dragons seemed a lot more structured on the defensive side. I don't think there was a whole lot of chaos going on. Sure, some clutches here and there, especially on Bank, but at the end of the day, Ollie, Black Dragons on the defensive side are just well balanced across the board.
Well, they're the better team, aren't they? They're the more experienced team, and quality should rise to the top. Now, they got here under an extremely strange circumstance, and I like the storyline behind that. 9 tiebreakers, a played game, and all of a sudden they're in the grand finals of RLCQ with a shot at SI in February. That's, you know, imagine that now getting discussed at Six Invitational if Black Dragons do qualify and then do go on to make a little bit of a run. It'd be incredible. Elevate Academy, unfortunately, are coming up against a team that's got a little bit of plot armor, but that are also a league above them. And I think that really got exposed on Bank. It was not as evident on Border, and Black Dragons, I think, suffered by having quite a slow start and a big reliance on Ask to sort of solo carry that game. And when we got onto Bank, there was nowhere near that level of one-sided performance. Yeah, Swag ended 12-5, but and he got a good couple of multi-kills, but it wasn't to the same level as the impact that we saw Ask have over on Border. So for me, Black Dragons switched on as a team. It was a much better team performance. Still a close game. 7-5. Chance of going to OT. Elevate, you know, they're only 3 rounds away really from this going entirely differently, and for them themselves sticking inside of this upper bracket. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, because they do play a good brand of Siege and it's nice to see these sort of teams coming through, they are going to be going down to the lower bracket, which means that they have another chance.
Yeah, they've got one more chance, of course. And I think to talk about the stats, like you just mentioned, I think the gap between these two teams, at least statistically, very close. And I think that's representative of that. This was not a stomp by any means. That really Black Dragons only started a step ahead of Elevate Academy for that middle section of Bank where they were able to go up 6-3. But this is still quite a formidable team. And I think your prediction that we might see a replay, Black Dragons v Elevate Academy in the grand final, is still very likely. Because when I look at this game, I see two teams that I'm generally satisfied with. And that's not the case for Liquid and Loud. There are some very good things, some great talking points, and some very bad things that we've seen even today.
Yeah, and well, Lynx, we talked about Ask a lot, especially on Border, but across both maps, we really do have to throw our flowers towards Mr. Outlaw, where we really have to just appreciate his consistency.
Yeah, and because, we talked about Ask, I think, because of how explosive his performance was. Mr. Outlaw was consistently getting 1 or 2 kills around for the entirety of that 14-round game and ended up at 15. And then, of course, basically just did the exact same thing on Bank. It's one of those times where there's a very clear highlight in that it's Ask with how explosive his entry on the Border was. But Mr. Outlaw was just constantly there, chipping away, putting in the work, and you got to give your flowers to those players too.
Yeah, and now we have their next game. This is the one a lot of people are waiting on, Ollie. We've got 2 Tier 1 teams fighting for their lives down here in the lower bracket semifinals.
It feels like Liquid have been fighting for their lives for a while now at this point, I'll be honest. I'm a big fan of this Liquid team. I'm a big fan of Liquid in general, but they are a hard team to watch at the minute. Loud as well. They've not made it easy to want to get behind them. Obviously, I think back to last night, the Loud versus Black Dragons game. Loud won map 1, and I'm thinking, fantastic. We get halfway through map 2, and I'm like, this game started at midnight for me. I'm like, I have to go to bed. I've got work tomorrow. I need to be fresh. I'll watch it in the morning. And I watch it in the morning. Well, obviously, I see the result before I watch it, and I'm like, how? Just how has this happened? And it just sort of continues on, doesn't it? They go down into the lower bracket. We see Loud play up against LFO. They win 2-1. By the way, first game, 8-6. Third game, 8-6. Then we go into the Liquid game and we're like, right, okay, maybe Loud have got it out of our system for long games inside of the lower bracket. Nope, we see all 3 maps there as well. So there is every chance that we are sat here after watching, 8-7, 8-7, 8-7 for 3 maps. And still, it all comes down to 1 versus 1 because I cannot separate these two at the moment. And not always for the best reasons.
Yeah, but both of these teams have been sitting and waiting in the wings. They've been just discussing strategies, Links, where we'll probably see it on display here in the map bans.
I would assume so. I think probably the least shocking thing here is seeing Loud pick Cafe. It's a map that, obviously, if you saw the game earlier, they were able to get a victory against LFO on, albeit 8-6, but it's a map that Loud has played quite a bit in their time in the SAL. It's a massive comfort pick for Liquid by the same token. I think what we saw earlier today was Diaz and Maya stealing the spotlight, being the stars of the show, and I think a simple map where coordination can be a bit of an issue, letting your stars shine, that's going to be very important.
It's definitely going to be important as we start on Clubhouse, the classic Brazilian map. I'll let you guys take it away.
Well, thank you, Connor, as always. And starting out on Clubhouse is never a bad thing in my mind, a map that is a classic to me, and whereas this is going to sound old because it's been out of the pool for a bit now, but whereas Oregon was, starting to grate on me, it was getting a little stale. Clubhouse never feels stale to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's bias, maybe it's nostalgia, but I'm always happy to start out on a club game.
I don't know how I feel about it. Yes, happy to start off on it, and then maybe let's just get it out of the way. Maybe that's where we need to be with Clubhouse now, because yes, it was a map that Liquid won, but it came literally down to the wire. It was a 2-1 series against Supernova, and it took every single round. It was even 3-3 splits and only separated inside of an OT. Loud on the flip side, Clubhouse, it's a map that we can sit here and talk about any team and their ability to play it. I don't know if it favors them coming into this too much or not. The data that I've got for Loud is fairly outdated. but it is coming out at a very low map preference pick for them, coming out at one of the bottom. So we will see when we get on into things. Obviously, there's a lot of time for things to change, but Liquid have always seemed to crutch onto Clubhouse when the going has gotten tough. And let's see if they can make it work here and now. Again, fortunately, both teams have had quite a decent rest in between the series today. It feels like the day's been going on forever at this point, Lynx, because obviously we started at we started at 1 p.m. GMT and have moved on forward from there. But with the first two maps, or first two games, should I say, going all three maps and a lot of overtimes and some very long rounds, and that's one of the things that you kind of guaranteed when you're seeing Loud play. It really has taken some time, but speaking of, no time being wasted. Oh, okay, he's just going to drop. Honest, that surprises me. They're full sending this.
That surprised me too, but with triple wall full soft, they just drop down, put a breaching charge on it, and sprint through. Maya with the opening pick, on Flash 3 on the way out. I think detonated a destructive ingredient and got the kill there. And well, unfortunately, that began the chain of nothing going well for Team Liquid. A good start, just stumped a little bit by a Vulcan pack, which is perfectly understandable. Good reaction by Loud. And then it just collapsed from there. Daffo quite literally trapped inside of blue. There's a castle barricade on the door. There's a guy oil pit that he was able to take down, but no rotate holes in those walls whatsoever. So he will rotate back up to the very position this whole round started. Minute 40 to go, and that might be 2 drones in Daffo's control. It'd be difficult, but 2 flashbangs in a 1v2? I don't think that's unwinnable.
Yeah, sure, technically it's not unwinnable. This is a shocking position that Liquid have found himself in after the first play that they made. They needed to full commit and just send it through the site, but I don't think that they had the foresight for the Goyo packs, and I mean, you know that they're going to be there. For a Pokeball to be what finishes the round, I mean, come on. A strange start, and I think Loud have done a really good job there. Yeah, they got caught flat-footed. The site wasn't as prepped as it might have, as they might have wanted it to be. But the fact that bar hatch was left open, and the fact that that was read so quickly, and Liquid tried to make a play off the back of it, particularly Reduct, I'll be honest, I thought they were just going to take the map control and be like, hey, we've got Moto Hatch for free. It can sometimes be a bit of a pain to get. So we've got Moto Hatch for free. Great. They just kept going. But then they stopped. They got down to Moto, and that was where they were going to stop. Stop at the top of Moto. Stop when you're inside a bar. Don't stop at the bottom of Moto. If you're going down, you've got to full commit to it.
Well, it's unfortunate for Liquid, who seemed like they had the momentum to start, but faltering or losing it at the last second, or not even the last second, but for the back half of that first round. They'll look to round 2 to try and recover CCTV. That thermite ban from Loud make getting these exterior walls a little more difficult. You either got to commit to a smaller breach size by bringing the Hibana or the Ace, or commit to a bit more time and bring that Maverick. On the opposite side, with that Bandit gone, minimal hard breach now. You're likely going to bring for this site. No Cade, no Mute. So Loud will try to win off of the extension. The castle likely playing around down below. The Kiba barriers up on garage rafters. Another shield being brought by Liquid. Just have to hope that they get a little bit more success with it in round 2.
Ooh, nice angle being held there by Perez. Chunks Reduct down by half through the drone hole. Maya had the drone on him as well. Hopefully Liquid don't make that a full focus for this round and just go chasing shadows down there, as Perez is long gone out of there. Will be in a cross clear for an attack into Jim. Selma's being used there to open up this wall into Cash. Oh, excuse me, sorry, the site is Cash and CCTV. I just missed out on the outlines there. I was assuming it was going to be a gym and bedroom, but already, quick play once again. Smoke canisters going out. Daffo pushing deep and straight through. The diffusers with Reduct, though. And in all this chaos, I'm not sure that plant's going to go down. Maya trying to find something with Glass, but even Glass can't see through the sheer amount of smoke that's kicking around here. Eventually takes STK down. Liquid desperately needing something out of these quick plays that they consistently keep going for.
It just seems Louder ready for it every single time. Every single time? It's been twice. But important couple rounds, when Liquid are trying to set the pace early, Louder just flatly saying no. That They don't care what Liquid are trying to do. They're ready for it. They've got the utility for it. With Garage not dealt with, the Azami just swings around. With the smoke still on red stairs, the toxic canisters land in default. And maybe they were trying to clear the way for Reduct. That seems to be the case, given the Aurora had the diffuser. But both the Blitz and the Thatcher going down with the only thing you get is Rafters. That's nice. You have a foothold onto the site now. There's still one toxic canister. No C4s, to be fair, but a man advantage is always something you've got to worry about. Especially since Reduct with the diffuser. It'd be one thing if maybe Maya was on this cutoff angle, right? Controlling who comes up. But Reduct's got to go in and put the diffuser down. That means you might have nobody plat wall. And that will make things a bit claustrophobic for the attack back inside of CCTV. Maya ends up putting himself down to 1 HP, instead taking the aggressive line with the smoke, but I think Perez has just gone for the rotate down the Aurora in the process. And you can see the ideas for Team Liquid, but Loud are ready for them at every turn. Recovered the diffuser, DS Lucas in a 1v2, a familiar position for a player like this. Always on the back line and always seems to find a way out of these 1vXs. Able to pick up Reduct, but the benefit of that roar door. Spots the castle around, but Free Fire doesn't land. Just leaves Reduct with a new lease on life, and that lease has been revoked. 2 in a row for Loud, who are not at all afraid of Team Liquid.
Liquid are trying to play really quickly in the early portion of the round and then taking all of the pace out of the round and playing some really slow and technical stuff toward the end. Those two playstyles, they're not marrying together too nicely at the minute. And I'd like to either see the slow and steady take control of Garage and take control of Rafters, breach the wall, burn utility, roar a door off everything, and then get a plant down, or full commitment to the rush, full commitment to the full send, and just send it straight in and see what happens. Put the pressure onto Loud, because at the minute they're going half pregnant on both, and neither's working out for them. Loud have never looked, and we're round 3, you know, it's maybe bold to say, but Loud so far haven't looked under any sort of significant pressure. They've always got somewhere to play, and it's in part due to the fact that Liquid are bullying their way into these positions, but then they've got no depth to really back that up, and as soon as that initial push is either dealt with or has moved on, Loud can just flood back in, retake that control, or in some instances not even have to retake anything, just be given back the space. Gym bedroom for round number 3 then. We'll see exactly what's going on up there. A lot of hard breach being brought. Hibana and Ace is usually required, especially if the castle is allowed to be in play, which it is, but it hasn't been chosen, so Dafo's job is workload's gotten a little bit lighter. Links, he can take a steadier time of things and just use that DMR to rip open those barricades instead.
I think he'll probably be happy about that more so than anybody, considering he's had a rough go of it. Ooh, Nest 2, to be fair, opening pick 2 times in a row. First the Thatcher, then the Grim going down. Not the best to see. We got 3 AKs in this one, by the way. No, sorry. Well, technically AK-12, not AK-47. Anyway, we have 3 AK type of guns in this lineup. That doesn't factor into the analysis. I just thought it was funny. But what does factor into the analysis is that 5e4 for Loud is going to embolden them to hold this red stairs side, especially with a Clash, who can rotate from red stairs back into Cash and so on and so forth as long as she wants. It's going to be a difficult player to deal with. And once a minute 10 passes, she backs up, sits inside a Cash, and can completely evade these holes opened by the Selma charge. And so Loud, not overextending, but extending quite far on that CCTV cache extension, can now back up thanks to that one operator they brought. And with half the round to go, Liquid, they've got the control, but down a man with some important utility gone, they've got a lot of work to do.
Maya, going to try and make something happen in through Cash right now.
Oh.
And as is often the case, he will make it happen. Picks the kill onto SDK, Azami down. Those windows will be pretty vulnerable now for Loud. Diaz should be able to take full advantage of that. The fact that cash control is in the hands of Liquid means that he can play on this balcony for free. As long as he doesn't overstep his mark and overextend while stood in front of the window, he should be able to get some nice peeks off and cut down these players if they do try to rotate from logistics in through gym into showers. Nice little angle onto the Clash there as well. The nade even maybe going to force them out of position as the kills just start to flood in for Liquid.
I see the pieces fell into place in quite satisfying fashion. Live got the right information, but that angle's not giving, unfortunately. We'll rotate around at the last second. Can't blame him for hoping that he could get a direct line on the head rather than chancing it on the vertical angle that so often falls short. Daffo goes down. I'm not entirely sure how, by the way, but he does fall down in the process. Maya taking the point of contact on main stairs to halt this 1v4 retake, and he will do so successfully. Liquid with the first in a row as they take a more measured approach to Clubhouse, one that pays off quite nicely.
Isn't it crazy what happens when they don't like half rush around and then half play around, air quotes, normal? Mental. They come away with a round win. Well, about time. Gym and bedroom being the third choice site here for Loud, although still a very popular site in the grand scheme of things, and it's kind of difficult to discern between that and CCTV and Cash, which is the true third choicer on Clubhouse. All we do know is that an Azami and an Ace have both been banned out, so the hard breach is really getting pressured here by Loud. They are wanting to make things difficult for Liquid. Still, there are plenty of options. Diaz can either play the Hibana, play the Maverick, someone else could even bring the Maverick, bring some secondary hard breach gadgets. There really is no end to the solutions right now. It just kind of changes the size of the breach that is being made. That's going to be the main differentiator between the different hard breaches now. It's not always about what's going to be able to open the wall. It's all the surface, should I say. It's how big is that hole going to be, or how big does that need to be when you're attacking into basement. All you really need is hatches. A little bit onto triple wall potentially, but hatches are going to be the key. I just hope, Lynx, that we don't see some strange newfangled rush into Moto again that kind of ends in a little bit of a flat, I'm just going to sort of sit here and wait to die sort of situation.
Well, with Reduct on Blackbeard, there's still a chance for that to happen. Not a guarantee, but of course, with the shield, you'll always feel the temptation to play quickly, to go for that aggressive play. But it was also in part, I think, due to the call that they saw the Moto hatch was soft and to jump down, and considering we've already got people on the roof, it'll be another slower round from Liquid, and one that will be quite nice, hopefully. Go for that full clear, start to get some angles around the mid floor, cut off any defenders who are upstairs, and stop anybody from retaking that are in the basement. Be a normal start to the round for Team Liquid. After that, who knows, of course. Like you talked about, the hatches will be important, getting that Hibana in position, which there's no Cade being brought by Loud, so you don't have to worry about it getting electrified. But after that, getting the bees, the Deathmark trackers, the secondary utility, and also Reduct activated on the shield. Those are going to become the questions Liquid will have to wrestle with.
Full map clear from Liquid. Reduct is upstairs inside of showers right now. There are going to be a couple of defenders kicking around upstairs, but they're more in the Cash side of things. Going to try and push through the reinforcements, the rotates. All good indicators that somebody is going to be in here. Nari trip dealt with by the nade. Ooh, reactivated as well. A little bit of a labyrinth to go through right now for Reduct. You'll still have another nade in pocket, so should be able to burn these trips. With this many players offsite, I'd be asking who's remaining on live. Takes Maya down. Manages to thread a shot through the table and over the shoulder of Reduct there. If nobody catches a player on the retreat back to site, that is going to be a big L for Liquid. They need to try and punish that play. They're spending a lot of time chasing shadows here. Don't forget, this is a basement attack. You still have Vulcan packs to go through right now.
Like, not getting anybody on that cutoff is really unfortunate. Daffo potentially coming a little late. Then, of course, the Hive launcher goes out and is just destroyed by the C4 that the defender sends out to ward off anybody chasing them. Really good play by Loud. A heavy commitment, a risky one at that, and it pays off. And Liquid, another round where they are on the back foot, where their initial plan does not work. The full clear, all it got was a lost body and the main vertical pressure at that. Maya as well. One of the best players in all of the South America League. So how are Liquid going to recover from this? Only 2 canisters in that Hive launcher going out into the execute. It gets blue, the most important position, but beyond that, You have no extra redundancy, and these players need to find the Ela and need to get more afterwards. Bobbing and weaving, Loud maintained their advantage, swinging around a double with the pistol. No, only one. As the Blackbeard turns around at the right second, 1v1, Reduct in live, set behind the bar, and no time to find him. Loud move up 3-1 as consistency is ever the enemy of Team Liquid.
It's finding that rhythm and sticking to it, isn't it? It's either all or nothing. The round's either being squandered and lost on time, or they're just headlong into something and overcommitting too early. Timeout. It's going to have to be a good one. 1-3 down at the moment on Club. And Club being a map that we pit and sell every day, Links, is a map that any team can play. And there's been opportunity as well. It's not like Loud have played good Siege, but I feel like Liquid are doing a lot of this to themselves right now. They could be making their job a heck of a lot easier. Some frustrated faces on the side of Liquid. Maya still talking though. Reduct as well. Another vocal player in this Liquid lineup. Is the timeout going to be good for them right now? They need it to be. Still chance at walking away with a 3-3 split. CCTV room and cash. Again, another example of that overcommitment. I'd like to see it a little bit more step-by-step. Clubhouse is a very step-by-step map. It's very checklist. And it can be played in that fashion without really too much punishment. Some maps should get punished if you try and play it in a checklist way, but Clubhouse really lends itself to that style. Take control of garage. Get construction open. Get main wall open, of course. And start to work from there. Then you decide. Do we rotate into con and get construction wall into site open? We need to clear out through master side.
10 seconds remaining.
It just becomes whatever the solution is to the problem. It's very straightforward because that is what can be done.
Attackers must locate and
Let's see if they find that straightforward solution on CCTV, because what you mentioned is very simple and genuinely is how many of these rounds play out. And yet Liquid do have that tendency sometimes to overcomplicate things a little bit. If you go for an interesting solution, but one that doesn't end up paying off, as we've seen so far on Clubhouse. And there's nothing wrong with the experimentation, but it is always a risk you're taking. And sometimes the risks don't pay off. Liquid just coming with the worst of it so far. Moving to the shield. See if they're able to either get up garage or go for some other position before the shield went into the CCTV wall. The point here is Ness creeping up blue stairs. I like this entry. Oh, the castle spotted and finished off by Ness, who creeps down into the basement and escapes completely safe. Really good play for Liquid to start. Not going fast, not trying to brute force it, but finding a clean opening and getting a frag off of it.
And Liquid's problem at the moment is going to be dealing with the clash on the catwalk. They do want to try and go for this garage control. They're going to need a way of removing clash from that position. You don't have a Nomad. Capital's banned. No Zafir. There's no Ying. Maybe Basetto is just going to remove himself, though. As he just strolls past STK and goes, you're on your own over there now. I need to bolster our defenses elsewhere. STK kind of giving the game up, just trying to bait him in and say, look, spend utility this way. Spend utility into the Wamai where it's going to be caught. Smoke canister is going to go out there. Maya almost certainly going to peek off the back of that. The Clash rejoining the fray right now. Reduct taking a little bit of damage, but Maya is laser locked. He wants STK. He wants his head.
Comes close to finding it, but STK with the aid of that Clash is going to feel so little pressure. Because normally the issue here is you bob and weave, not only to, of course, take a gunfight if you need to, but to get information, see where people might be, especially if that default cam gets shot. But with the Clash present on top of the stairs, she can give that information to SDK. Hey, there's nobody swamp. Hey, there's a guy main door in the smoke. Don't peek. It feels totally safe to keep playing this position. It's a big reason why Loud right now, with 40 seconds remaining, only lose the Wamai at that point. Yet with all that praise, it's a 5v3. Liquid have garage control, 30 seconds remaining, sure. They've still got the Blackbeard. Got a nade in pocket. A lot of the utility wasted. So a lot of it's going to come down to this man advantage. Can they trade? with it, can they station them at the right angles? Can they cut it off from Plat, keep a hold inside a garage? How are they going to get this case in? Reduct walking across will electrify the door. And so Reduct forced to plant in the off spot for the moment. Players moving up red end up falling. Liquid now in a 3v3. Make that the deficit as no gunfight seems to go their way until Maya pushes deep and gives himself up to the defense. And Flashtree sprinting away keeps Loud in the fight.
2 rounds we've seen now for Loud, where the win condition has been stay alive. Liquid is spending a lot of the time on these attacking rounds. It's not always a bad thing, but they're just being caught a little bit short, especially when you've got things like a Clash to go up against. Clash can plonk that shield down at the top of Cash stairs, and it's like Gandalf in the Mines of Moria. Like, no one's coming past it. Like, you are there and you are set. Flashtree picking up kills left and right off the back of that. Timeout for Liquid, not good for a round. And Loud extend their lead even further here. Liquid struggles on attack today continue into this lower bracket semi-final. And this is really where we needed to start to see some of the answers for that. Look at the flip side. Loud, they've not been fantastic. They're in the lower bracket, of course, but there has been that prowess there on the attack. Yes, they take a heck of a lot of time, but they are so meticulous. So expect long rounds when we get there, but equally expect wins because they're pretty good. So Liquid, they're running out of opportunity right now on the attack to really hold this in their own destiny. They need to get a result here. A 2-4 split at this point is the minimum. They don't want Loud to start running away with this series.
Getting to the point of that. It's Liquid's pick, remember? One that they felt a bit more confident on. And unfortunately, so far, nothing really working out. Ooh. Nesk with a nice find. Loud thinking about getting aggressive by opening the garage door. Nesk in perfect view to see the hole ripped open, but no, not the defender behind it. So this might draw attention, but it's nothing that will punish Liquid. They'll keep Loud at bay, and no surprises just yet. Opening up the jacuzzi wall early. Normal play for the gym bedroom, as we don't have a clash on this iteration of the defense, so like not as deep an extension. Oh, wow. Flashtree just waiting for the wall to go soft. Lights up Daffo behind it. Liquid keep losing important players in positions like this. Untraded, going down to a player from Loud. It's been Nesk a couple times. It's been Daffo this time. And it always feels like it's an important operator. It's always a Thatcher. It's always a Grim. And in this case, it's a Maverick.
One of the downsides when you see 2 primary hard breaches getting banned in the Thermite and the Ace, if you start playing around with things like a Maverick, it can be extremely dangerous, and it's been demonstrated right there. Even more so when you put all your eggs in that basket. Fortunately, Liquid haven't done that. They've got a couple of hard breach charges that they should be able to use. The Maverick Blowtorch, there is nothing like it in the game, and if you had a particular job or task for that to do, then you're going to be struggling without it. STK felt like he was thinking about a jump out there, but Diaz rattled any thoughts of those sort of games out of his head as Maya picks up a kill as well. Liquid, a little bit more alive here.
Finding kills in the mid-round and could easily get one more. Reduct keeping an eye on the CCTV position. It's not that player who falls, but another one on the site. That just leaves no, never mind, not even Bassetto. Last gym bedroom round went in a similar fashion with Liquid playing the windows and getting a lot of important kills, and just by running that one back, even losing the opening kill. A hard breacher nonetheless. Liquid able to recapture those same successes and end the half losing, but winning gym bedroom both times. Good play from Loud, though, on that defense, as on the majority of the sites, keeping things calm and not basically just calling Liquid's bluff every single time.
2-4 then. Liquid got a split. Is it the split they wanted? I highly doubt it, but it's something to work from right now. See which direction the bans go. Grim and Arcade. So Liquid not choosing to focus the hard breaches maybe as much as Loud did, at least initially. Cade being removed by Loud says that they want to be able to get good access to the hatch game, and they don't really want to be coming up against too many obstacle. In a Azami ban now. No, they're going to get rid of the Mirror and the Maverick, so Heartbreach still getting targeted somewhat. And the Mirror, those heavily fortified locations will be taken out. CCTV room and cache selected first here for Liquid. Loud. Their brand of attack, for me, Lynx, there is nothing wrong with it, but it is so reminiscent of like old school Vitality or even old VP to some extent, where they do like to use a heck of a lot of the clock, and it's not always a bad thing. But a plant is usually in the future of, you know, it's usually what they go for in their attacks. Usually, and
Loud are kind of notorious that, to your point exactly, for like even like 5 seconds remaining, sometimes these rounds whether they're going their way or not, these rounds just taking a long time to figure out. We didn't see it as much in the series earlier, I will say, at least on Cafe. Usually if the rounds were going badly, they were going to that point, but their successes or Loud successes on the attack were getting some early and mid-round momentum and then finishing things before the 10 to 5 second remaining mark. But you're absolutely correct. It's a team that has historically taken a long time, sometimes made good on those promises, and many times they've not either. We'll see what form it manifests today, whether they are able to create some new opportunities in the early or mid-round. As to start, it will not be a basement defense from Liquid, but a CCTV cache defense. Usually the site where I would say normally the attack can find an opening, but of course for your Liquid, that's gym better.
I'm reloading.
STK going to be in below then. An oldie but a goldie. Send the Zephyr below. Remove the floor. Make it difficult to Bandit trick. Put Bandit to 1 HP in the process. Hey, why not? That sound is the sound of a breach opening. The Selma sent in through that direction. I mean, that's just going to get shot. Like, Perez, hello? There's people still in sight. It looks as though Garage Catwalk will remain a little bit safer. And it's a slightly tougher nut to crack than just throwing a Selma in from the breach that you just opened. You've got Azami Kiba barricades in there. You are not going to get away that easily.
Good find from Reduct on the drone, by the way, spotting somebody rotating around the main stairs position. Still focused when he's not on the drone on trying to get that angle inside a garage, which they also have a drone on. We have to point out that more work has to be done. And Loud in a position where they might well start stalling out if this Monty isn't able to gain any upward momentum. Vulcan canister popped on top of the stairs, so Besetto will sit here, waiting, relaying information, but waiting until it dissipates. Zami seeking shelter behind the more reserved Kibas on the CCTV wall itself. None of those Soma charges working. She's able to do so. Both walls still reinforced. Loud is starting to hit that point where it's unclear exactly what their plan is for the Azami. The nade goes up, but can she rotate around it? Seems to be the case. Snesk swinging around, gets Perez behind the main stairs. Good trade by Live. That's an important moment with 40 seconds to go to even things up.
STK still holding the angle here at the bottom of blue. They know that the site is one player lighter, but he doesn't know that he's getting swung. Oh, he had the read, he had the sound. Was taken out by Daffo, immediately traded. Maya grabs a kill for himself. Reduct 1 HP right now. 1 Toxic Babe, 20 seconds.
With Besetto in deeper, trying to push these defenders back. Oh, ADS is in front of the soft wall. DS will pick him up. And Loud's first foray onto the attack will not be successful. Defenders just holding their positions passively and getting the round as a result. Not tied the game yet, but Liquid done 50% of the work. As Loud characteristically take a long time, and Liquid realizing that, just start swinging.
I think that Loud did a very good job of dealing with the Azami. Yes, it cost them a body. You're going up against Nesk. You're always going to lose somebody. But it was so checklist, wasn't it? You know, get the breach open, try and get the wall open at the top of Garage into sight. That doesn't work. Okay, well, we've still got to send the Monty up there then. You got Perez below shooting out the key barricades. You've got the ever-present threat. That sound, I might set it as my alarm clock, you know, Lynx. The sound of a Monty coming out of full shield. Because that's just terrifying. Because if you're not looking at him, you're going to get shot. If you're looking at him, you're going to get shot by someone else. It's just a lose-lose. So you've got that ever-present sound of the Monty just playing with the food. Unshield. full shield, unshield, full shield. And you never know which way to look as the defender. So Loud, all the pieces were there. Very checklist. Where they stumbled was just that final little hurdle. A good bit of reactionary play from Liquid, recognizing that Maya was stuck and noting that, hey, we need a little bit of help here. And Daffo was quick to the party. He was only at the top of Cash stairs, and there was nobody holding him from swinging down and dealing with STK down there. For me, that was the kill that opened up the round. If that doesn't come through, Maya's pinned for the rest of the round, and Liquid, they're one player lighter on the site. So a good little bit of adaptation from Liquid and a good bit of communication, helping one another where required. And Loud again, just falling a tiny bit short there, but doing all the right things. No real criticism on them for that round. 3-4, still with a lead here, but it is only a narrow one.
And you can see Liquid, if they're able to win some of those fights again, narrowing this gap and, well, completely erasing it, of course, by making it 4-4. The gym bedroom, you have a lot of tools to extend the range of that site. Well, the lineup that Team Liquid are bringing, you have a lot of tools to extend the range of that site and give players like Maya especially a bit of a maze to bob and weave through and get advantageous gunfights, ducking behind those Kibas on the site. Of course, castle barricades allowing you to get a bit further into the attack's way behind those castle barricades. Liquid feeling confident in their players, and, well, just unfortunately, Nesco will not be the beneficiary of that. Going down early as 3 people from Liquid are all on the CCTV side right now, committing to a bandit trick of the plat wall. STK buying into it as he used one of the impact grenades, and somehow Daffo gets away with it for the moment. Could burn a lot of time, and yet by the same token, if these defenders aren't careful, it could be a 5-3.
That is exactly what it will be. Maya and Nesk both falling. Couple of BPs for him to watch, but realistically, a lot of the defaults should be getting dealt with at this portion in the round. Castle on the target. Reduct be fairly safe inside a gym. Got the hatch obviously to worry about. Floor inside a bedroom, though, is a bit of a different story, and he might try and find some sanctuary over in logistics. DP is actually looking inside gym as well, so with these windows, have Loud actually got anything to deal with that? Because I'm seeing a lot of people punching castle barricades. There's a couple of secondary hard breach charges and a couple of nades, but they seem to be saving them. Recognizing they've got a bit of time on the clock, they can utilize that utility elsewhere if they're patient enough and punch open some of these barricades. Tubrow this time on the target. That castle barricade could be good here, especially with the air jabs that Perez is placing out. Maceto likely going to move in for a gym plant momentarily.
That's where we're heading. Castle barricade ripped open to prevent that exact likelihood. Utility continue going down. Well placed by Maceto. Will force DS Lucas off the angle. Can get a long line on the window, but the diffuser itself likely out of his reach until that fire dissipates. Based off the timing, DS Lucas could creep up just behind the weight machine. He's got the information, got the angle, but hitting the air jab with 17 seconds left. He gets the short-term victory, but Loud have enough to mitigate that one. 5-3, continuing their lead and widening it again to 2.
Well, happy days for Loud. They continue with this lead. Again, like you say, getting themselves in and amongst that action. Utilizing a lot of time on the clock, but still getting that job done. Only a couple of rounds away here from locking up our first map.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Liquid, no timeout to fall back onto either. Just the sanctuary that could be downstairs in Church and Arsenal. Maya, obviously feeling himself. He's 9-5. We can give him some room to stretch his legs, eh? Going to be playing the Scopos. Maybe a shield over inside a strip. Maybe a shield upstairs. I guess with the way that Nesk is reinforcing right now, there's at least going to be some presence in this strip side. A mute jammer and a couple of Rios is... It's fairly significant. Maybe Nesk himself is going to play up there. Maya searching for drones, and there will be one from Live just hanging around inside a Logi.
Any civvies in the perimeter? No, we're in the
Maybe it gets caught out, but I'm not sure that he got that. It could at least be enough for Loud to be forced into a bit more of a full clear. Oh, it's going to be Nesk himself that's playing upstairs. So this is a real roam game now from Team Liquid. There's multiple players off site.
Heavy presence, as you said. This is one of those things that could really trip up Loud, a team that when you take a long time, often one of the strategies would be, okay, we'll just throw like a couple obstacles in their way and it'll completely trip them up. If you let them get set up, that's where you really start to face the problems. And so here, you've got Nesk playing around bathroom, Maya and Strip. Is it a heavy commitment? Yeah, but every defender is within arm's reach of each other. But angles like this, if Reduct overextends, I don't know if anybody's landing a trade onto Perez. Maybe Nesk can move quickly from bathroom. So Loud have to tread lightly. Are there a lot of opportunities for a frag on the middle floor? Yes. Are there equal opportunities for Liquid to take it right back? That seems to be the case. Got to find some way to untie this knot. Loud characteristically taking the time to work through this puzzle. Drone's getting shot. Liquid's still holding on. A minute and a half to go, and they don't seem to be getting scared.
I mean, if you're Nesk, your job's kind of done, isn't it? You've placed your mute jammers down, you've shot off your drones. You've got Maya not too far away, picks up a kill onto Perez, and able to get back down to site. I mean, that's a dream round for Aroma. He can now sit in sight, shotgun close range, SMG long range, quite literally whatever he wants. I think that Maya might have made it back as well. Obviously less impressive on the scope, or she can just teleport back down. But still an unsuccessful clear of the roam. And Loud, still with a minute. The Candela's there getting sent out. Brilliant angle there onto Redux boot. Seto manages to thread one there, can destroy the ingredient, freeze open that avenue for STK. He can now get himself up to that doorway without having to worry. A kill onto Maya. Things were looking good for Liquid, and now I'm not too sure. That last kill has really tipped the scale, and if STK can see impact here in Dirt Tunnel, it could be massive.
Oh, but Diaz shuts it down. Takes the engagement, loses a lot of HP in the process, but the TCSG slams STK back down the tunnel. And Loud back in the same position. What opening is there? Most of the Candelas have been used. You've got that secondary utility, but no presence on the bottom floor like you had with STK. So how are you going to get down? Drop down the hatch, nobody directly looking, so Baseto moves further back, plants in front of the soft wall, but as Diaz gets the kill on that main point of contact, and the next one too, Baseto's got to fall off, and all flowers go to the Goyo. Diaz for Team Liquid, completely stunting that execute.
A real back and forth round. Liquid on the roam, getting a kill, getting back to site. You think, oh, they look really good. And then it flips and a few kills come in on the vert. There's some really good positioning, some great team play from Loud to enable players to, you know, work through Dirt Tunnel whilst kitchen's being occupied and things that are happening inside a kitchen, ingredients getting deleted, meaning, you know, opening up avenues and making it a little bit easier for other players to move through. Some great nuanced play there from Loud, but it just wasn't enough. Still, they lead by one, but Liquid are far from out of this game. One defense, and they are smack bang level. CCTV and Cash Room will be the site that they choose to go for. Back onto a little bit of Bandit play again. We saw a little bit of Bandit earlier on. Typically does call out for the Zephyr and a bit of a play below, but I think my main criticism of the Loud attack onto this site last time, Lynx, was that, yes, there was a very good checklist and it was followed to deal with the Azami inside of Rafters. Dealing with that Rafters player, I think it just needs to be done a little bit quicker and without it needing 3 people to do it.
Which is always the thing, right? Clear the Rafters player quicker, and it always seems to be the kind of thing that the teams get stuck on.
Yeah, just do it quicker. Just do it quicker.
But to your point, like, it seems so simple, right? Like, it's literally just one guy, and more often than not, it's not even like a whole bunch of utility stacked behind him. Sure, Kiva barriers are a lot to deal with, but it might just be the Azami, could be also those magnets as well. Then you've got a really big problem. But when you have that player bobbing up and down dodging behind this utility, and even some projectile denial off the back of it. It's easy to see how when you focus on opening the breach, you might say, okay, you know, we've taken a minute, but that's okay. Then all of a sudden, you might only have a minute 15 to clear out that garage player, and if you're not diligent about that utility, it can get really problematic. Not saying, I do think that clearing out that garage player and finding a bit more of an efficient way to do it is important, but it's one of those things that you can say it, you can intend it, you can even plan for it, and then you get in the garage and you got 3 people doing the same thing again. It's like, how did we get here where I'm like looking up at the ceiling, trying my best to bank nades and dodge the magnets, and we somehow weren't able to make a better time. We'll see if Loud are able to get it done, as they are doing the same thing early, trying to deal with the bandit trick early on, open the breach, and then we'll see how garage falls.
Maybe Perez this time in below. Off of garage storage. Oh, I mean, if you're going to be gone 6-ing someone in like that, you need the info off the back of it. There was a drone at the feet as well. Daffo, not only able to pick up the kill, but also take the drone out that wasn't being sat on. Got live. He's downstairs. Flastery falls. These are dropping like flies right now. Daffo's picked up a double kill in the first minute. Bassetto sat there going, guys, we need to take Garage, right? Like, Garage is still on the thing. I'm the Monty. This is my job. No, like, you're going to be on your own, buddy. Live is going to come to your assistance, but I don't think it's going to be to your rescue.
I don't think anybody's coming to Loud's rescue now, unfortunately. Liquid inhabiting the site and almost flaunting it with 2 players pushed up into CCTV itself. I mean, the wall is fully reinforced. Who's going to punish you? Doesn't seem like anything could stop you at this point if you just start throwing it away. Plot wall fully reinforced and electrified as well. The Azami still got a Kiba barrier too. I will telegraph his position a little bit by sending that firebolt up. Worthy use of the utility, but Liquid will react accordingly. Nest copping up on that angle. Smoke canister going out in turn. Loud left with little good options, unfortunately. Seto tags up Rita quite nicely. That leaves 2 players with low HP. And to be fair, Loud are actually doing a really good job stalling out this utility. Live just sprints up and Nesk ready for it. Good call there, not getting passive behind that utility, not taking things for granted. And now things are truly over for Loud.
Well, Bassetto, you got 30 seconds. You have a pistol and a shield on your back. What can you do? Picks up the first. Diaz Lucas, that is a minus point in the KD column. Fortunately for you, you can afford it at 11 and 5. It isn't going to impact you too heavily. No one needs an exit frag here. It could be Reduct. If I was him, I'd be sending for it right now. You do always have to be cautious. All that the Monty's got is if they hop through, they are dead meat for sure. Bassetto, we send a nade out there, but ultimately that is going to be the round. Liquid finally leveling things up here. Tactical timeout was used super early in this fixture, so they have only had themselves and each other to look toward. They've managed to equalize back to 5 rounds apiece. Is this going to be the start of the Liquid come up?
Could be the case if that round is representative of what the Loud we're going to get in the final 3. Definitely maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves, going in without some information, gone fixing that door and trying to clear out the bottom. And, you know, they got to open that castle at least to deal with the bandit batteries from below. Liquid, ready for it, holding, I mean, like 2 to 3 different angles on that position just from inside of Lounge and Red Stairs as well. We're good to deal with that avenue. And so Loud after that, the round was always going to be difficult to recover with that kind of beginning. Will Liquid be able to get rounds like that every single time? Maybe a bit unclear at the moment. As we go back to gym and bedroom, could apply similar logic here. Got full reinforcing over in CCTV. We're running back that very, very ardent extension onto the opposite side of the map. And so maybe, instead of, you know, Maya playing a little aggressive early on, maybe we just fall back a little quicker, hunker down and hold up around the site. And guess what? Just like the previous round, you've got all these angles, all these crossfires, and everyone can trade off each other. And that's a great situation to be in, and one Liquid benefited from.
Perez just going to be on the roof for the time being. The old Habana duties, they are abundant on Clubhouse. Castle barricades usually require dealing with. Maybe one of his jobs here. Upside down rappel on the gym window, though. The first castle barricade will be very kindly dealt with by the Zephyr. Should free things up, and already you can hear that wall getting opened. The exothermic placed from Bassetto. So jacuzzi breach now open. We can turn our attention over towards CCTV. That's where the diffuser is, though. Although it is loud on the attack and not liquid, so you don't have to worry about anything crazy happening too quickly. Usually they are far more composed than that and considered in their approach. Live just going to rotate himself around, rejoin up to some proximity to the diffuser, and maybe look for making a bit of a play in toward that showers. Hear the nade go out. Redux down. This could be the opening. Live and STK both finding kills there. Daffo and Redux are down. Maya pretty much on his own inside a gym. Nest getting chunked down as well. Minute 20. This isn't the position that Liquid want to find themselves in. Okay, Loud aren't at full strength. STK is low and Flaster is half, but these drones getting shot. Maya's got a lot of work to do right now.
But he's got room to do it. He's able to Kiba the gym window, which allows him to play a little bit deeper, a little bit more aggressive. Is a DMR still in play? At least one, and only one. So Flash, you have to rotate around to deal with that Kiba, or somebody's got to melee it. There's time for both teams to reset as well. Ooh, DS going down. That's a bit problematic. Of course, the C4, but that's the Logi position gone, so Nesk's got to do double duty. Watch the window, get aggressive, but also see if anybody drops Logi, because Maya can't do that, and if you let them slip by, they could easily push into bedroom and take a 1v1 against Maya when he's also got to deal with jacuzzi window, gym window. You can see very quickly in this picture how the pressure is becoming too big for these Liquid players to bear, and yet, who time and time again has been able to lift things up. Maya with a double, and that just leaves Nesk with a 1v2. With 10 seconds to go, Perez has the diffuser, and Flash 3 is the only one to cover. Sitting on the bedroom window, a must-win fight for Nesk, and one he cannot land. Matt pointing for Loud. It has been a back-and-forth game. If that continues to be the case, Cloud have a few more rounds to play.
Well, Loud first team to break that deadlock. Matt point for the time being, with only one opportunity to convert it, and these two teams and the history that they've had so far in the LCQ, I didn't expect to be anywhere but here. Going into round number 12 right now in Clubhouse.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Liquid need to find a little bit of stability here. They're going to give it another go upstairs. Obviously feeling like there's something that they can do differently. Not opting for the castle, not opting for the bandit. Instead, saying, yep, you can take the breach. The breach isn't going to be your biggest problem in this round. Instead, we're going to try and hold area. We're going to use Nesk and the Azami Kibas to create little mini fortresses. We're going to use the Toxic Babe canisters to slow and restrict your progress. Banshees, the Malusi Banshees, the very same. And then Redux on the Clash. Just trying to crowd control and be some extra information. Some of the gunners on Liquid to act off. Loud. I'm not sure that they've entirely got that memo with the lineup that I'm seeing. They are bringing the Monty into the Clash, which is always a little bit of a risk. Fortunately, they have the Nomad. They have no shortage of hard breach. They don't really need any specific tools. It might be nice to have a little bit more to deal with the Azami Kiba barricades. Ash potentially would be very nice just to deal with them at range. There's nothing to catch projectiles here in the lineup from Liquid. They're going to have to work with what they've got. That's going to be a handful of grenades and a lot of bullets to chew through those Kibas.
Definitely one of those few times where we don't have at least one DMR in the lineup, it feels like, and to your point, might end up paying for it if they aren't careful. Similar thing with the Monty and the Clash. I might be hallucinating. I feel like I literally just saw a live side there. Not sure. But at least for the moment, Flash 3. Wow, what a kill onto the Azami. Rotating out of Khan. That's a hell of a find. Very often, these defenders rotate back successfully. If you're pushing aggressively on red stairs, that's one thing. But usually they're able to get back into Khan. But finding that right as Nesk almost crosses the threshold. Behind the Clash shield as well. Really great stuff from Loud. While they still got to deal with that Clash and the rest of the defenders on the site. Taking down the Azami early. Moving into Khan. And now being able to rotate over to Jacuzzi with half the round to go. This is a very good start.
Paris can take up position here and just try and put a little bit of pressure in toward that gym. Send some nades through. Destroy the barricade. Just open up those avenues for a little bit later on. Bassetto, a little bit of a diffuser juggle right now. Just getting that into the hands of Live. Another nade to be sent through. Sledge used to open up the barricades. It's maybe a little bit overkill, but it gets it done in one shot. It allows quicker access to that line of sight. STK is primed and ready to jump on through. Flash goes out. They know that the Clash is there, and there's good information now being found by Live. He's feeding that back to the team. But Liquid aren't overstepping at the moment. They're not giving any opportunity away, and with 35 seconds, they shouldn't have to.
Shouldn't have to. Oh, wow. Maya, probably just too many comms, too much sound. Never hears the Monty clumping inside of the gym. The Clash held back. Daffo down as well. Plant easy for Loud as the plan works perfectly. Yes, dodging this Monty as the electricity hits that Montaigne, but it's likely a flawless round for Loud, who closed things on Liquid's map pick 7-5. Very close second half, all things considered, but I don't think that last round could have gone any better.
No, I think that Loud have played that to its best potential. Liquid, they've been given opportunities earlier on in that series, and I don't think that you can sit here and feel too hard done to them. It was a close game of Siege, but there were so many opportunities for Liquid, and I think it doesn't discredit the Siege that Loud played. They played to the whistle, and they played to their opponent, which you can never discredit. It was only map 1 in our best of 3 here inside of the lower bracket. There is still more Siege to go, at least 1, potentially 2. We're going to go on a short break. After that, we'll be back with CDAPs to break it down and to get us ready for map 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Loud have surged to the lead, taking away Team Liquid's map choice of Clubhouse. My name is Seedaps. I'm joined with Lynx. I'm joined with Ollie. And Ollie, I'll start with you. That game, you just have to say Loud played just more complete across the end, all the way to the end.
I think they did, and it was the consistency for me. We spoke about a dip in consistency for Team Liquid. That was round one right there. It just seemed very unclear what they were going for my money. I couldn't decide, especially in the early rounds on the attack, whether they were trying to play quickly or they were trying to play slowly. It was genuinely like there was two different ideologies, almost two different IGLs operating and working around a couple of different players each on the side of Liquid, because you had half of them playing really slow, half of them playing really quick. And it just became very muddied as to what was actually being gone for, what was the main goal and objective. They managed to stabilize though, and they were able to pick up some good defensive rounds, but Loud were just more consistent throughout the course of the night. And I think that's the story of this Loud team, is that you just know what you're going to get. You're going to get pretty slow attacking rounds. You're going to get them being focused on getting that diffuser down, but they're not big risk takers. They're not ones to really send themselves into the unknown without knowing exactly what is on the other side of it. Now, it doesn't necessarily always make for the most exciting watching, because sometimes it's very well telegraphed what they are going to go for, but I think you've got to take pleasure in the small details, and you've got to recognize that to play in their play style takes just as much skill, a lot more patience, and quite a different skill set really to playing quickly and fast. So I think for me, they got a good lead. They were able to maintain it. Yes, it did come down to a 5-5, but ultimately they were better on the night, at least on Clubhouse.
Well, and I think specifically better to your point earlier on those defensive sides. And when you have Liquid, like you said, that's facing a bit of an identity crisis, playing fast, deciding to play slow, and then reverting back to fast, never really quite able to find their tempo, is going to make things easier for Loud, who, whether you like their play style or not, whether it's the best play style or not, it is consistent, and they're able to catch plays like that pretty well, and was a big reason why they were able to start out with a lead, which in a 12-round game became very, very important. Stats obviously showing, and I think kind of contrary to maybe what we're saying, or maybe not even that, just contrary to what we saw in the Black Dragons Elevate game, this was a game where we had certain players stepping ahead, Flashtree and Live both having an insane performance, and the rest of the team not finding that same success.
Yeah, and on the side of Team Liquid, once again, Diaz Lucas, he popped off. Lynx, this is a player that me and you have covered since, 2021? Like, it was the thou shall not be named COVID years when we were in NACL. He was arguably one of the most consistent and prolific fraggers across that entire region, and he's keeping it up once again.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been like that. He was outstanding in the series earlier. He's always been a really good backline player. But the reality for a player like Diaz popping off is he's so consistent. But it's not like he's necessarily picking up the pieces. But if you have a backline player who's even getting very high impact frags, you need the people on the front to make space successfully. And if Diaz is like firing shots from the backline that are great, but they're not getting map control or as much map control off the back of it, you're going to have a lot of issues. But also, I think more to the point that we kind of saw tonight, Ollie, if the overall strategy doesn't seem to be completely clear, Diaz can get all the kills you want, but if you don't have a great plan for how to capitalize off of them, or a clear plan for how to capitalize off of them, you're going to run into issues, and it's going to be all for naught.
It comes down to being on the same page, doesn't it? And that's the main thing. And for me, Loud were the team tonight, at least on Clubhouse, that were on the same page, singing from the same hymn sheet. Liquid, it just looked a little bit more disjointed. And yeah, sure, you've got players like Diaz doing their job and picking up their kills, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things if they're not impactful, if they're not kills in the right place at the right time, and if you've not got that overall support network surrounding it. There was a round in particular. It was a defense of a CCTV room and cache from Loud, and they did a fantastic job. Maya was trying to get a little bit of a flank off, and we just had some brilliant team play that just freed everything up, with players just sort of seemingly coming out of nowhere to support one another. And it's plays like that for me that, it doesn't matter how many kills you get. That kill right there from SDK was the kill that won the round. And for me, they're the ones that, at least I remember, that they're not always the ones that make the clips or are sort of listed on the stat board in any way, shape or form. But yeah, that was Loud for me tonight.
And Cafe is next on the docket. And Ollie, something that you guys talked about so much was Liquid on the attacking side, those differing ideologies, how much time was taken. There was 2 attacking rounds that they lost purely because they didn't know what to do. There was Loud players just able to run away and win off of time. Now we're going to a map like Cafe where there's 3 tiers. It takes so much longer to attack if you're gonna, and you can't really split that well. You still need to be unified. Are you worried for Liquid?
I mean, I'm worried for Liquid in the sense that Cafe can be a really difficult map to attack, and that ahead of, you know, the games today, Liquid's record on attack, you know, it wasn't too great. If you look at the series against Supernova, they won 2 attacking rounds in the first 2 maps. So, you know, it was only then on Clubhouse where they pulled it back and got an even 3-3 split. So I think from that point of view, you can talk about Cafe as being a difficult map to attack. And, you know, if you're not all on the same page, not all on the same sheet, then it can be even more tricky. That will be maybe my main concern. Obviously, Clubhouse is a very known map, so that kind of accounts for a lot of the any of the mistakes that you can see on like other maps. Clubhouse usually negates those because everybody knows how it plays out, and there's very fundamental ways of dealing with it. Cafe is less checklist, which is going to give a little bit more freedom maybe to Liquid to play a little bit quicker. But maybe on the flip side for Loud, it's one that trips them up a little bit.
I mean, maybe we'll see. Of course, Loud were able to take the victory on Cafe earlier against LFO, albeit in a close 8-6. While they won majority rounds on both sides, it still was a very close series overall. It's just a map that Loud generally feel very comfortable on, and unfortunately, Clubhouse wasn't that kind of thing for Liquid.
And with that, Cafe is next on the docket. We'll see if Liquid survive or Loud punch their ticket to the grand finals.
We will indeed, and it is on a Loud's pick, as I was alluding to just now, or maybe I said it outright. I don't know. I have short-term memory loss, so sometimes I forget the things I say. That's not true. I do have a bad short-term memory, though. That is true. Loud, Ollie, up 1-0 in the series. Cafe, comfortable map. Liquid struggling the attack, but they are starting on the defense. Do you think they can build an early lead here?
I mean, one of a few things is going to happen, Lynx. Either one of these 2 teams is going to build an early lead, whether that be Liquid or Loud, or it's going to be close, and it's going to remain 1-1. I feel like there are 2 options. Which one do you pick?
I feel like with these 2 teams, I don't see... Well, actually, I was going to say, I don't see this being one-sided, but I'm pretty sure Liquid 7-0'd Loud in the regular season of Stage 2. So, like, it could happen.
That's a bold statement for to be prefaced by I'm pretty sure.
Oh, sorry. Let me back up a second. Liquid counter-stratted Loud on Chalet in Stage 2. They won 7-0. What I was going to say was, I think this map, Cafe, is going to be back and forth. But I was like, I don't know. These 2 teams have played in the past, and it's been very one-sided. So, like most games where we're going in with Liquid, I'm like, I don't know. Something's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody will win that.
Yeah. That's the tagline at the moment. You see the advert on the billboard, and it's a Team Liquid advert, and then underneath it says, it's Team Liquid. Anything could happen. Like, you just don't know what you're going to get.
It's like when you're showing up to a movie that might be awful, but there's an actor you like in it. You're like, you know, it's got Matt Damon. I'll pop in the theater or the
Are you literally saying it's like? Are you saying it's like people talk about Liquid and go, it's got Nesk in it, like it must be good, you know?
No, it's like, or I think more accurate, it's like, it's got Nesk in it, can't be too bad. I'm like,
can't be too bad. It's got Nesk in it, like. Nesk's a good actor.
Generally speaking, like, I don't think that's bad wisdom. Like,
no.
Sometimes they're not great quality, but like, I'm always entertained by a Liquid game, and I think they show up, they make games exciting, and for all of their problems, they try, and I really admire that because with sometimes I think the kind of career and trajectory that Liquid have had, it'd be very easy to get frustrated and just like kind of throw in the towel, but Nets is still going at it. This roster, this whole stage is still going at it, and I admire that, and I really appreciate that.
Loud going to be on the attack, then STK just taking out one of those Valkyrie cameras. Kind of surprised that Valkyrie's been allowed through, to be honest with you. It's a mainstay for a lot of teams on Cafe, especially Liquid. Instead, it's been a Mirror and Castle that has been targeted. Whereas just searching out for the player. Dafo, just, I mean, you may as well just give yourself up on a platter
dearie.
and a second as well. Perez pushes through aggressively, picks up one onto Nesk. He's going to find a third here for sure. The defense of the top floor has just been torn limb from limb, and Perez isn't done. Can he find his next one? Yes, he can. He's on for a quad. Can he secure the ace? Is this going to be the second time that Liquid get aced against this weekend? Yes, it is. Perez. All 5 and a flawless kickoff here.
If I had a dime for every time I've seen an ace on Cafe Reading Room where 3 kills were required on the top floor, followed by 2 kills immediately after hopping down, I would have 2 dimes, which isn't a lot, but it's very weird it's happened twice because Hot and Cold got a very similar ace on that site, like back in stage 1. Perez does the same thing, just walks up long bar, gets 3 kills, hops down, 1v1 presents itself by mining, gets that. Little different, not a 1v1 inside of reading. This time, it's a pinch on white stairs, and really overall, like, what else can you say? Perez found a nice timing, was able to get the 1v1s by constantly being in an unexpected position. One of those things where it's like not even necessarily super rough for Liquid. Like maybe there's no gap, but Perez just finds like the one brief moment where if he keeps moving, he'll succeed. And it works out. Great work by Perez. 5 kills to start, all at the cost of 1 round for Team Liquid.
What a way to kick it off. I love that as well, because how many times we've been saying that Loud are like a slow and steady paced team on the attack, and it's not been a criticism, it's just like that's what they play like. And then round 1 of Cafe would come out and Perez picks up 5 kills, and the rest of his team is just like, okay, he's on a heater, like we're just going to feed him the info. Gets his first 3 and it's like, yeah, it's on, we just need to flood. Great reaction from Perez and the rest of his team to assist him on that endeavor. A big way to stamp down your authority on the next map in the series. The pressure is on Liquid here. Nesk takes Flastery down, but Perez, he's still not done. He's just continuing from where he left off right now.
6-0 now, so no immediate opportunity to just enter flow state and find his way into 5 more kills. We're not going to blame him for that. He's got a job to do. More specifically, using that IQ scanner to spot some of these electronics on the top floor. We'll say Lion for Sentry is a trade that might favor Team Liquid, so it's good for Perez on getting that kill. This might not be the exact boon Loud might otherwise have if the utility balance were something a little bit different. Especially now, as with an even man count, they're going to have to start working on those rappel angles and pushing the players out of freezer without any clear advantage. They've got some good utility. 2 sets of nades, flashbangs, Dokkaebi call on a death mark tracker. All great. The firebolts as well, probably the most important that I forgot to even mention. But how to get into that position just yet, we are not quite seeing. Live down below, though, with that death mark tracker, this could be exciting.
I give them a call.
Target acquired.
Ooh, there is a target acquired, and Dafo is going to take a little bit of damage from that. Loud have switched pace. They're now just waiting for Liquid to make these mistakes, waiting for them to move. There's good angles being held upstairs. Perez is going to be rewarded. Feels like he's going to be having one of these maps. It feels like he can't put a foot wrong right now. 7-0 in round 2. Liquid. There's potential to hold on here. They've got something they can work with. C4. Couple of smokes. Big kill, but STK in with the response. Still doable in the final 35.
Doable indeed. One player forced into freezer, but Maya slipping through a little bit. Wraps around. Ooh, decides to check a different angle. Almost. No, does indeed find it. Hell of a recovery by Maya, losing all of his HP, then snapping onto the head of STK. Does that give Diaz Lucas a chance? Settle with Diffuser, but Diaz can't quite creep past the smoke as Perez is watching the door. Maybe he can creep through it. C4 goes out. Ooh, shot by Basetto, but Perez might overcomplicate things a little bit as Diaz inside of the freezer. Primary and secondary to get the job done. A 1v2 for the backline player.
They're the rounds that you can't be affording to lose, Loud. Man count advantage in their favor. Time control looking good. Both players tucked inside a freezer. Knew where everybody was. Unable to make it happen. Where's the Loud that would have pivoted and tried to get the diffuser down in that situation? Just tried to hold the two players that they knew were located in freezer and make something happen with it. Liquid coming up with a round of their own. Not letting Loud stretch too much of a lead here on Cafe. It's still early days. By the end of this map, or close to its conclusion, it is going to become a very pressured environment for Liquid if they are not leading it. SI is an event that you expect a top-tier org like Liquid to be attending. This is their last chance at being there.
It'd be strange to have an event without Liquid, yet sometimes it's a situation we confront ourselves with as, again, it's been 1 year, but a consistent pattern of Liquid seemingly struggling to build up to the expectations we set for them. Of course, you know, seems almost ancient history now. Oh my god, it's almost 2 years ago, but of course, Manchester Liquid able to kind of make a little bit of a run at that event to top 8, but since then, never quite finding their footing consistently in these domestic leagues, in the internationals, still trying to find it. Loud, of course, basically still trying to find any entrance whatsoever, so things are difficult for them as well. I think either of these teams missing out on the event would be rough, but I think for a lot of people, not having Liquid there would seem quite strange. It would seem like there was something missing, even if they couldn't put their fingers on it. 45 seconds into round 3. A lot of intel being brought by Liquid. Of course, the Mozzie, but more directly the Solus and the Pulse to get these lines on the vertical angles currently being played by Loud. And then, of course, to rotate down later, which is likely why Flash 3 is here within the first minute. He does not want anybody getting an angle to deny this plan. Perfect.
Oh, it's so free as well. Reduct. Why would anybody be under there? Why would somebody be under the hatch? Well, that's why. Oh, the top floor's being cleared. Flastry has snuck into the freezer. Gridlock. Best operator on Cafe. Make no mistake. Track Stinger's going out there. Too many staircases. There's too many options for slippy plays. You've got to secure your flanks. UV drone of Ram making a ton of noise. And opening up a load of floor while it's at it. Flastry still hasn't really moved too much. His pathing has been pretty controlled downstairs in kitchen. Still waiting for some info on those death marks. The fact that he's taken out the pulse, I mean, if he can just exist down there, and if all that we know is that there's no one there, then it's going to be a good boon. But Perez with a kill onto Nesk, although immediately traded. Flastry has survived. The Dokkaebi call isn't really assisting too many people downstairs right now.
Certainly doesn't, as Maya can get that kill, but most importantly, Flashry just distracts him. Maya cannot get on that Specchio scanner to deny the plant and now has to start walking up. Still Maya, though, could easily win this fight. STK likely shaking just a little bit, and understandably so. Even on 1 HP, he is a force to be reckoned with. And Baseto with double duty at 90 degrees! Locks onto both. This has been a hell of a series for individual plays. An ace into 2 clutches. Cafe is not disappointing.
Loud fighting back with a round of their own here. The LCQ just makes me so excited, Lynx. Like, I just love the fact that one of these teams is going home and the other has a chance at SI. And the fact that they're going up against Black Dragons, who are like, I don't want to say lucky to be here, but they're kind of lucky to be here. Like, it was a hell of a circumstance that Black Dragons have found themselves not only in the grand finals, but in the LCQ as a whole.
Yeah, it's
Loud and Liquid fighting now to go up against Elevate. Are we going to have a repeat? Are we going to see somebody in the lower bracket make a bit of a gauntlet run? From the quarterfinals to the grand final, still a hell of a performance. Yeah, sometimes we see people go from round 1 all the way, but if either of these two teams do make it, it will be one to remember.
going to the point you said earlier, it is Loud are just one of those strange teams to talk about right now where given the name, given their position at Reload, it seemed like it didn't seem like there was a lot of understandable hype around them, especially with the run their previous iteration, Raza Company, had at Boston. And then there was really never any materialization of it. They got low-key kind of robbed going into playoffs of stage 1, not by anything unfair, but just because of the tiebreaker. It's like, that was the breaks, but they were in a 3-way tie for the 6th place spot. They ended up being the one team, 3-way tie for 5th and 6th. And they ended up being the one team who didn't get those 2 spots. That one's rough. They were basically in the same position going into stage 2 and going into the playoffs there. It has been a game of very close but no cigar for Loud this whole stage. And that's put them in this weird position where I have positive feelings about them. I'm like, yeah, it's Loud. They should be doing good. We look at the results and there's this tension there. There's this incongruence. And it makes it a bit difficult to talk about because you keep feeling like they should be going further than they are. And yet, even at very close margins, they always seem to stumble. But they're up 1 map right now, up 2-1. They forced Liquid to take their tactical timeout. And going forward into that lower bracket final, finding Elevate Academy, maybe will be in the LCQ that they finally make good on the promise of Reload.
Quick progress from STK, not wasting any time getting in. Shock drone, maximum value. Welcome back.
Reloading. Cover me.
FNATs, bit of this, bit of that. Taking it all out of the picture. That doesn't tell you which way they're going to be coming from. I don't know what does. Trying to flush the player out from behind the bar as well. Able to rotate back into the site. But that's presence in Bakery that is no longer guaranteed for Liquid. They're very unlikely to be able to retake that control now. The threat and the pressure of someone just being stood at that double door is a little bit too much. Loud moving fairly quickly here, and it's going to allow them to take a bit of control over toward Christmas side as well. Probably going to be the player they'll find the most obstacle with. Freezer wall being soft. More of these Vulcan packs being destroyed. So much work from SDK in the first portion of this round, and Flash True with a kill onto Diaz. I mean, Loud looks so well drilled and disciplined on this map, Lynx. It's brilliant to see.
It's easy to see why this is a comfort for Loud. Clearly the protocol is well established, and sure, Perez has got an ace in round 1, but that's not been the story for Loud so far. There have been some clutches, there have been some throws, but in this one, this is a team performance in round 4. Everybody on Liquid dropping. Maya gets 1 on the backside, but Daffo is trapped behind Bakery at the moment with 1 HP, and look at this. Do Loud rush in? No. The practice is there. The drills are set. They drone in, reset. While Daffo has time to reposition, you have 3 players on this problem and also somebody checking to see if Maya rotates to support from prep. Tag him up. Both remaining defenders on basically a couple bullets HP remaining. And when they get one, do they have a direct line on another? Perez will sacrifice his body for the cause, and that's where the redundancy comes in. Critical for Loud. Starting off at a 5v2, they have bodies to spare and sprint at the problem. Timeout not good enough for Liquid as Loud are starting to head into the sprint.
Loud look clinical on that map. Like, that looks like something they have practiced and practiced and practiced. Really impressive. It's not often you see such a well-coordinated or maybe well-executed is a better way of putting it, attack onto that kitchen site. Liquid struggling for answers. Nowhere on the map is providing them for him at the moment. Reading room? Dining? Is that going to be the place? Castle's been taken out now as well as the Azami, so not got a lot of ability to hold upstairs with any sort of muster. Just relying on reinforced walls and good timing. I kind of saw what that's done for them previously. It is a site that they've been, or I say the top floor is a success that they've been able to hold and win a round off the back of, and with it being reading and dining, the top floor hold is mandatory. Might be able to make something work here. So far, Loud are looking very coordinated on this cafe. I feel like they're not overcomplicating things, Lynx.
No, and I think just generally, that's always a good skill to have, is keeping things simple. But for Loud in particular, it's something that I think sometimes you could attribute some of those very, very, time extensive rounds to overcomplicating things. Taking 2 minutes and 45 seconds to figure out a problem that might be complicated, but doesn't seem like maybe it takes that long, whether it's the communication, whether it's the coordination, who knows. But something seeming to get in their way. And we haven't really seen that as much today. Have the series been close? Are they in the lower bracket? Sure, 100%. But I will say, in the match we saw earlier against LFO, and in the cafe we're seeing right now on track, we are seeing a Loud that looks a bit more decisive and confident than I think we've seen in the past couple stages. And that's a really serious time, an important time for that to happen. See if that continues. Submit it in. It's Loud taking their time. Understandable. Letting the drones, finding the information, but instead going up from the bottom floor. Shotgun and auto pistol on the back side, and nobody inside of dining. So Live goes further up, trying to pinch alongside the gridlock, but starting to run into some obstacles. Liquid have retreated back into the freezer and cocktail, and while Loud have made this aggressive gamble, Liquid aren't in the positions that are conducive for gaining more momentum. There's a shotgun on your bottom. The players on the top are not in the position for anybody, the Zofia gridlock or the sledge, to get a kill right now. Loud might have just trapped themselves with this play. Never mind.
The problem is that Liquid are going to get too antsy. Maya really need to move there. That's probably opened up the round. SDK can start to work through this top floor. Finds one onto Nesk. It's only a matter of time now until top floor is cleared. Live, you can still play on white stairs. Doesn't need to move up, doesn't need to push too aggressively. It feels like Loud know that there's one in cocktail and there's a drone coming through to confirm it.
Looking further down. Opening up those vertical angles with that drone information gathered and the nade clearing the corner. It's a good time for Liquid to reposition though. Not that there's a lot of it, but that because it's low time, they might be able to eke out into mining or move into an off position on site and not have it droned or recognized by Loud. Whether they decide to do that or not, it's up to them. There is a very real possibility that Loud might not be able to get all the information they want. Indeed, one player stacked up in the corner. Live switching to the secondary, but 2 guns on that problem make it a bit easier to deal with. Shotgun close on the corner. This is a rough one for Liquid. Yet the Goyo wrapping around into reading. Can anybody stop them? Is anybody watching? Yes, they are! Perez from the vert with an angle on that position. 4-1 for Loud as the drills have paid off.
I'm not sure that Liquid are going to be able to stop Loud at the moment. It's a bold thing to say, as we're only at round 6. We've still got to see Liquid attack yet. With the way that Loud have attacked themselves, and you've got to be impressed by it. This is a team that inside of stage 2 had a 35% attacking win rate, by the way.
Oof.
They've pulled out 4 so far on Cafe.
That was like a gut punch.
What do you mean?
30 to 35, like that's rough.
Oh, it's awful. It's terrible. But they've put work in. This is one of the nice things. Like, I feel like sometimes we should do this, where if we're covering a game, instead of looking at like the recent stats, look at stats from like 180 days ago plus, and you can see the progression of a team. Because you would look at the stats from Loud from 180 days ago, and you go, oh, there's no way they'd win 4 rounds on Cafe Attack. But, like, look at them now. Here they are. Doing the business.
Little engine that
I
could.
do believe we've lost Diaz, unfortunately. We are going to send someone out to look for him. I'm going to see if we can get him back in this lob.
See if he's alive.
Haha.
See?
There's alive.
See? He knows what I'm talking about.
I like it.
We'll see where he's going. DS, normally a quiet player, but is normally at least loads into the lobby, so this is a bit of an abnormality for him. But to your point, in all seriousness, Loud are looking quite good on Cafe at the moment. Obviously up 4-1. You don't need to be a genius to say that, but a lot of the issues we have associated with Loud are not really happening on this attacking side, and to be honest, weren't really happening on Clubhouse either. Sometimes some indecisiveness, spending every possible second trying to make sure the attack is perfect. There's a lot more going on here. Perez seems to have a little bit more freedom to maneuver. Loud maybe just moving with a bit more confidence overall. Hell, let's be honest. Raza Company Academy was a pug stack for SI in Boston, and they made top 6. That's great, but I don't think anybody, including them, probably expected to be there, just given the nature of it. Kind of similar to Unwanted as well, though a little bit of a different situation. And so when you actually end up doing very well, you're like, oh, wait, we're like a team now. Like, we can do this. And so when you actually try to start like figuring out a system and figuring out a clear identity, well, that's when problems might start to arise. Not because those problems are bad to go through, but like now you actually kind of have to figure out how to coexist together beyond just one event and beyond just kind of the vibes and the excitement of the moment. And that's always going to result in some bumps and some headaches. But we're almost a year since then, and it really seems like Loud have spent a lot of that time figuring out what worked, figuring out what didn't work, and tweaking things and progressively making progress. And ultimately, if they end up having kind of a sucky stage 1 and 2, but because of those improvements make SI, I think many of us would call that a successful year, considering that's where all of this journey for most of these players started off.
I would agree. And it'd be a nice way to sort of put a cherry on the top of it, wouldn't it? I always think, what have we got to gain from sending a team to SI as well? Obviously, no matter who wins here, we're not directly sending them there, not just yet. That will be happening here tomorrow. You look at this and you think, do you want to send Team Liquid, who, as an organisation, have been there before and fallen at the final hurdle? Or do you want to send the air quotes newer team, the one that can build their own story? You know, it kind of feels at some point like the Team Liquid story is kind of been written a little bit, and we need a major shake-up to happen to see that sort of status quo change. And it's not to say that if we send live, if we send Loud, that they will, go through and win the whole SI, but it'd be nice for them to start to build their own narrative a little bit. And I don't know. I think that's maybe a little bit biased from like a storyline perspective of like what to get excited for about a 6 Invitational.
Well, and I also think it's not like Liquid don't have theirs. I mean, like, it's kind of, I think the reason Liquid often doesn't get like the real estate on broadcast about that narrative is kind of simple. It's like, it's Liquid. Like, there are just certain teams that ascend to that point where they kind of earn the right, at least in our consciousness, to be at an event. And Liquid's one of those teams, no matter the roster. Just the org has reached that point. In the maps, not always the case. Liquid still have to fight tooth and nail just like everybody else. And to start, Maya has decided to go no holds barred against Loud. A quick 1-for-1. Is losing Maya or the Maya worth that? Maybe. We'll just have to see if Liquid are able to make good on it. Loud stopped a little bit at the beginning and faced with a little bit of early chaos. Will that affect them going forward? Only time will tell.
An explosive starts around number 6. Maya was really a little bit frustrated and just wanted to make something happen. Try and send himself out there. Really get the most impactful attacker pick. Taking out the striker. Maybe would have liked a little bit of that hard breach utility that's kicking around, or a bit of that flank protection that Perez is bringing. Ooh, great kill. Speaking of, Perez taking Dafo down. He has absolutely owned that angle so far. I don't think I've seen him lose an engagement there from shop in toward Cocktail Links.
It's a hell of an engagement not to miss, as often that is one that can sometimes escape the attackers in that position. He's got 2 from that spot right now, and Loud have 5 rounds on their attacking side, a side that has haunted them for most of 2024, and, well, the 2025, in this competitive season. Not a problem on Cafe, just 2 rounds on defense, and not to predict it, I feel like Loud have that in them.
Well, who knows? Loud are dangerously close right now. And for Liquid, last chance saloon. This next phase will say a lot about their future in terms of SI Paris 2026. Attack being the side that Liquid have struggled with the most. It seems cruel that a lot is to be decided here and now. Azami Jaegerban, by the way.
Modern cafe.
Talk to me.
It's just like, it's a modern cafe moment. Azami is a band that makes sense. I mean, listen, whenever you're thinking about cafe bands, you should probably think about one thing, which is what's happening in VIP now that these bands are gone. Because most of, like 90% of the time, that's what the bands are speaking to. Wait, did I say cafe? Oh, sorry, I meant Christmas. Sorry. I just said the map. You gotta be thinking about what's happening in Christmas on the third floor, excuse me. Because like usually when you see the Castle Rooney or the Azami band, that's usually what occurs. In this case, Azami, not allowed to play as aggressively inside of Christmas without those Kibas, but also the Jaeger, usually important for kind of the modern incarnation of the pixel take, now that the ADSs have been able to catch Capital bolts for a little bit, and also just good at stopping people from playing power positions, like behind Bakery. Another good example, non-top floor example. That's probably it. I think because of how bad Jaeger was for a long time, just seeing a Jaeger ban is strange, and it's still a little weird. But I think it'll just take time for us to kind of get over that instinct, because it actually does make sense. And he's not bad anymore. So it's worth talking about. I missed him, you know? I missed him. I missed the guy.
Nice Rotero drone there. That's going to get quite a bit of value. Also going to give Live a little avenue to peek from here. The Rotero will go behind him, but he can navigate himself around quite nicely. Daffo got himself established in this mid-floor. The hatch is electrocuted, though, or electrified.
Reloading, cover me.
Isn't going to be the easiest thing to open. Especially given that hard breach isn't something that Liquid have chosen to bring. I can only think that that's an oversight. The freezer hatch fully reinforced. Freezer wall sure soft, but it puts so much pressure on winning this engagement onto the Christmas player. Maya, open it up with a Rotero. That's just going to further the line of sight advantage right now.
You can see the play from Liquid, though, and it's risky, but it might pay off. Though the calculus changes now that Live is rotating to the backside. The Dokupi call goes out. And look at Live, excuse me, rotating over to Freezer just to check. Not playing there, but just checking. This is what I mean from Loud. This is what was stumping Liquid on their attacks. Loud were always checking these little moments, these little bits of control that could be gaps. When it was CCTV, they shut it down. When it was basement, they reacted and shut it down. They're doing the same thing here. Maybe somebody's going to try to creep down White Stairs. Well, unfortunately, in this case, Daffo's still able to get the kill. That's STK, the very player in VIP we highlighted, cut down while Live is trying to rotate all over the bottom floor to get this information whatever he can. The attack, Liquid, have stormed into the site off the back of it. Now Live's forced in the position to get that SMG out and fight Team Liquid head on. A brief 3v3, but the attack's control is starting to become too much for this defense to handle. Perez and Kochek, Basetto on the same side but across the map in prep. Where can they move? What can they do? Got players lined directly on this position, but the Glass going for a backstab with 20 seconds remaining, and the Diffuser not in a position to go down just yet. Reduct will rotate over, and Basetto doesn't have the angle to deal with this. A kill has got to fall, and right now, it's all going for Liquid. A nice backstab by DS Lucas to time it perfectly once the Diffuser starts going down. And when we were starting to get all doom and gloom, Liquid decided to give us something to chat about.
It was only the second time that Basetto's died this whole game. For round 8. Unbelievable. Downstairs, successful attack from Liquid. We need more of that if they wish to stay in this series.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Loud, they've got a buffer, and I believe they've still got their tack. They'll be able to pull that out of the bag if they need it. Now with the Jaeger ban, it's forced into the Wamai pick, so SDK going to still try and play in and around that Christmas area and just use his Wamai gadget to try and keep control of Cigar and Pixel. enable a bit of play inside a piano, able to open up some of those walls into bathroom and just have some lines of sight to stop players immediately getting on the rappel and immediately just dominating and cutting through the site with those long lines. Live going to be on the Solace as well, so likely going to see him lurking downstairs, waiting to activate that Helios scanner and dish out a little bit of information or a little bit of damage, maybe some of both. I'll tell you one thing for sure, Liquid, they do not want to get flanked in round number 8 links. They have got everything.
Yeah, usually see the gridlock, but Nomad and the gridlock on Cafe, understandable, but not always seen. Gives you a bit of an option to, of course, control the flanks with either the air jabs or the track stingers, but in all likelihood, control the flanks with the track stingers. I was going to say maybe do a bit more active usage with the air jabs, like wait and try and control positions, a la like IT on Night Haven, which you use early, but you specifically do to try and like take map control rather than hold off flanks. But I unfortunately just don't know where DS put the air jabs right now, so I will try to look out for that later, and hopefully don't find out by a Loud defender running into it and losing his life in the process. Ness losing 50% of his HP, unfortunately, losing all of his HP, in fact. Para is able to find a beautiful frag, but as Alive goes for the run out, DS is ready for it. Loud maintaining their advantage. Quiet settles over Cafe. It doesn't seem like there's a clear way to get it back just yet. You do have players surrounding SDK's position, but they're going for the rotate, and the Wamai seems like he'll survive, at least for the next little bit.
Real pivotal round here for round 8. Loud could put themselves onto a map and series point. They have a slight man advantage right now. Top floor sight, Flastry. Long angles, DMR, hard-hitting weapon. Just jiggle peeking over towards shop. SDK's got him on a little bit of a cross as well. Could be a little bit of a lurk up coming through Pixel. Something that Loud need to be cautious of. For Liquid, this is so one-dimensional. Where's the pressure in toward Cocktail? I understand they're at a deficit. They need somebody to rotate around. They can't just try and hope that they're given something right now. It looks like they're going to be gifted it on a plate. There's Dafo, Diaz. They all come up trumps. A real gentle push into that Pixel. And a well-timed peek to the top of those white stairs. Loud, just getting caught a bit flat-footed, too confident in the positions that they were holding. And let's be honest, a little bit too exposed.
Expose is the word for it. And even though there was understandable like reticence for Loud to leave their positions to give up those angles, Liquid play it very patient, kind of don't really make those same mistakes that they were making on Clubhouse, you know, running in very quickly, not checking their angles, and instead really take time to examine the puzzle and find a way to get those kills. 2 rounds in a row now for Liquid. One off the back of trying to do a little gap spotting and coordinating well around it, and this time another well-coordinated push. On the cusp of a hat trick and being 1 round beneath Loud and likely forcing that tactical timeout. And so we'll look to the defense to see what can change. Because Loud are playing their defense. They're playing how they normally do. They have their power positions, they hold them, they play them. That's what we expect. But Liquid so far seem to be expecting it as well, and they're taking advantage of that complacence, taking advantage of sometimes the stagnation, and are allowing themselves to reposition because they know those variables likely aren't going to adjust all that much.
As the rounds trickle by here, Liquid slowly but surely are getting themselves back into this fight. For Loud, it is only going to be a matter of time until they find a bomb site that sticks. Either that or Liquid continue to come up trumps here. Once again, they've made it to the top floor. There's no signs of early aggression from Loud. Instead, they're hoping that their setup is going to do the talking instead. Again, it's starting with this top-down clear, as a lot of the rounds here on Cafe will start. Too much going on upstairs. We've got some annoying laser gates kicking around, but nothing that shouldn't be easily dealt with. So we've got a deployable shield onto Pixel. So remnants of the util soak meta coming through there as C4 narrowly missed out at STK, just getting chipped down by the fire. Might have a nice swing on here though, Lynx.
That might indeed. Just a lot of attackers around him right now. One on Repel, two in Christmas. Similar situation in the last round. He's got to be careful where he moves. He stayed here for a long time before. Not that he had much of an option to leave. And it seems Liquid might be tightening that exact same net around the position on White Stairs, on Bathroom. Flash be the first to fall. Liquid continuing with their dominance of clearing the top floor. No matter the site, it's the same positions, and they know how this puzzle fits together. So 2v4. Defense is retreated. They're alive. Safe is only a temporary condition. You'll need to venture out, take some risks, because a 2v4 and playing passive is something that Liquid are praying that you'll do. They've dealt with his exact play style when the odds were worse against them. With 45 seconds to go, they're taking their time to figure it out.
Don't mind that they're taking the time. They've got it to spend. They just need to make the right call when it comes down to it. Find out where Live is. Find out where Bassetto is. Make the play accordingly. They're not in a position where they can buddy up at the moment. They have multiple different angles to defend, and they're both trying to hold almost double duty. Bassetto eventually will make a rotate round in toward 90. Time's still trickling here. A drop into the hatch blind. Ness giving himself away. That could open the door.
That could have opened the door, but keeping an eye on the laundry position, Bassetto will win the fight on the opposite side. But Diaz with the right move and Liquid with enough bodies to mitigate any problems. Diaz pushing a little deeper, not playing passive after that victory on the laundry gun fight, and that proves important. It doesn't allow the TCSG to get in a position to either shoot through the bookcase and take down the guy defusing, or just catch Diaz off guard and get the brief advantage of swinging. A good move by the Capitao, and overall for Liquid, the full clears have been so good for the attack and been the reason they're succeeding. The way they're dealing with Cocktail and Bathroom and all those top floor positions has been great 2 times in a row now. It was a similar story on Bakery and the bottom floor as well. They understand Loud's positions, and something's got